make it work wherever you can.
Speaking of that, of 53-man rosters, cut downs, he played in college, played in the NFL, coached in college, coached in the NFL. There are guys this go around who are going to theoretically not make the NFL team and then go back to college again. How do you feel about that? Is that good for the game or bad for the game?
I mean, I've said this, just because you pay him in college doesn't mean there's any more jobs in the NFL. So just because a guy makes $500,000 in college doesn't mean that he's going to get a job in the NFL. There's still the same number of teams with the same number of roster spots. So I would imagine that they should get as much money as they possibly can where they can get it to help provide for their family and whatever they want to do. But just because you pay a guy $750,000 in college doesn't mean he's going to get drafted or doesn't mean he's going to make an NFL roster. It just means you got a lot of money to spend.
Greg does. Speaking of having... Most of us said, okay, now there's the market. This should get done relatively quickly. Why hasn't it gotten done yet?
I don't have anything to add on, Christian. I don't really. I think that we're working hard to try to get him, and we want him a part of our team for as long as, hell, certainly I'm here, as long as he can possibly be here. That's what we want to do.
When it comes to Drake, you brought him up in joint practices. He looked great, impressing a lot of people. What's been the biggest improvement?
What looked great about him, Courtney?
Well, I thought that his completion percentage was pretty high. I thought his ability to work.
hate regarding the deal, like that they have felt the pain of the fan. Bill Chisholm and his staff have felt the pain of the season ticket holder, that the trade of Jalen.
during the live commercial. I'm not here to have him mock me in my body type.
With Wiggy.
I hate when summer's gone. I can't stand it. Winter just hangs over us like a dark cloud of misery. But we have a couple weeks.
We got football and apple cider
We do.
donuts.
And you're a pumpkin spice bitch sometimes. So like that is coming your way.
That is true.
And Courtney.
I noticed, I think last weekend was a weekend people started panicking that summer was over. We passed 2 people on the highway, pulled over on the side of the highway, throwing up outside of their vehicle. Falling on the way.
People were throwing up because they were afraid of the
last
summer.
weekend of
No,
summer.
they were hungover.
Okay.
And Curtis.
The orange again is just a reference. That's what it is. You can't really change it once it's.
Well, I'm just here to speak on behalf of other foods
Good, I
who
know.
are upset that they
Speak
were-
for yourself.
And Shime.
Are you guys really going to go to my homeland and leave me behind?
Oh, that's your homeland?
German?
I didn't
Yeah,
realize
very much. I have
that.
family in Kaiserslautern.
Oh.
Right of the week.
Oh, yeah.
I have you saved in my
yeah.
phone as.
Excuse me, I have family in Kaiserslautern.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Morning. Good. Hello. Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill, Greg Hill, show, Greg Hill, show. All right.
It's go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What's poppin'? Welcome back, Wiggy.
Yep.
Did you go anywhere?
Nope.
No?
Chill.
Oh.
That's it. They can go nowhere.
Staycation.
That is it, man.
Okay.
That is it.
Well,
I'm ready for my next one.
well, when? What do you have it scheduled on a Patriots Monday or a
No.
Patriots Friday?
The next one ain't till after the football season's over. Hopefully, when the Patriots win a chip.
Okay. Well, don't jinx anything.
No,
please.
no.
Patriots made a move yesterday.
Yeah.
And mixed reaction. I tend to not immediately get angry and negative when I hear these things, but that is what I see and hear some do, who are pontificating on the football team as their job. We had talked a lot about the value when it came to Kayshon Boutte on this show. And you guys, Shime, you, others, told me you're probably just going to end up with a late round pick if you're offloading him, and so you end up getting a player. And so I felt pretty good about that trade yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a depth for depth trade. I mean, he's a 6th round pick. He's only played in the league a year. He started 1 game, played 7 games. This being Jalen Reed, the player the Patriots got, the safety, and he's made 9 tackles in the NFL. So it's not like you got some kind of impact player. You just got a guy to add to your defensive depth. That's it. And that's kind of what we talked about yesterday, Greg, where it's like at this point, it's just going to be a swap of Kayshon Boutte for a guy that might get cut on another team or in a crowded room like the Patriots had a crowded receiver room, and that's just kind of be how it is.
Yeah, that's what it became more than anything. Like, I know everybody was like Boutte, but you know,
Rocking everywhere.
You're usually saying that.
yeah. I mean, I am, but I like it thick. But you looked at the wide receiver room and you start to go, okay, your top 2 wide receivers are going to be A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs. So those guys are going to get probably the majority of the footballs, thrown their way or the target. And then you add in a guy like Hunter Henry. You add in a guy like Matt Collins. So when you start to look at Kayshon, he's probably looking at this like great opportunity for me. He probably was so excited when he heard he was getting traded to the Texans, because now he knows, like, all right, his opportunity is there rather than be, the 4th, 3rd, maybe 4th, 5th option on the team here and there.
Mean, you had a logjam in the wide receiver room anyway, and we talked to Mike Vrabel about that very thing yesterday, and so you were going to have to say goodbye to somebody, right. I'm assuming, and so it ends up being, unfortunately, a guy who certainly had a connection with Drake May when A.J. Brown was not here, and so
Why do we have to get angry or have this like strong opinion about even the most mundane things?
I like to wait and see what the result is oftentimes because I'm not smart enough to predict the entire career trajectory of people who I am not familiar with. Personally or even at an arm's length. So I generally like to wait and see how something works out for an organization.
Well, I heard a little piece of it about the depth pod. That was
how'd they do that?
It's awful. It's oh my God, they got fleeced.
Oh, Vrabel's distracted.
Patriots got completely fleeced.
What were they thinking?
Anybody say they got fleeced doesn't understand the situation.
No.
They had too many receivers.
Right.
They had to move off of one. Kyle Williams and Efton Chisholm are both on rookie contracts that they really like and aren't expiring contracts. Keyshawn Bootie's on the final year of his deal, and they didn't want to pay him. Like he wasn't going to get targets here anyways.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily improve the team, but it frees up space for other guys on the roster.
But it might. You ended up getting a guy like you would know more than I, but the positive on him, at least in college, was he's a pass rush guy, and you're asking where that's coming from. He's
a box safety.
Yes, he is. He's a pass rush safety.
Well,
so
if you're asking a pass rush safety.
Yes, that's it. That's how the professor and others are describing him.
Yeah, I would think that you would probably say, well, you couldn't have got a pass rusher from an actual defensive end. I don't mind the trade because I think the thing about when you think about depth at the wide receiver position, Booty was a guy that it wasn't like he was the second wide receiver that you would be like, okay, you're giving away depth at this position. You have a position that has pretty good depth to it. So when you move on from a guy like Booty, you're looking at a position that, okay, maybe you might not have as much depth at the safety position. So you say, well, we'll give up an asset like Booty, who's going to be a guy that maybe catches what, 500-600 yards on the season?
Maybe. And that's with A.J. Brown and Romeo Dobbs.
Right.
He caught 500 yards the last 2 years.
Right.
That's without those guys here. So you were hoping maximum he was going to get to 500.
Right.
Now you add a safety to a room that only had Craig Woodson, Kevin Byard, and like Del Pettis, and that's it.
Yeah. And the other thing is Booty did everything right this offseason, I think in part because he knew that this would be at the end. And you're getting ahead of a potentially unhappy receiver with a new room. I think this is also a chemistry deal. Like they're doing this to get ahead of the fact that Booty wouldn't be getting the same touches he got or the same targets he got last year.
That's what I was going to say, Curtis, too. It's a win for Booty. Like he's going to a place now where he's going to get the targets that he deserves.
Yep.
And I think that if you had kept him here, that was going to be too many guys in one room. It was going to be too many egos in one place. It's a win for the Patriots and for Booty at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you ultimately you get something for him because after the season, you probably would have just lost them for nothing because it wasn't like this guy was coveted. So you get at least something for him. Whether that turns out to be anything, who the hell knows? But at least you're getting something back in return. And he goes to a place, Courtney, you're right, where he now has a legitimate opportunity to make something for himself and financially set himself up for a position where he can get a new contract that, he's happy with.
508 text on the Subaru of New England text line. Huge mistake letting go of Booty. Huge mistake.
Well, that was Friday night.
617 text. This move was to save a couple $1 million, and that's the only reason.
What is wrong
What
with
are we
you?
doing?
Booty makes nothing.
He makes $2 million. That's negligible.
See, you know what people look at?
I'm just telling you, this is the vibe that is out there.
Right, and you know what?
Because they're whipped into a frenzy by morons.
Well, no, you know why the vibe is out there, honestly? Because there's going to be one or two people that go, oh, he made a big catch for you to help you win this specific game last year, which he did.
Yes.
But that's all they're going to look towards. They're going to look to, oh, he could have made a big catch, for you to win a game or two this season. And that's what they're ultimately going to look at.
I'm expecting that A.J. Brown or Romeo Dobbs is going to be making the big catch in those games.
Right.
Should we get to that point. So what a baseball game last night. Curtis, did you stay up as I did last night?
I did.
For that?
I can't turn this team off.
I cannot either. This baseball team suddenly has become the exact polar opposite of what they were during the dark days back in May and June. They are, it doesn't matter, down a couple runs, 8th inning, 9th inning, they come back, they win these baseball games, and it's different guys every other night. There's a different hero every single night on this baseball team.
What a week and a half will do. As I remember sitting at Fenway for the Jimmy Fund, and it was the sky is falling.
Yeah.
What are you nuts? What are you watching that we don't see? And I'm like, hey, listen, I think
We did say let's not panic.
let's not panic. It was this team's they're even going to make the playoffs. The sky was falling. So, I mean, they had a little bump in the road, but now they're kind of, back and doing.
I find this always so baffling. So we're supposed to say they're playing well when they're not?
No. Nobody said that. But the panic when we were at the Jimmy Fund of them losing some games.
Yeah, well, they lost a couple series that they should not have lost.
To bad teams.
We were concerned when they went down and lost that series in Pittsburgh, and rightly so. But
I think it was like they had come off.
When the Pats were down 28-3, I was like, they look good.
No.
Got them right where they want them.
No, but that was in a Super Bowl. I think when you look at this, it was they had come off a historic run and then lost a couple of games. And I understand that people might have a little bit of panic and concern, but it was like you didn't have to pull the ripcord just yet.
I'll tell you who never panics, and that is my guy, Tony Seagulls.
Oh, flock of seagulls.
Flock of seagulls. the guy last night, Mickey Gasper. Are we going to hear from Mickey Gasper during They Said It?
We sure will, Greg.
Okay. On the vibe, on the mentality of this Boston Red Sox team, that is coming up during They Said It on this morning show. But just quite an effort in front of 15,000 Red Sox fans in Miami.
Yep. Hey, Cap fans, that's what you're supporting. You are subsidizing teams like the Marlins by going to Fenway Park. I hope you enjoy your salary cap, you absolute morons.
That game just had it had everything.
It
Miller
really did.
Miller pitching himself out of trouble in the eighth. It was just an excellent baseball game.
We got another month of this.
I know.
Before the playoffs. And then we got Roman coming back Friday night in the Bronx.
And they're 2.5 back of the Yankees.
Oh.
And
the Astros are in the Bronx before the Red Sox, and the Astros always play the Yankees well.
So you got a 4-game series. Your fate is in your hands.
Yep.
If you are the Boston Red Sox. You have 4. You have 4 with the dreaded Yankees this weekend. So
for you to flip with them, if
you are your density, as was once said on Back to the Future. All right,
that Hot Tub Time Machine.
It could have been Hot Tub Time Machine.
Tomato.
Yes. Tomato, potato.
Yeah.
As somebody once famously said on this very radio show. So.
Potato, tomato.
Right. Okay. Well,
that's it.
We're cooking.
So leads in a few minutes. They said it at 7:15. I mentioned that. News coming up at 8, and it appears that police in Tulsa, Oklahoma, are looking for a serial defecator. And so with the warm weather, people tend to take things outside, take their activities outside. And
Been
so
there, done that.
Good thing is there's ring camera footage of this gentleman, and he's hard to miss. So we'll get to that during the news this morning with Courtney coming up at 8.
Can I just get this out of the way because some are asking in Twitch, do you have the eye thing this morning?
I've had the eye thing. I don't have the eye thing. I have some sort of a related eye thing to the cold that Wiggy gave me.
Okay.
So it started in my right eye. Now it is lingering over in my left eye.
Left eye looks a bit droopy.
Well, I didn't give it to you.
Droopy?
Yeah.
I don't want to be accused of having droopy eyes.
No, just one. It looks swollen and a bit droopy.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm here. Am I not here?
No, you're here.
No, you're here.
Day in and day out.
Yeah.
That is it. Battle through it.
No days off for me. I show up. Doesn't matter.
If Courtney hadn't brought it up, candidly, I wouldn't have noticed it. Now it's all I see.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah,
Get this
I
man
don't
some
know why.
Benadryl.
I don't know why she did that.
Well, I was just trying to help you out.
Maybe I'll what? Yeah, help me out. How?
So that you could just let people know that you're,
Nobody knew. There was like two people in the Twitch chat that were talking about it.
All right.
I mean, you want me to sit here and pick your flaws apart?
That would be very difficult.
That is true.
Very difficult.
That is your perfect, Courtney.
Thank you, Jermaine.
You're welcome.
All right. So,
Cooking.
see, now I get the tips. Like Rocco in the Twitch chat says, you got to put tea bags on your eyes. I do not want to be teabagged. Lindsay suggested that to me.
Right.
She said, "What about a teabagging?" And I said, "No,
I don't.
Do you know the new? Hey, do you know the new thing? What, Curtis? Don't get nervous. We don't have to dump out of that.
What is
Oh,
this, a Call of Duty lobby?
You don't have to dump out of that.
I didn't
You
hear-
know the new thing.
The
new thing that we are trying when it comes to health.
Ooh.
What's
a
that?
shot of olive oil every day.
All right.
Oh, people have been doing that for a while.
Have they?
Yeah. Something
Yeah.
I've heard of before.
Okay. What
It's
are
kind
the
of gross
benefits?
huh?
What are the benefits of it? It's the first time I've ever heard of this.
You ever heard of the Mediterranean diet? You ever heard of
No.
the green zones
No.
where the people are the
Missed that
healthiest in the entire world?
No.
It's because they consume olive oil.
All right.
Now, I tend to do the shot, and then I do a loaf of bread chaser.
Right.
I don't know if that.
With a little Parmesan
Yeah.
spread in the olive oil.
I don't know if that's healthy or not.
Greg, you are
Back
cooking
in
it.
this one.
It sounds pretty good.
Can I
Does it
tell you
help
something?
digestion?
Yeah, Greg, I got to tell you, this is good for Lindsay. I don't think it's for you. It says that it is something that helps boost caloric intake. 1 tablespoon adds 120 calories, which can help lead to weight gain for people struggling to put on weight.
Yeah, well, Curtis, are they good calories or
Yeah,
bad
that's
calories?
the key.
As long as
Oh,
they're
that's
good
a good
calories.
question.
I don't
There's a
care.
good calories.
I
Yeah, that
don't-
is the key.
I love I would gargle olive oil.
I gotta say, I've started ear seeding,
All
and
right,
it's
have no idea what that means.
It's
What?
changing my life.
What is that?
You put these little seeds in your ear, and then there's for pressure points, and so it's supposed to help with like focus, stress, bowel movements.
Okay.
It's supposed to help with everything, and
All
so
right.
I've picked certain places on my ear to place these seeds, and I
What
feel like
kind
a
of
new woman.
seeds?
Now, when does it start? Because you were a little bit off focus-wise on the feed this morning. The
We're
team
in a
that the
bit
Red
of a
Sox beat
sleep
last
regression, but
Okay.
I do feel more
That's-
focused. So I was bummed at myself to screw that up in the
Yeah,
beginning.
yeah.
Maybe you got the
M&M.
wrong seeds.
Yeah.
No, they're the right seeds.
Oh, are they the?
Yeah. But
Oh,
they're
those are
just-
them right there?
Yeah, they're placed.
Those look like earrings.
Right? They're stylish
How
as
much
well.
were they?
All right. Anyway, we got to take a quick break, as we do, and by quick I mean 2 minutes, and then we will come back and get going with leads on the droopy-eyed Greg Hill show at WEEI.
Hey, Mom. Now that
alone. I've been sleeping all alone. Lord, I miss you. I've been hanging on the phone. I've been sleeping all alone. I won't kiss you.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios at 20 Guest Street Kid on the luxurious third floor with a bird's eye view of the on-ramp of the Massachusetts Turnpike. This is the Greg Hill Show. There is, by the way, at Catches, there is no fee unless you win. Red Sox, 4 in a row, Curtis. I believe 6 of the last 7. I'm trying to remember what Lou was saying during the game last night. Hey, it's Lou. But I believe their 33rd comeback win this season for the Boston Red Sox.
Tracy's turnaround.
The 30th save for Aroldis Chapman last night. And so
what a free agent signing. Historically great by Craig Breslow, who'll join us Thursday.
Yes.
From New Hampshire.
Bresbot will be on the show on Thursday, and Curtis is right. We're doing a bonus road show in New Hampshire Thursday morning. We will be at Tuscan Village with Needham Bank, and we will be out of doors at the Sam Adams Pavilion. And by the way,
quick aside, shots of olive oil before the show?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And if you go at some point today to WEEI.com, you can get in on the money bag pick that we have going on Thursday with Needham Bank, and someone could win $10,000.
Whoa.
In this economy, as somebody once said.
Somehow Wiggy's going to win.
I wish.
Make sure at the point you go to WEEI.com. But yes, Craig Breslow on the show Thursday.
In this economy?
This is Rick from Plymouth. Good morning, Rick.
Let's get started on this trade. Is Don Sweeney running the Patriots this week or something? I mean, what's going on? All they've got to do is buy the jersey, and the guy gets traded the next year. I'm telling you. Every player I like gets shipped out of this town. How are the Patriots? How is this a win for the Patriots? They're not a better team today than they were yesterday. So how is this a good trade?
Well,
I don't understand it.
Did you hear Mike Vrabel yesterday discussing the depth issue on the football team?
Understood.
Okay. So
and I do know he needs a safety. I understand that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's one small way, and depending on how the player performs, that is one.
This is a bargain basement safety. I mean, come on. We could have got more back for Booty than this.
What do you think they could have gotten
back? I mean, like
back,
I said, is Don Sweeney running the Patriots this week?
We got it.
Yes.
This is a typical Boston trade. We got junk back for him.
What would you have gotten back in return for Kayshon Boutte? What do you think a fair deal?
I would have at least got a couple more draft picks out of this. I mean, come on, you got a bargain basement safety, and you got what, a 7th round pick or something like that? What was it?
Yeah. And 2028.
In 2028.
Yep.
All right.
So
you'd have
been happy if they got a 5th rounder?
We got nothing back for a decent receiver. This guy played last year. He played well.
But he's not going to play this year, Rick, nearly as much.
On this team.
Right.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have traded him. What I'm saying is we should have got a little bit more back for him if we're going to trade him.
All right.
Okay.
I mean,
Rick,
this is a typical Boston trade.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The only thing I would have said with the trade, I would have said, and maybe they try to do it, I would have tried to pry away a possible edge guy from the Texans instead of a safety. But maybe they tried.
You would have thrown Hugo Gonzalez in.
Oh, I would have thrown anybody in there.
If that were possible.
Yeah, but no, that's what I would have
done. Under no circumstance.
Yeah, I would have definitely tried to maybe grab an edge guy if they could, but maybe they did, and the Texans didn't want to come off one of the guys that they might have had.
I mean, he's a guy who wanted to be traded.
Yes.
He's a guy who unfollowed his team on social media this season.
Was on South Beach.
So, I mean, and he handled it like a gentleman, but he clearly didn't want to be here, and they accommodated that. What's the point of, as Curtis said earlier, what's keeping a guy around if he's not happy? not going to be here, and you have an overabundance of players at the position anyway. But as I told you at the start of the show, there are those like Rick that are out there who are very upset with this deal. Very upset with it. So.
And he's not your guy. You know, when you think about it, Kyle Williams is the guy you drafted. Booty wasn't your guy. So you look at it and go, all right, and to Shime's point, at best, maybe he gets us 300, receiving yards. That's really, we expect Kyle Williams can do
Wiggy,
that.
just wait for the first A.J. Brown 100-yard receiving game, and everybody on the planet will forget about Keyshawn Booty.
This is Walter from Boston. Hello, Walter.
Yeah, I was laughing because I knew this was going to happen this morning. We all know Booty made some good plays here. But like Wiggy was saying, he was going to 4 or 5 on the depth charts here. You bring a guy in, I don't know if this guy's going to be what he was at Penn State, but he plays a position they don't have. They don't have the safety that comes up near the line of scrimmage like Peppers used to do that covers tight ends. This guy does that. So it's like Booty's a 6th-round pick. People in here acting like, they were going to get a 2nd or 3rd, like he's T. Higgins. It's not that. It's like I'm happy they got something from him because the way they were sharpening him and nobody was going at him, I thought that they were just going to get nothing from him next year. So you guys have a good day.
All right, Walter, thank you. Your reaction to that trade all morning and all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. And we'll be back momentarily, and we will get started with today's leads.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire.
Shime, interesting choice from you this morning when it comes to lead songs. That's The Doors and Light My Fire. I believe that song, originally composed, was too long for radio back in the 1960s.
Oh, because it was like 7 minutes long?
Correct. And so the attention span of the American when it came to listening to songs on the radio was, according to the know-it-all consultant experts, was 3 to 4 minutes. So the Doors had to do a version of that song that was only 3 to 4 minutes. So, because people wouldn't last, like if they were listening on the AM radio, they wouldn't last longer than 3 minutes. That was the theory anyway.
Which is really interesting because I think nowadays you see songs that are either less than 3 minutes or more than 4.5 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like
one way
30
or
seconds
another.
to 60 seconds. That's why there's so many TikTok songs that go viral.
Well, those are only parts of the song. That
Exactly.
But that's all they like. Then when they listen to the actual song, they don't want to hear the song. They just want to hear the viral part.
Well, I tend to be more like a 10, 11 minute guy.
All right.
Leads this morning are brought to you by Subaru. And with so much to love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. It's happening right now. You can find your local Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hello, Shime.
Hey, Greg, good morning. We've talked a lot about the Keyshawn Boutte trade, but the other big Patriots news yesterday, Christian Gonzalez was out at practice. I know there's no contract done, so we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah.
But he was out at practice and a full participant yesterday, which I think is a big deal.
Yeah,
Clearly,
must have recovered from the injury as soon as the joint practices ended. That's great. That's
it's an
that's
interesting
good.
point, Greg.
Yeah.
My theory is that Gonzalez and Vrabel had a plan that he wasn't going to participate in any of these joint practices. He would participate in the practices as well as which are far more controlled and controllable situations so that he doesn't risk injury, and he's still negotiating with the team. So maybe Schefter might be wrong on this one, and they're a little closer than the two sides seemed a week or two ago.
You know what almost ruined my vacation, and it wasn't the beach chair setup hours before the people were actually there.
By the way, overwhelming support for you and I on that.
Oh my God. Courtney, you took a lot of abuse yesterday on that.
Shocking.
There were so many people who said complete and utter douche move.
So many people are wrong.
Like
it is crazy. People need to stay in their lane. I think people need to just worry about themselves and stop worrying about what everybody else is doing in their life.
Stay in your lane. Don't take up the whole beach and leave it unoccupied.
Yes, the circle was a bit large. I wish that they had condensed it a bit. Douche move.
But anyway, what ruined it was you telling me that the deal would be done last Wednesday.
I'm nervous.
Or last Friday.
Or that Roman Anthony should be shut down.
I'm nervous.
You told me 97 times it was all about the guaranteed money.
So let me ask you this then. So then, are you nervous?
Huh?
Are you nervous?
Nervous about what?
About them getting a deal done.
I am nervous that the man has an absolutely wild expectation about what he is going to be paid, and that is not the wise thing for the football team to do.
Right.
And so, therefore, unless he comes back down to earth, you may have to trade the guy.
So that's why I said, because I am now nervous about this. I am really concerned that there's this deal potentially could not get done, and that might lead to them saying, okay, we have to trade him sitting out, because if we all know what the money is, and if you're thinking that could be that he's asking for the world, they're not going to give it to him. How are you not concerned then? Because I thought, all right, maybe even if it takes a little bit longer than, Wednesday or Friday, but now there's real concern with this, to Shime's lead, all right, if they're like, all right, he's not going to practice when it's joint practices or preseason, what happens week 1?
I think they're getting a deal done. I think that we'll know this week. That's
All
where
right.
I am. I'm not worried about it one bit.
So what is it then? What's the holdup?
I think that they figured it out. That's why he was back yesterday, and that we're just waiting for them to announce it now.
All right, so the deal's done then.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Me personally.
Because I'm like, what's the holdup if we all know what the money is and we went down this road a million different times?
Why wouldn't they announce it?
Well, I think that they're just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. I think that they have come to an agreement. There was one slight insider over yesterday that had tweeted that he heard whispers that
okay,
that things were.
So you got a
were
little
done.
juice here then.
That's what I've been hearing.
Wow. All right.
Who was it? The Substacker?
Nope.
What's a slight insider? Somebody that's thin?
Well, like somebody that knows people.
So it seems like you
national
can
or local.
I'm not going down this road because we all know what happened with me and the Swayman deal. I'm just saying, me personally, from whispers, I think that a deal's been done.
Okay, so the
Mitch,
insider.
let's get this on the internet.
So the insider hasn't put it out there publicly. This is just wherever you're getting it from.
Yeah.
Huh?
Holy cow!
Wow. All right.
I'm just saying. That's what I believe. That's what I believe.
This is news to me.
But
What
this isn't
I
what you
believe.
believe. This is something you've been whispered.
Well, it's what I believe.
Like what are they?
Wow.
What are they doing? Running photocopies of the contract so legal could take a
Yeah,
look
they
at
want
it?
to make
Like,
sure
why-
that the
why
press release is done
what's-
correctly.
Wow.
There's a million things.
Is this the seating?
It could be. My focus is on point.
It really is.
No, but if you're getting
Sleep regression and all.
I walked in. I said, "Why is Schefter here?"
Yeah.
but if
okay.
you're getting whispered to, that is some huge
Breaking
news
news.
right there.
Courtney reporting.
No,
the deal
no,
is
no,
done.
no,
I don't
no,
think
no,
she's
no, no,
getting
no.
whispered to. I think she saw something on TikTok.
No. Just everybody relax.
Are these
There's no report.
hallucinations?
I'm not a reporter. Just my vibe. It's my
All
vibe
right,
this
okay,
morning.
getting the vibe.
Yeah.
All right.
Just vibes.
So you didn't get whispered to.
Oh my God.
And the vibe is that anytime there's a joint practice that's important to the football team, and his only opportunity to get any kind of a rep whatsoever as a one, he doesn't show up and participate. But then when there's a random practice, he does. That's the vibe that the
Vibes.
deal is done.
Mhm.
Okay.
We'll see.
Oh,
This is the week. I have zero worry.
All right. Okay. Well, it's already done. So
Negative worries.
All right. So here's something by Friday. I'm excited about this because I was concerned.
Yeah. Well, listen, you were far. You said you told
Yeah.
me, you guaranteed me Wednesday or Friday.
Oh.
Guaranteed it.
Based on what Courtney said, it was only, I was only off by a week. So
I woke up Wednesday morning, grabbed my cinnamon bun from Ocean Park Sub and Grocery, and I said, today is the day that Gonzo signs.
that's what I said.
You were
Coach
looking
told
for
me.
it in that newspaper.
Oh, my God. That newspaper. $4 for that puppy. Not a lot of news in there either. No offense to the Portland Herald, but
Did it have a nice crossword?
I didn't bother with the I took a look at my horoscope.
Nice.
The more I think about it, that is such a waste of money.
What?
Like, my apologies, $4 for a newspaper with news that you could just get online for free.
That's outdated.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's the
That
coupons.
is crazy.
It's the coupons you get in that newspaper.
It's the
Who
it's
coupons
the, it's,
anymore?
A lot of people.
It's not the actual news or the newspaper. It is the vibe of sitting there on the front stoop, casually taking your time and observing people as they make their way around Ocean Park.
That's it.
Being
Enjoying,
observed as someone that is learned.
licking your finger and flipping the page of the newspaper.
Oh, Santo does that with books, and it drives me up a wall. Like,
What?
there's no reason to lick your finger when you're taking
Oh, I
the next
disagree.
page.
As someone who does it all the time.
How do you
I
get the page
disagree.
if it's slick?
Yeah.
It's
You're
not
sometimes-
slick.
Yeah, but sometimes the pages stick together and your fingers aren't tacky enough to get it to separate.
I know it's shocking. I've read many a book. I have never once licked my finger to turn a page.
Save that.
When I do it, I sometimes say, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Ew.
I notice the flavor. All right, we are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more leads next.
What if we dropped a giant...
They said it coming up at 7:15. That includes what Mickey Gasper said about the mentality of this Red Sox team, who have now won 4 in a row, 6 of the last 7. Also, what the new owner of the Padres said about delivering a World Series. Very interesting couple who bought the Padres. You catch any of that yesterday?
I heard a little bit, Greg. I'm excited to play the audio today during they said it.
Yeah, it's kind of it's giving me a Billy Banners vibe when it comes to those who have never owned a franchise before, who are fans.
How have we talked about an owner and not talked about the owner?
Oh, we'll get to that probably during the news, but we can get to it if it's anybody's lead or anything. It was just not a good day for the owner of the San Francisco 49ers yesterday.
Yikes. Yikes.
There's got to be better ways.
Better what?
It's got to be better ways in 2026.
You would think so. I mean, you're a multi-millionaire. You'd think you could go to a cocktail party or something and meet a woman, but
not what I would talk. Yeah.
But anyway, we will get to all of that. Of course, the listening audience still dealing with the aftermath of another cocoa bomb on the show this morning.
Massive.
I just tweeted it.
Absolute bomb out of nowhere. I mean, believing that Christian Gonzalez is done this week.
Yep.
They're just waiting. It's done now, actually.
It's done now.
They are just waiting.
Yeah, Courtney said they're dotting the T's and crossing the I's.
I did not say that, actually. I did not. I said it correctly. And
you got my. Hey, listen, you talked me off the ledge.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what I'm here to do, Wiki.
All right. Curtis, good morning. Your lead today?
I can't tell you how much I miss the nervous energy from Courtney.
My fingers, like I'm picking skin. I'm like.
I love it. So something I don't love is an update I got this morning from the CTE Foundation sent to my inbox from their PR team. The headline is, at least 1 in 4 former NFL players who died between 2016 and 2021 had CTE. 1 in 4 of the players that died in that era when they were testing for it had CTE, which is a awful, awful, awful ailment that has hit so many players that have been playing in the NFL. And my question to the room, it's chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Is that how you pronounce it? CTE is much better.
Yeah.
And it is far higher than the prevalence of the general population. Researchers also found that 62% of NFL donors, meaning players that had played in the NFL and donated their brain to the Boston University Concussion Foundation, they met the clinical criteria for dementia. So not only did they have CTE, they also had dementia, which is just a scourge for these guys that give so much so that we can enjoy watching them play in the NFL. My question to the room is, at what point does this hit the point of no return? If they can test in living people. We all love the NFL. It gave Wiggy an opportunity to make a life for himself, for his family, for his mom, for everybody. But is there a point of no return? Or is this just we're going to go off the cliff?
What do you mean a point of no return?
Where people decide that this is not something I'm going to consume, where players decide this is not a risk worthy of the punishment that I'm giving my brain.
I never. I think the risk return is too big for those who want to play in the NFL. It was, look what it did to our guy LB.
Mm-hmm.
And later in life, what he dealt with when it came to CTE. It's horrible.
Right.
But you love playing football.
Right.
You love the game of football.
Right.
There are so many that play that game that love it and would not make. I don't think you would. Would you do anything different?
Nope. Most, and I think there might be a handful of athletes that maybe do things differently, but I think there's always going to be so many guys that are like, you know what? If I get to that point, if I can afford the opportunity to make a living playing a sport, I will do it.
I even think that to take it a step further, not only would you not do anything different, but then you let your children play football.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's nothing more special in your life than your children. and you love the game so much that you allowed your children to then
Right.
put themselves in that position. Like, I look at football and all the positives that it brings so many people.
Right.
And the negatives don't outweigh the positives, in my opinion, for my child. in
How
the
many
future.
people do you think would stop playing if they could be tested and found that they had early onset CTE?
I would say, you mean guys that are actually in the league?
Guys that are in college,
College
guys that are,
everywhere.
like,
I would probably say
your
less.
son's age.
Yeah, I would probably say less than 2%.
Really?
No.
Then why is the NFL fighting testing for it?
Well, I think I don't know why they're fighting, but
Well, why do you think?
Because they'd probably be required to put more money towards
yeah,
safety.
it would be some about money.
They'd
Yeah.
also probably be required to pay out on all kinds of lawsuits and
Right.
settlements and things like that.
Right.
from-
Which they don't do anyways. You know, if you look at the $1 billion that was won, I mean, you know, it's guys try to get it, but it's damn near impossible to get.
You haven't gotten a cent.
No. And I mean, there are guys that are like literally, you know, in wheelchairs that don't get anything.
If you guys had to guess, what is more likely? The NFL resembles something similar to what it does right now in 10 years, or in 10 years it looks more like joint practices?
No, what we see right
Yeah,
now.
what we see now.
I
Yeah,
don't
because
think
you
I
look
don't
at
think it's changing.
because of what you'll see now.
It's almost, if you look at the NFL that Wiki played in the late 90s.
Well, yeah,
it's totally different.
the practice and all that, but as far as like
jacked up,
the game is kind of like
the game is still the same.
Yeah, the
though.
game is still the same. Like, so you're saying
if you
like
hit a guy over the middle, it's a flag that would never been called. Watch the 2001 Patriots, the 25th anniversary season. If you're of an age, watch those games. The way they hit players, the way they hit the
the
quarterback,
game
it
is
is totally
the
different.
game has changed, but there's still massive hits in the NFL. I
Yeah,
mean,
and it's just evolution. It's
Yeah.
not necessarily like a massive shift in the the
Wait,
way
it's
the
not
game
how
is
the game
played.
is. Wait, it's not how
You're
the game is
you're
litigated.
you're talking about it becoming like joint practices and flag football.
It
That's
is going
never
to
gonna
look
happen.
far more like that than it does
no,
right now.
you're not.
it's not.
You're the problem is it's like you look at it like the Deacon Jones hedge slap is like Shime says, the evolution of the game.
Like, remember when Jadeveon Clowney got drafted, Wiggy? We glorified that hit he made of the running back in the backfield.
Right.
That's all you saw the entire time up until he got drafted.
Do you think there will come a point where everybody will be forced to wear the Guardian helmets?
No, I think it'll be like, because you see even like a lot of practices now, like some guys wear them, some guys don't. And I believe A.J. Brown don't wear one. So I think it's more about preference. They're there. I think what the NFL has done, obviously now versus when I've played, is they have given you so much more awareness of it as a player. They've helped guys out.
It's your decision to make. You know the risk.
Right, but they don't want to actually fund the research that would let you know if you have CTE or not.
All right, Curtis, thank you. For those who are curious about the effects of CTE on the human brain, Wiggy's lead is coming up momentarily.
Sit.
And
take the L's as they come.
We'll be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show.
motivation. I wanna see you lose it. I wanna hear you say it. I wanna know the dark that I share a brain with. Oh, tell me when you were broken. Do you still have a heart, or is somebody stole it? But I'm far too tired to watch you laugh and lift the sports TV. I'll get your house paid off so the feds can't touch it. Another thing we don't talk about anymore. Don't worry, I won't bring it up. You can scream at me when I come home. Drunk and it's fine. I know your company line when I ask about the past you tonight.
Well, we've gone a whole hour without getting the forecast from our chief meteorologist. So could you open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis, please? By the way, that's an energy efficient window world of Boston weather window that we have in our beautiful new studio. Curtis, what do we got today?
I give today a 10.
All right.
64 degrees right now. Sunny, going to be gorgeous. Afternoon high of 78 in downtown Boston.
Excellent. Okay.
Also, good news for those of you who celebrate. Pumpkin now at Starbucks today.
Oh, yeah. Not a Starbucks person.
Yep. It's a great coffee.
Yeah. I don't like the vibe.
I'm a liberal.
I base everything off vibes.
I'm a Dunkin' Donuts person through and through.
And I have officially tweeted the tweet.
And I said enough.
Breaking, per at Cox Courtney, the Patriots and at Chris Gonzo 28 have agreed to a new deal. You want to hear who I tagged?
Yeah. Who did you tag?
I tagged Schefter, Florio, Burt Breer, Rich, Ken, and Ted, because God knows we got to tag them. Keith, Seth Moulton, Peter Gammons, Carrot Top, Shaq, Skinny Girl, and Jeff Rickard.
It's official.
That's right. Another Cocoa Bar.
Yeah.
Cocoa Bar.
I always knew she had it in her. I'm going to go for a bike ride.
Massive, though.
JP.
All right. We have leads left, and then we're going to get to They Said It. And we'll hear from Mickey Gasper, among others, during They Said It. But, Courtney, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I don't know if you guys saw, but Jason Tatum's dad is making some headlines.
Oh, yes.
Saw that.
Yeah, he was on the Ultimate Dads Unplugged podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Great pod.
Yeah, and he was asked about who he thinks could win a chip this year. Thought what he had to say was very interesting. Here is Jason Tatum's father.
But this is going to bring some controversy. Who you think going to win the NBA championship this year? Tatum, talk to him.
Realistically, I might say New York might run it back.
I'll slap the hell out of you. If you don't say, hey, the team your son on, you got to be crazy. You see, he said his son.
I said
you
right,
better say your son.
Right now, roster
who cares about the roster?
I do.
What I don't care about is that he thinks that the Knicks could run it back. Yeah, sure, that's fine. But then to say the roster is S, that's a bit of an issue. If you are a Celtics fan right now, your son is supposedly the star going to take this team all the way, and the Celtics have put all their eggs in the Jason Tatum basket. I certainly don't want his dad going out there saying the roster is S and giving any type of excuse for what this team could do this season.
Would you guess that his son is saying the same thing to him?
I would think
that
so.
Would be a real problem if that's what's going on.
You know, Greg, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I would think looking at the roster, I don't need Tatum's dad to tell me that it's not a great roster.
Yeah.
As a Celtics fan, I look at it and go, okay, you got Jason Tatum, then you got Paul George, Hugo Gonzalez.
Now, I will say it could be worse because you could be having a conversation with Jaylen Brown's dad and he would beat you up.
But he
Why do we
said,
have to bring Brown into it? You know,
but Jalen's dad said the Sixers would win it, so
Yeah.
good
For
for him.
breakfast, do it again tomorrow.
Yeah,
but
I've seen him in the ring. That's a big man. So,
well, Texter says he can thank his egotistical son that Jaylen Brown is not on the team anymore. So there's that.
don't worry though.
That's
Tatum's
what
buddy
it-
Paul George is on the roster.
that's it.
so-
PG-13.
Yep.
Yeah. Old man Paul George.
Yeah, and they're
So-
really talking up the besties of the two of them.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
they are?
the photos
All right.
and stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Very interesting.
Okay. Well, we will
See what
see.
happens.
I'm hoping that Jason Tatum's father is incorrect.
Yeah.
about that, and we will have the opportunity to see. Thank you, Courtney. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So I know there's been some rumblings about the playing time, but I'm here to tell you this, man. I have no issue.
The what? The playing time?
Yeah, the playing time with
For the ones?
for the Patriots. Yeah,
Okay, I needed a little further
sport are we
explanation.
I mean,
Where are you? What are you talking about?
yeah.
But yes, okay.
I mean, playing time. What else? It's not like we're talking about Red Sox, but anyways,
yeah.
the playing time for the New England Patriots and their ones, I have no issue with it at all. I think that when you look at the preseason, and I've always kind of said this, to me, it's for the younger guys. It's for you to try to figure out, who are the potentially those bubble guys, or maybe a guy that you're expecting to do a little bit more. You just want to see what he looks like in a game situation, in the sense of like, all right, how does he handle not playing a lot now to having to play a little bit more? So those guys are the ones that I generally look at need preseason more than a guy like Drake May, more than a guy like A.J. Brown, Hunter Henry. Like, to me, those guys don't, Milton Williams, those guys do not need preseason.
They don't need playing time.
No, not at all.
I would agree with you on that. Do they need time chemistry-wise? Like, do Drake May and Romeo Doubs, for instance, need to develop chemistry in a game situation?
No, that's what practice is for. That's what you practice for every single day. You practice, you build that chemistry, you stay after practice, you get there early, you work on, that's where you work on the timing and the chemistry. That's ultimately what it is. I think that, to me, that's the most important thing. That's what those guys need to do, and they probably do it every single day. You sprinkle in some of the joint practices to allow you to go against some of the ones in a controlled environment for the other team, some of the better players on the other side of the football. But to me, I'm not one of these people that subscribe to, Drake May needs to get out there. Some teams do it. I saw the Cincinnati Bengals week 1 of the preseason play Joe Burrow. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But there are some teams that play him. I think that Drake May is a guy that he understands what he needs to do.
Somehow it apparently worked out for Deshaun Watson, because he will be starting for that football team after the playing time that he got.
Yeah.
That is a wild story.
Insane.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
But it's a ton of money.
Yeah, and
they'll play him for the first couple of weeks.
He has 1 year left on his contract. Who cares about the money at this point?
I know.
Because if he can hit lightning in a bottle and play well early, maybe they trade him and then they get something in return.
Who the hell knows?
Nobody's trading for that guy.
They play their first 2 games on the road, which is where he's going to be playing, and then maybe when they come back home, it'll be Shador time.
Right.
The Shador show.
Wiggs, can I ask you a question as
Sure.
a former NFL star? How much do you put into the need to get into game shape, in that you're hitting in full pads, and that potential injuries that happen early in a season now that you're not really – I get the live game stuff, but is there any concern that there might be more injuries in the first couple weeks because you're not having that same preseason preparation for your body for that stuff?
No, I never subscribe to that. I know there are some guys that, that might subscribe to the defense and they don't tackle as much. And that to me is more of a technical thing than it actually is.
Not physical.
A physicality thing. Because if you're training and you're banging every day, like we always, as offensive linemen, tight end, defensive ends, we always said once our shoulder pads were on, it was basically live anyways, the way we were coming off the ball.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't really subscribe to that.
All right, Wiggy, thank you.
You got it, brother.
The data is out, courtesy of Tick Pick, on the most expensive ticket in the NFL.
All right.
This upcoming season.
Game?
Yes. Would you like to guess which team is the most expensive ticket in the NFL?
For the whole season?
Yes.
Wow.
Like if you wanted to
No,
buy.
I thought you meant like a specific game was the most.
Oh, no.
Season
tickets. Which franchise has the most expensive ticket in the NFL currently?
Oh, wow. This
It's going to be the Cowboys.
Nope.
No. Buffalo Bills.
Yes. Would you like to guess how much it will cost you on average to go to a Bills game this season?
I'm gonna $450.
Huh?
$450.
No.
For one ticket, we're talking one
ticket.
Does it include parking?
I'm gonna say $250.
No, $610.
Damn.
They got to pay for that new stadium.
Number two, Philadelphia Eagles, $473.
Wow.
I wouldn't be paid $500 to go to that stupid stadium.
Number 3, the currently Chicago, soon to be somewhere else, Bears, $472.
Indiana Bears.
Wow.
And the New England Patriots come in at number 10, $364 on average to go to a game.
Wow.
So
who's the cheapest?
I didn't go all the way. I'm probably the Browns. The Browns.
Jaguars.
The Browns are the Cardinals.
So if you're gonna take your family to a Bills game,
$2,400.
It's you and the wife and a couple kids. It's $2,400. How are people doing this?
I have
Do you have a non-obstructed view?
And it's not like Buffalo's some burgeoning metropolis. Like,
I mean, it is. I just don't understand, which is kind of sad. Like, in order to bring your kids to a sporting event, you got to blow almost $2,500 if you're in Buffalo.
My in-laws went to the preseason game like a week ago, and they said the stadium is not that great.
Right.
It's like there's no way people should be spending $600 to go to that place.
And I mean, I love sports. We all know that I'm a sports guy. With HDTV and 4K and all that stuff, like if I didn't get free tickets, I would never go to a game.
Not even a Sox game, not even a playoff game.
No, like I just the experience of watching the game on TV, the ability to watch 50 other games at the same time, like it is awesome.
And football is in my opinion, the last when it comes to live viewing.
It is because you miss a lot.
Yes.
If you're there, you miss a lot. Now, I will say in September, October, the whole experience, tailgate outside, whatever, it blows any other sporting experience
But just
away.
from the viewing factor, being in the seat watching the game, football is bottom, in my opinion, would be the last live sporting event that I would want to see.
What's number one for you, NBA?
I would say NBA, because if you can, and I'm just saying based on like I could get the best seat in the house, courtside, 50-yard line, I would say I would go probably basketball first.
Even not the best seat in the house, though. I think basketball number one. Like I think that you could be anywhere in the arena, and I think basketball is fun to watch.
To me, the one thing I would actually spend money on would be playoff baseball. Like going to Fenway for a Sox-Yankees game is electric in the playoffs. Regular season, not so much, but playoff hockey would probably be number 2.
Sox only 2.5 games out from having that series with the Yankees at home, Curtis.
I cannot wait.
At Fenway Park.
Let me say, Sam doing a great job. Seats around, let me know.
All right, those are the leads, and they said it coming up in 2 minutes, no longer on the Greg Hill Show.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you, 24/7.
News coming up with Courtney at 8, and in Oklahoma, they are on the lookout for a serial defecator. So it's that time of year, and we'll get to that important news and the rest of the news coming up at 8. Just if you're listening to the show and texting in, please try to follow along carefully. I had a 603 text here that says, "Hey, Greg, Red Sox-Yankees upcoming series is in New York, not in Boston." Yeah, no, I was trying to be clear about the wild card series. I would prefer that it is here at Fenway Park.
Thank you, though.
Not in New York, sir or ma'am. Thank you. Try to follow along if you could. But this Yankees series, very important. 4-game series, double header. Let's play 2 on Saturday, Curtis.
I love it. Oh, boy, do I love a doubleheader.
So I expect Roman Anthony to be back with this baseball team down there in the Bronx come this weekend. So that is big news. You can talk about it all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Shime, let's get to it.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
At Catches, they have won over $3 billion for injured New Englanders. If that is you, you have been hurt at work, hurt at a business, reach out and get help from Catches. Go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. Are we going to hear from Mickey Gasper first this morning?
That's
Sean?
correct, Greg. Look at you. You're reading my brain today. Mickey Gasper spoke after the game last night, had a good game for the Sox as the Sox beat the Marlins 4-2. Here is Mickey Gasper talking about the team finishing that way, getting that win, and the team's mentality.
I felt great. You know, it was a lot of competitive at-bats all night, and, you know, that 9th inning, really good pitcher in Fairbanks, and felt like I had a good plan, you know, looking for in a certain zone, and, you know, was able to work a walk. And then, you know, Siegler with the huge hit, Sogi with the huge insurance run. That was just that's what you got to do in the 9th inning, especially when you're taking the lead and then, you know, giving Chappie a little buffer.
You've been with Siegler, you know, in Worcester this year, here. Like, how big is that energy for this team?
It's huge, you know. It's next man up. It's when your name's called, you know, come out and give it everything you got and do your job. And, you know, that's what Siegs did tonight. It's, you know, it's no surprise to me. I knew he was ready to play. I always know he's ready to play. And, you know, when his name's in the lineup, he's going to go out there and do what he does and be himself.
Tony Seagulls, that game had everything. RBI triple in the 9th. Sox go up 3-2. That game had everything last night, Curtis. What a game. By the way, Contreras hit last night by a pitch and reacted well. Did not lose control last night. I was very happy about that.
There were no emptying of the benches, clearing of anything, and
that's the 22nd time that he has been hit. Now Jones blames it all on him.
He crowds the plate.
So what?
I know, but that's, you know, I guess it's like if you're
Adam Jones doesn't like him. I get it, but
well, I don't. Doesn't bother me.
Like, it doesn't bother me.
Greg, of course, has no issue with crowding a plate.
But I think he's probably one of those hitters that looks at it and goes, because I love to crowd the plate, that I'm just going to get hit with pitches at times.
Yeah,
you know, I think that's part of the game. Wasn't Jim Rice like that? Was it Jim Rice who got hit by a lot of pitches? Didn't he like to crowd the plate? Or was it Don Baylor that I'm thinking about?
I mean, didn't Ortiz crowd the plate? Who was the guy that had the huge elbow pad that crowded the plate? Was it Frank Thomas?
Oh, yeah.
Big Hurt?
The Big Hurt.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think he probably knows that.
We need a new nickname for the Durbinator.
You don't like the Durbinator no more?
I was going with Derby for a while. I don't like it.
All right.
How do you think? I was thinking during the game last night, and I don't want to offend him, but Courtney brings this up from time to time because we know she has an issue with
when she's not breaking massive news.
Right. When she's not dropping cocoa bombs like the one this morning. But what do you think he would like, the short king of the North?
No. Immediately no.
No?
No.
Oh, you don't
like,
think that?
What are we doing?
Unless he leans into it.
No man is leaning into being a short king. Everyone's on their tippy toes and wearing lifts in their shoes.
Okay.
What if we go in the opposite direction, Greg? He's been giving off a lot of good energy. What if we go with the Big Derb?
Big Derb, I like.
Yeah.
BBD? No, BDE. Big Derby energy.
All right.
Right.
All right. But we already have that BDE we use for Shime's his big dog energy.
Well, Shime can share.
And Bolo.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Lotto had a song about it. So
Speaking of short kings, though, wait till the news.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Jed York,
Yeah.
unfortunate.
He is a bit of a short king.
Oh, is he a
Massive
shorter
The
guy?
owner of the Niners.
My
yeah.
God.
Yeah. Riverside would not be a fun trip.
Is the team, did they choose the 49ers because that's the average age of the hookers that he gets at the trailer park?
I have so many questions.
yeah.
What
I mean,
a
you're
bizarre
stuffed
story.
to the gills and you go in a trailer park? It's not like a
Curtis,
strip club around.
are you worried at all about innings when it comes to Chapman?
No, not
Okay.
at all. The Red Sox are built for the playoffs. They are built to win a World Series. I know that is crazy. Some might even say idiotic. Pipe dream. But front end pitching, back end absolute lock, stock, and barrel in Aroldis Chapman.
Concerned at all about Ranger?
Yeah, I would not trust him in the playoffs.
Okay.
No, I would go Sonny and then Peyton. Tolley and Gray. Gray, Tolley. And then figure out the third starter. And then you got, I love the way this team's playing. And yes, Wiggy, I go up and down. I'm a Red Sox fan. I'm crazy by nature.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying you don't have to jump off the ledge after 2 series losses.
I was born on the ledge.
Well,
after they set records for the wins that they set.
The problem is they set records both ways. They set records historically in a good way and historically in a bad way. So there was.
But I think a lot of us felt like the beginning of the season and the way that they were performing and what their record was, that wasn't really who they were. And granted, I'm not saying they are that team that, went on that unbelievable stretch and won all those.
This is revisionist history. You were down on them like everybody else was.
Yeah, but I was always like, we always had this conversation. They're not as bad as what they are putting out there. I had done leads on that. Your hitters at that point in time, major league hitters were hitting below a major league average, and that's why you're performing. But those were guys you were like, you go, oh, that's who he is as a hitter. You just go, man, they're not living up to who we just want them to be.
The mentality, which Mickey Gasper was talking about, has completely changed. Like, you can tell they believe that they're down in these games late in the game, down in the 8th, down in the 9th, and they believe they can win the baseball game, and they do.
Yeah.
That's
what Sonny Gray told us. And when Sonny Gray had the audio, it said, like, every time we step out on the field, we expect to win the game.
It's a never say die attitude, which is completely polar opposite of what they were at the beginning of the season. Where as soon as they go down 2 runs, the game was over.
Yeah. Right. All right. We are going to take a break. We will continue with more of They Said It next.
It's back at Shaw's and Star.
Curtis delivering a beautiful day today. You said near 80. Am I correct about that, Curtis?
Gorgeous day, 78 degrees, going to be beautiful sunshine, not too humid out there. Great day to go out there and enjoy some lovely time outdoors with your family.
Okay. Hello and good morning to those that happen to be watching the show today. You can always listen to the show traditional style on the radio or on the Odyssey app, or you can stream the show at weei.com, or on September 1st, you can listen to the show on SiriusXM, but you can also watch it on Twitch or on YouTube. And we are brought to you there by Springer's Jewelers. And it is time for the annual Page Estate Jewelry and Bridal Sale at Springer's. They are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and it goes today through Saturday, up to 50% off already discounted pricing on estate jewelry. Shime, what's next? They said it was.
Well, Greg, let's hear from one of our New England Patriots. Linebacker Christian Ellis joined Jones and Keefe yesterday, and Jones asked him about Christian Gonzalez being back out at practice. And Christian Ellis, boy, let me tell you, he had a lot to say about Christian Gonzalez.
We saw the reports. Christian Gonzalez back out on the practice field today. How'd he look?
He looks great. He always looks great. He always is the smoothest corner I've ever seen.
Smoothest corner I've ever seen. Okay. Well, pay that man his money then.
Oh, we already know the deal's done. Mm-hmm. So I am excited. I told you, I am no longer on the ledge. I was concerned earlier because I'm like, we know what it is. What's holding this thing up? And
I'm so tired of talking about it.
Yeah.
Can I see the bigger picture, though, Greg? Because you say this all the time.
Yeah.
What's the downside
of talking about it?
Of if player that we will not mention gets too much money, what's the downside?
I still buy the suggestion that you are going to handcuff yourself in the future because of what you have to pay Drake May and what you are going to pay Christian Gonzalez.
But who has been negatively impacted by that? What team has had to pay multiple players and then has been unable to compete?
The Cleveland Browns.
Well, they actually spend more than you do.
Yeah, they spend a ton.
The Rams were an example that Bill Belichick gave, and they have been spending. They're going to bring in Aaron Donald. They're going to keep spending. They have Devontae. I mean, you look at the guys they have there.
Yeah.
They spend all over the place.
So the Witherspoon deal, when you look at it, all in is $33 million a year. Am I correct about that, Shime?
That sounds right. I'll double check
that's
the contract,
the average.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that's the average annual
Please
salary.
don't start with the guaranteed this or the guaranteed
But that's
that.
the thing that
That's the only thing that matters.
that's the only thing that
But
matters.
it doesn't seem to be the only thing that matters. So
yes, it is.
It doesn't, because Wiggy was telling us over and over and over again. Once Christian Gonzalez knows what the guaranteed money is for Witherspoon, he's going to sign for $1 more million than that.
Right.
He's
The
not.
Patriots didn't anticipate what Witherspoon would get, which is why he hasn't been signed. It's not Gonzalez's fault, in my
How did
view.
they not think that that's what Witherspoon would get? Like, we all sat here and said that was going to be the number, around that number. We are not smarter than Robert Kraft or any of the guys that are actually making this decision. We all knew what Witherspoon was going to get.
So you think the Patriots have offered more money guaranteed than what Witherspoon got at signing to Christian Gonzalez since the deal was signed by Devin Witherspoon?
Yes.
No, I don't. I have no idea what they have or have not offered.
No, so what do
know.
you think?
I think Christian Gonzalez would like to be paid not only this season, but every season going forward at the highest possible position for where he plays in the football field. So,
but for how long?
I'm because so happy.
I don't know,
it's
the
three
next
years.
couple of years, 3 years.
But he'll be the highest paid at the position for the next couple of years.
I'm so happy Greg is back, because we did this last week when he was off, and everybody's like, Cordy, that can't be it. It can't be it. I said, I don't think that it can be $2 million at signing that they're off, and that's what they're fighting over. It has to be something that extreme.
Well, no, but Shime had a great point that we didn't factor in here. It could be like $15 million that we're not factoring in. They could have offered him, Shime, how did you word it? Like
they could have offered him $90 million guaranteed, where it's like it could get up to 105, meeting certain circumstances. Like they're putting qualifiers on the guaranteed money.
That's what Devin alluded to.
Right, because if he signs and he gets this new deal, right? And it's at $33 million annually. For the next 2 years, he'll still be in the top 5 when it comes to AAV per year at his position. So he'll still be one of the highest.
So what you're guessing is that the Patriots are not offering him the same guaranteed money that Seattle gave to Witherspoon, correct?
Yes, that's the only thing I could think.
Not fully guaranteed.
I'm if that's the situation, then I can understand why he's holding out.
That's the only thing
or
that
whatever
I
he's
can
doing.
think.
He shows up and plays when it's practice only.
And also, if you're Robert Kraft, you can't come out at this. I mean, you can, you're on the team, but I don't think it's a smart decision to come out before camp and say that you're making him the highest paid corner in NFL history and the highest paid player in Patriots history, and then disappear and use your minions to get your message out after that. Like, either negotiate in public, which you did, you decided to. You can't now say you're not going to do that, and then just say this escalator thing that then vanishes into the wind. Because if the escalator thing that you guys are citing was real, it would still be being discussed, and it has gone totally and completely by the wayside.
And no other like massive national insider, and remind me, I feel like Rappaport never talked about the escalator. Schefter never talked about it. Like, no one other like
Trump went down
Curran.
one.
Yeah, huh?
It was Tommy Curran.
Right, but
those guys don't. Their sources are not players. Their sources are the organizations.
Right.
Let's be honest about that. They do the bidding for the owners and for the coaches. The two of them.
And Tom Curran's report about this came out the day after Christian Gonzalez had the story about should have been done by now.
Correct.
And Tom Curran then went on last week on Friday with Rich, Ken, and Ted, and out of the blue said that, oh, well, you know what? Actually, are we sure that Christian Gonzalez is as good or better than Devin Witherspoon? Something he never said when Robert Kraft said he was going to make Christian Gonzalez the highest paid corner, which to me tells you the organization is mad that the player has yet to capitulate.
And so, also obviously, it comes down to, because we know what the market is. We've seen it. We've talked about it. We've talked about it ad nauseum. We know what it is. And so the only thing that we don't know, and I tend to lean on, is they believe that maybe he's not as good as Devin Witherspoon and shouldn't be paid like he is, should make less than him.
All right, I have a new favorite owner in sports, and it's not the owner of the 49ers. It's the new owners of the Padres, and we will hear from her and her promise to deliver a World Series for San Diego coming up next.
I know when to go out, know when to stay in, get things done.
I catch a paper boy, but things don't really change. I'm standing in the wind, but I never wave bye-bye. But I try.
News with Courtney coming up in 10 minutes. We were in the middle of They Said It, Shime, sharing what they said yesterday of importance and what is next.
Well, Greg, next let's hear from the brand new owner of the San Diego Padres. There are two owners.
Yes, a couple.
Jose E. Feliciano, not to be confused with musical artist Jose Feliciano.
Oh, good. Okay.
No relation.
Nope.
Although they do both hail from Puerto Rico.
Yes, and then the woman's name is Kwanzaa Jones. We can hear from Kwanzaa Jones speaking at their introductory press conference. Here she was.
So you all may be wondering, how does this work? Like, not the mic, this work. Thank you, Jose and Eric and AJ and all of the Padres team and all of you all for being here. When Jose mentioned we are, I'm paraphrasing, thrilled and overjoyed and excited. Maybe those were my words. He said it with a little bit more reserve. I cannot even express it. Like, it's very difficult for me to sit in my seat, but I'm going to stay here for just a minute because we've got to answer some questions. But I simply wanted to say thank you. We're not where we are without each other. We're not where we are without the leadership, without baseball operations, without the players, without the city, without the community, without the fans, without the front office, the back office, without the reporters and the press and the media. We need each other. And when we are all in, and you all heard the song as we walked in, we are all in. It's not lip service. Just as when you do the work that you do, and you do the work you do, and all of you all do the work that you do, we take it as a baseline that in everything everyone does, you're all in. And for Padres, we are. And we are absolutely committed to this organization, and we are absolutely overjoyed. And we understand, if you heard it, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win and win it all.
That was...
All right. She's excited.
Was that electric?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew you would think that was electric.
That was like Tom Cruise jumping on the couch,
right.
saying that he
We're gonna
loves
win.
Katie Holmes.
We're gonna win and win it all.
Yes.
All right.
She's like, we're not happy that we're still paying Xander Bogaerts, but whatever.
Can we put that side by side with Tom Warner? I just want to start a cheer.
So they paid $3.9 billion, I think, for the Padres. What does that make the Red Sox worth?
$300 billion. Don Orsillo better get that extension now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What?
She used to be a recording artist. That was her claim to fame.
All right.
And so, and the husband kind of, I think Jose was sitting there like, all right, honey.
Lampshade.
Thank you.
We're gonna win. We're gonna win and win it all.
Let's go Red Sox. Let's go Red Sox. Let's go Red Sox.
All right.
How does she feel about a salary cap? Any idea?
I don't think she's quite.
We gonna win.
Hey, I guess they got money to burn though.
Right. So does a lot of people have money to burn. Doesn't mean they make the right decisions.
We're gonna win and win it all.
Well, how long would you guess it is until they're no longer speaking to the media, like most of the owners around these parts?
But they always arrive. Hey, I want to be more transparent. I want to connect with you. And then 2 years later, you can't find them.
Well, it's kind of a cool thing, I guess, if you end up with a fan who buys your team. There are some people who don't like that. We got to speak to Billy Banners during the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
He was like that.
He's a lifelong Celtics fan who was able to buy the team, and so
Would you rather somebody that wants the best for a franchise, like that wants to put their heart and soul into it? I don't want like first name that popped into mind, like a Jeff Bezos that just has the money to burn and doesn't really have an interest in the community or the city around it. Like, I want somebody that's a fan. I want someone that's a fan.
Yeah, but Bezos will cut a check, though.
I feel like people that say they're a fan use it as a way to masquerade being cheap.
Yeah. If you're going to be a fan and you're willing to cut a check, all right. But if you're not a fan and you're willing to cut a check, I'm cool with that.
Like, if I had $1 billion, $20 billion, and I owned the Red Sox or I owned the Patriots, Christian Gonzalez would be on the field. Believe me.
Yeah, but you're a fan who can also cut a check.
But I'm saying so many people that, like, if you really were as big of a fan as a lot of these owners say they were, then we wouldn't have these contractual impasses that we have. Because they prioritize money over being a fan.
All right.
Yeah, so that's going to be the interesting part. I mean, that's always the interesting part with owners. You know, you've seen it with the owner of the Mets, right? And I don't know how much of a fan he is of the Mets, or even the Clippers owner, that they're willing to come in and they want to throw their weight around, and they do that by,
and
cutting big checks.
They apparently actually have the money to throw around, unlike the guy who owned the Dodgers.
Okay.
Who was a absolute complete sham artist. And they're talking about now about that Dodgers team is going to have to be broken up because they were he was taking all that money from insurance and using that to prop up the Dodgers and pay Shohei and pay everybody else.
Really?
And so
wow.
It's going to be a documentary that I got to sit down to watch. It's crazy.
Shohei's going to be in like 15 years, like, where's my money? I still
Well, Shohei has some sort of an out clause, and there's a lot of people that think that he may be able to activate that and get out of there because they may not be able to. Like they owe him whatever it is, $100 million, couple $100 million when he's done.
Right.
It's all deferred, and that money might not be there,
Well,
which is wild.
Well, is there any chance that the guy who owns the Dodgers now that could be in this financial conundrum, is there any chance he sells the team?
He is. What do you? Have you been with us for the last?
When did we? Oh, he's
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh,
so he's actually in the.
We talked about it extensively when you were here. The Dodgers going for $12.5 billion.
Yeah.
I thought that was the Lakers we talked about.
No, the Lakers
talked about
sold.
The Lakers just sold for
$12.5 billion. Yes,
and
now
he's going to fund the Lakers sale by selling his.
Okay, so I didn't know he was selling the Dodgers. That's why I was asking the question.
The Dodgers as a whole are not being sold. He is selling his stake in the Dodgers, and
Okay.
Shohei's deal specifically stipulates that should this guy Walters sell his stake, he can opt out of his contract with the Dodgers.
Okay, all right, well.
Which gives you an opportunity for 4 to 5 more signed Shohei leads.
Yeah. Well, if he's out, listen.
5, try 10 to 20.
Who wouldn't want Shohei?
I Shohei the money. And Greg, also, if I may applaud a good friend of yours.
Yes.
We do have an example of a fan turned owner that actually put his money where his mouth was. And that's Wick.
Yes.
Like a guy that we can say it was his family, whatever, whose money it was. But the reality was he invested in a way that has been different than the most recent owner of the Celtics.
Yeah.
And that was a guy that said he had a goal to win Banner 17, then it was Banner 18. He did that. And he, spent a ton of money in the tax for it.
Where are you currently on the owner ranking in the city of Boston?
Reb's owner crapped. I think he does a great job.
I would say, currently,
You're down on Billy Banners.
I'm down on Billy Banners. I'm down on Robert Kraft because, what's going on with Gonzalez? I would maybe you put the Bruins
No,
first?
you got to go Henry first.
Yeah, Henry first.
But even with Henry,
Robert
right?
Kraft is still first.
But even with Henry, though, right?
They're dead last in spending for a decade. You can't be first.
Well, I would say I wouldn't necessarily knock Henry, but they haven't went above and beyond. There's probably a lot of people out there that said they still haven't spent to where they should have spent to. Like I thought that they should have spent in the offseason for guys. We talked about it with Pete Alonso. They didn't. I know they spent on Ranger Suarez. So I feel like who's really shown that they're willing to spend right now?
The Patriots traded for A.J. Brown. They signed Romeo Dobbs.
But the Romeo Dobbs,
they're 25th in cash spending.
Sean,
right now.
Romeo, I'll give you the A.J. Brown one. Like the Romeo Dobbs one, all right, you have that's you got to sign a guy like that, right? That's not like going above it. Your best player they haven't signed.
It goes Henry, Kraft, Jacobs, Billy Banners.
You know what it is? You know what almost way I look at it? It's like, who's the skinniest kid at fat camp? But I mean, honestly.
Lunch has been canceled due to lack of hustle.
Camp,
no,
they
don't because of the GLP-1s. There's no need for fat camp anymore. Some people look so odd on the GLP-1s.
Yeah, you can't go until you
that?
disappear.
Like
it's
who?
like, no offense, I love the guy, Marty Walsh. Have you seen Marty Walsh?
Yeah, he looks great.
No, I
he
haven't
looks
seen
like
him.
Slender Man,
Right.
like Thin Man.
He
or
looks
like,
I gotta
trim.
see him.
Huh?
He looks trim.
Does
He looks completely different than he used to look, my good friend Marty Walsh.
Holy, I better hope he's not. I mean, I guess we do hope he's marrying.
I mean,
where have you seen him? I can't find any photos of him.
I just saw him. He was stumping for somebody around these parts, candidate-wise.
All right, I haven't seen him.
And he looks
like Slender Man.
Yeah,
huh?
it's
Slender-
it's like just a big head, and then just a stick. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
You just have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about right now with that statement, and that's just looking to get me credit, and that was a ridiculous statement.
I mean, good for him.
Right.
I just wonder if his body is getting enough energy to function.
Yeah, you don't want to go.
I mean, he's probably eating like one meal a year.
He doesn't
Marty
look
Walsh.
that different.
What?
He doesn't look that different. He doesn't look like a big head on a stick.
He looks completely different, Marty Walsh.
I think he looks fine. And look, you've got Wiggy sitting right here who
Yeah, but I stopped.
No, I know, but it did wonders for you.
Oh yeah, by far. But
Like
some people
you-
don't know how to stop them.
Yeah, but I don't
Like
think Marty-
Adele. Adele doesn't know how to stop.
Look,
I don't know.
look
Adele's
up Marty
getting
Walsh
good
right
these days.
Is it the pill designed to show you when to stop?
No, it's not the. I mean, there are pill forms, but it's the shot. But some people, they get to their goal weight and they go, "Ooh, I want to get even lower."
Yeah, it's addicting.
Yeah,
But I don't think Marty Walsh looks like sickly.
yeah. I hadn't
He
seen
just looks
him.
thin.
I get it though. Some people they look like you're like, "Oh man, like you should slow down. Like you don't need to
You
lose
stopped
any."
at a perfect.
Yeah.
Have you seen, for instance, great point by somebody on the Subaru of New England text line, John Goodman?
Oh my God, it's terrifying.
John Goodman.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Where did I see? He was on. Did somebody post a video of him on?
Yeah.
He looks like.
Yeah, he got to a
He is
good
very
weight.
skinny.
Yeah, he got to a good weight and kept going.
It's like some of these people look like if you had a big, those big, gigantic Mack truck tires?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
And then you suck all the air out of it,
Uh-huh.
and the thing is just like
It becomes a bike tire.
that's what it looks like afterwards. No offense.
In this fan posted a photo. Like I wouldn't even recognize him.
Who?
John Goodman.
Yeah.
If I saw him out. It's aged him. Some people when they lose a lot of weight, it
Yeah.
ages them.
Because they have
I mean,
all
to
the
be fair, he is 74.
Right.
But they get so big, and what happens is they have the excess skin.
The sagging skin.
Yeah, and the saggy
Right.
skin.
He's
so-
got to get on the NADs.
Right.
To,
But what I'll never.
John Goodman arrives at a premiere, and his skin arrives 20 minutes later. Doesn't look good.
but like,
He's like
do you think
Clayface?
Jelly Roll looks good?
No.
Not really.
He needed to lose that weight.
Right,
though.
but he's another one that might have went a little bit too far. He could have got to a certain point, and then Jelly Roll.
Well, there's two sides to every coin.
There
There are.
Greg,
All right.
the one thing I would say though,
Jelly
like
roll.
the people that are morbidly obese that say I don't want to do it because of the side effects, do they understand the side effects to being morbidly obese?
Right.
Well, they're picking their poison, I guess.
It is far less healthy to be morbidly obese than it is to attempt to lose weight with a drug that may have side effects.
All right, we are. That's it on They Said It, Chime.
That'll do it today, Greg.
Well done. Thank you very much. Some bad news on Germany. I don't think you're going to be able to come. I can't get you a flight. I was trying really hard, but unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be able to go back to your homeland.
Really?
I'm still working on it, but
What if I got my own flight? Would
Okay.
you allow
I
Tom
think
to take over the board for the
yeah,
couple days?
I think
I could just sleep on somebody's couch.
that'll
That's
be.
fine.
Yeah, you and Curtis can share a room.
No.
In Munich, yes. All right, we are coming back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, with today's news.
I feel the same as I did 50 years ago. Yeah. It's not because I eat the best foods. Maybe they are the best foods. Who knows what the best foods are?
The news.
I know many, many people that all they do is watch their weight, their this, their that, and they kick the bucket, and here we are. I feel great.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
What's your favorite accoutrements?
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
What do you think they would say if I stood up?
Stanley Saintile, a 32-year-old Waltham man, stabbed someone on a party bus in Dorchester early yesterday morning. Saintile was DJing on the bus when he got into it with another person, and then a third tried to break them up. And of course, the person that tried to break them up was the one who got slashed. Luckily, the victim is expected to be okay. Saintile will be in court this morning.
Gotta love the party bus on a Monday. I mean, that's getting after it.
Yep.
It's summertime. We learned yesterday that a lot of people last week of summer they drink a lot more. So that's probably what's going on.
I never knew that they even had DJs on the party bus. I thought somebody just ran the aux.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You can hire a DJ.
That's
I'm sure.
pretty good.
That's going to be my retirement job is DJ on a party
careful.
bus.
Honestly, really
get mad.
fun.
Yeah.
That would be a fun retirement job.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Like
Clearly
for
not.
bachelorette party. Well, I mean,
Until
Greg's,
you play the wrong song and then somebody gets upset at you and then you get slashed.
Greg's not going to be. Well, it was the DJ who slashed.
Oh, you got to stay. You got to
Well,
stay.
It probably, you're right, though. Probably started over an issue over a request.
Because you never tell the DJ what to play.
Right.
You just say, "Hey, any chance I can request this?"
Correct.
Some
do,
people
do you
get
rap
a little.
with you rap with closing time?
I would probably do like the last song. Probably do something slow so the kids could dance. Maybe a Free Bird. Stairway
On
to
a
Heaven.
bus?
Maybe. Yeah, on the party bus. Well,
You're not going to be slow dancing on a party bus.
When have you ever seen a slow dance
have to
on
switch
a
it up.
party bus?
I've been on many party buses. Let me tell you that. In my
Maybe it's
back
more
in-
about winding
back
down the
back
night.
in my day.
They have a stripper pole in it.
I probably.
Those are the best ones.
I don't know,
Yeah.
Probably.
Little OMC, how bizarre.
Those are the best ones.
All right. What else?
The Worcester manhunt is over after the body of Karen Solomon was found. A handgun was found near the body, so police said preliminary evidence indicates Solomon died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Sadly, this is believed to be a murder-suicide. They were, of course, looking for Karen after her husband, Worcester police officer Kurt, was found dead in their home.
Awful thing all around.
Awful.
Do they have any idea what happened or anything?
No, not yet. We can hear a bit from the press conference yesterday.
Officers were dispatched to 189 May Street, M-A-Y, in reference to 2 people who worked at Fairlawn Rehab observing a deceased body in the woods. Upon further examination, we believe this person to be Karen Solomon. In addition to the surrounding area, we did locate a handgun in the area of the body.
Mm.
It's really sad.
Yeah, very sad.
The Lindsay Clancy trial continues today after another day where court ended abruptly. Again, the Catholic religion was brought up in court yesterday, this time by witness Dr. Kirk Heilburn. The defense then asked and was denied a mistrial. We can hear a bit of the audio from BZ.
I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant.
It is irrelevant.
Now, I haven't watched any of this. How has the judge been in this particular case?
I think this judge has been amazing.
Okay.
It is
So
not a Karen Reed situation.
Not a Judge Bev situation.
No.
Like, this guy is excellent.
I think he has been even-tempered. I think he has been respectful to both sides. I think he's taking it very seriously. I also believe in the beginning of this trial, it was David Yannetti who took to social media and said that he knew who this judge was and that this was a perfect judge for this type of case.
Patrick Clancy's lawyers issued a statement yesterday suggesting that they were going to come after people who were suggesting that he did something. So you have even some celebrities, I use the term loosely, like Lisa Rinna.
She's a celebrity.
She's a celebrity who basically was TikToking and saying that he did it.
Yep.
And so they're going to come up. They're saying they're going to come after people who have been saying that. So
yeah, there was a gentleman, a physician or psychiatrist or forensic expert named Heilbrunn.
Yeah, that's the guy we're talking about right
yesterday.
now.
He was. Yeah, I know. I'm saying he was to me, he was the most damning. I think that's what led to the defense's desire for a mistrial.
Yeah, well, he was saying basically that the hallucinations seemed like they were faked.
Right. That there are all these different ways in which over the course of his long career of going into analyzing these events with similar proclamations from people accused of these crimes, and that if you have hallucinations, it is incredibly unlikely that they would just appear once surrounding the 18 to 21 minute period where you were murdering your children.
Yeah.
That if you were hearing voices, they would happen. And
all the time?
Or at least not just this
Random?
one time.
Okay.
And I believe that there was that Patrick was potentially outside of the marriage, and that he had enraged his wife, and that may have been something that led to these series of events. I don't know that. It's just something that I thought of hearing this, and I think the defense's desire for a mistrial, because it's the identical thing. What the prosecution did regarding Faith with Patrick Clancy's mom and yesterday was the same. The desire for a mistrial occurred after that testimony, which I think was absolutely damning to the defense's case. The whole point of this is that she was hearing voices telling her to do something. If the voices came out of nowhere, only occurred there, and this forensic expert says that that's totally not in line with what postpartum psychosis would entail, then the whole case is gone.
Yeah, but I also think that Reddington did a good job going back at that, because this is the rebuttal witness that the prosecution is now bringing back up. I listened to the trial almost the entire day yesterday. I went on a walk, had it on, and it's getting to a point, I believe, if I'm putting myself on that jury and the prosecution is asking the same questions over and over again to these experts, where it's like, I don't need to hear about how Lindsay Clancy documented from jump that she was having suicidal thoughts and that those were not hallucinations. Those were not the other voice in her head, the male voice that she then said near the end that she was hearing when she killed these 3 innocent lives, that it was her own mind, her own voice, her own thoughts that were telling her to kill herself. Like, it's becoming very redundant. And if I'm a jury, if I'm a member of the jury, I'm saying, like, you're wasting my time now. Like, I think that the jury's ready for deliberation. The jury's getting tired and probably sick of hearing the same thing over and over again. And I do think that this is going to end either in a hung jury or a mistrial.
If I were on the jury,
wow,
Yeah.
You think so?
Yes.
Wait, how would it end in a mistrial? They just said no to the
No, I
mistrial.
know. But he said at this time.
Yeah, I think if I were on the jury after I heard that yesterday, I would vote her. I would say that Lindsay Clancy is guilty of first-degree murder.
Yes.
Premeditated first-degree murder.
It is. We talked a lot about this yesterday. It is one of the more wild things I've seen. It's predominantly women who are standing up for somebody who strangled their kids.
Wild.
Like whether whether you did it because you're insane or because you're psychotic, the end result is the same.
Right.
You and the difficulty in doing that kind of thing, and the forethought to Google how long it's going to take him to go out and get the food, and like, I'm sorry. Zero sympathy for her.
Nah.
Zero.
Right.
Sorry.
Whatsoever. Fighting for their lives.
And it's amazing to me that there are women, there are mothers who are finding sympathy. I don't know how you. I don't get how you do it.
I don't know if it's so much sympathy. I understand that there are people out there, and we talked about this yesterday, Wiggy, where it's like the women that were outside the courtroom in pink, and there was no sign of the 3 children that lost their lives. Then yesterday at trial, there were people that were out there holding signs for the children. I don't necessarily know if it's sympathy. I think it's more like, for me personally, I can only speak from personal experience. I can't imagine being in that dark of a place, and I thank God every day for that. I think it's very scary for a lot of women who hear what she alleges, and it's so scary. And I saw some people on Twitch yesterday saying, if she was like this, why would she continue to have children? Just because you have an okay or a really bad postpartum with your 3rd child doesn't mean that was the case with your 1st. I know many women, many friends who had a wonderful postpartum with their 1st or their 2nd, and then the 3rd one, they ended up in a depression. And I understand depression is different than psychosis. I think that a lot of women just feel like they weren't heard during their postpartum situation. And this is a case that is bringing to light a lot of issues that women have after having a child. It is not right. And I want to be clear that there are 3 innocent children that lost their lives. And I am not sympathetic when it comes to that. I just can't imagine being in some type of psychosis and having to tell your husband and your mother that you have had thoughts of harming your children. Like, that is such a dark place that I don't think anybody can imagine being in. And I've done the research of listening to other women who have been in a psychosis, and the way they explain it and are able to get out of it, it seems like a very scary, scary situation. And I feel terrible that our medical system let her down.
Yeah, but I would say that
I do think she was let down.
If that's what happened, you think she was let down?
Yes.
I don't. I don't think she was let down. I think she, unfortunately, had evil intent.
That's it.
And so,
where were these women when it was the mother from Brockton who stabbed her kids and was saying she was doing the same type of thing? I look at it, these kids, and imagine being in the situation where, to be strangled, you are struggling for your life.
I can't even talk about it.
It's wild.
And then to do it twice more.
Right.
The second child running away to his office.
Right.
Well, the baby was found in the office.
What's that?
The baby was found in the office.
I didn't want to talk about it, but she strangled the baby.
Yes.
And then the second child, the boy, ran away from the scene. She had to go get him and do it there. Like, you can't possibly be defending that.
No,
I'm not defending
or
killing
find any
these children.
sympathy there.
I can find sympathy
Hell no.
For somebody who is crying out to try to get help for, you're talking December, she was saying.
But why
that
didn't she just kill herself?
Yeah, unalive yourself.
You guys, I understand, but unfortunately, you are 4 men who have never gone through postpartum, and I am a woman who has never had postpartum. Hold on.
No, I'm not.
I have never had postpartum depression, and I thank God every day for
depression.
it.
This is not postpartum
it's
depression.
It's postpartum psychosis. Yes, we understand that there is a difference there.
It doesn't happen like way later like this. That's what the experts say.
But I don't believe that. The people were trying to say yesterday that the postpartum only lasts 4 weeks. That is not the case. That is so crazy. It's crazy to go to your postpartum appointment 6 weeks and they say, hey, you're good to go.
But here's what I would say. If a man, and I am not a woman, I don't think, I am very effeminate, but I'm not a woman.
Mm-hmm.
If a man had done what she did, there would not be a single man on planet Earth defending his ability to kill his 3 kids.
No.
No.
Not one.
No.
And if men were giving birth to children, we would be doomed as a society because men would not do it more than once. Like, what are we talking about here?
One time.
I'm talking about how I don't understand it. For the life of me, I don't understand. She said something about the hallucinations. This expert yesterday said it was all bull bleep. That this has never happened, that you only hear hallucinations during the act of these 3 murders
Curtis,
of your
And
kids.
then never again.
Tell me if you are the prosecution, are you bringing a witness to try to further your point, or are you trying to further the defense's point?
Of course you're trying to prove
Okay,
that the
so then
person
they
is-
brought their own witness while you're going to disregard Reddington and all the witnesses that they brought
I
on.
thought he flailed in the cross-examination of him.
I'm
I
not
thought-
talking about the cross-examination. I'm talking about the witnesses that he brought to the stand. You and I have watched this trial over
Yeah.
and over, day
That
after
was-
day.
that was
Hold on,
to
let me
me-
get a point out. I know you love to talk over. But when it comes to the defense and the witnesses that they brought up, I thought that those people did a wonderful job explaining the psychosis that she was in.
Yeah,
The fact that the prosecution brings up their own witness that says the opposite, of course that's going to happen.
I have a better way for you to handle Curtis, if you'd like.
Mm.
Well, we just have to say this to Curtis. Or sorry, Shime's behind over there.
Curtis, could you just not talk?
And these people like Legacy Killer Coco, don't get upset that you're on the wrong side of this. I'm not upset. I'm just speaking from how I feel. I'm sorry that my feeling is different than somebody else's. That doesn't mean I'm wrong. That doesn't mean that you're wrong. We just have different different lived experiences and we have different opinions on this entire thing.
I think
I'm telling you something. It is all anybody anywhere is talking about
Right.
right now.
And I
it's
think
the only thing that is it's a polarizing case.
Yeah. And I would say I also have been very much on the side of the defense throughout the entirety of the case.
Right.
Because as I've been watching it, I just give my honest opinion. What I saw yesterday shook me. And it made me change my opinion.
There's a lot of Eddie in the car is calling to say the medical staff let her down. There's a lot of people who feel that way.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, I think she was obviously, like you said, I'm no woman. I couldn't understand what it's like to deal with postpartum depression or anything like that. I just feel like every time we have specific cases, right, we put ourselves in a position of, in my opinion, on what that kind of family or person, and when I say looks like their lifestyle and how they're living, you got this cookie cutter, perfect family in the burbs.
That has nothing to do
Yeah,
with it.
Greg, that's my opinion.
I know.
So hear me out. You get to speak.
Can we take a break?
All right.
Like,
Well, you can't just jump in and be like, shoot down
it's
my
just-
opinion like
no,
it don't mean-ish.
No, I just don't think that race needs to
It's
be
not about
involved
race,
in
but see,
everything.
you said
everything.
race.
Yeah,
You
but
said race.
what did
I
you
didn't say race.
You said.
I said.
What did you say?
I said when we look at a family and we look at a mother and father, the white picket fence, it has nothing to do with race. I think it's more about.
Well, what does it have to do with where they live?
I think it's more about.
What were you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that it's more about the sociological kind of like the way we look at people and we see this family that, is like America and has wife, husband, beautiful kids in this cookie cutter environment. And we go, okay, there must be something that she really, really was dealing with versus my opinion, somebody who doesn't have that. Like I talked about the lady from Brockton who stabbed her 2 kids to death, who was doing the same thing, but came from a lower class income and had nothing to do with race. You brought up race. I'm just talking.
So lower class.
Yes.
The woman in Brockton was low class.
Yes.
What does that mean?
And I think the way.
What does that mean?
I'm trying to explain it.
No, explain it.
The way you view a person, you might look at it and go, well, no, she's not crazy. She just killed her kids. Versus somebody who comes from upper middle class or middle class that it looks like the family and everything has everything. You then go, well, it had to be something that she was mentally dealing with that the doctors missed and this one missed. That's all I'm saying. You brought up race. I had nothing to do with race.
Can I just
But
put
no, let me finish
Okay.
my opinion. Because, no.
What are you yelling about?
Because you made it seem like I brought up race.
Okay, class. You brought
Yes,
up
I brought up class, and that's what I believe.
It has nothing to do with
In my
class.
opinion, it does.
Okay.
So
we disagree.
No, and I got no problem.
That's
but
fine.
Don't
I thought the
shush my
exact-
opinion out like,
I'm not.
oh, it's all
do
about
you
race.
See Shime saying we have to take a break.
All right, well,
do you
what you
pay
gotta
any
do.
attention to that?
No, I didn't see Shime.
You don't care.
I'm talking
you don't
to you.
care about the breaks.
No,
you don't get yelled at. I'm the
I
only
get yelled
person.
at.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you yell
Who
at
yells
me.
at you?
You yell at me.
Yeah, but who up above yells at you? Nobody. Every day. Oh, Greg, can you please tell Wiggy to stop talking when we're going to a commercial break? No. Do I ever
Huh?
say it? No. You just talk on.
I don't just
and
talk on. I can give my opinion.
As
But I'm
somebody's
not
like,
the only one who
somebody's
talks on and
somebody's
on and
like,
on.
Greg, can you come down here and see me, please? Can you please stop Wiggy from talking?
All right,
Nope.
whatever.
I can't do it.
All right, I'll
No, I
stop
can't.
talking.
No,
Whatever.
I
I
can't.
won't give my opinion on how I think. But when other people give their opinion on it, we don't hear. Can you please stop this one from talking?
I try to stop everybody when they're talking.
All right, man.
I can't
good.
win. I can't win.
I ain't gonna say nothing about this case no more. It's all on y'all.
No, I
I'm
think
telling you
No,
one
I'm
thing.
done.
You're the
I'm
DJ.
done.
You're DJ on the party bus. You don't have to stop. You don't have to stop anybody from talking.
I'm taking my records and going
you
home.
Spin the tunes, and that's all you do. All right, what? 2 minutes, and then we're right back.
Hey baby, won't you look my way? I can be your new addiction. Hey baby, what you gotta say? All you're giving me is fiction. I'm a sorry sucker and this happens all the time.
Well, we may have time to get a news story or two in before the break. What is next this morning, Courtney?
Bridgewater welcomed their Little League team home from the World Series yesterday. More than 100 fans waited at Legion Field cheering on the New England regional champs after they were eliminated from the tournament on Saturday. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can see the parade of Jeeps going by, I believe Mitch has. And here's Lisa Schultz, the mom of one of the players, Luke, speaking to Boston 25.
They're 12-year-old boys at the end of the day, and to come home to feeling like a hero to the younger kids that live in town with us is just a wonderful thing for the boys.
Really nice.
Shout out to them too.
Yes. Great for support for them, too, to come home. And, you know, these are young kids, you have to remember, and they're probably devastated that they were eliminated in the way that they were. To come home and see everybody come out to support them is great.
Well, probably the highlight of their life when it comes to sports.
Yeah.
That was it for me, Little League. After that, it was all over.
Was that your last, team that really was...
Last time you saw the field.
Well, it's high school basketball team.
Yeah.
Classic 0-0.
Yeah, but we got no support.
That's fair.
It was because it was Stowe. It was a class thing. Nobody supported us over there.
Was it JV or varsity?
What?
Your basketball team?
Oh, I was on the varsity team.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I didn't get much when it comes to playing time, but I saw a lot of action in practice. Okay.
This is a great question. Would you rather be, if you're in high school, on the JV team and getting playing time, or on varsity and not getting much?
What grade am I in? Am I a sophomore?
Junior.
No, I want to be on the
varsity.
Yeah.
Right. I agree. We agree. A family is upset after their trip from Miami to Milan on American Airlines. So this is going to be interesting. The family says they were downgraded from business class because American Airlines needed room for their pilots. Now, if you are transferring pilots to their flight, they need to get the highest class on an airplane. That is part of the rules. Now, the family used miles to book this trip. They said American offered them a $600 travel voucher.
That's it?
That is not enough.
No, that's not right. And certainly if you're planning your whole entire summer getaway or whatever, and then they screw it up so they can fly some pilots.
Right.
Yeah.
We can hear from part of the family, Catherine Malinowski.
We were flying Miami to Milan. American needed to transport pilots, so we were kicked out of business class. The gate agent told me that we were the first on the list to be downgraded because we booked with miles. I spent a lot of money to get those miles, and I redeemed them and had confirmed business class ticket. For anyone who really knows the airline policies, especially if you work or have worked for an airline. When an airline has to involuntarily downgrade passengers, our award tickets prioritized over paid tickets for the downgrade. Because if they are, that's something every person using points and miles to book travel should know.
I have a douche move ruling of a friend, a park friend who flew to Dublin. They had a flight where they were in comfort, not first class, but it was comfort. And a gentleman refused to sit in their row because he said he didn't spend all this money to sit next to a 2-year-old.
I can understand that.
They were on the tarmac for 2 hours.
But they paid for the seats with the 2-year-old, right?
The airline accepted it. It was beautiful Rowan and her mom and this gentleman were all in a row. And they finally said, you are either off the plane and you cannot get your money back, or you sit here, and if you say one word, you are never flying this airline again.
What a D-bag.
That is a douche move.
And they had to sit next to this a-hole the entire flight.
As long as she paid for the 2-year-old to sit there.
Right. He wanted to be upgraded, and when he wasn't upgraded, he lost his ever-loving mind.
Oh, damn.
Wiggy, some people coming at me on your behalf in the Twitch chat.
It's all good.
They're worried that you're upset now and you're not going to talk.
No, I'm going to talk. I'm just finding the right thing to talk about.
Let's see.
Stay in your lane.
And I, for one, apologize for trying to cut you off.
No, don't worry about it. I cut people off all the time.
But I was trying to get, and we talked during the break. I was just trying to add a little nugget to what you were saying.
No, I get it. I mean, it's
what's that? Well, I think you need to say. I'm not going to say it anymore. So you say it.
Oh, I was just telling you. I think we should break soon at some point to catch up. That's all.
Okay.
All right.
We're we're a little behind schedule.
How
and
would
so
I go about saying that we need to break to others?
Well, if we had a light here in the middle that let us know we needed a break,
we had a light in the old place. Nobody ever paid any attention to it.
Oh yeah, no light.
Or maybe Shime has to be like, "Hey, we got a break, guys."
I said that to Greg. I gave him the classic hand sign. When we didn't have a light in there, give them the classic hand sign.
Well, sometimes I'm not looking at you, Shime, so I'm in a heated discussion with Greg. Maybe you might have to chime in my ear.
Okay.
Like my wife does. It's like, all right, that's enough.
That would be chime in.
Yeah.
Not chime in. All right. We will take a break. I'll be right back with the rest of the news.
Hi, I'm John.
Hill Notes coming up at 9:30, so you can leave a voice note for us on any topic on the Odyssey app. And we were wrapping up the news. Courtney, what else should we talk about this morning?
Well, Curtis brought it up earlier in the show, but we got to get to it. The Niners owner, 46-year-old Jed York, was arrested in Ohio over the weekend. An affidavit states that York responded to an ad on a known prostitution website that, unknown to him, was posted by an undercover agent with a human trafficking task force. The document states that York arranged to have sexual activity with a woman in exchange for $140. He arrived to a mobile home park with the phone he used to arrange the meeting and then was taken into custody. York pled no contest yesterday.
Huh. Now, you would think a man who is the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, multiple millions of dollars, could meet a woman elsewhere.
Right.
It's like a willing partner. It's
$140.
Somebody that you just, he could be, could he not take a woman out to dinner for $140? And
I say $140
right.
is a cheap cheap sexual encounter.
Right.
Like
that
is
the lower end of prostitution.
Yes.
and you're a he's got to be close to a billionaire, right? If he owns the 49ers.
And I will say, the Ohio Police Department did him dirty when it came to the mugshot.
There he is.
I don't know if this is everywhere where they put the height behind them.
No, I think it is. I think it's standard.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's standard. I don't think you really notice it unless you're super short.
Okay, because he is just a hair above 5'8".
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I have so many questions about
Was
this.
he traveling or what was he doing in the area?
He's from Youngstown.
Okay, so he was home visiting his parents and was very horny? Is that what happened? Or,
It does seem like he was newly divorced,
He's not yet divorced.
but he is filed.
Yes.
Filed.
Feel like as much money as you got, like you can't go to a strip club, and talk to a stripper or something. Say, hey, here's a couple G's.
Yes.
Is a mobile home in East Palestine, Ohio, the least sexual place on the planet?
Yes.
Yeah, you really.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks.
I mean, some of
Get
those
king.
things are pretty nice though. They have like the water beds and
Says the guy in the seaport.
they have the mirrors on the ceiling. I'm assuming
gross.
in
The vibrating beds.
in the trailer park. Yeah.
Yikes.
Okay. Any kind of repercussion from him from the NFL, or do they get involved in these kinds of things?
They will, but it's like I saw Florio being like, it'll be interesting to see how they hold him accountable. It's like he owns the team. What are you going to do? Force him to sell it?
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. It's bad.
I mean, it just goes through whatever the legal system is. If the case gets thrown out, it is what it is.
It's already been settled.
Oh, it's already been settled.
He's got pled down to a misdemeanor,
there
2
you
days
go.
in jail.
Yeah. What are you gonna? You can't really do nothing now.
Okay. How did he get? Did he take a cab over there, or how
Great
did
question.
he get to the?
Like, do you think he takes his, I'm sure, G-Wagon or something like that over to the mobile home?
I would hope not. I mean, I'd hope he's jumping in Uber or something.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't have his coach drive him. I would assume. All right.
Unless he does a Shanahan.
What an off season.
Says, hey, listen.
Off season for them.
The self-driving Tesla took me here. I didn't know where I was going.
It was a self-dialing phone.
Yep. If you're eating breakfast, take a pause because police in Tulsa are looking for a serial defecator. The man is seen in security footage, and prepare yourself because Mitch has the images for those watching on Twitch or YouTube, wearing a shower cap, a thong, and a face mask, like a medical mask that has a hole in it.
Well, it's hot out now. I mean, you got to have the bathing suit on?
Right.
It's all about the poop.
He has done this. He has done this deed at several Tulsa businesses. The guy poops in a dog waste bag. He then takes that and smears it on walls and doors of these businesses.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Holy hell. What a disgusting act.
I could not poop into a bag. Yeah. So that's him, and police are begging for help. And this is a phenomenon of sorts because he is just the latest after the Colorado mad pooper, the parking lot pooper of Ashland, Mass, and of course New Jersey's very own pooperintendent of schools. So that is
right. But this guy is a serial defecator.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
is it
he
too much?
looks like he poops a lot.
Yeah.
Is it some sort of a protest against these businesses, or just too much fiber in his diet?
Yeah.
I don't think the fiber is the problem.
I guess we got to find out what businesses were.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he
Dutied on.
tried leaving several bad Yelp reviews and got no response. So he's escalating it.
There's too much actually poop in the water still.
Wow.
Yeah, he's like me. I take my shirt off when I poop.
What?
Yeah,
Like if you were at work and you went into the stall at work?
Yeah, I like to take my shirt off. For some reason, I don't like. I'm like,
what?
Well, Spaz used to go full nude.
Yeah, I don't go full nude.
So at work or anywhere else, public bathroom at home, he would take all of his clothes off when doing number 2.
Socks and shoes?
Yeah, everything.
No, I'll
Took
do
everything.
Barefoot in the bathroom?
At the crib, though, you said at home. Home is different.
Yeah,
yeah. Home I go full on. I'm with Spaz on that. Full
Wait,
on
you
nude.
go full nude? You take everything off?
Oh, at the crib, yeah.
Why?
Right before I'm about to take a shower.
I like to be comfortable. I like to be comfortable.
Yeah. You have a squatty potty?
No, I don't have a
Save that?
squatty potty. But I know some people who do. I heard it is spectacular.
Yeah.
I just never got, for some reason, I've never got around to ordering one, but I need to order one.
Well, then you hose everything down with the bidet after.
Yes, the bidet keeps you nice and is it hygienically
Yes.
clean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the bidet does a good job.
Are you a dude wipes person?
No, because I got the bidet, so I don't need a dude wipe it.
But what about when you're traveling?
Nah, not really.
Do you bring dude wipes with you on a vacation?
I told you.
I do.
On vacation?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, I don't really. Not on vacation.
I bring wipes.
Yeah, you
now
have to.
too.
Yeah, no, I don't really, because then you got to buy. I told you on vacation is different. I don't really need to use wipes or anything like that on vacation because I generally shower.
I just think like wipes, like fully for everything now, because like when you really think about it, once I was using wipes on Brooks, I'm like, why aren't I using wipes on myself?
Correct. Yeah, it's the greatest innovation ever
Yeah.
from science.
Yep.
For adults.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it on the news?
Yeah. That's
Okay, thank you very much, Courtney.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. We are going to get to Hill Notes at 9:30. You can leave one of those now on the Odyssey app, and we'll pick the best ones and play them back coming up next hour.
Obviously, the walk huge gives us the. He had great at bats all night. Gives us the opportunity to get Eli out there. Siegler with a 2-strike hit in the corner is about the perfect place to put it for him to be able to score because he can really run. It was a team win tonight. There was defensive plays. Wilson knocking the ball down with bases loaded, getting the force out at home. Miller catching the ball above his head. If that gets over his head, we're not turning a double play and we're not getting the runner at the plate. There was a lot of execution late in the game that helped us win that game. Obviously, we had some chances early where we had some runners on third against Alcantara, who's very good, by the way. That sinker's real. That we couldn't get some runs in, but we executed very well at the back end of the game.
And you're the one to which the hard-headed will listen. Mother said, run, baby, run. Go ahead, run, baby, run.
Chad Tracy on a group effort by the Boston Red Sox last night, and that is 4 in a row, 6 of the last 7, and you sit this morning just 2.5 back from the New York Yankees. And this is Steve from Fall River. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. I'm very happy we're winning because I was the only guy that said they were still in it. By the way, back in June. Oh, yes. In June, there was nobody on the radio, Greg, that said they weren't out. Stop trying to sell Sonny Gray and blah, 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 all that nonsense.
My guy Wiggy said they were in it. He really never wavered. He never wavered.
Yeah. It's not that I didn't say they were in it. I said they were out of it. I said
where was the faith?
10 of 13. I didn't say they were in it. But now we've gone over the deep. Now we've gone over the deep end. We're now afraid of bringing back players we've been waiting for with track records. Trevor Story, Anthony. All of a sudden now, all I hear last night is Siegler and all these guys that did this and that. You know who had 2 hits? There's only 2 players that had 2 hits last night. 2 players had 2 hits, Sogard and Jaron Durant. And all you heard about were these guys, these bit players that have been doing good. And it's a great story, Greg. But I'm calling them donut spares. These guys, every single one of them, you don't want for the long haul. We're talking about the donut spare number 1, Tony Siegler, Monasterio. All these guys are doing great, but guess what? They're seat warmers. You cannot go into the playoffs with these guys. They have a shelf life. Go back to your donut spare. Read what it says. 50 miles. You don't go 100 and 150. Say, I'm all set, man.
Okay.
Siegler had his first triple.
Steve,
Siegler had his first triple of his life.
Steve, yes,
Jesus
he did. Of his major
you got
league.
Will Fleming talking like this. We can't break up the momentum.
No,
we got to keep these guys in place.
Steve, I get your point, but there's something to the vibe. There is something to the young guys who are getting their chance,
right,
and are showing up when they need to show up. So I don't.
That's going to be a conversation right?
Trevor's story, he's going to be, I would assume that both he and Roman Anthony are back with the club this weekend, Yankees series.
Are they thrown right into the starting lineup every day, or are they?
I think Roman Anthony will DH. I would assume.
Okay. Story?
No. God, no.
I don't know why you currently need to force him in there.
You don't.
I don't know why you do.
Can I just note that Stephen Fall River said that the 3 out of 4 Patriot championship teams of the early 2000s stunk, but is standing up saying he thought the worst Red Sox team through June 1st was really good. Nonsense, okay? The president of the Red Sox came on this radio station and said it's time to pivot. They all quit. The whole organization did. They fired their manager. What they have done is nothing short of historic.
That was a great pivot.
It is amazing. Even Wiggy gave it up. We all did.
Yeah, we were all at that point when Sam Kennedy goes like, in a couple of weeks we might have to pivot.
We might.
But
and now they are where they are, and it is a tribute to the players, to Tracy, Breslow, everybody.
Yes.
Nobody thought this was coming. Nobody.
How many people?
I remember when Caleb Durbin was seeking outside assistance when it came to hitting, and everybody's like, "Oh my God!" Like what it. And so why not dance with what brung you? Like,
well, yeah. I mean, that's
I don't.
He don't think that the donut spares can hold up, and I know there's probably a lot of people up there that are like, what the hell are donut spares?
It's that tire thing that you put on.
But he doesn't think that they can hold up in it, and we've had this conversation before. Does it become the chemistry versus like the guys that have been playing well? And I remember, Courtney, I can't remember who the audio you played of this morning where it was just next man up mentality. I forget which player said
Anthony
that.
Siegel.
Was it Flock of Seagulls who said that?
Yep.
And so, right, if you have that mentality,
It was Mickey Gasper.
Oh, Mickey Gasper.
My audio was Anthony
All right, so if you have that mentality, if you're Chad Tracy, then you have to be really, I guess you got to walk a fine line on how you may incorporate some of these guys that are going to be coming back, especially in such a critical series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you need to, when it comes to Trevor Story, why you need to make him your everyday shortstop. Like, I don't. I think there's a risk there. Like, I'm sorry.
Is there a financial reason? I haven't nailed this down. Is there something that they'll owe him, or there's something in his contract?
No, he makes like $20+ million this year, right?
I know. I need to find. If somebody's smarter than me could explain.
Well, I would ask this question.
He's certainly not the guy when it comes to the future at the position because. What, I interrupt, Wiggy?
No,
because they were hot to get themselves a shortstop at trade deadline time. So.
Oh, he's definitely not the future.
But
no.
do they feel like that he's the best defensive shortstop that they have? And if their biggest thing is pitching and defense, do they feel like he's that that when you look at defensively, he's your best defensive player? And that, okay, how much of a bat are you, if you play him on defense, what's Monasterio's bat? Are you losing a bat? Or whoever is the guy that you've been using now in his absence.
He hasn't played in a couple months.
Right.
Monasterio makes some good defensive plays. It's like the difference is negligible to me.
Yeah, I would not change that at all. Roman Anthony is an upgrade. Plus, the injury to Yoshida expedited that return. Like, absent Yoshida's hamstring, whatever injury he sustained, then the rush for Roman is not quite as intense. But to me, there is no need for Trevor Story. None. No, thank you. And if I'm Chad Tracy, I don't want that guy around. Do you?
Well, he's going to have to figure out how to manage that because he's going to be around.
Right.
So he's going to have to figure out how you manage that.
Might help him if he was given off if the interim tag was taken away. I'm serious. He might have a little more standing in that locker room.
I heard Jones and Keefe talking about this yesterday, and Jones made a pretty good point, which is, don't you want to see how he manages in the playoffs first?
I think he's earned it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
I mean,
that's going to be the biggest question that he's going to have to answer.
Like Jones was saying, what if he goes out there and he Grady Littles at some point during the playoffs? Like, I mean,
Well, that's going to be because that would be.
What's the rush? What?
There is none.
What's the rush to remove the interim tag?
I don't think there is none. But I think as far as, and I don't know, whether it's been Bresbot or Sam Kennedy that has talked about Trevor's story and kind of like leadership and thing. I think that you guys are kind of, I mean, you might be hoping for something that's not going to happen. I think if Trevor Story's healthy and ready to go, he is your starting shortstop. And I believe that's their opinion on how they feel about him.
This is John. Hello, John.
At the time of Trevor Story's injury, he was one of the 10 worst offensive players in Major League Baseball. That's a fact. There's no disputing that.
Yeah.
This kid has come up and played a below average shortstop, if we're going to be fair. But his offense has been far exceeding what anybody would have expected. Trevor Story's whoopee, Alex Cora, is no longer here. His other whoopee, Chaim Bloom, that signed him, is no longer here. There is nobody here that is going to kiss Trevor Story's ass because he's a veteran that has a big contract. I don't see the logic in putting him in any spot in the lineup, never mind at shortstop. If I was to put him anywhere, I think I'd make him play second base because he would be their best second baseman. But he won't do that because it's below him.
Yeah.
So if the Red Sox had a working mind here, they would keep it the way it is and bring Cheng up to play defensively for Monasterio late in the games. And that's how I do it. And Trevor Story could sit and spin.
I don't want to disturb the marinara. That's the way I feel about it. We got to take a break.
There's a new Ali G movie coming out.
Yes, there is. Did you hear Shime say that, by the way? We had to take a break?
I did hear that.
Work?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Shime did get my ear. Okay. I had a Trevor Story bit, but I'm going to hold off.
Good job.
So,
write it down.
Off. Well,
yeah, I got to write it down.
We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Miami. South Beach.
Can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, please? Because summer is fading fast, Curtis. What do we got out there today?
Can I introduce a brand new Ken Laird weather idea?
Oh, yeah. Okay, sure.
Okay, it's time for the Chris Curtis How I Head Out the Window Index.
The what?
Head Out the Window Index. HOWI.
Okay.
All right.
1 through 10.
It really rolls off the tongue.
I announce these so people know how bad the ideas are.
Okay.
I give today a 10 of the Head Out the Window Index. It's going to be gorgeous. 78 degrees, sunny skies. Right now, 68 degrees in downtown Boston. Lovely day to get out there and enjoy your lovely weather.
Okay. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. Windows, doors, siding, a new roof. Go to windowworldofboston.com. This is Rich from Amherst. What's up, Rich? Hello, Rich. All right, Rich. I always feel bad for people when they hang on for the entire commercial break, be it only 2 minutes, and then they hang up at the last minute. I always feel bad about that.
Or maybe they get nervous.
Is that what it is? Or they're not paying attention?
I feel like they should be entitled to some kind of a refund, but we don't charge anything for our content.
Calls are free.
If you've heard it this morning, you can understand why. Listen, Rich wanted to talk about Trevor's story and about screwing with the group of guys who have done what they have done this season, and so I don't know which side of the fence he was on that. But
can I have an edict? Because you say it a lot, my dad says it a lot. Stick with who brung you.
Dance with who brung you.
It's just so outdated.
You don't like that?
It's such a boomer term.
Well, I mean, quite frankly, I'm not a boomer. I am.
It is kind of boomerish.
I'm boomer adjacent, but I think it's a pretty good phrase.
I do too.
Yeah, you like it, right?
Well, because
Courtney?
it's true. Like if you're brought to a dance, don't go dancing with the other guys.
Right.
Dance with
Joe
the guy
and
who brought
dancing.
ya.
Right.
What was it? I don't even know what that said.
If you go to the
Joe and dancing.
If you to expand on it a little bit, you go to the prom with somebody. Don't stay at the prom party when they have an 11 o'clock curfew. You know what I'm saying?
It did seem personal. I didn't want to bring back a bad memory.
Well, that would go against it because then you would go with the other guy on that one there.
Well, that's not dancing with who brung you. Like
Right.
if you're staying at the prom party without me, Melissa Philbrick, because I have a curfew and you don't, that's not dancing with who brung you.
Well, sometimes dancing with the other guy is a better thing.
Well,
I think they're going to dance with
that.
Trevor's
Right.
story.
That is classless.
You know.
It is classless.
Classless.
Wait, you're saying you want them
No.
to insert Trevor's story?
Classless. I think I don't want them to, but I think they are. I feel like but from them talking about Trevor's story when they have talked about him all season long, it's always in a positive light about, you know, how he was viewed as going into one of the leaders in the clubhouse. You know, I
listen. He's going to blame it on the injury, but it was an error machine prior to being hurt or while he was hurt. I just, what's the benefit?
I don't know. I think that they feel like that he's defensively he's better than the guys that they have.
Right. Cui bono.
Is he really that good defensively, though?
I think that's what they believe.
He wasn't. I mean, look it up. I think he's still second in errors on the team. He hasn't played in a month and a half.
Yeah, if they cared that much about defense, as the caller's point, like they would have kept Chang up here all year long. Like he was ridiculously good defensively. Like if that's what mattered to them, they care about the guys that hit. And so if Trevor Story comes back and is hitting, he's going to play. If he's not hitting, he's not going to play.
I mean, I you know, whoever brought up Sogard, like the guy, you can rely on the guy. Like I don't. It harkens back to, you know, the bunch of idiots where you got guys who refuse to lose and believed that. And I think the fact that they were able to accomplish what they did during the 15-game streak, like gave them completely changed their mental outlook, their confidence. Like, so I don't know why you would risk screwing with
I always
that.
think that you should go with like I'm for like going with the guys that brought you there, even if, you know, one of the biggest things people always talk about it is like I think even some people were talking about it with Tolley is like, oh, I don't know, you know, he might look good, but what's he really going to look like in the postseason? He's never been there before. He's never done it. So people always get to that point of like, how do we know what these guys are going to be when the lights are shining at their brightest in the postseason? I always look at it like, hey, if they got you there and they're performing well, then those are the guys you go with. That's why I think that when we talk about this, Chad Tracy definitely has some questions that he has to answer. What's he going to do? Is not Trevor Story, but is Roman Anthony going to be your DH, or are you going to put him in left field at times, or are you going Duran's our left fielder and he's our DH? And so I think those are questions that I think Chad Tracy, when you start to look at this lineup, and when it matters the most, what is he going to do? And that's maybe why Jones and Keefe are like, all right, we got to pump the brakes a little bit.
Well, Chad Tracy will be on with Rich, Ken, and Ted on Thursday afternoon.
Mhm.
So you will get to hear from him on Thursday on this radio station. Yes, Curtis.
Could you say that the Trevor Story deal is a far better contract, though, than Xander Bogaerts? Like,
Hell
in
yeah.
hindsight,
yes.
Like, you look, Trevor Story has played maybe one good year.
Yeah.
But still, it is far less onerous than the Xander Bogaerts disaster in San Diego.
Well, and you just got to see Bogarts and Devers, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, you got to see what Devers is when he was here this weekend.
Right.
Like,
But I mean,
not,
at least
not very much.
But at least Devers is around 25 home runs, where you're paying what Xander get 12 years, 285.
Yeah.
I think that's what the deal was. Like I said, I think Devers somewhere, 25 home runs. He's probably on pace to hit 30 again. Yeah. So at least you can go, all right.
But he has a great owner now, Xander.
Yes, he does.
We're going to win. We're going to win it all.
Yeah, win it all. Woo!
Hey, she's excited.
All right, we will be back in 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show. From the Catcher's Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. We are learning that this afternoon in Foxborough, we will hear from Elliot Wolf and from Christian Gonzalez. Elliot Wolf speaking at 1:45 or so, and then Gonzalez after 4. Cocoa bomb detonated.
Hey,
maybe if you're lucky.
I'm just going on vibes, you know.
You can't take credit for it, but after yelling at me to put it down, I mean, you got to stick with the cocoa bomb.
Don't worry, Savage already tweeted it out, and now I'm just getting ruined on X. So,
well, not necessarily, because if they both meeting today,
yeah,
could be something getting done today.
I mean, God, give me a win.
so.
God, give me a win. I need it.
That's a major win.
Like, what if Gonzo just goes out there and does the finger money sign again? That's gonna be that's not gonna be good.
Just Just off vibes.
All right. Well, this is interesting, though. You said it, and now they're both meeting with the press today.
I mean, you are a power broker.
Yeah. That's that. Hey, listen, that's advantage you in my book. Yeah. Favoring your direction.
I hope it breaks during Jones and Keefe. That would be epic.
Here is Dakota from Braintree. By the way, I saw Dakota on the social medias yesterday, and he is not one of those who is angered by the return when it comes to Kayshon Boutte. Am I correct about that, Dakota?
You are 100% correct. Obviously, Boutte needed to go out. They had no depth at safety. And this guy, Jalen Reed, is not really a safety. If you looked at him, what he did at Penn State, and I put this on Twitter, he was ranked only 1 point behind Abdul Qadir as a pass rusher at 90.9, which is elite. Anything over 9 in college for a pass rusher PFF grade is elite. And your boy Gabe Yakis, if that's how you say his name, he actually ranked higher than Gabe Yakis as a pass rusher.
Okay.
So I think Vrabel is going to use Reed more in the box, on the line, to put pressure on. The guy's a ball hawk. He's definitely going to play, and I can't wait to see him in a Patriots uniform.
Okay.
So as for this whole Tatum podcast last night with his dad, or was it yesterday?
Yeah.
I find it odd, right, that his dad said the roster is bleep, right? That's what he said,
Yes,
pretty much?
the Celtics roster is S.
Okay, does he realize that Jaylen Brown had this Celtics team with a worse roster because it didn't have Paul George on it last year, and it didn't have Mitchell Robinson on it last year, and Jaylen Brown, and on DraftKings, they were one of the favorites to come out of the East. So is Tatum giving this information? Is he looking for, if Tatum fails this year, oh, well, I told you the roster was bleep anyways? I think that's BS. I think this whole Tatum Brown thing, which we knew was a problem since it was inception, that the two Jays hated each other, and I think it's perfectly clear for all the shade that I got thrown for every take since the beginning, it's 100% right that Tatum did not want to play ever with Jaylen Brown. All he wants to do is win a league MVP, and it's all about Jason Tatum. He's not about championships, no matter what this guy says.
You would say that what his dad is saying about this roster being S is parroting what his son has said to him. That's what you think.
I think it's a little bit of combination of both, that this is now, if Tatum fails and doesn't get at least as far or do as well with a better roster this year than Jaylen Brown had last year, he can go back to those comments at the beginning of the year and says the roster was bleep. But the roster's better. Who thinks the roster is worse than last year, right? If you put Paul George and Mitchell Robinson on this team with Jaylen Brown, that's a better roster, even without Tatum.
Yeah.
Now have Tatum on it with those two additions without Jaylen Brown. It's a better roster. So I don't know why this guy is smoking. Everything that come out of Tatum and now his family's mouth is a bunch of BS, and they should have traded Tatum. I don't care if he's the better player. I don't like him.
Listen, based on who the head coach started in Game 7, they believe they have a deep bench.
Stupid, though. But I would say this: is the roster a little bit better? Yeah, but is it still a roster that's going to get bounced in the first round? Probably. So I think when you start to look at it and you start to look at
but it was, they should not have been bounced.
No,
they
round. Shouldn't.
They had a 3-1 lead.
Right, they shouldn't have been bounced in the first round. I agree with you on that. They shouldn't have been bounced. The roster might have been better all season long, but when you got to the playoffs, when it mattered the most, your roster was better last year than it was this year. Because when you get to the playoffs next year, guess what? You won't have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. At least you had those two guys this year. And so that made your roster better and allowed you to get up 3-1. You get to the postseason this year, you're telling me you're relying on Paul George? And listen, we love Mitchell Robinson, but he's a rebounder, and that's about all you're getting. If you think you're getting any offense from him, have you watched the guy play? You're getting nothing.
Bad offseason. Bad.
They shared some footage of him working on Missoula ball. He was firing 3 after 3 after 3 the other day.
The guy can't hit a free throw. You think he's going to hit 3-pointers?
Bad offseason for Jason Tatum. Really bad. Bad.
Well, that's because his dad should have never said that.
Well, what do you think? I agree with Dakota. Where do you think you think Jason disagrees with his father?
I don't know
Have you
anything.
heard? Have you heard that? Have you heard the other thing is
I
that?
love when I ask a
No,
question.
no. But I would say
do you
yes.
thi-
I would say he did. I would say that Tatum's probably not telling his dad that.
So you think they disagree?
Yeah, because
Okay.
did you also
I don't know,
hear?
is he close to his dad? I don't know anything about his
Well,
father.
his dad
and
also said that the NBA is pushing the single mother thing and basically said during the NBA draft when Jason got drafted, I was there, but the only one they wanted to talk to was his mom's.
What does that have to do with
Do you think
the original
Jason?
question?
Do you think Jason said, "Oh, my dad got screwed at the draft as well," and he's telling his dad this?
I don't necessarily.
He's one of those.
Yeah.
So he was pissed
Mm-hmm.
that he wasn't spoken to at the draft when it was his son who was drafted.
Yeah, I think he was upset because he was like the NBA has got this, single moms narrative that they're trying to push where guys, obviously Jason Tatum grew up with a single mother, but saying, "Hey, I was still a big part of his life."
You know who does a lot of work with single moms? The owner of the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, too soon.
Oh, it's too soon? Do you think there's when you go to that trailer park, there's babies crying in the background and stuff
Definitely.
while you're trying to get busy?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily. Let's not paint the trailer park as a place for prostitution.
Oh, right. It was a setup.
This
it's
was
not
a
even
setup.
a real.
Yeah.
It's not even a real.
Yeah.
This could have
it's
just
not
been
it's not a den of what do they call it? Den of
like the Bunny Ranch.
Den of iniquity. Is that the word?
I don't. That doesn't ring a bell. But who am I?
No, that sounds right.
But I think trailer parks are big double wides in the South, so maybe could be a little bit more upscale trailer park than what we're probably used to here.
Ooh, like a bougie trailer.
Yeah,
park.
because they call them they're really more of, they call them double wides down there. So, and actually some of them are really nice if you see them for maybe 70, 80,000.
Could you see yourself moving down there and living in a double wide at some point?
No, I could.
Okay.
But they are nice.
Yeah.
They are some double.
You could retrofit one with one of those bidets that you like.
Oh, yeah. Some of them are 4 bedrooms, 3 baths. Some of them are pretty good size.
Yeah.
But not for
Big,
you.
Probably a bigger TV than I have.
Yeah, I mean, some of them, the living rooms are actually pretty good. Island and everything. Viking appliances in some of them.
I highly doubt that there are trailer parks with Viking appliances.
All you got to do is Google double wides.
But
Nice.
why would you, if you could afford Viking appliances, why would you live in a trailer park?
Well, because
Also, Curtis, on the work computer, don't Google double wides, please.
because I think that some people, right? If you get a nice piece of land for cheap in the South, and we're talking Ohio and those places, and then you get a double wide,
Wait.
like Midwest South.
Okay.
Right.
Midwest South.
They're considered
the
country.
Deep, the deep South, Ohio.
No, but they're
They're like cousins.
but they're considered country, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So when I say the South, like West Virginia, they're all considered country. Kentucky, all that, right?
The coast, Nebraska.
Yeah, so when you look at the double wide, you get a nice piece of land for short money. You get a double wide for $120,000 that is beautiful, and you drop that thing on, 4 acres that you paid $30,000 for, and you're living like a king.
You don't like where you're living. You just walk up to the front seat, turn the thing on, and drive away.
Right, boom.
Speaking of Ohio, West Virginia, have you seen the gentleman going around reviewing all of the all-you-can-eat Chinese buffets until he gets food poisoning in the Ohio, West Virginia area?
Great content. Also, soon to be a serial defecator, I would imagine.
Sounds terrible.
I really wonder if there's somebody, today was the first show they heard, and they're like, what am I doing?
Oh.
Well, that's because down in those areas, the buffet is big when it comes to the Chinese restaurants. Not big up here.
I'm telling you, it's the best content on TikTok.
There's not a lot of, there's probably not a lot of buffets, Chinese buffets.
And
around here.
Wiggy's moonshot is to be able to take Chinese food buffet to go.
Oh, I always do.
I mean,
there's one in Andover.
We tend to talk about a lot of different things.
Mhm.
It's just been, I feel like today's been drunk. I love it.
I saw a comment yesterday on the whole discussion on the beach chairs, and somebody was like, "Is this a sports show?" And I responded, I said, "Yes, obviously."
Right.
We're talking about a douche move of beach chairs on a beach, of course. Of course. I mean, it's.
I was actually offended that we stopped Christian Gonzalez talk for 3 minutes for that topic.
I really would like Christian Gonzalez talk to end.
I mean,
Not
breaking
today,
news.
A lot of interaction on that puppy,
Yeah,
though. A lot of people with an opinion on that.
Oh, yeah, that is going to. Wait till Tom E. Curran picks that thing up.
Did you see it, though? Did you see the way they did it? The douche move?
Yeah, we don't. I want your take on this week.
No, the douche move.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you weren't here yesterday.
All
We'll
right.
show it to you during the break.
Okay.
All right. And then we are going to get to Hill Notes also coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff.
Jones and Keith coming up at 10.
Go ahead.
What?
Douche move. That's a douche noggin move.
What?
Yeah, all day.
Sorry,
long.
Courtney.
Yeah.
Says the beach sexer who has his full moon out for anybody walking on the beach.
At nighttime, though, that's different, though.
Thinks that these poor people who just were planning ahead had someone go out, set
We
up
are
their area.
beach sexers.
Set up their area, and then they got to enjoy their morning before coming
Yeah,
down
but
to
they
enjoy
don't.
the beach.
They don't own the beach, though.
Yeah, neither do you.
No, but I didn't set up an area. I did my due diligence, did my business, and bounced. You don't own the beach where you.
I
could
don't
be,
think I think that's the point. Nobody owns the beach,
But yeah,
so you're
but you
able
can't
to go.
you can't set something up. There might be some, and then if you set it up and they don't get there till 12 o'clock,
right? Like complete utter.
That is a super douche
utter
move.
disregard for other human beings.
I'm surprised some people didn't be like, "Oh, we need some extra chairs. Just go
grab
grab
them
the-"
and take them. Some people said I should have just thrown them in the water.
Yeah, that is.
All right, can we get to Hill Notes?
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, KUHLMAN. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
Hey, Greg, Old Orchard Beach is taking applications for Beach Karen for the 2027 season.
Yep.
I'm with you. This douche move, man.
Total douche move.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Shine, what do you think?
I think it's a massive douche move, and I would have moved I would have packed it all back into the cart
No,
and
you
moved the cart out of the way.
Let's be honest.
I absolutely
You would not have done that.
No, as someone who has seen scalpers use the invisible chair in front of like a store to be like first in line and leave and go home and go to bed and just leave their lawn chair there, I would take it and throw it in the parking lot.
But Courtney, I
It's the
don't
same
get.
thing.
Somebody was
Same thing.
Somebody commented or DM'd, I can't remember which, that there's a similar thing that happens at a ski resort when you're waiting for the tram, like the first run of the tram.
Mhm.
People put their skis in the snow, and then they go run off and get coffee until it's
No, you
like,
can't
no,
do that.
You don't hold your
No,
breath.
you come back, you lose your place in line.
Like,
Somebody has to be there to hold your place.
Right.
Correct.
Your time is not more valuable than mine. That is the way to live life.
And I don't get Courtney because you said it was a douche move when people at Greg's building would go down there and put their stuff on the pool chairs
Because
and
there's
then
a
leave.
limited amount of chairs. There's like 12 chairs around that pool. The beach is wide. There's plenty of sand for everybody involved.
So
Then why
I
do they
wish
have to
I wish
reserve
they
it?
had made the circle a tad bit smaller. But the fact that you can go put your chairs
But to
out
Curtis's point, then why reserve it if there's plenty of beach? Why not just come back at 12 o'clock?
because you're working smarter, not harder.
Let me ask about this one, which I witnessed on Sunday before I left. Limited amount of parking spaces on my avenue
Mm-hmm.
in Ocean Park.
What a brag of the week.
Some guy standing in one for like 20 minutes until his fellow family members in another car could get there and take that parking spot.
No, that's
Meanwhile, is that a douche move?
That's such a douche move.
I would have parked right in front of him.
Laid on the horn.
So you cannot stand in a spot and save a spot, right?
No, you got to be like, hurry up, get here. There's a spot available.
Yeah.
You know?
Those people are driving by, looking at him, wondering, hey, there's limited amount of spots.
No, that's a douche move all day
I also
long.
got a couple of paint cans, which are booby trapped. If you pick up one of the paint cans, you're going to get covered in paint. This is not easy. This is work.
Great.
If it's not clear, there will be a space saver there.
Greg, be honest, please.
Yes.
Have you ever had Spaz do that for you?
Stand in a spot?
Yes.
No, I
100%.
don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't know why fans are freaking out over the booty trade. I mean, he's going to be a free agent. He needs his stats to get that bag of money. So, good for him. And now we got a backup safety and a draft pick. So, it's a not bad trade. I'll give it a B minus. So, not bad.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's actually a good trade. Like when you actually look at it, and I get it was, Sean, was a 6th or 7th rounder? I think it was a 6th
The
rounder.
player was a 6th rounder. I believe the draft pick was a 7th
Okay,
rounder.
7th rounder, right? So that 7th round pick, who the hell knows? It could be Julian Edelman. It could be nothing.
Yeah, right.
But you giving up a guy that you know that you're not going to utilize. So I think it's actually a smart trade. And just like the Hill Note person said, Booty's probably like, now this is my opportunity to, go prove to the rest of the NFL I can be a number 1 or a 1B receiver every day, every Sunday.
There was an argument earlier that they should have just paid Booty and not bothered with Romeo Doubs.
Absolutely not. What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean that's a conversation that you could have, right? And whether you want to go down that road to argue that point, I mean, I don't know how much better Romeo Doubs is than Kayshon Boutte, but you could make that argument, right?
I would say much better.
All right, but you could.
Well, I think they're saying it in light of the depth conversation, and you could have, you kept Boutte. You don't have to pay him yet, and then you can do something where you have a need with the Dobbs money.
But I think you could have signed Dobbs and still kept
rush.
Boutte.
Go ahead. What?
I think you could have signed Dobbs and still kept Boutte. Like I don't love this trade. I understand why they did it from an organization perspective. Like, this makes sense, but I still would have rather just kept the receiver depth because God forbid something happens to AJ Brown's knee. God forbid he pulls a hammy. Then Boutte would be a really good substitute to have. And he's on cheap money, and if at the end of the season he walks, he walks. Who cares? You got a 7th-round pick and a depth safety. It's not like you got something that starts for you.
Yeah, but why keep a guy that? And this is the thing about building out a roster, and Vrabel will probably tell you, why are we going to keep a guy? In the case we need a break glass in case of emergency of AJ Brown versus we can maybe potentially give us a safety that can contribute in some way right now. So I think that's the biggest thing. When you look at the Boutte situation, they're probably like, well, if something happens to A.J. Brown, we'll figure it out with Dobbs and maybe Kyle Williams.
So do you think the play of Kyle Williams encouraged them that, they can make this move and you got a guy?
Right. Because honestly, right?
But they also got the lowest price possible for Boutte here, Wiggy.
Right, but that's what you were going to get.
They were trying to trade. But if you held him at least till the trade deadline, there's a chance he has a couple good games. Somebody else gets hurt in the NFL. Somebody's willing to overpay a little bit, and you might get a little bit more.
The way that they look at this, the way that they look at this, in my opinion, with Boutte, is they go, here's a guy that is really, at the end of the day, if something happens to A.J. Brown, we're screwed. Whether we're putting Kyle Williams in or we're putting Boutte in, we're probably screwed. So if we can get maybe a position that can help us, like say Woodson gets nicked up, you could slide the kid Reed right in. Or even if Byard gets nicked, you slide him in right now, right away, and maybe he's still able to make a kind of a little bit of a difference. I think that's the way that they looked at it and go, we got a guy in Boutte that is probably the 4th option. We're going to go Romeo Doubs. We're probably going to go Matt Collins. Then, depending on Pop Douglas. And we think Kyle Williams can, fill in if he needs to fill in for somebody who gets nicked up.
We will hear from Elliot Wolf today. 1:45 he speaks. And then Christian Gonzalez 4:25.
Palpable buzz in the building.
No, I am.
The bombs are.
I walked in the hallway. People are on their.
I know. It's unbelievable. When this baby goes off later on today, the recriminations all over the New England area are going to be extraordinary.
No, and I just know what's going to happen. I know someone's going to ask Elliot Wolf, and he's going to be like, I have no idea what you're talking about, and then it's going to be the Swayman thing all over. Like, I'm staying off social media.
I mean, this is the risk reward when
it's
it comes
the bomb world.
When it comes
one
to
day it'll hit
and bombs.
That's it.
I mean,
but you said
just keep trying. I'm just going to keep trying.
I think if it was just you and your own belief,
my vibes,
you would have been fine. But once you said you were whispered to
it,
I
heard something.
See, that's where it all.
And I ran with it. And you know what?
And now it's a thing. Now Savage has got 100,000 views.
No, I know. And
because remember, a bunch of your cocoa bombs, it always started with you heard something. Remember, it was the Sam Kennedy. You heard something.
Yep.
And then there was
the Sam Kennedy one. Was legit.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't, but then there was another one.
Jason Tatum the night that he was coming back, that one hit.
That one hit.
You
heard the Swayman. You heard us, but you know what I mean.
What? Swayman eventually did sign.
He got it. Just never wrong, just early.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program. This is breaking news.
Sorry about that. I'm just screwing with
Oh,
Courtney.
you stop.
Oh my God.
You.
Sorry. All right, we are gonna.
That was really.
We have to take a quick break, but we will be right back. Adam Jones, Rich Keefe, and the Drop God. I don't want to forget about Billy, all coming up momentarily. Not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube. We are brought to you every day on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So if you're in the market for a diamond or a beautiful piece of jewelry or a timepiece for yourself or for a beloved, go see them at Springer's. A little bit of news, which is a follow-up to your lead yesterday, Shime, when it comes to the Big Ten.
That's correct. According to Pete Thamel over at ESPN, the Big Ten is set to pass a rule today that does not allow players to return from the NFL and play for a Big Ten school. Anyone who is declared for the NFL draft and did not withdraw, appeared on an NFL roster, or signed a contract with a pro league cannot be on a Big Ten roster.
Good.
I like it.
Me too.
And I normally
Good.
sign with the players because
you always side with the players.
I do, but the reason why I like it, because I know the new 5-for-5 rules coming up. If they allow this, and this is the loophole that I could see players doing in the future for the 5-for-5. Let's say somebody has an unbelievable first 3 years and then goes, you know what? My agent says that maybe I get drafted, in the 6th round here, there, but I'm not 100% sure. And then they declare, and then they find out, and they go, oh, you know what? Now I want to go back to school.
Yeah.
So I completely agree with, once you sign, whether it's a minicamp trial, you declare for the NFL draft, and it doesn't matter moving forward, you cannot go back to college. I like this because...
Will the other conferences follow suit?
They should.
I believe they will. The SEC commissioner...
Is follow suit an okay phrase to use, Curtis?
Sure can.
Comes from cards.
I gathered as much.
Hearts, or perhaps even other my favorite card game, pitch. But go ahead.
But
Yes.
one phrase you can't use, you can't call an S an S. That has been canceled.
Okay, that's been yes.
The SEC commissioner, Sankey, I believe is it Greg Sankey? Is that his name, John?
Why don't we just stick with SEC commissioner?
Okay, so I believe they put out a statement and they were like literally against it. Like, there's no way that guys should be able to go to the pros and then come back to college. So if the Big Ten is the first conference to do this, you might see the SEC do it next. I know there was a handful of guys that went there, but then every other conference kind of fall into doing this.
Okay, Shime, we have some Hill Notes left, if we could, before we go.
Welcome back to Greg Hill's Sex Education of the Day. Somehow, it's 6:15, and we're talking about how much we miss booty, how Lindsay wants to Greg, and how best place to put a seed in your ear. Happy Tuesday.
I don't think there was anything about Lindsay, and certainly there are some who miss booty.
Well, Lindsay had you on that new
Well, the
olive oil thing.
Yeah. And we started with the sourdough again.
Oh, did you?
Oh, thank God.
The bread baby.
We got some new starter, from an English woman.
Just let Lindsay do it.
Huh?
Just let Lindsay do it.
Well, I like participating in things that are couple activities.
This is a solo
Solo
mission.
She said, Greg, we're doing bread baby number 3. He said, okay.
Hey, Mr. Kraft. If the rumors are true that Christian Gonzalez wants a percentage of the Patriots' cap, and I were in your shoes, he'd already be gonzo.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Deal's done.
Could be.
I know. Well, we have to wait, but just the presser to announce it today.
Yeah, I'm going to miss Kayshon Boutte. He was a fun receiver. Him and May clearly had a connection, but, this move needed to happen. Shime, what are we going to do about these Twitter nerds like the Brysons and the Savages that claim that they knew this was happening all along when it's been public info that Kayshon Boutte requested a trade? So I'm sick of these people acting like they're in the know. What do you think, Shime?
Yeah, I mean, I even predicted almost exactly what the trade would be yesterday morning before it happened. It was not that hard to figure out. So anybody claiming they knew extra stuff is a moron. It doesn't actually cover the team.
All world catch he made, though, in the torrential rain and or snow in that Texans game, playoff-wise, last season.
That will live forever.
And that's what people remember. And that's like, I can't believe he gave up Boutte because of that catch. It's like, all right, it was a great catch. He made it. But Was he going to be a major contributor to this team this year? Probably not.
Greg, I love when you throw old school AAF stuff back in your new episodes, traditional style. Good old Father's Day.
Yeah, what was that?
What was
game
that all about?
called? Father Knows Best was that game. But I don't know that it would work in this day and age.
What was it?
Well, we would get a contestant, woman, older woman, and she would answer some questions, and then we'd get the father on to ask him the same questions that we asked her. Like, for instance, where did you lose your virginity?
Oh, God.
Oh, wow.
And oftentimes the father would be able to match the question with his daughter in advance of Father's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Like the dad knew where his daughter lost her virginity?
In some cases, yeah. Oftentimes it was a surprise for the poor guy when he was on the show. It was very awkward.
I'd have been like, what?
Very
Isn't she still a virgin?
It was a different time, really.
I was just going to say,
A different
Dad's
time
listening,
in
I am a
radio.
virgin.
They did this voluntarily?
Yes, to win tickets.
Wow. Okay.
Concert tickets.
That seems
like that one girl's dad. So, I mean, whoever went topless, so he's probably like, yeah, she lost her virginity.
One of the what she's referencing is one of the questions, I think, and again, this is a different time in my life, but one of the questions was to the woman was your favorite position.
Oh, wow.
And the father's answer, he meant missionary, but he said traditional style.
Nailed it.
Was the answer that the poor guy,
Everyone knew what he
gave.
meant.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Different time in radio, Curtis.
really
Different
was.
time.
I miss it.
All right. Shime, is that it?
That's a wrap, big dog.
Oh! See, I like you getting listener feedback, and there was some speculation in the Twitch chat that you say the same thing every single day when we're done with Hill Notes.
Yeah, I'll try and mix it up for the people.
And now you used to say that'll about do it or whatever.
That'll do it, Greg, is what I used to say.
Yeah. And
All
now what is it?
That's a wrap, big dog.
Okay.
Wow, I love it.
All right. That's going to do it for us.
Big afternoon at Gillette.
Yeah.
Let's go, Gonzo.
All right. Okay. All right. Jones.
Prayers up.
Jones and Keith coming up next in exactly 2 minutes. Thank you.
Now the time has come. Jones and Keefe right now on WEEI.
Are you ready for a Patriots trade, Keefe?
Yeah, I guess so. It seemed like it was going to happen, right? There was all the signs in the world pointing to Kayshon Boutte being traded. His agent was at joint practices the other day, Drew Rosenhaus. Although I looked at that and you're like, all right, he represents probably half the guys on the field.
Yeah, Boutte was probably further down his
all of it
personal list that day.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But, this is one. Also, no shocker. What time did this trade go through? 2:02 yesterday?
Oh.
2:30? No, maybe 2:30.
Yeah, maybe 2:30.
Like right after we got off the
Certainly
air.
after grab bag.
I was like, I have thoughts on this. I'll have to wait till tomorrow. So I look at it where I'm glad they didn't trade him for a future draft pick only. That was something that nobody wanted.
It's pretty close.
Well, they got like a future seventh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But like, at least you get a body in here. I wanted an edge rusher. I was like, you can't find an edge rusher who maybe is in a similar boat as Kayshon Boutte, being like, hey, I think I can play more. I need more snaps. Maybe it's a position that's full on another team. Safety. They get a depth safety. I think Kayshon Boutte's clearly the better player, hence why they had to throw in a pick.
The depth safety was a 6th rounder last year who played about 10 snaps a game in 7 regular season games. He did appear in 2 postseason games.
Okay.
So I'm guessing against the Patriots. I don't remember the guy.
Playoff chops.
But a 6th round safety from a year ago and a 7th rounder in 2 years for Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah, it seems low.
That stinks.
It seems low, but I'm telling you, Vrabel, you can look at this one both ways. Whereas, so Vrabel's like, we have no depth. We have bad depth. So you took one position of strength of yours, and you did weaken it. Kayshon Boutte, in my mind, is, even though he's not on the depth chart in this play, I would say he's like the 3rd best receiver.
Yeah.
He's probably closer to 4th or 5th based on like the pecking order and how they're going to use the rotation. So they found one position of actual depth on the team. They weakened it a little bit, and they tried to boost safety, and I don't really know if they did necessarily.
Well, I don't know if they did. And on top of that, did you think safety was a big need?
It was, well, no, but Byard hasn't been quite as good as I was hoping. Woodson, I think, has been good, but now Woodson might be a little bit banged up.
Woodson hasn't been there since day one of the Philly joint practices.
Right. So between injury,
who's even the backup safety at this point? They only have 2 safeties.
Well, they signed that guy Mike Brown from Tennessee, who? I think by all accounts has had a terrible camp.
Mike Brown.
They have Del Pettis. And then who's the guy who keeps getting picks every day?
Oh, John Saunders.
Yes, John
Jr.
Saunders
Jr.
So I mean, to
in
Nick's
your
point,
face, Nick.
To Nick's point, they pretty much have 2 safeties. Yeah, plus this guy.
Yeah. What's Kyle Duggar and Jabril Peppers doing?
Jalen Reed, who they added. So okay, I thought their safeties were pretty good. I know you already thought they have the best secondary in football, Keith. So, and I guess it's staying really good because Christian Gonzalez, as we found out from Courtney this morning, is going to be here for a while.
About that.
We'll get to that coming up later on this hour.
Okay, we'll save our thoughts.
Along with many other thoughts. But you already thought they have the best secondary in football.
I know.
So it's like.
No, I wanted edge rusher.
All right, they took away from a position of strength. They added, I guess, depth elsewhere on the roster while Vrabel is going on and on and on about no depth. And how do we have any depth? And why don't we have any depth? How do we get more depth? And then they bring in this guy who I guess will probably make the team. But I don't feel like you address the need in any way. It just tells me they were done with Boutte, which to me is odd. I don't think he was going to be a big problem in the room. And yet, Keith, no one wanted this guy. Like, I think the one thing
the league did not, you mean?
All the bitching, all the complaining we're doing about it.
You and I wanted him, but the league didn't.
I wanted him. But
he had no value.
They've tried to trade this guy for months.
Yeah.
And after the Houston Texans had I'd say, pretty significant injury in their receiver room, Jaden Higgins was going to be their number 2.
Mm-hmm.
He goes down, and they're like, we'll throw you a 6th round pick from last year and a 7th in 2 years.
They also signed 2 guys before they traded for Boutte.
That's all they could get. So, he has no value. And I
think he's going to be decent for them.
No, me too.
I think he's going to make some plays for Houston.
But we all think that. The league clearly disagrees. No one in the league wanted this guy. So is that because he gambled on games, or is that the book on him from when he came out from LSU and he was out of shape and he wasn't exactly a guy who ever reached his lofty expectations from when he was early on at LSU? Is the rest of the league just missing something? Because I think he's a pretty good player, but clearly no one wanted him.
Is it because he's sort of like a deep ball receiver but doesn't have elite speed? It's an interesting trick that he pulled last year. I'm not trying to even poke holes in it. He was really effective with the deep ball. We were comparing his numbers to Alec Pierce, and then look at what Alec Pierce got for a contract with Indy this year. So, like, he was valued by his own team, but still, like, he was valued.
500 more yards.
No, I know, but he had a lot more targets, and, like, he was a bigger part of the offense. I'd say with Booty, and maybe that's to Nick's point, maybe teams around the league say, you can't give this guy more targets. Like, it won't. I don't know why they think that, but they're like, it won't translate if he was on a team that had either fewer receivers or kind of just threw him the ball more. I think he's going to be pretty good with Houston. I do. Now, I'm not saying you're going to regret it and you're going to be like, oh, my God, I can't believe he had a 1,000-yard season and 10 touchdowns. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think he'll be solid. I think we'll, like, when we do our what happened during the year, I bet there'll be a few times where we mention a deep Kayshon Boutte touchdown.
I think Houston's about as good of a landing spot for him as he could get.
Yep.
You know, Tank Dell's coming off a pretty significant injury. So is Boutte going to be the 2 there? Is he going to be the 3 there?
Because Nico Collins is a stud.
Oh, I mean,
so you have one stud who's going to get all the attention, and then why not him as the next guy?
Does Nico always miss time, or did he just miss time last year? I mean, it just happened to coincide with the Patriots playoff game, of course.
Good question.
A year ago.
I feel like just anecdotally, he and Tank Dell are both out of the lineup a lot, but I could be wrong.
So he has never played a full season. 14, 10, 15, 12, 15. So
that's
honestly,
when Kayshon Boutte can eat.
It's a good landing spot for Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah, the quarterback's not bad. Like you and I don't like him come playoff time, but like regular season wise, you can go to a lot of places worse than CJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Boutte will be all right. It is one of those things where did they just think he was going to be a headache? And is that why they traded him? Because the value does not seem to be fair.
I mean, I think the answer to that's yes.
And so similarly,
they were,
last year,
at least they were worried about him being a headache.
Do you give them the benefit of the doubt? Because last year around this time, it was like Jabril Peppers and Kyle Duggar. You may not want those guys to start, but you're just going to like get rid of them. Okay, that actually ended up being the right call.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. It's odd to me to bitch about your depth and then have a guy who's a little disgruntled but will be depth. So do you want depth or do you not want depth?
Doesn't really want depth.
Do you just want...
You're saying one thing, you're doing another.
You want depth at other positions where you don't have 9 guys fighting spots.
But it sounds like they don't even necessarily want depth. They want guys who are happy being depth. So, like, you know,
happy depth.
I think Boutte was clearly wide receiver depth.
Yeah.
He was injury insurance. You got nothing for... It's a nothing trade. You got nothing for the guy. The league didn't want him. And maybe the league's right. Maybe the Patriots know they have nothing and they tried to sell high. I have no idea. But you did not improve the team appreciably. You got worse at the wide receiver position. So do you want depth or not? And I feel like no, they want guys who are happy being backups.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, those guys are usually going to be young players who have done nothing and, spoiler alert, probably aren't all that good.
I know, because usually if backups are really good, chances are they want out. And Kayshon Boutte, you could argue whether he's really good or not, but he is one of those guys that they got him in the 6th round, right? Going back a few years ago, that was actually a pick that seemingly was a hit, especially for the round that you got him in.
Yep.
And I thought was good last year. Has a good chemistry with Drake May, and now you're willing to move on from it for, you know, a depth safety. And we'll see how much he plays. Now, again, the Woodson injury and Byard's age and everything else, like we'll see how much this guy ends up getting on the field and if it ends up being a fair trade. But my guess is Boutte has a better year for Houston than Reed does for the Patriots.
Oh, I would take that to the bank.
Yeah.
So you guys can jump in. 617-779-7937. You made yourself worse, and you made a team like the Texans better. Now, you beat the Texans in the playoffs last year. Maybe there's a gap there. Maybe they can't catch you, but you got worse while they got better is how that trade went down. So it makes sense for me of that deal. Again, we'll get to your phone calls here on a Tier Tuesday. We're going to tier off the Patriots' schedule, their opponents coming up at 11:30 here on Jones and Keefe. We'll talk to Tommy Curran about this Kayshon Boutte trade and all the latest, and it sounds like things are happening.
Oh, boy.
With Christian Gonzalez.
I heard that.
So we'll get to that at high noon on a Tommy Tuesday, plus Kiefer Madness for you at 12:45. So stay tuned for that. On the way next, without Kayshon Boutte, who steps up in the wide receiver room. We'll get to that in just 2 minutes.
Now at the 99 Restaurant.
Do you think you're on the trade?
No, no. It might be a very question or anybody question.
Kayshon Boutte's feet are elsewhere. They are now in Houston with the Texans. I think one thing, if we learned anything from Kayshon Boutte, Keith.
Yes.
Anytime somebody directs a question to their superior, it's probably not going well.
No. Also kind of confirming that Vrabel does run the whole operation.
Good point.
Talk to Vrabel about it.
Yeah. He didn't say talk to Wolf.
Nope.
Go howl at the Wolfpack.
Nope. Or like when Tom Brady was like, talk to Mr. Kraft.
Yeah.
He didn't go all the way up there. He's like, talk to Vrabel.
Yeah.
Or he's like, or anybody. He's like, crap. Or anybody.
So Kayshon Boutte no longer here with the Patriots. We're getting flack on the text line, Keith.
Come on. We said a while ago, no negativity on the text line, and nobody listens.
This is a good point. The text line really doesn't take that to heart. Guys, Kayshon Boutte was excess depth. Do you really actually believe what you're saying?
Yes.
Or do you just try to talk to create controversy?
Believe it or not, I always believe what I say.
So,
because then that way you can't get caught in a lie, because you just stay consistent, stay with what you feel. So I was okay with them trading Kayshon Boutte. I wanted a pass rusher because I feel like that is your weakest position on the team. And so I would have done that. But even then, I'm like, he's good. He has good chemistry with Drake May. I think he's a useful player. But again, it is a position of strength right now. A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs have both showed up and have gotten on the same page with Drake May. I like Pop Douglas more than you, but you still got him and you got Mac Hollins. So, like, all right, when is Boutte going to get on the field? Can you Now, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he has a lot of value. In fact, you and I value him more than most.
Oh, way
more
more.
than the league, clearly.
Way more.
More than the Patriots, more than everybody besides maybe the Texans.
He has equal value to a 6th-round pick that no one heard of a year ago and a 7th-rounder in 2 years.
Which is wild, because if
That's the value for him.
Tank Dell's hurt, right? Because he's always hurt.
I mean, I think he's coming off an injury.
Okay.
I think he's back at practice, I believe.
Because just looking at the Texans wide receiver depth chart, I mean, you have Jalen Noel. Remember, they drafted the 2 Jalens a year ago.
Yep.
So one Jalen got hurt, the other Jalen Noel. But it's like Nico Collins, and it could very well be Kayshon Boutte as the next guy. So I think that's a good move for them, moving on from a safety that wasn't one of their starting safeties. And now let's see what kind of factor he has for the Pats.
Yeah. So, look, we've been saying for a long time, since at least the end of free agency, once they had Dobbs and we assumed that A.J. Brown was coming here, I'm like, I don't get why everybody's in such a rush to trade this guy.
Right.
And especially if the return is a 5th or a 6th-round pick. I didn't want a 5th-round pick for him. They got even worse than that. So I feel like we've been very consistent in this, and we've been telling you for months and months and months, trading Boutte, unless it's for another roster player at a position of need. Safety isn't. We've gone through and ranked all the positions. Safety wasn't a position of need.
No.
In fact, we felt like they were set there, to be honest. And, what if Craig Woodson's hurt? Well, this guy's not the replacement. If Craig Woodson's hurt, let me tell you that right now. This guy allegedly is a box safety, and you don't want him playing. I was listening to Taylor Kyles yesterday, Bragg.
Wow.
You don't want to play him in the deep middle or outside of the box. So he's not a Craig Woodson replacement. He's not. So if Woodson's hurt, you didn't do a very good job replacing him. And I think we've been consistent in saying we're against trading Boutte, so we're not just creating controversy.
No.
We've been
We like
saying
him.
this for a while. The other thing I would say, if you really think Kayshon Boutte is going to be such a headache, shouldn't Vrabel be able to handle that?
Well, I thought so too, and I said the same thing last year about Duggar and Peppers, and that ended up working out. And they were, the defense was good.
Well,
they were in the Super Bowl. Jalen Hawkins was better than I thought he was going to be.
It worked
Woodson,
out, but Vrabel's supposed to be able to manage personalities, I thought. It seems like he doesn't want to manage personalities. He just wants the personalities out of his face.
But he also brought in A.J. Brown, who I feel like is a pretty big personality. He had Steph Diggs a year ago.
He'll do it for really good players,
yeah,
not an average player.
Right. So maybe he just feels like it's not worth it, whether it be a Joe Milton, whether it be Kayshon Boutte, obviously in this case, compared to high-end starter-type players.
So, look, and Boutte is a very average player compared to certainly a guy like A.J. Brown. I think he's a good depth piece. It's weird to whine about your lack of depth and then trade a good depth piece. That's very, very strange.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see Vrabel, I don't know, try to manage that a little bit as opposed to just saying, well, the guy's not going to be happy. Let's trade him elsewhere. How about a team that we played last year in the playoffs in the AFC? Like, how about that? A team is going to be in the postseason and every year wins a playoff game. The Patriots beat them last year. But every year they're in the playoffs and winning around. Let's trade him there while we get worse. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. There's also this, Keith. Mark Daniels had a good breakdown yesterday, and we've been at camp a fair amount over the course of the offseason. So I think this shouldn't surprise anybody who was down there and, saw how it all broke down. But Kayshon Boutte had a lot of catches and targets and attention from Drake May, and he's always had a consistent amount of chemistry with Drake May. And on top of that, I think a lot of his production, he had 18 catches from Drake May in practice.
Wasn't most of that early?
Yes, because they started to bury him and move him down the depth chart, and Dobbs started to move up. The top guys were A.J. Brown and Romeo Dobbs.
Right.
But
not the first couple days.
Kayshon Boutte had 18 grabs. If you're going to replace him with guys like Efton Chisholm and Kyle Williams, they had 8 combined catches from Drake May.
See, this is how I view it. Now, this also is based off of health, and you cut into the depth, which Mike Vrabel was talking about. But they're going to run mostly, wouldn't you say, as far as personnel, 2 and 3 wide receiver sets.
I would think.
A.J. Brown should be on the field the whole time. Like, really should be. He should be on the field the whole time. Romeo Dobbs, even last year, played 78% of the snaps for Green Bay, and they had a pile of receivers.
Yeah,
and he didn't get the contract.
They had like 5 different guys they'd get involved in the game.
And he still played over 3/4 of the snaps. So I think those guys are on the field a lot. Then you're swapping out Pop Douglas and Mac Hollins, I would assume. And then you might even go just straight deep ball Kyle Williams. So I guess in that sense, like, Kayshon Boutte is kind of phased out a little bit. Now, maybe it should come as no surprise, like when they began camp, Drake May just kind of picked up where he left off. And he's like, this is a guy, I know where he's going to be. He knows where the ball's going. But to Drake May's credit, and I would say even like McDaniels and the whole thing, they knew they were going to have to work in A.J. Brown and Romeo Dobbs. There's a higher ceiling with both of those guys, and they did get going.
Do you beat the Texans last year without Kayshon Boutte?
No, he had a pretty good catch.
So, like, I mean, that's probably a pretty simple way to look at it.
I mean, yes, because Stroud turned the ball over 6 times.
Stroud probably wasn't going to win that game.
May was putting it on the ground like crazy in that game, too.
But my guess is A.J. Brown will be a big factor if they play him again this year, and somebody who didn't have
He win that game
year.
without Pop Douglas. Pop Douglas had the first touchdown on a 4th down conversion.
Okay, but pretty big catch by Kayshon Boutte in a pretty big spot last year. So without him, do you even beat the Texans a year ago? Now they have him and you don't. And you get a 7th rounder in a couple of years and a safety who maybe plays 10 snaps a game.
Also, they weren't paying him. He wasn't going to be back next
year. You don't need to pay him. You're trying to win this year. Like, I'm not making a case to keep him here forever.
Because I think he would have played, he would have suited up. I think Christian Gonzalez, who we'll talk about coming up, I think that's a different conversation altogether about, hey, you're under contract, you need to play. Might not work with him. I think with Boutte, it would. He doesn't really have a lot of other options.
Less depressed Sox fan in the Twitch chat makes a point that we've actually brought up numerous times.
All right.
I'm shocked, but Boutte and Pop Douglas had very similar numbers last year.
And Mac Hollins. They were basically the same receiver.
All 3 of them were identical.
I like Mac Hollins a lot. So that one I put in a separate group.
Oh, okay.
Pop Douglas, to me, broken plays, gadget plays, very different type of receiver than Kayshon Boutte, who is like an over-the-top, deep shot guy. But I value his skill set a lot more than Pop Douglas, and I trust him a lot more than Pop Douglas.
Yeah, but the team, I think, viewed...
they clearly don't agree with me. I'm just saying my view on it.
I just feel like even though Kayshon Boutte, during one of his Q&As, was saying he can line up anywhere and he can play anywhere, I don't think the Patriots felt the same way. He was basically like, hey, when A.J. Brown's not in there, you can go run that. Because when A.J. Brown is out there, we're going to have Pop Douglas in the slot. So they wanted that more, and it was harder and harder for Kayshon Boutte to get on the field.
You see Dice's nickname for the new wide receiver duo in Houston?
No, I didn't.
How about Booty Collins?
Booty Collins. Print the shirts.
Kayshon Boutte and Nico Collins. Dice.
Booty Collins.
You've done it again.
Dice.
Booty Collins.
You better trademark that, Dice. Someone's going to steal that.
I think that's what Jed York was doing at the trailer park. 617
$140.
779.
I think that's HIPAA.
7937. You can jump in here on Jones.
Jed York's defense.
No,
sorry, Jed. It's not HIPAA.
No, you either say the Lord made me do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been drunk.
Or whoops.
Or whoops. Or it's HIPAA. I mean, you have a variety of excuses you can always go to. We'll get to your feedback here on Jones and Keefe. Apparently, there's a lot of people who love backup safeties and 7th rounders in 2 years because people seem okay with this trade.
Who could they get?
We can get into your thoughts on this coming up.
Kayshon Boutte.
Plus, we have some ongoing negotiations throughout the league that may complicate the Christian Gonzalez negotiations, at least until Courtney had a big update.
I did hear an update this morning.
Someone call it a scoop.
Okay.
The latest on Christian Gonzalez. We will get to it next.
I'm John Morgan.
Holy cow!
All right.
I'm just saying. That's what I believe. That's what I believe.
This is news to me.
But
What
this isn't
I
what you
believe.
believe. This is something you've been whispered.
Well, it's what I believe.
Like what are they what are they doing, running photocopies of the contract so legal could take a look
They
at
want
it?
to make sure that the press release is done correctly.
Wow.
There's a million things.
Is this the seating?
It could be.
Well, there you have it. Wow. Gonzo deal done.
Okay. Now, you know me, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm not one to scoop shame.
No.
The voice you heard there.
I didn't think so.
Courtney Cox, notorious scoop shamer, kind of her thing. Also worth pointing out, and I'm not a scoop shamer because scoops come in many different shapes and sizes.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get.
Well, that's a box of chocolate. That's separate. But that's what she does. She's a scoop shamer. I'm not a scoop shamer. I will point out her track record of 0% hit rate.
That can't be true.
I think it is.
0?
She said Jeremy Swayman's deal was done. An hour later, Cam Neely had a press conference where he goes, I can't believe the ask.
Is he
We're
here?
nowhere close.
Is he here?
Yeah.
It got done.
Not that day, it didn't. And he was like adamant. He was like, this guy's crazy. He's asking for so much. She also said Sam Kennedy was going to buy the Celtics.
Yeah.
To which Greg Hill, as we know, friends with both Wick Grosbeck and Rob Hale. And Greg's like, no. So that's two big giant swings and giant misses.
Okay.
I don't remember any others, but I'm sure there were more.
Okay. But if Gonzo signs today,
that's put her on the. She's 33%.
Put it on the big board.
100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, Am I missing any others?
Shoot or shoot.
She just shoots down everybody. She's like the Kevin Matumbo. She's like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Shoot
and then
or
she
shoot,
has this,
and then also shoot down.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's apparently her thing.
Okay.
So she hasn't gotten one right yet, but today could be the day.
That can't be true. There's got to be something.
What did she get right?
I don't know. I'm saying that's.
No, crickets in here. Nobody's got. Yeah. What? I'm looking around.
Got to be a cocoa bomb
Nick,
in there.
Did she get a single one right?
She knew somebody stole her Celsius.
Well, that was. Yeah, it's because she went and got the tape. Mingles is
I
the
mean,
one that
she
found
had
it.
a source.
And I was like, yeah,
put it
it
on
was
the big
me.
board, Nick. I'm with you, Nick. Put it on the big board. There's one.
I was like, yeah, it's me. There's me. It's a $2 poison drink.
That is true. You did cop to it.
Which you left in the fridge.
You did cop to it fairly quick.
Yeah, it was because it was
that
me.
is true.
I was drinking it on the stream. I wasn't hiding it. They went they're like, hey, we pulled surveillance video. It's like, just watch the Twitch stream.
On our show yesterday.
That was a pretty good screenshot, though.
It was on the show. But I'm just saying, I hope she's right. She, I guess, could be right.
Sure, scoops come in many forms, as you said, yeah.
Well, and Christian Gonzalez wants a contract. The Patriots apparently offered him the biggest contract in team history.
So there
is a chance.
So here's the deal. I mean, look, he's back at practice. It's a good sign. Elliot Wolf is speaking later today. That's been scheduled for a long time. But is it possible Elliot Wolf comes on at 1:45 and he's like, "We got a deal"? I mean, I guess that's possible.
Isn't Gonzo also speaking today?
Gonzo is speaking today at 4:30.
Okay,
correct.
There you go.
So if you want, I mean,
It
look,
could be a big celebration of a new contract.
The signs are all pointing
Yes.
to it.
Sure.
Some signs are pointing to it.
Has Gonzalez spoken previous to this? Has Elliot Wolf speaking previous to this?
Sure, not for a little while. Sure.
Okay.
He's
He was
also
just on the pregame, or he was on the preseason game.
He's also been at practice. Oh, yes. No, that's true. I thought you meant to the media.
Yeah.
But yes, no, he was on the
Well,
preseason
Gonzo's
game.
back at practice. Gonzo was at practice the whole time until joint practices, conveniently enough.
Okay. Well, let's follow this.
And if she gets this one right, congratulations. That's a good get.
How did she put it again? She believes.
Yeah, I don't really
Wasn't a
understand that.
scoop. Wasn't a cocoa bomb.
I don't really understand
She
that.
believes it. I think at one point she said those are the vibes.
Vibes?
The vibes.
It's just going on vibes.
You can report on vibes.
Is it Nick Sogard and Tony Seagulls? What are you talking about?
You don't report on vibes. You
The
can report on
vibes
vibes.
are he's getting a contract? I don't think that they are.
Look,
I'm not reading it
my
that way.
vibes reader is going the other way as well, but I don't break scoops. I don't know. I have no scoops, no bombs, no sources. I got nothing. I am a vibes reader.
You gotta read the vibes.
I read the opposite vibe she does, but she's got the scoop. I don't.
Okay.
So that's Courtney. Earlier today here on the Greg Hill Show, it is Jones and Keefe, live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. I was kind of blown away by another piece of audio. This is Ian Rappaport last night. I was like, wait a minute. Just listen to this real quick. On the NFL Network, talking about Steelers cornerback Joey Porter Jr., who I don't think anyone has in the same stratosphere as Gonzalez, Witherspoon, Surtain, Stingley, McDuffie.
And Sauce. Yeah.
Good corner, but not with those other guys.
No, not top 10. Even the Eagles might have 2 guys better.
Yes, agreed. Here's Rap Sheet last night.
The Steelers do not do contracts during the season. That has been their historic stance, and I expect that to continue. And really, Mike, the reason that they're at an impasse or whatever you would call it is because it's pretty clear when Joey Porter gets a new contract, he is going to be the highest paid corner in the NFL.
What now?
What?
Who's doing what? How's
It's
he gonna,
pretty clear when he gets a new deal,
Yeah.
he's going to be the highest paid corner in the league.
Did he just forget to swap out his Gonzo script?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I heard that. And I listened to it a bunch. I was like, wait a minute.
Joey
what?
Porter Jr.?
Yeah. So hey, is this? I mean, somewhere along the line, is this another thing? They don't have the same agent like Witherspoon, but like, is this this can't be another thing? Patriots fans can't use this as another excuse to be like, well, I mean, he's just waiting for Joey Porter to get paid, and then he'll get his contract. First was Witherspoon, now it's this guy. You can't do that.
When Joey Porter gets a new contract, he is going to be the highest paid corner in the NFL.
He is? So
her?
He was not, according to the ESPN execs, coaches, and scouts survey, in the top 10.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Was he? Did he also receive votes? I
mean, he was an honorable mention.
He's a
with
good corner. I'm not
AJ
saying
Terrell.
he's not a bad corner. He's a good corner, but he shouldn't be the highest paid in the league.
He's right behind Kamari last.
But like, imagine that. What if? I mean, the Patriots. This is, I guess my real takeaway on this.
Joey Porter Sr.?
Yeah, maybe. But I guess my real takeaway on this. This is another example of the longer the Patriots drag your feet, the more the price goes up.
So does
McDuffie.
Gonzalo maybe now pivot to be like, hey, I didn't realize this, but if Joey Porter's going to make 102, then I'll wait around.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
McDuffie, then Witherspoon. Now this guy, and the Patriots just keep waiting. The Patriots just keep waiting, and it's like he's never going to get cheaper. This is why I think he's not getting a deal. All due respect, Courtney.
Jeez.
I don't think he's getting a deal.
Okay.
I do not think he'll be a Patriot beyond this season. I think he'll play the whole year here.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll be out there every game. I don't know if he'll be trying his hardest. I don't know that you'll get the best version of Christian Gonzalez this year. I don't think the Chiefs got the best version of McDuffie last year. So I think he's heading that way. And I hope I'm wrong about that. I want him on the team. I'd take only Surtain over him in the entire league. And I think he's neck and neck with Surtain. Like, I don't think Surtain's ridiculously ahead of him.
No, and he's eligible now, so he should be the highest paid
But like,
corner.
the longer you wait, the more the price goes up. And now Joey Porter wants in on the highest paid at the spot.
Hell?
And imagine if the Steelers give that to him. How bad are the Crafts going to look there?
Oh, pretty bad. Yeah, pretty bad.
You won't go there on Gonzalez, but they'll go there on Porter? You look like clowns again.
Seems really bad. And just the longer this goes, too, you're like, are the Patriots going to give him the contract that he wants? And it's like, I don't know. Elliot Wolf had the comment just the other day. I know he's speaking again today, but when he was talking during the pregame, or not the pregame, the preseason game, and he had that line that we played yesterday about, well, we got to do what's right for both sides, right? Like, just saying it that way, yeah, we get it. That's a negotiation. We understand that. But the way it was said was like, well, we can't go crazy. Like, yeah, he's a good player. We want him, but like within reason.
Right.
And, like, doesn't seem like somebody who's going to get the highest paid contract in the history of the league for the position.
Each side is trying to do what's right for them.
Yeah.
Mostly us.
That's what it feels like right now.
That is
and
how it
Gonzo,
feels.
to his credit, I feel like I don't think he's going to take less. Now, he might be forced to play out the season and then kind of go from there like Trent McDuffie, but I don't think he's going to be like, oh, you know what? I will give you a hometown discount.
I don't get that vibe either. And to me, he's going to get that contract here or elsewhere, and he's probably happy to get it from wherever he can. Again, not to channel Jed York, but I think he's going to
It's
take
going to cost a lot more to get Christian Gonzalez.
It's only $140 for Christian Gonzalez.
I think he'll take that contract from any team. And I don't think he's loyal to the Patriots or he'll take a discount or anything like that. If Patriots give him the money, great. If not, he's going to play it out this year, maybe at 100%, maybe full throttle, probably not. And then he'll play somewhere else next year, and he'll get his deal somewhere else next year.
And the Pats will get 2 future first-round picks.
That's where I think we're heading.
And they'll have Carlton Davis and Charles Woods and Kendall Vildor as the corners.
He's had a good camp.
He has been pretty good.
He has.
Yeah.
Stock up on Kendall Vildor. Couldn't have started from a much lower point.
No.
Mark is in Medford. Hello, Mark.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
So I don't know if you've been asked this question already, but the first game of the NFL season happens to be between the Patriots and the Seahawks Super Bowl rematch. My question is
confirmed.
Why is it on a Wednesday night Is the NFL not going to be satisfied until they have 5 nights a week?
Yes. I think you might be onto something. I think they're probably going to want to play every single night.
Yeah.
They want to own everything. They've been doing this. Remember, it was Thursdays, and they got the Friday opener. They're putting it on Wednesday to get it out even more in front. Yeah, it's insane. It's gross. I don't like it.
I have no problem with week 1 doing it.
Wednesday, though, I do.
I don't.
Stupid.
It's kicking off the season.
They
What do
never
I care?
ever play a Wednesday other than that.
I haven't watched football in months. So if you want to give me a bunch of standalone games the first week,
you can't wait an extra 24 hours.
No. I'll take a Wednesday game and a Friday game and a Saturday game and then a bunch of Sunday games and a Monday game.
But
And then
there's not a Friday game to start the year. They go Wednesday, Thursday.
Is that what it is?
Saturday because they're in Australia.
Whatever. My point
is it
all those standalone games? I'm in for week 1. Now, if they start doing Wednesday every week, that is stupid. And if they start and they have all these quick turnarounds and all these other, then that's dumb and that's greedy. And trust me, the owners probably want all that. But me personally, as a consumer, I'm okay with the season kicking off on a Wednesday. Doesn't bother me one bit.
Thursdays in Australia. There's no Friday game.
Yeah, Thursday actually, and they're playing it in Australia at a time where it'll still be like 8:30 our time on Netflix.
Okay. I mean, you're starting to lose me a little bit. The more details you give me.
An Australian game in Netflix, like get out of here. But I mean, obviously, I'll sit there and watch it like a boob.
No, I mean, I got guys on my fantasy matchup. I got bets in. I'm going to be watching. Like, yeah, of course.
It's a good matchup too. Rams Niners. That's juicy.
Real juicy.
Yeah,
a lot of points.
I love it.
Take the over.
Yeah.
617-779. 48.5.
Yeah, that's right.
Hell yeah, get your Rams and your Niners in that matchup.
Not as high as Tampa Bay Cincinnati Sunday at 151.5. Come on, folks.
That's nice.
Come on, folks.
Baker Mayfield over touchdowns.
Mayfield Burrow. That's got shootout written all over
really
it.
does. Those are 2 of our favorite quarterbacks.
Right.
I don't really like
I
Burrow
love
actually,
Burrow,
but 2 of the top quarterbacks on our list. 617-779-7937. You can discuss the Keyshawn Boutte trade. We don't like it. The impending Christian Gonzalez contract, according to Courtney. Or even the Patriots opening on a Wednesday, as some want to do. Again, 617-779-7937. Plus, I want to circle back to something we played late in the show yesterday. Jason Tatum's dad thinks the Celtics roster blows.
What podcast is this from again? the Dad's
Unplugged?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
no,
but
it was like
there was
another
another
word in there,
name.
wasn't
There
it?
was
Super Dad's Unplugged? Something like that? What was
it was Ultimate Dad's
Ultimate.
Unplugged. Super Dad's. No. Ultimate. You got the alliteration somehow in there. Ultimate Dad's Unplugged. I feel like they wouldn't be dads.
No. Let's circle back. I want to investigate that a little bit more. We'll do that next. That was the Ultimate Dads Unplugged podcast. And that is with, I'm not familiar with this song. I didn't know
it's new-ish Limp Bizkit.
Oh, okay.
Dad vibes, because it's a dad podcast.
No, I get it.
Dad podcast. Okay, cool.
I got it. I thought we might have had to dump something there for a second. I wasn't
sure either.
It looked clean. There's no E on it.
I wasn't fully familiar with the
Printer's
whole,
still getting it done.
Their whole catalog.
Yeah.
I know you like to celebrate their whole catalog.
I tried to. Well, no, that's actually not true. It's really the first 3 or 4 albums. And then in my mind, they stopped making music. In reality, they made like 20 more albums. So God bless them. I'm glad they're doing their thing, but I've kind of fallen out of it just a little bit. But I still support. I still support.
You
them,
support them.
Yeah, another one of these guys that's easy to make fun of. Mm-hmm. Just like the Insane Clowns, just like my guy Dane Cook. All these guys easy to make fun of.
Yeah, but you know what? But
stop it.
Sneaky great.
Stop it. Yeah.
Stop it.
Not even that sneaky.
Yeah,
just great.
Well, it's a little sneaky. But anyway, the Ultimate Dads Unplugged. I don't know if they fit in that group as well, Keith, or not.
No,
but
this is a weird one.
It is Dwayne Wade's father.
Yeah.
It is LeVar Ball Sr.
Yeah.
And it is Jaylen Brown's dad, who apparently has 2 first names.
Yep.
And so he
Marcellus
goes.
Quinton?
Some of
Marcellus?
it he's had some accusations thrown at him. Maybe you gotta
swerve him a little bit,
alter your name from time to time, depending on what's convenient.
Yeah.
But so they had on Jason Tatum's father yesterday, and he called the Celtics roster crap.
He did. So first of all, before we get into those comments, I
Watch your profanity.
love the idea of like the creation of this podcast and these guys sitting around being like, you know what? Our kids are famous. They were good basketball players. Some of them are
LeVar,
still
you're
playing.
pretty famous because of your kids.
Yeah. And then you kind of disappeared for a little bit. You kind of burned too hot.
Yeah.
And now, like, we should do a podcast. Like, at what point did Dwayne Wade's dad be like, I think a podcast would be the right thing for me to do, and I think people would love it.
Yeah, well.
I mean, here we are.
Yeah, here we
And
are.
I'm sure it does very well. I'm sure it does excellent. And then they get Jason Tatum's dad on. So it's just like a bunch of dads talking about their kids.
Talking about, I believe in
Yeah.
if you read the up on the podcast,
Yeah.
it is talking about their high achieving children.
Great.
It's a bunch of.
We need a bunch of AAU dads
You
sitting
guys-
around talking about
you
how
guys
their
are
kids
all
made it.
right.
Yeah.
But your children are high
Yeah,
achievers. Let's
right.
talk about that.
But this happened off and on, and it's funny because Tommy Kern's going to join us at noon, and he had a lot of quotes over the years from Tom Brady Sr.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, remember? You'd be like, oh, did Tom Brady Jr. feel this way? And like, things like that. So it's like, now it's just like another thing.
Well,
And I'm
I
sure there
think-
were times where Tom, the player, would be like, kind of roll his eyes and be like,
oh, I think
about the roster. I do.
I think Curran would tell you, I do not think Tom loved Tom Sr. talking.
Yes.
To Tom Curran as much as
'Cause
he
it's
did. There's a
just
lot
like-
of Toms here. Tom didn't love Tom talking to Tom. I don't think is ultimately
Third base.
Brady's stance on that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's just like another thing kind of like laid on there where you're like, all right, now I got to answer for this. And so, maybe Jaden Daniels' mom would be like the extreme right now.
Mhm.
But to a lesser degree, you're like, Jason Tatum's like, all right, we just moved on from Jaylen Brown. Suddenly, like, I'm back. I'm full go back. This is going to be like a big season for me. And now I'm going to have to, the next time I speak, answer questions about how my dad said the roster's trash. So is that a shot at Brad Stevens? Is that a shot at, so I guess
Right.
every player
No.
not named Jason Tatum.
Right.
It's a shot at the player, your teammate. It's a shot at your teammates.
Is it
and Brad Stevens?
Is it a shot at Chisholm?
Sure. I think it's a shot at everybody but Missoula. Missoula's the only one that's like, that's not
Yeah,
my
I just-
problem. Like,
I just coach what's here.
I'm doing the best I can with
Yeah.
what I got.
Yeah.
So I think besides Tatum and Missoula, I think everybody catches some of that criticism. Like, you're literally saying the players on the team. So, like, that's obvious. So you're like, all right, why is, Peyton Pritchard, Derek White, Mitchell Robinson, Sam Hauser, these guys who they're like aren't good enough in his eyes. And then then they're not spending a ton of money, so that'd be on Chisholm. And then the same thing I would say with Brad Stevens.
I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. What are we watching over here? What is this?
Oh, that's the 2001 horror movie Valentine.
Okay.
There's some heavy petting going on.
What's going on with this other girl?
She's watching those two.
Oh.
Yeah. That guy's Jed York. That girl is not. There's another one.
The other girl's
spying on
the
her a
other
little
girl's
bit.
the cops.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
It's a sting operation. Get out of there.
I really got interrupted there. Okay.
She
well,
liked it.
I was
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen Valentine from 2001,
I might be adding it to the list. but
Squirrel!
frankly,
You should check it out.
I might be doing. So sorry,
Every once in a while you get distracted.
you were saying it's a shot at everyone on the roster?
Everybody but Tatum and Missoula, isn't it? It could be considered a shot at every single other person involved.
Well, and you say it's not a shot at Tatum, but I would say, hey, Jason, if you think the roster's crap, you can look yourself in the mirror. Like you're the one who either ran off Jalen or felt like it was untenable going forward with Jalen. Guess what? Jalen's a pretty talented player.
Yeah.
So if you think the roster's crap and now Jalen is with the Philadelphia 76ers, you can look yourself in the mirror over that one.
You know what's funny is I've heard people make the argument. This isn't a straw man. I just can't remember who. But I've heard people make the argument that, well, you're basically swapping out Tatum for Brown because Tatum missed almost all of last season. You're adding Mitchell Robinson, and you're adding whatever you can get out of Paul George. Maybe the roster's better this year, to which I say, no, it's not.
No, but it might be a better regular season roster. It won't be a better roster than on game one against Philly.
That's what I'm saying. So you did have Tatum and Brown. That's what people forget is like you had 16 games of the regular season, and really only the first 1.5, you were like, ooh, I don't know what Tatum is. Then he was like really good again.
Yep.
And then by playoff time, they were an overwhelming favorite. Like going into that series, they were what? As far as teams that lost, there was some stat that we talked about at the time. Like over the last 25 years, it was like the third biggest, or maybe it was the number one biggest, like Vegas odds upset to lose a series.
Yeah.
They were staggeringly favored. So like they're not better. If they go into a playoffs now.
Keith, you brought this up a bunch. They were the betting favorite in the offseason this year after what happened against Philly. After the Knicks
win the East.
To win the East. I'm sorry,
I
you're
think
right.
Spurs and the
No,
Thunder
you're right.
But
I'm sorry. To win the East. So they were the odds-on favorite to get out of the Eastern Conference
so I'm like,
before the Jaylen Brown trade. On the morning of the Jaylen Brown trade, they were the odds-on favorite, betting favorite, whatever you make of that, in the East.
Would Tatum's dad have said that the roster was trash going into last year? I don't think so.
Without Tatum on it, maybe.
Well, okay, but let's say like when Tatum returned, like the day he returned, and they were like, "Hey, do you think they can win the East?" Do you think he'd be like, "No, the roster's trash"?
No, I think
it seems like if anybody really likes Jaylen Brown, it's Tatum's dad.
That's a good point. I think we were two of the onlys who were saying, "Why is Brad Stevens getting all this love for the roster?" It's basically Jaylen Brown and Tatum.
Yeah,
like the roster is not great. However, I would argue, not their playoff roster, but the regular season. I would argue Tatum should be an upgrade on Jaylen Brown, right?
Yeah.
They're adding Paul George. They're adding Mitchell Robinson. Exactly what you said. Ipso facto, you should win more games this year. So go do it.
Yeah, but I don't know how many games Paul George plays.
Go do it.
Oh, yeah, no. Tatum has the opportunity to do that.
You should win more regular season games. You're going to lose in the playoffs once you get there.
Oh, yeah.
But you should win more regular season games. So go do that. And if you don't, I'm going to look at you. Just like I'm looking at you over your dad's comments. Because, I don't know, you think he got that out of no? That's just his opinion looking at the roster? Or you think he's talked to Jason at all?
I think he's probably talked to Jason.
I would assume.
I don't know for sure, but I
would
feel like if you're going to go on a
assume-
podcast to talk about stuff.
I would assume
Yeah.
he is amplifying his son's thoughts to a degree.
Mhm.
That's an assumption. That's my guess. That would be my guess on that. Steve is in Boston on Jason Tatum's father, Justin Tatum, his comments. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, guys, I've heard a lot of talk about this stuff yet. That was my first time actually hearing the clip, though, when you guys just played it. Is there more to it? Like, is there a chance that he's saying, like, oh, like, there's roster crap going on right now? Like, are we positive? he's saying the roster
So they were talking about.
There's a lot more on the podcast, I'm sure. I didn't go through that like a fine-tooth comb. But no, that's the comment.
They were pretty much just talking about who was going to win it next year, and he's like, I'm picking the Knicks. And then they were like, well, how come you're not picking your kids' team? Because I think somebody else must have on the panel picked their kids' team. And then he's like, well, no.
Someone else on the panel.
Oh, Jalen's dad.
It was Jalen's dad who picked his own.
Right.
Yeah.
And then so he's like, yeah, but their roster's trash. So it's pretty.
Did he say their roster's like trash, or does he say like roster S? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
I don't know.
again, Nick, if
he said their roster is crap, except he didn't say crap. Yeah,
right.
That's what he said.
Okay, I don't know if he said their roster is. I thought it was just like maybe like, oh, roster stuff is going on.
No.
Like that's why I'm like skeptical. Okay.
No, I think it's the current personnel.
Right now, roster. Who cares about the roster? I do.
Their roster is crap.
We had to bleep it, but yeah.
LeVar Ball goes, who cares about the roster? And he goes, I do.
Yeah, because he's like, if you want me to predict the season, I would take a look at the roster.
I think the roster has a pretty big. Yeah, I didn't
What's
really
LeVar Ball
understand.
looking
I
at?
did not understand LeVar Ball's stance there. Yeah. Who cares about when you're picking teams? Who cares about the roster?
Doesn't matter.
The
roster?
When you put together teams, like you're playing pickup hoops.
Sure, you want to pick the best players.
The whole thing you're doing is picking you're looking at the roster. That's the whole thing you're doing.
Right.
I didn't really understand LeVar Ball on that one.
No, that is a strange one. Although I don't think he's picking LaMelo Ball's team this year. Although it could be interesting. They're going to be a fun
Good
team.
point. I don't think he's taking LaMelo Ball's team.
He's
But
taking
no,
Lonzo Ball's team.
Jaylen Brown, his father took the Sixers. Yep. Jason Tatum's father took the Knicks and said the Celtics roster is crap.
Yeah, right. And you could have just taken the Knicks.
You
didn't have to bury them.
You didn't have to add the Celtics part to it. I wonder if that's Tatum's view on the roster, and if it is, it's time to look himself in the mirror because I'd say he's a pretty big factor in why the roster looks the way it does. 617-779-7937. We'll get to your feedback on this, and in just 2 minutes, Let's get to the Red Sox. Another winning streak, Keith, with this team, and another comeback victory last night. We'll get to that again. 2 minutes. Jones and Keith. Another streak for the Red Sox, Keith. They keep doing this. Wow. They couldn't win 3 games in a row for months. Then they win 15 in a row, 9 in a row. I mean, they're back on a 4-game streak. I mean, who knows how long this one goes for.
They also couldn't come back in games.
Correct.
If they were losing in a game, you could shut it off. They were not going to win.
Nope.
Now, it's like they almost need it. They almost need to be trailing just so they can have a crazy final couple of innings.
Down 1-0 to Alcantara early last night.
Who had it until he didn't.
Oh, my God. Well,
all of a sudden, he didn't have it.
So I'll tell you, if they lost that game, I was ready to come in guns blazing on Rafaela. The at-bat he had.
That was super frustrating.
So they had just walked, and I'm trying to remember who walked.
He threw 9 or 10 straight balls. He walked back to back
two straight batters.
4-4.
Then Sogard had like a tough at bat where he actually swung at a couple of pitches outside the zone.
He did.
And
Strike 3 for sure.
So Alcantara really could have walked 3 straight guys, and then Rafaela swings at the first pitch, pops it up, and you're like, what are you doing?
Bases loaded.
What are you doing?
He's a free swinger.
So that was when the game was 2-1. Red Sox ultimately break through and eventually tie the game in the 8th on a wild pitch, of all things.
Yeah.
Abreu was able to score.
There's a little bunt. It's like Little League style. You fake the bunt, and the ball goes to the backstop.
Durbin psyched out the reliever. 9th inning, Fairbanks comes in, gets hurt. 2-2 ball game. Siegler is able to knock in Eli White, who's a pinch runner for Mickey Gasper.
Eli White is a weapon. He might be the fastest guy in baseball, right? Is that what they said?
I believe
There's
last
some
night
stat that
on
says
that,
he's the fastest guy.
I think his sprint speed, if you want to go to his Savant page,
Let's
Keith,
do
if you want to go under the hood,
I do,
and go to his Savant page.
He's fast as lightning.
His
this guy.
sprint speed, I believe, is 99th percentile. Yeah.
He's a freak. He's a fast killer. If they go on a run, don't you kind of expect it? And maybe it's just from like 04 and Dave Roberts, but don't you almost expect him to have some sort of significant
Are you looking
impact?
at the Twitch chat right
No,
now?
I'm not. I don't even
Literally.
Is that what they said?
Less depressed Sox fan. Eli White equals Dave Roberts. Like, as you said that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I just feel like whether it's stealing a bag like that or just, somebody gets a leadoff double in the 9th inning, you put him on second base, and then there's like a little bleeder to the outfield, and you score.
He's coming around.
Yeah, like he's a useful player.
But so Tony Seagulls, who
he's
hasn't
more
played,
useful than Adley Rutschman.
No, definitely. So we can get to Rutschman in a minute if you want. Tony Seagulls hasn't played in like a week. Comes in, triple. He's down 0-2
First
in the at-bat.
career triple.
No,
did you want him to bunt there?
Yes.
I think I was expecting
I was
it.
stunned that they didn't bunt. Our guy Lenny on the postgame show last night agreed. Like, this is one where I completely disagreed with Chad Tracy in real time. Like, why the hell aren't you bunting here?
I'm like, that made the most sense in the world.
Agreed. And then Seagulls comes through with a triple. They score another run.
Sogard drives him in the next at bat.
I didn't think that was a great effort by the first baseman on Miami. Like, I don't know how that one olayed through.
Well, the infield was in, and he did not have a good
anyways,
play on it. But
4-2, Chapman closes it out, 30 saves for him, and the Red Sox have now won 4 in a row. And Keith, furthermore, they beat the Marlins, who you may not realize, but are actually a halfway decent team.
I was going to say, I was surprised to see their record last night.
They're 2 games over 500 after the loss last night. The Red Sox have now won 19 of 20 games against teams with records of 500 or better.
Ridiculous.
19 out of 20?
Which most of the playoff teams should be over 500.
That's
although that third
the
wild
American
card team,
League, maybe not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But wouldn't it be the first time ever a team makes the playoffs with an under 500 record?
Probably. This is what happens when you keep adding wild card teams and half the league makes the playoffs.
True.
But yeah, they've won 19 out of 20 against teams with 500 records or better, including the Marlins last night. I mean, that if there's a stat you want to hitch your wagons to on why they can win the whole thing, that's it. They beat all the good teams.
They're beating good teams. They are coming back in these games, whether it's the 8th or 9th inning. I know yesterday was in Miami, but they're also winning at home. Like all these different things that they weren't doing earlier, they're doing now. You even got like sort of a grinder effort out of Ranger Suarez. He had like 3 different innings of over 20 pitches.
Yeah, that
wasn't great.
I didn't like him last night, and I haven't liked him recently because he's not working deep into ball games, Keith. And this is the guy who I've wanted to be the game 1 starter in the postseason.
Yeah, I'm still going Sonny Gray.
Yeah.
But Ranger Suarez does have a really good playoff track record. I'd go Sonny Gray, then Suarez. But then I know he gave up a run, but Bulk Hogan there, Brian Bayo, once again out of the bullpen. And then Eric Miller. It was a pretty adventurous 8th inning, to say the least.
Thanks to Duran.
What the hell was that?
Duran healed one off his glove. And then
almost threw the guy out.
I thought gunned him down at second. Then you watch the replay, you're like, ooh, that's close. They wound up calling him safe at second.
It was a wild slide. So if you were watching this, ball's hit to the outfield, should be a base hit. Duran can't field it.
But he like belly flopped like halfway to second.
The guy attacked it. His arms were wide like this. And so Seagulls puts the tag down like where you would normally like. But he was like, hooked his hands around the base.
Very strange.
Very unorthodox, but it was effective.
So then there was it a bunt that Miller comes up and gets?
Yes,
and then
the runner was safe at first. So now it was first and third.
I never even saw a good replay on that. Was Contreras not on the bag? What the hell was that?
In real time, it looked like he took his foot off the bag. They showed the replay. I think he had it on there.
He was just beat it out either way.
He was safe, and he was just like running it back in.
So
I think he was safe.
And then there's another chopper right back to Miller. Fields it, guns it home.
The runner's like, I'll go home.
So foolish.
And then Rutschman just truck sticks him.
Rumbles him down and truck sticks him. Exactly.
He actually did it. It looked like it in real time. So he's like in a pickle. Everybody in the crowd's like, pickle! And he goes running down. And the runner just like stopped. And like once you get big Adley going, it's hard to slow down. But it was mostly just his glove. And then the guy dropped like he got shot.
I immediately apologized to
and
him
then he did pick
afterwards.
him up. Yeah.
But so that was Eric Miller.
But-
Red Sox wind up winning the ball game 4-2 last
Another
night
eventful
in Miami.
game.
It was
Another eventful game, another win.
You're concerned about
and off the
Rutschman.
field too, because didn't the Marlins fire their whole scouting department during the game?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, did
Their
they?
whole pro scouting department got fired.
Your guy
I think,
Otto
during the game.
Lopez got a couple of knocks.
He did.
Yeah.
He had a sack fly and a couple of hits. He had a big double.
No, their team it's amazing that they even have the record that they do.
Okay, I wasn't going to go here with this, but you brought up Rutschman. You're concerned about him?
Yeah, bit. I mean, he's over 5 last night. He's hitting 146.
Negative WAR since they acquired him.
He's been awful. He's been absolutely terrible. And the whole idea was he's at least better than Connor Wong and Carlos Narvaez, who you traded away. And so put all the prospects that they traded for him aside. Just put that aside for right now. We talked a lot about it when it happened. Just upgrading the 2026 Red Sox. It should have been like a small bar for him to step over. Instead, he has limboed underneath. He has somehow limboed underneath the bar of Connor Wong and Carlos Narvaez. He's been dreadful. He goes up to the plate. How do I have more confidence in Nick Sogard and Flock of Seagulls to get a base hit than I do Adley Rutschman right now?
Yeah.
It's not even close.
It's not close. So Adley Rutschman, in his time with the Boston Red Sox, he
No
has played
barrels.
in 12 games. He does have a home run, Keith, and 4 ribeye steaks. I think that all came in like a 2-game span.
Yeah.
He's hitting 146 with a. Do you know the OPS?
No, I bet it's insanely low. He's the one home run, but
499 OPS.
It's historically low. He's killing them, and he's by all accounts a great guy. We love the vibes. He's a vibes guy, a great teammate. But please save it with the 3-time All-Star and this, that, and the other thing.
He has taken 6 walks, if you want to give him credit for that.
All right, good eye.
He has a negative WAR. I'm going to bring up these stats again. Maybe I'll tweet these out. Proprietary information here. On the day that Rutschman got traded to the Red Sox, which was deadline day,
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what they gave up for him. And I'm like, I don't care about trading prospects. I want good players, though, in return. Liam Hicks was a catcher who moved that day to Tampa. Okay, so another team in the AL, in your division, in a pennant race, further ahead in the playoff race than you are. And they decided to trade for a catcher, Liam Hicks, from the Marlins. Liam Hicks, in his 16 games, 292, 975, 3 homers, 10 RBI. He has not walked as... I'm sorry, actually, he has. He's walked actually way more. 10 walks in his 16 games.
He's been real good.
And he is half a point WAR already in 16 games.
So he's way better, and you gave up way less for him.
And they gave up, I believe, a prospect. It was a highly regarded prospect, but they gave up 1.
Yeah.
You gave up, it turned out, 4.
Yeah.
4 of your top 10 prospects in the organization for Rutschman. And he's hitting 146 with a 499 OPS.
Egads. Yeah, Egads. He really needs to be better. And there's still a month plus of the regular season. So there's a chance, at least the guy has a track record. Maybe he could turn it around.
I mean,
but
he's
it's
obviously better than this.
He
But
has to be.
But it
He
is
has
really
to be better
upsetting.
than this.
Yeah.
But you thought, you're still waiting on maybe Roman Anthony. I'm not waiting on Trevor Story, but at least that's another guy that they might factor in at some point. You thought even, he wasn't even ready right away. They traded for him when he was hurt. Then there was speculation that maybe he rushed back and he wasn't ready, but now he's been in the lineup a good amount, and still there's zero production there. It's been tough to watch.
I want to follow up on something the text line just sent in. Let me just fact check this. So what did I say? For Rutschman, he is hitting 146 with a 499 OPS. In the same deal, they got Jake Rogers. I forgot about this guy.
Oh yeah, Jake the Snake.
He's already gone off and hit walk-offs.
home run
For who? For the White Sox? Who did he hit one for? Yeah.
Oh, they kept the wrong. Or they kept the wrong catcher.
Rogers, in his 3 games, hitting 500 with a 1389 OPS. He's got a positive WAR. He had 2 RBIs and a couple of walks in just 6 at-bats.
Jiminy Christmas.
Small sample size.
Small sample size, but he's already done as much as Rutschman.
Tell Mickey Gasper to get the catching equipment back on.
Yeah, maybe.
That guy's a good at-bat.
Good at bat. Not so good behind the plate.
No, he's not. No, he
but
can't.
good at bat.
Can't catch a lick.
617-779-7937. We got your phone calls here on Jones and Keith. Your thoughts on the win last night, the streak the Red Sox are on. We can mix in Adley Rutschman, some thoughts on Ron Harris Suarez as well. Plus, I'm pretty lukewarm on extending Chad Tracy right now. I'll do it in the offseason. I'm happy to do it in the offseason.
Sure.
I want to see how he manages in the playoffs first. I think the Red Sox might be even more lukewarm on Chad Tracy. Let's get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith.
heroics. Gasper and Siegler after Ranger was great. Bayo really kept him in it, and the Red Sox will just keep on going. 4-2, the final in Miami.
Red Sox win at 4-2 last night. 30th save for Chapman. We'll get to Chad Tracy and his future in Boston in just a moment, plus some updates on some rehabbing players. You mentioned Story and Roman Anthony earlier this hour, Keith. We'll get to your phone calls on a Tier Tuesday. That comes your way in about 15 minutes. We will tier off the Patriots' opponents on the schedule this year as we inch closer to Week 1. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow.
That's crazy.
Against the Seahawks, it is so close. We have Tommy Curran on a Tommy Tuesday at high noon, plus a Kiefer Madness for you at 12:45. So stay tuned for it with your phone calls. 617-779-7937. You were just reading to me off the air. There's an update on Henderson.
Yeah, it looks like Travion Henderson, according to a league source, Christopher Price has this, is getting some precautionary tests done on his right ankle, but is walking and moving fine, described as a lower ankle issue he sustained after slipping on the turf during practice Monday.
Okay. Low ankle sprain is a differentiation from a high ankle sprain, which would be longer term. And not only longer term, usually you're not as effective as a player right when you come back. So, like, you're back, you're on the field, but you're not yourself when you're coming back from a high ankle sprain. So assuming Price is right, no pun intended there.
Fun.
No pun intended there.
What game would you want to play the most?
Plinko.
Plinko?
You don't want to play Plinko?
I do want to play Plinko.
I mean, Showcase Showdown,
Price
obviously.
is wrong, bitch.
I want to be right in the Showcase Showdown.
Hole in one. Or two. Remember they'd always do that every time because they'd always miss the first putt. They're like, oh, you got another chance.
That's always good.
The cliffhanger there, the yodeler.
Cliffhanger's not bad.
Not bad. No, Plinko's where it's at. Plinko's where it's at.
You want to play one of the all-time games.
You do. Or you just want to win that car. Win that sweet car.
I do want to win that car.
Or a gazebo.
Or maybe it's a boat.
It could be
Could be a boat. You don't know.
Yeah, it could be anything.
So, assuming that Chris Price is correct.
Yes. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah.
On his reporting, a low ankle sprain is good news.
Also, 2 weeks just shut him down pretty much. So, if he's just icing it and working it back and rehabbing it, maybe he doesn't even have to miss a game.
Also, at least it wasn't reported like the Ashton Genty one, where he was like carried off the field by his teammates. Like, yeah, he just has a low ankle.
No, if he's walking around fine, at least according to this, then that's obviously good.
The Genty reporting now, didn't Rap Sheet just come out with this? He said it's more low than high. What the hell does that mean? I thought that was the wording that I saw.
Right in the middle. Like, he Goldilocks it.
Yeah.
It's more low than high. All right, what is it? Where is it? Right in the middle?
Where would you describe it? Be specific, please. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I just saw that headline. Let me get that for you. Just to
how long is he out for?
Close the loop on some of the reporting here.
They say that on
What
Genty?
do you got, a draft or something?
I got a couple of drafts coming up.
Here you go.
I want to thank Jermaine Wiggins, by the way, for supplying my draft order right before the show started.
I mean, let me tell you,
if the buzzer be there.
This is where 2-minute breaks come back to bite you because Wiggy was really
he was taking his time.
He was burning the midnight oil on that thing.
Oh, he made a meal out of it. But I gave him the 12 teams. This is in my home league with my college and high school friends, and I did not put the names. Didn't put so he had no idea what team I was. I just wrote down the 12 names, and he went through and randomized it for me. Very good. Excellent.
Which pick did you get?
Oh, it was low.
9th.
Yeah, it was low.
Out of 12.
Yeah, Eeks, big time Eeks.
Sorry, you gotta get that wraparound. I'm all right.
He liked.
I'll be fine.
Excuse me. He liked Prestige.
Wraparound. You heard me.
We like Prestige Worldwide.
Prestige World. Oh, I don't want to spoil it if my friends haven't heard it. I did send it to him. I emailed everybody.
Dump it. No.
He also went. This threw me for a loop. I gave him the list. I'm like, can you do the draft order? So he's looking at the 12 names.
Yeah, he went one
with the
first.
number one pick.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute, what? No suspense.
Yeah, in fairness.
He's like, well, what?
He's like, well, that's how you do drafts. What he didn't realize is you're not doing the draft.
You're doing lottery.
You're doing the lottery is what you're doing. And in the lottery, they don't start at 1. They start at 14 or whatever.
It's fine. It's fine. It's still we still got there.
Ashton Genty's ankle sprain, according to Ian Rappaport, is more low than high.
Okay, more low than high.
Yeah. All right, so I guess it's not that dissimilar. How long is he going to be out for? I don't know, but maybe get some shares of Mike Washington Jr. there, Keith.
Yeah.
Is what I would recommend.
Okay. Thank you.
How about this yesterday from Chris Cotillo on the future of Chad Tracy, which, again, I would not make him the full-time manager right now. I want to see him manage in the postseason before I reward him. I assume he's going to be fine. I'm not saying he won't be. I expect him to be the manager next year.
Right.
But I'm not rushing into that, and I don't really understand the rush. Cotillo yesterday said Chad Tracy is becoming the Red Sox permanent manager, or the odds of Chad Tracy becoming the permanent manager before next season is more likely than not. So what we're reporting this like the Wells report now? It's more likely than not. I would say.
Okay.
I expect him to be the manager next year.
Yeah, because 51% is more likely than not.
More likely than not, he's
so
the manager.
90% or 93.7.
I'm not giving him the extension right now, or giving him taking away the interim tag right now. But I expect him to be the manager. It's more likely than not. That's strange reporting. So are they lukewarm on him?
Maybe they're just saying there's no guarantee. They're opening the door up. Like, let's see what this month looks like. Meaning, like, you won 15 in a row. Is there any more losing streaks along the way? And then the playoffs. Like, what does the playoffs look like? If you play the Yankees in the first round and bow out, and I know it's a very small sample, but it should be magnified because it is the postseason, and he has some really, like, insane missteps there, then I think you would at least want to consider other options. Doesn't mean he just, like, blew his chance because, again, this has been an unbelievable run that he's been on. So I would value that. But I would also think when Craig Breslow initially got this job, he was like told, you have Alex Cora. He's like, okay, I'll try to make it work. Didn't work.
No.
So he moved on. But if you asked him before the season began, you can have anybody to be your manager. My guess is the answer wasn't Cora or Tracy.
Wouldn't have been Chad Tracy.
Right. Now things can change. So
Chad
maybe
Tracy,
now you like him a lot more than you did.
Right. Chad Tracy predates him in the organization.
Yes.
So, right. His answer probably would have been David Ross or somebody like that.
And if one of those guys, like whoever his like dream manager is available, he might want to weigh it between that guy or Chad Tracy. And maybe Chad Tracy did enough over these 3 months. I know a lot of fans are saying that, and that might be the answer. Maybe he feels like, you know what? I like this guy a lot. I had not really considered him to be the long-term manager, but he talk about making the most of your opportunity, and maybe he goes with him. Or it's somebody else that he's sort of had all along that he's like, this is what I want. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about Breslow and his job performance, but based on the vast majority of the players he's brought in here, he's probably going to get the benefit of the doubt. John Henry clearly sided with him on the Cora v. Breslow thing.
I'll tell you, Breslow's worst trade is the Rutschman trade right now. Like, not even close. But even guys like Eli White and Eric Miller and some of these other trades, you're like, my God, what? He's pushing the right buttons here on these guys.
Yeah. No, Eli White's nice.
Rutschman, not so much.
No.
Not a great start.
No.
To his tenure. Unlike most of Breslow's deals, which have worked out, that one is not looking great. 617-779-7937. You can jump in here on the latest with the Red Sox manager.
I was just going to say, I was looking at the box score. So the pitchers in yesterday's game.
Yep.
Ranger Suarez, he acquired. Brian Bayo,
he extended.
Moved. No, he moved to the bullpen.
Yeah, well, that too.
I feel like you sort of salvaged his season. Then Eric Miller, he acquired. Chapman, he acquired. Like these are his guys. And then your best hitter is Contreras. Durbin's having a good season. It's just littered with his guys already.
617-779-7937. We'll get into your feedback on this if you want to talk Red Sox or Patriots, which we talked quite a bit of in the first hour of the show. We'll circle back to that at high noon with Tommy Curran. And on the way next, let's tear off Patriots opponents with the schedule starting up just about 2 weeks away, 2 weeks from tomorrow. We will do that on a Tier Tuesday next.
WEEI. It's Tier Tuesday with Jones and Keith. Let's go!
Tier Tuesday brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. If you're planning a corporate meeting or private party, you can book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests at goavellino.com. Giant portions, Medford's Kitchen, goavellino.com. Today, Keith, we're going to be tearing off Patriots opponents on their schedule with, again, just about 2 weeks away, 2 weeks and a day from kicking off the season on September 9th in Seattle. What do we have for some tiers today?
So we're going to tier off the schedule based on the likely outcome. And so the top tier is going to be Eat That W.
That's a W. That's E1. That's E1. That's a W.
Okay.
So that's the one you look at that, you go, they're going to eat that W.
Okay.
That's no problem.
There's a couple teams where they could eat a couple W's,
I
but I get
think
your
so.
point. Yep.
Yeah. Tier below that, Just Win.
Just win, baby.
It's going to be a tough one. We're not saying it's a cakewalk. That'd be the top tier.
Might not be style points.
No, but you're going to get that win.
Get through it, get that
You're gonna
W.
get that win.
Okay.
Below that, even a little bit more tedious or tenuous, I should say, coin toss.
And it's either heads or tails. And you have to say, call it.
That's Anton Segura there.
That was our caller.
Call it. Call it. Call it. So coin toss.
Yeah.
And then the last tier, hopefully there's not too many of these, the for sure loss.
No chance.
Yeah,
Man.
the for sure loss.
Stig's really shooting them down there. Okay.
The no chance. All right, so 4 tiers, 17 games. Let's tier it up. Nick, what do we got for the schedule?
All right, week 1 on a Wednesday, Market Medford at Seattle.
Yeah, I'd say for sure loss. Yeah, I mean, that's one
I'll
where...
give them that one. They lost
And it's either heads or tails.
week 1 to the Raiders last year, for God's sake.
No
It's not
chance.
there we go. Let's get that right.
Yeah,
No,
no,
we
no,
don't
not
got
enough
a coin
hands
toss.
to run this.
Not a
We're
bullet.
saying
Bullet.
that is an auto loss.
Auto loss.
That's
all right.
A for sure loss to Seattle. In Seattle, we're going to be raising the banner.
Yeah.
You
The
know,
12s are going to be going
the 12s are just
insane.
going to be foaming at the mouth.
Dave Matthews might be there. Chris Pratt might be there. Pearl Jam
They'll probably be there.
probably will be there.
Yeah, so that's a for sure loss. Okay, what else?
Week 2, home for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Is that a just win?
Just win, baby.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And, like, it's closer to a Eat That W in my mind, but they do have some players. And,
I mean,
but by week 2, they get the extra time off because they played on
they
Wednesday.
they beat you here last year. They're a playoff team. Like,
Pats
just get
turned
it might
over
be,
5 times.
That might be ugly. Just get through that
okay,
one.
just
They
win.
should beat them.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Just win. I'm not.
Put me down for a dub.
I probably will ding you for style points in a couple of weeks, but
Okay.
as of today, just get
win.
through it. Just win.
As Al Davis won.
Yes.
Yeah.
Week 3 at the Jacksonville Jaguars.
All right. Is that?
Is that the same thing? Or
And it's either heads or tails.
you guys think it's a coin toss? You guys like Jacksonville?
No, so I really don't like Jacksonville all that much.
Sounds like
I'm
you
fine.
love 'em.
No, I'm fine with putting it at just win. I wasn't sure where you were. I thought they looked great last year
Yeah,
at
Jones
the end of the
likes
year.
the whole operation more than I do.
I do.
I don't love.
I've been a Liam
Jacksonville.
Cohen guy. Famously stood by him after those comments. Didn't waver, not even in one iota after those comments. How could you? Let's go. Just win. I'm
right,
fine
just
with
win.
that. I'm not super high on Jacksonville this year.
All right,
Just
good.
win, baby.
Thank you.
All right, week 4 at the Buffalo Bills.
At Buffalo Bills,
Right.
for sure. Loss
And
or
it's
coin
either
toss.
heads or tails. And you have to say, call it.
They beat him there last year.
They did. I think it is more of a coin toss.
And the Bills are worse this year.
Let's
right?
do it.
I think the Bills are worse this year. I think the Pats are better than the Bills. And so
I think the Pats are better than the Bills. I'm not sure the Bills are worse than they were a year ago, though. The receiver room's certainly better.
yeah, I mean the coaching part of it is
That's a good point.
TBD. I feel like Sean
That's a good
McDermott
point.
we all clowned on, but he might be better than this guy. So a coin toss is fair.
I like.
though.
I mean, they beat him there last year.
Yeah,
I'm fine
yeah.
with
Yeah.
coin toss. Doesn't mean win, but it's a
Doesn't
coin
mean
toss.
loss.
No, it doesn't. 50-50.
Yeah.
Call it.
Yeah.
Week 5, home for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Home
That's
for
a
the
W.
yeah. Eat
For
the,
sure.
eat the crap out of
That's a
that.
W.
Yeah. Eat
That's
it.
the first for sure win.
Yeah.
Weeks-
I mean,
Week 5,
so,
which is telling
hang
you
on,
something.
So put another way.
Yes.
There's a chance based on this they're 0-4. Eeks.
Well, there's a chance of anything.
One and
There's also a
three.
chance they're 4-0, but I'm with you. I
Well,
think
Jones, call it. Will they be 0-4?
No.
the first 4 games are tough, and that's why we talked about like this Gonzalez situation. And like, I know he's back at practice, but it's like, is he for sure playing in those games? And sometimes they stumble out of the gates. So yeah, last year was a good example of it. They turned it right around, but these are four good teams.
All right. They'll be picking that W out of their teeth for weeks because they ate that one. Okay.
Right.
What else?
Week 6, home for the New York Jets.
Oh, yeah.
That's a W.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's E1.
Back to back.
That's E1. That's a W.
We might live in this tier for a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, Jets.
Week 7, Thursday night at the Chicago Bears.
Okay, so that's a just win.
Coin toss.
baby.
Just win.
Chicago's nice.
They're not that nice.
Ben Johnson says they're going to have the number 1 offense in the league.
He ain't
Rod
saying-
Mayo looked made
you notice-
Caleb Williams look bad.
You notice how he didn't say anything about their defense?
No.
I
They got a good corner.
yeah,
Is Luther Burden going to be available?
I
Or
say
is
just
Steven Siegler
just
taking him out
win.
again?
He says coin toss.
Yes.
Nick,
Drop God.
Oh, just win.
just win. Thank you. In your face.
Week 8 at the Miami Dolphins.
I think that's eat that W. I know they always struggle in Miami, but what's the date on that game? October what?
Ooh.
November 1st.
You're winning in Miami. In November,
Yeah.
I think.
No, I
Man,
agree.
That's a W.
Yeah.
That's E1.
I agree.
That's E1. That's a W.
I'm fine with that.
All right, week 9 at home for the Green Bay Packers. I don't know if this is during the Toyota-thon, though.
Home. Wait, home to the Packers.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the Packers have the quick turnaround. Isn't
So
that right?
It's somewhere in the mid. It's not for sure loss or eat that W to me.
Yeah.
Is it just winners or coin toss?
No, it's just win.
Okay, just win. Green
That's what
Bay
I think.
Packers. All right.
Just win, baby.
Home, just win. Jordan
Romeo
loves,
Dobbs revenge game.
Jordan Love stinks.
You think Dobbs goes nuts?
Just win.
You see who Jordan Love's biggest supporter is right now? Dan Orlovsky. He's like going nuts about the throws he can
I did
make.
see
You're
that.
like, all right,
Yeah,
where's this
there you
coming
go.
from?
He's obviously very good at breaking down. He said he wouldn't. If Dan Orlovsky, if it were up to him, Drake May still would not have taken the field yet.
No.
He's runner up for the MVP. He was in the Super Bowl. Not if he played great.
No.
He still would not be on the field yet if it was up to Dan Orlovsky.
He'd be learning from
He'd sit
Jacoby
for 2
Brissett.
years. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize he was loving Jordan Love.
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah. Okay. What else?
All right, week 10 international game. So neutral field against the Lions.
Oh, international game. And I don't love Dan Campbell
either.
and the Lions.
Not to be too bullish on the Patriots winning all these games.
Are they just win?
I think it's still just win.
Yeah, okay.
They
Just win, baby.
They missed the
Well,
playoffs
if we're-
last year. You're not playing in Detroit. I think
Yeah.
it's just win.
I think if we're going to put Chicago and Green Bay there, they can't be a tougher out than those two.
Okay.
So, okay. It's
like
a lot
it.
of just wins.
All right, week 11 is the bye week. So week 12, Sunday Night Football against the Los Angeles Chargers in L.A.
Chargers off a bye week.
Yep.
Eat that
Like,
W.
yeah, put it up there.
That's a W.
Put it up there.
Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, they're not losing to that.
That's
Put it up
that's
there.
a W.
That's eat the crap out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
People
All
are
right,
going to get
week
mad about that.
whatever.
We don't like Herbert and
Yeah,
Harbaugh.
they stink.
Yeah.
Week 13, home for the Buffalo Bills.
So I would also put that coin toss, and it's the exact same logic.
I agree.
So they beat Buffalo in Buffalo last year. They lost
Both
at home
Buffaloes.
to the Bills. I'd
Yep.
put both games in coin toss. They could go either way. It's
I like
not.
it.
We're not just going to go home and away and pick them there. I think both of those
Then
are
it's
coin
either
toss.
heads or tails. And you have to say, call it.
Call it.
Yeah, I mean,
Coin toss, coin toss.
not to sound too much like Kenny Atkinson and all the predicted wins and everything. They should have beat the Bills twice last year. But I'll
Should've
go
beat the
coin
Bills
toss on
twice.
both of those. Yeah.
All right, Thursday Night Football at home against the Minnesota Vikings.
That's a W.
Oh.
That's E1.
Is it going
That's
to be
E1. That's a
Kyler
W.
or JJ McCarthy?
Either way, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Eat that W.
Oh, I would say just win.
Minnesota?
I guess
I like
we're
Devin
defense
O'Connell.
is really good.
Yeah. You want to bump them down so
I
we have
mean,
the whole
we-
AFC North?
we got Nick here. Break the tie. What are we?
That
I don't think
W
it's
or-
either W because either quarterback's horrible.
Okay. I've been outvoted
Eating
in my
that-
in my face.
Eating that W.
All right, Monday Night Football at Kansas City for week 15.
So
I think coin toss. At Kansas City?
I think for sure loss.
Oh, for sure loss.
I mean, that's what I think. At Kansas City, Monday Night Football.
Arrowhead?
Yeah,
Is Taylor Swift going to be at the
that's
game?
a tough spot.
That's fine with me.
For sure loss.
Okay. Because
No
you and I,
chance.
Here's the
we're
thing.
both talking
Patriot-
up KC this
Patriots
year.
fans are really going to hate that. So
Oh,
let's put that
All right,
out there.
fine.
They're really going to
Fine.
really dislike that.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, week 16 at the New York Jets.
Week 16.
That's a W.
Yeah.
Eat it. Yeah.
That's
That's
W.
E1.
Yeah, eat it.
That's E1. That's a W.
We're filling up on eating all these W's.
Yeah. We're full.
All right, so there's flex games for week 17, so don't know when, but it's at home for Denver.
Oh.
Coin toss?
Coin toss.
That's a coin toss.
Coin
Yeah.
And
toss.
it's either heads or tails. And you have to say, call it.
I think if it was
If I was
in
gonna-
Denver, I would say
If I was going
loss.
to call it,
Call it.
I'm going to call win, but it's a coin toss.
Call
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Uh,
Bo
no,
Nix throw that touchdown pass to
It-
RJ Harvey.
I did. In Denver, I agree with you. That I would say for sure loss. Yep.
And then week 18 at home for the Dolphins.
That's a W.
Week
That's
18
E1.
at home for the
That's
Dolphins.
E1.
Yeah,
That's
let's
a
eat
W.
that.
Eat that W.
Yeah, so to me, this is
Actually, the Patriots might not be playing anybody in that game, but I think I'd still pick them.
fair point.
No, and like if they do, I mean, there's only one bye, so I mean, they might still have to play for that one.
if you need it, I think it's a dub
Okay.
for sure. So okay, how we come out on this?
All right, eat that W. Raiders, Jets, Dolphins, Chargers, Vikings, Jets, Dolphins.
Okay. That's a lot of wins. For
7.
people who think the schedule is way harder, that's
7.
a lot of wins right there.
7.
Thank you. Just win, Steelers, Jaguars, Bears, Packers, Lions.
See, maybe we were too high on some of those, but keep going.
Coin toss, Buffalo, Denver.
Yep.
And then for sure losses, Seattle, Kansas City.
Okay, so we only have like up to 5 losses really on the schedule.
Yeah, well, that's why like you and I differ on Chicago. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they lost to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they lost all the coin toss games, that's 3. The for sure losses, that's 5 losses. You throw in Chicago, that's 6. Plus, it's the NFL. That one of those
going to drop
W's they might.
They might drop a just win in there. We're saying just get by on style.
I still
points.
think no matter how you slice it, 10 or 11 wins seems like
like last year. I think the just win was the Raiders, which they lost, but they also in the no chance category they beat Buffalo away.
So look,
so it netted out.
Look, a lot of people think the schedule is way harder this year, and it is more difficult. But they won 14 games last year. Like the schedule can be more difficult.
3 more games and still have a great record.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I feel about the schedule. But look, a lot of people think the schedule is way harder. Bill Barnwell thinks the Patriots are ticketed for regression this year and fewer wins this year because of the schedule. So we can get into that. 617-779-7937. How'd we do on these tiers? A bunch of eat those W's, bunch of just wins. The only coin tosses, the 2 Bills games, the Denver game, and then 2 for sure losses, including the opener in Seattle and a Monday nighter at Kansas City. We'll get to the latest from Bill Barnwell and the schedule, how we do on the tiers, 617-779-7937. Plus, Tommy Curran on the way at high noon. Stay tuned. Jones and Keefe. Numbers are up at Jones and Keefe on Twitter and Instagram. We got the Patriots for a minimum, Keefe. 12-plus wins.
Look, we're high on the path.
Eat that W. Raiders, Jets, Jets. Dolphins, Dolphins. Chargers. And then Vikings. Just win. Steelers, Jags, Bears, Packers, Lions. Then our coin toss games, both Bills games, at Denver. 2 for sure losses. The opener at Seattle. And then the Monday nighter in Kansas City. I think, maybe we're too bullish on the schedule. We've gone too far with it.
Yeah, probably.
But I do think how much more difficult the schedule is this year is wildly overrated because I don't think there's that many bad spots. And I think the easiest way to think about this is that Lions game. When the opponents first came out, you're like, oh, wow, they might be playing the Lions on a short week in Detroit on Thanksgiving. Like, I thought that was in play. Mm-hmm. Or maybe you're getting Detroit at home on a Monday night or like some Hornets nest. You're playing them in Germany. Like, there's not even a home field advantage for a team like Detroit. So these are the reasons why I think the schedule came out a little easier than I thought. The Vikings we have for an auto win. I got outvoted on that one.
Yeah.
But the Vikings is another good one. It's like, oh, you have Minnesota. That's not an easy game, but you're home on a Thursday. So now Minnesota has the short week and the travel to come to you. So I think there's a lot of things like that within the schedule that worked in your favor. The Chargers might be a tough matchup. You're coming off a bye. Oh, you're flying across the country. Is it a short week? Where is it? You have the bye week to go out to L.A. So I think a lot of those things work out, and I think people have way over-dramatized how much more difficult the schedule is. It is more difficult.
Yeah.
They are going to win fewer games. They won 14 last year. If they win 10, 11, 12, something like that, they've won way fewer games. But I don't think the schedule is going to knock them down to some also ran or out of the playoffs. And I do think the roster got better. I think they're deeper. I think they're better than they were a year ago, and I think that helps balance out the schedule.
Yeah, I think they are better. I also think that the consistency, and we talked about it with, I think like Mike Onwenu, Hunter Henry, Christian Ellis, all these guys already, head coach and quarterback. Normally when you look at the teams that lose in the Super Bowl and then fail to make it back the next year, they oftentimes get gutted. Like whether it's the coaching staff or some of their star players in free agency or whatever, like they might lose players. They gain players. And I know that's all on paper and we have to see it play out, but I feel like the team is better and they brought back the same coaching staff, which is pretty rare in these cases. So, yeah, I like the team a lot. And then it's the same thing we get into a little bit with the Red Sox, right? Where you're like, all right, tell me who's going to beat them. Like, tell me, like, talk up these other teams. Let's just start in the conference. Like, who do you like a lot more than them?
Okay, I see what you're saying. In the conference, not even on the schedule.
Not even necessarily on the schedule, but yeah, but apply it to both.
Okay, so Texter says half the teams in the just win category should be coin flips or losses. So, like, Steelers home opener, they should win that. If you want to tell me Jacksonville should be a coin toss, you probably just like the Jaguars more than we do. Like, I don't. I think the Jaguars are prime for regression, but that's me. Bears are a short week at Chicago. Keith, I know you wanted that in the coin toss. I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay's here. Lions are in Germany. Like, I don't think those are coin toss games. I think those are games the Patriots should win. So if you want to say maybe the Bears and the Jaguars we could move, I mean, maybe. I don't like Caleb Williams, and I think the Jags are due for regression. So that's my view on it.
Super Bowl odds, top 10 teams based on odds. Number one is the Rams.
Okay.
They don't play. The Bills, they play twice.
Mm-hmm.
The Ravens.
We have them both in coin tosses.
They don't play.
Ravens, they don't play.
Seahawks. They
play. We say for sure loss.
Chargers.
This
silly. Is the one that we probably disagree with, like how the.
In fairness, it is a regular season game and not a playoff game.
Yeah.
If it was a playoff game, it's definitely eat the W.
Then there's.
But whatever. I don't respect them. I'm with you.
Then the Patriots. So cross that out.
Can't play yet. Can't play them.
Chiefs.
Yep.
They play them.
We have for sure loss.
And for sure loss.
Mm-hmm.
Eagles.
They don't play.
Texans.
They don't play.
49ers.
They don't play.
All right. So, like, some people make out the schedule because I think it probably just because it is like last year was a lot of bad teams.
Barnwell has some good numbers on how easy it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think there's that many world beaters. So the one we actually agree. All their losses we have in those top 10 teams in the Super Bowl odds, or at least coin toss games and losses outside of the Chargers, which we disagree with. Everything else, we're like Seattle. Yep, they're losing.
Yeah.
Chiefs. Yep, they're losing. Bills, coin toss games. Chargers, we disagree on. And they only play 5 of the top 10 teams on Super Bowl odds.
And I also think if you did this exercise in like Pittsburgh, Green Bay, Detroit, Chicago, they might look at it like, Pat's a tough one. Right, like
I'm
Pat's
sure.
number. Yeah. I'm sure they're definitely looking at it that way.
So Bill Barnwell had the 5 teams that are due for regression this season. Okay, predicting NFL teams most likely to decline in 2026. Now, again,
I think they actually are a candidate for that.
Me
Why
too.
wouldn't they be?
The
How many
Patriots-
more? They can't go undefeated.
they're
Or I
not
guess they
going to.
could.
They're not going to win 15, 16, 17 games. I don't think.
Yeah.
So look, I have no problem with the Patriots being on this list. I really don't. But here are the other teams on there: Carolina, the Chicago Bears, who you play, the Denver Broncos, who you play, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who you play. All those teams are due for regression. So I wholeheartedly agree with Barnwell on the Jags. I agree with him as well on the Patriots. I'd say the Bears is another team that fits that bill. So here's what he wrote about the Patriots and their schedule after making a snarky joke about how Patriots fans have probably not heard anything about how easy their schedule was a year ago.
Good point.
He says, let's put last season's Patriots schedule in context and look at what it means for the future. He says there's a lot of ways to estimate schedule strength. Bill, likes to take each of a team's opponents and look at their Pythagorean expectation.
I'm out.
After removing the games played against that particular team. In other words,
I'll give you some other words.
To measure the strength of the Patriots schedule from last year, we would take their week 1 opponent, the Raiders, and find Vegas's points scored and allowed in every game besides the one the Patriots did, and then convert that into a winning percentage. Okay? So that's the formula.
Okay.
You remove the Patriots' result against their opponents, and you correct for the schedule. Okay? I mean, Barnwell, I think, would tell you he's a big, giant nerd.
Yeah.
The average Patriots opponent had a 414 Pythagorean expectation. Okay, so 414. Remember that number.
Ouch. My head hurts.
Unsurprisingly, Keith.
Yeah.
That was the easiest schedule in the NFL.
Okay.
The next easiest belonged to the Cowboys, and they were as close to the 12th easiest as they were the Pats. So, in other words, huge gap between the Patriots and the Cowboys.
Does that math make math?
In fact, this was the easiest schedule any team has had in any season by this metric, the Pythagorean expectation, since 2010.
Right.
Okay? So not only was it the easiest in the league, it was the easiest since 2010.
Which is fair. We talked about it in real time, and it also is like, okay, Cam Newton saying all this stuff, and he was sort of the face of their fool's gold, and you're like, all right, they're playing a lot of bad teams. But then when you make the Super Bowl, I feel like that makes me, anyway, feel a whole lot better, right? It wasn't like they just feasted off bad teams.
And to your
they
point,
did win 3 straight a game against really good defenses and good teams.
To your point, one of the prominent teams on this was the Rams when they won their Super Bowl, and they
played nobody, right?
Well, they played nobody. They won the Super Bowl, and then the next year they made the playoffs and won 10 games. Okay? But they regressed.
Sure.
He says, now let's take the 30th easy schedules for teams by this measure since 1990. So big data sample all the way back to 1990, the 30 easiest in this stat, and how'd they do the following year. Their average season against the easy schedule was 9.3 wins. The Patriots were at 14.
Yeah.
The average, though, was 9.3. And then the following season, they dipped down to 8. So on average,
1 less game.
1 fewer win.
I think they lose
So like
more than that. So yeah, exactly.
People making a huge deal about the schedule.
They are going overboard with it.
They're going to regress. It might be by a win or two, but what are we talking? 14 to 12? 14 to 11?
Yeah,
like what
you
are
can
we
still win the division with that?
Bingo.
Yeah.
So what are, even with all the math and all the Pythagorean expectations and all the data sample size going back years and years and years, they're due for, on average, 1 fewer win?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That sounds about right. 1 or 2,
I know.
they're still a 12-win team. And
Yeah.
their roster got better, and I think when you really dig in on it, oh my gosh, they have to play the Bears. They're on this list too
like,
for
okay.
regression.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they have to play the Jaguars. They're on this list for regression. Oh, the Broncos, regression. So never mind the way you looked at it, Keith, with all the Super Bowl odds. I think people have way, way, way overstated how challenging the schedule is this year, just like they way overstated how easy it was last year. It was easy, but the Patriots were a good team.
Yeah.
It is difficult this year. They are still a good team. I still think they're going to win a bunch of games. That's kind of how I come at it.
Yeah, no, I definitely do too, and I just think that like the 2 Bills games, for example, like that's could determine the division right there, right? Like just how that all plays out, because that's another team where I don't think they got a whole lot better. I think the Patriots on paper did get better, so they were almost preparing, and we were talking about this in real time when they went out there and got Romeo Doubs, AJ Brown, Kevin Byard. You're like, oh, they're not just content with winning 14 games against a bad schedule. Even they might not say it publicly, but even they know, all right, we had a pretty favorable schedule a year ago. So if we want to get back to where we were, we're going to have to improve the roster, which I think they have. Now we can argue about, the draft and how impactful those guys are going to be and blah, blah, blah.
And I feel worse about the roster today than I did a day ago since they subtracted Booty off of it.
I agree. But I think high end to bring in somebody like AJ Brown. You're like, okay, that is pretty good. They are prepared for what will be a more difficult schedule. So yeah, I've had a lot of confidence in the team the whole time, and it was funny how you mentioned the Celtics earlier, how they lose in the first round, and then the NBA Finals is over, and they were like still the favorite to win the East until some of these other moves happened. And you're like, that's weird. Meanwhile, the Patriots make it to the Super Bowl, lose, and there's like 5 teams in the AFC ahead of them,
including teams like the Chargers,
teams they beat,
who they pantsed.
It's one thing if you're like, hey, Kansas City's going to bounce back. Fine, I'll give you that one. But like Buffalo, who they beat head-to-head, the Chargers, who they beat head-to-head, the Broncos, who they beat head-to-head. I know Knicks was out, but whatever. Like, all these teams are ahead of them. It's like you're just like looking for reasons because it didn't really make a lot of sense to me.
617-779-7937. Yeah, the schedule is harder. Is it overrated? And I think our tiers prove that exercise. You guys can jump in again on the phones. 617-779-7937. Kiefer Madness for you on the way at 1245. You can seek out the tiers, by the way, at Jones and Keefe on Twitter and Instagram. How'd we do there? Please let us know. And on the way next, in just 2 minutes, we'll be joined by Tom E. Curran, NBC Sports Boston, on a Tom E. Tuesday. Again, 2 minutes, Jones and Keefe. noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. We are joined every Tuesday at high noon by Tom E. Curran of NBC Sports Boston on a Tom E. Tuesday. He joins us here today. What's going on, Tom?
Hello, boys. What a beautiful Tuesday.
It really
Sure
is. Busy day at Gillette Stadium today. Elliot Wolf talking later on in the day. Patriots due to practice later on today. This morning on WEEI, Courtney Cox said she's hearing some whispers about an extension for Christian Gonzalez. Are you hearing anything similar, Tom?
Not necessarily, but that doesn't mean that that's not one looming, because I think we're expecting it to loom throughout this training camp. So we shall see. I mean, I haven't heard they're on the cusp.
No one's whispering to you.
No.
Okay.
No, my ears are still to the ground though. Nose to the ground, ears to the grindstone.
I mean, we've asked this off and on for a while, but things keep kind of changing a little bit, I guess. So we're 2 weeks away.
Right ahead on that.
Well, no, I was just going to say we're 2 weeks away from the season starting. If he doesn't have a contract, do you think he plays in a regular season game without a contract?
1,000,000%. I mean, you're not going to run through train. And I'm trying better to not sound condescending.
Well,
so just check me when I do.
Don't worry about
Okay.
it. We're used to it with everybody we talk to.
We'll be the judge. We'll be the judge of that, Tom. But yeah, okay.
We're working ourselves. I can't imagine he's going to go through training camp, be first up to take on A.J. Brown, run around like a maniac for 2 months, and then say, "Well, the game, I'm not going to play." I just can't foresee that happening. And they've even alluded to, at least through Ian Rappaport, the notion that, hey, he would play for what he's supposed to. He would play this season and then wait till after the season. I don't think he wants to do that, but just throwing that up as a trial balloon for, hey, he would do that, to me is indicative that he understands that you have to play the year to have your contract told. So I don't think there's any chance that he wouldn't be on the field.
So I agree. I don't think he would be a Le'Veon Bell holdout. I do wonder, though, if he's forced to play the season like a Trent McDuffie, that maybe he doesn't play 17 games. Just like maybe I'm not available for joint practices and maybe I'm not available for the first month of the season. I'll still play 13 games and have the year toll, but maybe my ankle is kind of barking at me when we play Seattle.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Seattle? I mean, I don't think that would be a good signifier to the rest of the league. Personally, if I was Christian Gonzalez, I'd say I have the only game of the night, it's the season opener. I get to go against Jackson Smith and Jigba, who I played well against in the Super Bowl. I'm going to play this game. I'm going to play several games. I'm going to establish who I am. And then maybe, and again, I don't think this is going to happen, but I know that enough in the media is speculating that it could, and I don't think it's completely half-cocked, that he could at some point say, you know what, my ankle doesn't feel 100%, and pull the rim of the Gronk, I'll play when I'm 100% statement.
For sure.
Say that. I mean, but I do think he has to establish a level of play, which we understand is what it is, excellent, and go out and play in the games and show that he's very good. But if there is something nagging, I wouldn't be surprised if he says, you know what, it doesn't do me any good to go out there at 80% and damage my value. I'm going to wait till I'm 100. But again, that's speculative, and I just, as I said last night, this is a big deal, but it's not a panic situation, and I think go ahead, Adam.
Well, I was going to say, I tend to agree with you on this. I am not panicked, and I don't know that he's going to play his hardest, or if there's something nagging, if he's going to tap out of a game. Like I don't know, but I guess my panic meter is not necessarily for this year, because I think he would play on his deal and play it out like Trent McDuffie. But then let's remember what happened with Trent McDuffie. McDuffie's now a Ram. So if he plays this year on this deal, if that's how it plays out, and he plays all 17 games or whatever, any permutation in between, he plays this year out on his deal. What does that say about his long-term future in New England?
Again, it depends why. Is he asking for $38 million right now, $5 million more? And again, I'm speculating. Could be guaranteed money. It jumped from 50 to 59 in the first 2 years for Devin Witherspoon from the previous one. Is he asking for another $9 million jump? I don't know what he's asking for. So I think that they would like him to stay, but if his requests are, in the Patriots' mind, unreasonable, even though we all understand that the rising salary cap will make even a $38 million per year contract affordable in 2 years and soon to be obsolete. If the Patriots say, look, this is untenable, let him play the year, we're not giving that to him, and then he asks for 42, then maybe. I mean, any number of possibilities could come to fruition here. I do take the stated plan of the Patriots, though, that we want to keep them around, draft and develop, pay them, and have them play well for us as we rise to becoming, hopefully, one of the 5 best teams in the league, is what they'd prefer to happen. But it's not. Phil and I spent probably 12 minutes talking about the possibility of a trade. So it's not dismissible. Would you say at the end of the year, you know what, we could use the draft picks? Because part of the reason we have no depth, which Mike Vrabel lamented, is because we drafted so poorly for the decade prior. So we gave up one for A.J. Brown. Can we get something back for him? Can we address it in the draft with a corner and have a new draft and develop situation? So it's not ridiculous to speculate that a player could be dealt. I just think that they would, both sides, prefer to get it done here.
Speaking of trades, what's your take on the Kayshon Boutte trade?
A shame. Resignation that it was going to happen. But it's really, just on the football side of things, incredibly productive receiver, 33 catches on 40 targets last year, among the league leaders in contested catch wins, over 17 yards per catch, one of the most productive receivers in terms of catch rate or percentage of catches made, and yards per catch. Usually the high yards per catch guys are going to be around 48 to 50 in terms of receptions. He's not. The guys who catch that many balls are generally tight ends and running backs. So he's a dependable player who can win at the catch point, but I just think the entire league is convinced that he's just okay. And the Patriots are there, and I think Houston's probably there, and I don't know if he's ever going to get the opportunity to prove people otherwise.
Well, yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, it sounded like he was on the trade block for a long time. They cashed in the chip finally for a guy who was a 6th-round safety a year ago and a 7th-rounder in 2 years. So I think that does tell you how the league views him, which I disagree with. Keith disagrees with. I think you disagree with, Tom. But I do think that's kind of the result. Were they worried, and part of their urgency in moving him for what I would consider a low return, were they worried about his happiness or his attitude, or lack of happiness or attitude in the room? Were they worried about him becoming a problem?
I think that has to enter into it a little bit, Jonesy. Over the years, I developed a pretty good relationship with him, and there were times that he would kick rocks at his locker about the fact that he was productive and didn't get the opportunities to catch the football that he would like to get. More not really bitching, but just, yeah, I know, I don't know why, but so I think that if he was looking at going into his, the final year of his contract, and he's playing 21% of the snaps, and he's got 8 catches through 5 games, I think that he might start saying, this is BS. So it had to enter into it, but I think the larger thing it entered into was they have depth issues. Now, whether Reed addresses those, we'll see what happens with Craig Woodson, who left last week and hasn't been out there for a little bit. They have safety depth issues. We're going to hit this depth, I know, but they have depth issues everywhere. And wide receiver was one place they had a glut of players.
What's your take on the team likely not playing any starters throughout the entire preseason?
First of all, from a fan standpoint, I think it sucks, but that ship has already sailed.
Yeah, right.
For the first 2 games. You're going to, with a straight face, tell people that come on out to our stadium, pay for our parking, enjoy our concessions, and watch guys who aren't going to make the team, or Mike isn't really convinced that they're all even ready for NFL play yet, play for 3 hours. So I think it's unfair to the fans. You can give them a cameo. You could have Drake May hand off to Ramondre Stevenson on a simple toss. You can have Drake May drop back and throw 5 times short and get them out. I think it's unfair to the fans, but that's been an ongoing situation. I do find Mike's answer really, really, really telling when he talked about the depth. He just doesn't want to put anybody in harm's way. We can't lose somebody during a preseason game because we don't have enough depth to lose Will Campbell, Jared Wilson. We're already having our offensive line depth challenged. I'm not going to run the risk if I don't have to.
Was the depth comment in your mind? I thought it was sort of pointing to guys like Gabe Akis and Caleb Lomu, like specifically thinking that they were going to get more out of those guys to this point than they have.
I think it was multi-tiered. It was definitely not pointed at Elliott Wolf. I don't think it was definitely not pointed at Christian Gonzalez, which I heard speculated that they're trying to get him to take less so they can build depth. It's not pointed at ownership. It's pointed at the depth players who have not risen in his mind, whichever ones they are, some have and some haven't, who have not risen to the opportunity to make the football team and be good contributors. So I think that's part of it. And the other is he took over a team that had won 8 games in its previous 2 years and has just 8 players left of the 39 drafted since 2020, not including this year. And there's no Layden Robinson, there's no Caden Wallace, there's no Antonio Mafi, there's no City So. That's all offensive linemen. There's no Jake Andrews on the offensive line. There's no Marte Mapu, there's no Keon White. We could go on. The point's made. They drafted so horrifically that I think Mike's pointing out, look, you can't just conjure depth when you blow draft after draft. So I think that those were the 2 points he was attempting to make. The guys who are here better play better, so I feel more comfortable with them as our depth. And it really sucks that we don't have that good a roster, but it's a byproduct of what went on for years.
Despite the depth issues, we just went through the schedule, Tom, and tiered off the Patriots' 2026 opponents. We're pretty bullish on a bunch of wins again this year. I think we all expect regression from 14 wins, but, I mean, by how much are we talking? If they drop off by 2 or 3 wins, they're still at 11 or 12. I don't know. How do you feel about the conversation about the increased challenge on the schedule? I'd say Keefe and I think it's overblown. Where do you come down on the increase in competition this year?
I think they're going to have their hands full with really good offenses. You know, they were really punching down defensively at some offensive lines and quarterbacks throughout last season, and they were able to win games fairly convincingly. I think that just take Seattle, for instance. That's a team that's going to be a problem for the Patriots offense, which is a good offense, should average 24 plus per game. But defensively, are the Patriots equipped at every level of their defense to counter Seattle? So the point I'm trying to make is you're going to have teams who can put you in a blender on the edge if you're starting Gabe Akis and he's not sure exactly how to deal with a screen or misdirection. You don't have anyone to necessarily get to the quarterback unless you scheme it up the way they did so successfully in the playoffs last year and get there with games. You can't line up with your front four at this juncture and just say, we're going to overwhelm you. So that means, to me, they're going to be really challenged against the better teams who can score against them, and they can't just walk out and win 34-13. That's kind of the way I feel right now, is they're going to be against every good team, and that doesn't include, you know, obviously the Dolphins and the Jets and some of the bottom feeders, the Arizonas that they'll see, but against San Francisco, against Seattle, against the Rams, those are teams that offensively can exploit what I think are some of the Patriots' defensive weaknesses.
Okay. He is Tom E. Curran. He joins us every Tuesday on a Tom E. Tuesday here on Jones and Keefe. Tom, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Tom.
Tom E. Curran. You can follow him on Twitter at Tom E. Curran. Check out all his latest at NBC Sports Boston. Quick Slants on Thursday. I believe he has a Patriots Talk podcast coming out with Phil today that you can go check out. Look, I hear what he's saying. Some offenses that are going to be difficult to catch up with. Some of the teams he mentioned aren't on the schedule. I mean, Niners and Rams and things. I mean,
yeah, that's a good problem to have.
In a Super Bowl, you got to worry about that.
Rams would be tough in the Super Bowl.
But I don't know if you got to worry about that during the 17 weeks this year. 617-779-7937. Let's circle back to the Kayshon Boutte trade along with some of his thoughts on Christian Gonzalez. We'll do that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe. Kayshon Boutte, no longer a member of the Patriots. Their depth in the wide receiver room is no more.
They still have depth in the wide receiver room. I mean, they're not going to play.
I know you're right.
They're still going to keep six of them. Probably.
To say it's no more is not fair, but it got weaker. Is what I mean.
It definitely does.
I think the depth thing is overblown. I know that Phil and Tom, and we just talked to Tommy Curran. If you missed any of it, you can check it out on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Get it on your phone, free, easy. Take it with you wherever you go. You won't miss a second of Jones and Keefe, including our interview with Tommy Curran just now. I know they seem to think, Tom and Phil, that depth is a real issue on this team, and it has been a real issue on this team. I mean, I think it's an issue at edge rusher. I think it's an issue at linebacker. Maybe you could use another O-lineman in there. But I think most teams probably could use an extra O-lineman. And I think most teams probably have another positional group where they're deficient. I think they're deeper than they were a year ago. And I just think it's weird. I still think there were very strange comments from Vrabel, and I always connected it back to Gonzalez. Mm-hmm. I just tend to think that maybe it's more of a shot at ownership than Curran does. I don't think it was weird messaging to Gonzalez. I certainly didn't think it was a shot at Elliott Wolf. I mean, Vrabel's higher in the pecking order than Elliott Wolf.
Yeah, we all think he has way more control over it. No, I think it's interesting. When he's been asked about Gabe Akis specifically, he's been pretty honest, right? With he needs to be better.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was a comment just about him,
and
but I think he is a little let down about a lot of these guys, whether it's draft picks they just had.
Just sticking with Akis for a moment, I want to bring this up yesterday, but if you watch Vrabel in the press conference, beyond just what he says about him, look at his face when he talks about Akis.
I know he's not thrilled.
It
about
looks
the whole
like someone
thing.
ripped one right in his nostrils. It's like his face. He looks visibly disappointed. And so I'm with you on that, but it's we got to draft better. That's you, Mike.
Right.
No,
I think it is.
Oh, Jason Tatum, you don't like the roster? Guess what? That's you, bud.
Yeah, who put it together?
And I'd say same thing with Vrabel. You want more out of these rookies? Well, you're coaching them and you drafted them. Yeah. So figure it out.
So, no, I do. So I think that's part of it, and maybe that was just his blunt assessment of all these guys, the non-starters. He's like, man, it falls off too much of a cliff. I mean, every team around the league, the backups are worse than the starters. That's how it works. So it's but what is the gap? And going back to Elliott Wolf, when he was talking during the preseason game, he was hyping up the Eagles, right? Well, the Eagles have depth. They also have a tremendous amount of high-end talent, which they have spent on. Just this offseason, I mean, Jalen Carter makes a ton of money. Jalen Hurts, whether you like him or not, makes a lot of money. Devontae Smith makes a lot of money. I think Lane Johnson makes a lot of money. So you still need to win with those high-end guys.
Well, and when you draft them and develop them, you got to pay them.
Right.
And it sounds like they're balking at that with Gonzalez. Yeah. They might be balking at paying Drake May everything he wants. I'm sure they're going to pay Drake May, and they're planning on paying him a lot of money. But are they going to pay him at the top of the market and the most ever for a quarterback? I don't know. Are they going to pay A.J. Brown? And Brown, I guess, is in a different category. They didn't draft and develop him. Stick with May and Gonzalez. You draft them, you develop them. Now you got to pay them.
But
and I don't know what the appetite is to do that.
Gonzalez right now is a proven top player in the NFL and somebody that you should commit to. This isn't one of those weird ones where you're I don't know, he's shown flashes when teams tie themselves to Trevor Lawrence or Tua Tagovailoa or somebody like that. We're I don't know, we could do worse. So let's sign Ryan Tannehill. Right. No. Gonzalez is one of the 5 best, maybe one of the 2 best corners in the league. So the idea that Tom said, they've spent time talking about maybe after this season, you trade him for picks to help the depth. What? So you get another Caleb Lomo and Will Campbell? And even Will Campbell, I'm not even a shot at him. I'm just saying, wouldn't you rather have the Gonzalez? You have Christian Gonzalez. It makes no sense.
It doesn't.
It's literally do you want the boat or do you want the thing that maybe could be a boat? That's what it is.
I maintain, and that line of thinking got the Titans in trouble with A.J. Brown specifically.
Treylon Burks. Yeah, sometimes you can trade Steph Diggs for Justin Jefferson. Other times you trade A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks.
Right. Yeah. So, I'm worried that if Gonzalez, just bringing it back to him for a minute, I know we were talking Kayshon Boutte.
Yep.
I'm worried that if Gonzalez does play his deal out this year and he's comfortable playing his deal out, it's because he knows the contract's waiting out there somewhere from someone next year, and it won't be the Patriots. So look.
Oh, it's proven. Teams around the league will take that deal. Trent McDuffie, Sauce Gardner, teams will take on a corner and pay him.
I think Gonzalez will play games this year. If he feels something in his calf or hamstring, will he tap out of games? Probably. He did it last year. He wasn't even extension eligible. I think he took forever to come back from that hamstring injury last year.
It's a fine line where you don't want to have on the books that you just can never play a full season, but you also want to just maybe remind the team how valuable you are. So I never thought he was going to sit out.
Keith
but he's not
McDuffie
going to play 17.
McDuffie wasn't fully healthy last year. He got a deal.
He missed 4 games.
Right.
And his team wasn't even that good.
Sauce Gardner, I mean, he got it from the Jets.
Yeah.
But the Colts took that deal on. I mean, Sauce Gardner did not have a good year before he got paid. So I don't even know how much good tape he has to put out there beyond what he's already done.
Trent McDuffie, though, played 2 full seasons before he
No,
missed
that's
4
true. I
games
mean,
last
I'm just saying he wasn't coming off a healthy
He
year.
did get hurt in his rookie year. He played 16 and 16.
He had more of a track record of health than Gonzalez, but he got paid coming off a year where he was hurt. Monty is in Burlington. Hello, Monty.
Hi, I'm just calling because I looked at EAT, the ESPN website, and they did ratings of position groups.
Yeah, this is Mike Clay. Mike Clay had this,
What?
right?
Okay.
Yes, And all of the Patriots position groups, except for the edge rushers, were in the top 15 in the league. And I think that that's why they are trying to win, is because they have good players at all of the positions, whereas there are teams that have spectacular players at a few positions, but then have position groups that are not very good.
So Monty, we didn't talk about this yesterday, but I read that group outside edge rushers. He's right; they had them 25th. Everything else on the entire roster, he had in the top 20, including wide receivers at 9, corners at 6, safeties at 4, in the top 10. I think that flies in the face of Vrabel saying they have no depth. Quarterback room 11th, running back room 19th, wide receivers 9. Tight ends, 13. O-line, 14. Interior D-line, 13. Edge rusher, as we said, is one where they definitely need depth.
They do.
25. Linebackers, 12. Corners, 6. Safeties, 4. I mean, that's one guy, Mike Clay at ESPN, ranking the positional groups. He certainly doesn't think they have a lack of depth. He thinks if anything, they need more top-end talent, but that's pretty good depth. They're middle of the pack or better in everything.
Yeah, and to the caller's point, you would think you'd be happy with that. I mean, never satisfied, but at least happy that it's spread out where you don't have the Bengals are every year a good example. It's like you have what some people think is a top 5 quarterback, but you have a bottom 5 O-line, top wide receivers, no running backs.
No
it's
defense.
How is that built? It's built very strangely.
Right.
And you're not getting the most out of it, whereas at least the Patriots, they might not love all their backups, right? You look at the depth chart, they might not be thrilled with the 2 deep, but at least the talent is spread out across a bunch of different positions.
617-779-7937. You can jump in on this. More on Kayshon Boutte. Without Kayshon Boutte in the wide receiver room, who is going to step up? Who do they need to step up beyond A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs? We can get to that with all your thoughts next. Jones and Keefe on WEEI. We are live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. That was Kayshon Boutte. His feet are now in Houston, Keefe, because he's been dealt.
Okay.
Who steps up? Who needs to step up in the wide receiver room without Kayshon Boutte?
So I just think A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs need to stay healthy. Honestly, I think that's the key. I think as much as I like Kayshon Boutte, I don't know if you're really going to truly miss him unless one of those guys misses extended time. And then it's just...
So you think he was more of an insurance policy than anything?
Yeah, a little bit. I think because you basically took last year's top two receivers, regardless of what the stats say, right? Because I know Hunter Henry had a good season, but Steph Diggs, Kayshon Boutte, and you replace them with A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs. And I think the production is going to be greater with these two than with those two. And
I agree.
You still have Pop and Matt Collins as well to sort of supplement that.
I'm not totally sold that Dobbs is a better player than Boutte.
That's fair.
But as camp went on, he did start making a lot of plays.
Yeah.
Boutte started by making a ton of plays. So if you want to say on balance, they probably leveled out at camp. I'd say that's probably fair. But trajectory-wise, Boutte started playing less and less with the ones. Dobbs started playing more and more, and he started making a ton of plays. I mean, I go back and forth on the receiver room because if you want to say Boutte is an insurance policy, you're probably right based on the way they're going to play it. That's probably not the way I would play it, but the way they're going to play it, you're probably right. But I also think there's a real chance no one outside of A.J. Brown is real happy in that receiver room.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah,
Dobbs might not be. They gave him a bunch of money. He was there before A.J. Brown was there. Maybe he thought he could be a one somewhere. Wrong. You're definitely not that.
No.
So there's a chance Dobbs isn't even happy. Never mind Mac Hollins. Pop Douglas is one I was thinking about.
I think Pop will.
Well,
he plays a lot. At least he did in camp, and he has been out there a lot.
But he didn't last camp.
What? Oh, played a lot?
A year ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and his stats were kind of what they were. He sort of is ebbed and flowed.
And I was really starting to think about him. It's like, oh, well, you know, he's a guy who's been pretty vocal about popping on the tape and wanting more targets. And, like, maybe he's changed that mindset. But I guess I'm surprised that if they think Boutte won't be happy in the wide receiver room, I guess I'm surprised they think Pop Douglas will be happy in the wide receiver room.
But this is also, I think, hand in hand with if you think you have a semi-decent wide receiver room, they all better want the ball. I mean, even if you look at, like, Dallas, like, is Dallas receivers going to be happy? They got elite high-end receivers. Or, like, Cincinnati. Like, yeah, you would think they found a way to get those guys the ball. And I think that's where Brown is going to be. I think Romeo Doubs will probably be the next one down. Matt Collins really is the perfect kind of supplemental receiver.
I like Matt Collins
because he'll have a game where he has two massive third down catches. And then you might not see him for a couple weeks. And then he has another game where he's awesome.
And I just feel like he's the kind of guy where when you give him a play, he's going to make it. You know, so you might not throw to Mac Hollins a ton. And, you know, it might be a deep shot. It might be a 3rd and 8. Yeah. And he's going to pick it up. Like, I feel like he's usually going to make that play. It's part of why I'm down on Pop Douglas.
Well, he was the guy in the AFC Championship game. He was the only guy that did anything in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think he's good.
He's done it elsewhere. He was one of the guys making plays the year before for Buffalo. So, like, I like Mac Hollins a lot. Notice we talked about a lot of receivers. We haven't even mentioned Kyle Williams.
No, I think Kyle Williams and Efton Chisholm each move up one spot with the departure of Boutte, but it's not even a spot that, like, puts you on the field. Like, part of the reason why Boutte's gone is I think it would have been really hard for him to get a lot of snaps. And so it doesn't mean Kyle Williams is going to play a lot more. This is something, though.
But Kyle Williams might be the guy who plays 25% of the snaps and runs a go route, and every fifth time he comes down with it and it's a touchdown. I mean, in an extreme situation. And, he'd buy into that role more than Booty would.
Because he had 21 targets, I believe, last year.
Mm-hmm.
Booty had 43 targets. So you're like, are there 63 targets? A lot of them kind of, not all of them, but a lot of them kind of down the field. So maybe Kyle Williams goes up a little bit, right? 17 games, maybe he has 34 targets. And maybe a couple of them are deep balls, keep the defense honest, that kind of thing. But that makes more sense for a fifth receiver than, hey, we need to keep 7, and he's one of those guys. So, I mean, I guess it fits the roster a little bit better. It allows you to keep an extra lineman or an extra corner or something.
You call him an insurance policy. Fine. And we like him. We think he's pretty good. Clearly, the league disagrees. The league wouldn't give you anything for him.
Pretty clear.
So, I mean, look, are we right and 32 teams are wrong?
I like to think yes.
I also like to think yes, but maybe we're wrong on this.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that. I'm willing to acknowledge that. They took a guy who was a 6th-round safety a year ago, barely played in Houston. He played in 7 games plus 2 playoff games. I think it was 70-something snaps. So he barely played. He's probably a special teamer. At best, he's a depth safety. If Woodson's hurt, spoiler alert, he's not a Craig Woodson replacement. He doesn't play in the deep third. And you got a 7th-rounder in 2 years for Kayshon Boutte. Let's say something does happen. Let's say A.J. Brown misses his customary 2-3 games. Or maybe he's on the downward trend. I don't believe that. I'm not worried about his knee, but I know a lot of you out there are. Okay, now A.J. Brown goes down. Or now you need a receiver to step up. I still don't get giving away Kayshon Boutte for what you got. If you got a good return, I would have listened.
Yeah.
You got nothing for him. And I would rather have him here, maybe not the happiest week to week, but he's here in case something happens, break glass in case of emergency. A.J. Brown isn't what you thought. Or A.J. Brown's knee issue is significant, and now he's out for a month or something like that. Bootie's the guy to step up and replace him, isn't he?
I would have thought so, yeah. But I would throw this one into the bucket of Kyle Duggar, Jabril Peppers, Joe Milton. All guys that probably would have made the depth of your team better, even if you wanted to say, hey, Hawkins and Woodson are starters. Those two were better than the backups, but he's like, I'm not doing that.
I would tell Vrabel to stop complaining about his depth because you're trading away a bunch. You would have had a bunch of depth.
No, I kind of agree with you. I think overall the depth isn't that bad. And if you're comparing it to other NFL teams, how many of them are thrilled? Like, we saw the Indianapolis Colts come in here. You like their depth?
No.
They didn't have Alec Pierce playing. You're like, what is that? What is that group? Their starters weren't that great, let alone their depth.
Nope.
So I think most teams are kind of like that. Now, maybe Philly, and he just had 2 joint practices with Philly, and so maybe that's where Mike Vrabel's mind is, and he's like, well, they actually do have a little bit of both. But, yeah, I think that's a little bit different because those all seem to be like, you know what, let's get ahead of this. Let's avoid any type of potential distraction. And all those guys, Duggar was traded for a late pick with a pick. Peppers was cut. Milton was traded for a low pick. I guess at the very least, you got a player back in return for Kayshon Boutte. I don't know how good the player is, but you got a player.
Well, this is why Twitch chat, that Scott guy in Twitch chat says, sure, guys, let's keep
Scott guy is the name of the
_Scott _guy. Maybe I should have thrown in the underscores.
Yeah, that helps.
Sure, guys, let's keep 100 guys on the roster just in case.
53 will be what they cut it down to.
Well, again, so let me ask you, the guy on the Twitch chat, you'd rather have this safety nobody's heard of, or you'd rather have Kayshon Boutte? And it's 1 for 1. Either way, you're keeping the guy on the roster. Who's better? Who's more impactful? Who's more helpful? I didn't think safety was a huge need. In fact, when we've gone through, I think we've placed safety pretty well when we've looked at the positional groups. Now, I also don't think wide receiver is a huge need, but now 1 for 1, who's a better player? I mean, to this point, it's been Kayshon Boutte. Maybe the Patriots know something no one else knows. The league also didn't like this guy at the draft. He fell to the 6th round. The Texans clearly don't love that guy. They traded him after a year. So, I don't know. Who do you think's more impactful? It's 1 for 1. I'd rather have Kayshon Boutte.
Mike Reese yesterday morning did a Patriots 53-man roster projection.
Mm-hmm.
So this is before the Kayshon Boutte trade. And he had 7 wide receivers. He also had 3 tight ends, a fullback, and 3 quarterbacks. So as much as you're like, hey,
the quarterback doesn't count.
Huh?
Yeah,
you're right. Good point.
Well,
does it not count to the 53?
No, it counts to the 53, not to the active roster.
Not to the active game day roster doesn't count.
No, but that's different. That's like 46 or whatever.
Yeah.
You have to cut it down to 53. And so if he's on there, he's on there.
Because I think technically he's be on the practice squad, and then you just call him up for game day. I think that's how that works.
Yeah, but you wouldn't need to include him into this then. You could just dump him off of that. So I think if you have, and he's got 6 D linemen, he's got 8 linebackers, he's got 6 corners, 4 safeties, So this is the 53. It's at 10 O-linemen. And so it's not like, hey, you got to get rid of the 7 receivers to guarantee you have another player somewhere else. Like, no, it's a lot of receivers, but like you could have done it.
You could have. So look, I think I'd way rather put Efton Chisholm out there and squeeze him through to the practice squad or trade somebody else in the receiver room. Like I'd trade Pop Douglas before I'd trade Keyshawn Boutte, but whatever. Neither here nor there. Meanwhile, we've talked a lot about Christian Gonzalez. It's been a minute since we've talked about Courtney Scoop earlier today. Can I hear that again?
I'm just saying, me personally, from whispers, I think that a deal's been done.
Okay, so the insider.
Mitch, let's get this on the internet.
So the insider hasn't put it out there publicly. This is just wherever you're getting it from.
Yeah.
Huh?
Holy cow!
All right.
I'm just saying. That's what I believe. That's what I believe.
This is news to me.
What
this
I
isn't what you
believe.
believe. This is something you've been whispered.
Well, it's what I believe.
Like what are they? What are they doing? Running photocopies of the contract so legal could take a look
they
at
want to
it?
make sure that the press release is done correctly.
Wow.
There's a million things.
Is this the seating?
It could be.
Okay, so they're crossing T's, dotting I's on the contract or whatever. She believes.
It's her opinion?
No. Yeah.
Or
it sounds like she got a whisper. And
she got
now,
a whisper?
Yep, she doesn't want to out her source, Keith.
From Varys, the Game of Thrones, the master of whispers.
What did you say again about her track record?
It's poor? Or did I say 0%?
I think you said 0%.
I said she is a scoop shamer and then also has provided 0 successful scoops.
Well, now
that's what I think I said.
She has responded. Did you see her tweet?
No.
She has responded. She says, please inform at Keith21. You should check your mentions.
Oh.
Please inform at Keith21 that I nailed, all caps, the Tatum return game.
The Tatum return game?
That's what she said. And I stand by the Sam Kennedy take. That is all. Thank you.
Boom! Roasted.
Sam Kennedy bought the Celtics?
She stands by it. I don't know what.
She thought Sam Kennedy was going to buy the Celtics.
I'm just telling you what she wrote. I'm not telling you.
She stands by Sam Kennedy buying the Celtics. That you can have that one.
Well, future tense.
He's when Bill Chisholm sells.
Yeah,
when he's forced to sell the team, when the fans are chasing it.
That must be what she means.
All right,
but she
nailed
the
Tatum
return
game.
So put it on the big board, Keith. Yeah. Plus Gonzo. That's 2 scoops all of a sudden.
Well, no, Gonzo hasn't happened.
Well,
and it's the Celtics.
Yeah,
when it happens.
So Sam Kennedy bought the Celtics, and she's like, "That one counts." Like, come on, that's not in the realm.
I just wanted to relay what
All
she
right.
sent. I didn't know if you had seen it.
Well, I appreciate the passion.
Yes.
So she whispered. Someone whispered to her opinion. Is also how I read that.
Well, someone whispered to her, and she now believes that it's maybe they're crossing T's, dotting I's on the press release.
They're doing a
Elliot
press
Wolf
release?
talks today, Keith.
Okay. Last time she had a quote unquote scoop. She said
Well, it
Jeremy
sounds like-
Swayman had signed a contract.
No, it sounds like
to
the
which
last. It sounds like the last time was the Tatum return game.
okay,
Yeah.
But I somehow missed that one.
Yeah.
Cam Neely literally went on that day and was like, "This guy's asking for way too much." I laughed at him. Like we're nowhere close.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Deal's done."
But Swayman eventually got signed.
No, he did.
Yeah, it was only a couple months later.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, you're counting that.
It took a
You're
couple
counting
months.
that one too.
It took a couple months for Brad
I don't
Marchand to
think-
get traded.
Has she ever been wrong? I don't even know. I'm not even sure she's ever been wrong,
that's
quite
true.
frankly. All right, so that's the latest from Courtney. Maybe we'll get an update on Christian Gonzalez before the day is out.
Maybe.
Again, Elliot Wolf scheduled to speak at 1:45.
All right,
Keith.
1 hour from now.
So if he
we
says
could
anything
have it.
good, we'll make sure
And
to pass it
Gonzo
along.
at 4:30. So this half hour with
Gonzo
this
speaking
3-hour window there.
today.
Talk about his new deal.
He's back on the field
He'll be pumped.
yesterday after his totally not holdout, his injury, I guess.
Did Courtney say how much the deal was for?
I didn't happen to hear that.
Okay.
She's heard it's done. Wait, you need all the details?
I'm curious of the details. Yeah, curious like a cat. That's what my friends call me Whiskers.
There it
$1.429,
is.
$626.
I think Gonzo would take that. That would reset the cornerback market
Per year?
Yeah.
Per game.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Well, he wants 16% of the cap.
yeah,
18%.
18.
That was another
and that's
report.
before Joey Porter is going to be the highest paid corner in all of football.
He might just want to wait this one out until Porter signs. If he's getting that sweet Pittsburgh money.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. On the way next, it's the madness. Kiefer Madness.
1877 cars for kids.
Kiefer.
I'm a firm believer in UFOs and Sasquatch.
That's funny.
Yo, Kiefer Madness is so hit or miss.
Kiefer's a nice guy.
Kiefer's a nice guy.
Okay.
Kiefer Madness?
It's Kiefer Madness on WEEI.
I bring it.
Troopers pulled over a driver going more than 90 miles per hour on I-75 in Wesley Chapel last night. And in the front passenger seat, they say this is what they found: 34 open cans of White Claw.
He went into his garage with a kitchen knife to cut off his own genitals. Then he allegedly poured gas on it and then set it on fire.
According to the police report, Bailey had his pants down, and so did Manderson, and she was leaning over the bar, and Bailey was behind her.
Well, students from Seaman High School celebrated prom tonight.
All right, time for the madness here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI, and you never really know what kind of story you're going to get.
No.
You
can usually narrow it down.
You can,
but
yeah.
you don't always know exactly what you're going to get.
There's like 3 or 4 main buckets that they kind of fall into.
I would say.
You can also email some ideas, which Tim did, to keefe@weei.com. So sometimes we get grab bags.
Oh, great.
And sometimes we get compliments, which is really nice. And then you also get Kiefer Madness ideas. So this was one from Tim.
Good work, Tim.
This one comes in from Australia.
Oh, down under. Grab bag.
All right, so let's find out what's going on down under.
A murder investigation has been called off in the state's southern tablelands after a shock twist in the case.
Okay, Jones, let's put it on you. Shock twist in the case.
What did she say?
Murder case.
Murder case.
Murder case.
Yeah.
A murder investigation
Murder
has been
investigation. It's been called off because of a shock twist.
Oh.
What do you think the shock twist is?
Inside job. Got to be an inside. Whatever it is, it's got to be an inside job.
Inside job.
I would think.
Okay.
A murder investigation has been called off in the state's southern tablelands after a shock twist in the case.
Forensic testing revealed what was thought to be a body stuffed in a suitcase was actually a lifelike doll.
A doll.
Not a human being.
Not at all. We've had a story similar to this when there was a doll, remember, that was wearing human skin, and that people didn't like that.
No, I would say they did not.
I understand it. It's disgusting. Yeah. So they had a full murder investigation. They're like a horrible thing has taken place. There's a body in a bag. Disgusting. Something out of horror movies and nightmares. They're like, oh no, that's not a spot. It's a doll.
It's a blow up doll.
That's just a doll, actually.
There, yeah.
Did you see that fantasy football punishment of that guy? He was having dinner at a restaurant and he had a inflatable doll.
Sure.
Sitting there.
Yeah.
Just having a meal of food with his friend.
Should get the dentist one.
I've seen
have to go to dinner with the dentist one, maybe.
Another good fantasy punishment somebody sent me was you have to play a round of golf, but without a ball. I think you just have to take the swings and maybe see where it goes, and you just have to play
Is that
through.
what they were doing at the match too?
You can take a swing.
I think Greg may have been.
You can take a swing and see where it goes. I'd just be like,
swing
hole
and
in
then they're all hole-in-ones.
I mean, that's how
You're
I
still
play
gonna
it.
walk the course though.
Oh yeah, that's true. You still gonna walk the course. That's
without
fine.
a ball. It's terrible.
I'd take way fewer steps without a ball than with one. I can
That's
tell you
also
that.
true.
Put your little marker down so nobody hits it.
Yeah, wait, mark your ball.
Yeah.
That call came 20 hours after police began investigating.
So it took them 20 hours to realize it was just a doll. Probably should have. There's a couple easy ways to check.
Sealed inside this evidence bag what appeared to be a woman's body, stuffed into a suitcase left to decompose beside a stretch of rural road that looks, in this case, were deceiving.
True.
I think that's HIPAA.
I would say the ultimate
It's a
HIPAA.
very lifelike doll.
Yeah.
Nice.
I guess it was.
Nice.
We've been able to collect the remains and then take them to investigation at forensics to then determine that they are not human.
The body was identified to be a lifelike female sex doll.
I knew it.
Now we're talking.
I knew it.
All
I said blow up doll. I was right around it. I knew
Covered
it.
in evidence.
Yeah.
But not this person. Is
Internal evidence, external evidence.
So somebody
Nasty.
clearly got
Evidence
themselves
all over the bag.
a bit of a guilty conscience.
Yeah.
He's like, what have I done? Stuff it in a bag and try to bury it. That guy's having a real problem.
Yeah,
Not good.
He felt great shame, which many of us do. But he felt great shame afterwards. Yes.
The body was identified to be a lifelike female sex doll.
They were mistaken for a human originally, so they are very realistic.
Okay, so someone's making some pretty good dolls.
That's really realistic.
I mean, these police officers and detectives for 20 hours were like, that's legit person, right? They're like, yeah, it is.
Like, hang on, let me take it into the evidence room. Yeah, Bob, after you're done with that, I'm going to take it into the evidence room.
I'm probably going to need to take a look myself.
Good idea, Steve. You know what? Let me get in there.
They got another set of eyes on it.
I'd like a second crack at that, if you don't mind. It's pretty human. It's more human than I expected.
Well, isn't this how Seth Rogen thought crimes were solved in Superbad? They just had a database for everything?
Just covered everywhere. Yeah,
good point.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Mistaken by members of the public and police. The doll complete with hair and nose piercing.
Nice. Now we're talking. Yeah, toss a tattoo on that thing.
Bob Ryan's out.
No, he's
you got a tattoo?
Yeah.
As long as it's not smoking.
Yeah, no,
that's true. I don't think it was smoking.
Yeah.
But
Nose ring, though.
Yeah, I'm just not into it. What if we pierced its nose? Okay. All right.
Is it like the one on the side or like the septum piercing?
Oh,
That
that I don't know, Nick. That's a good question. I would think it'd be the one on the side, but I've been wrong before. Could be bull ring.
Yeah,
straight bull ring.
It really depends on your taste.
Maybe
I'm sure
both.
you could manufacture it. However, the company probably could.
Because I guess you do. If you're ordering like a companion doll, I'm sure you can put in some
Good movie.
requests.
Yeah.
What type of hair, color hair, where's their hair, nose pierce, ear pierce, whatever it may be.
That's how Jack Quaid got his companion doll in the
Sophie
movie last
Thatcher.
year.
Yeah. That was a good movie.
The doll complete with hair and nose piercing, even markings that resembled bruises and grazes.
Oh, well, that's...
Ew. Come on. What's wrong with you?
Caramba.
Jeez. I'm not having any fun now.
Oh, boy.
Was found by two men at Owallan, south of Goulburn, yesterday afternoon.
We just found this. Ooh, we don't know how this got here, and we have not. We just found this bag. We don't even know what's in the bag.
We haven't opened it. Promise. Scout's honor. We have not opened the bag.
Don't check it for DNA. I would not, but we just found this. Yeah.
I'd like to leave an anonymous call.
I opened it and had a look inside and thought that it was something suspicious and gave us a call straight away.
Oh, that's eerie.
It's actually just a realistic doll.
You're kidding. Oh, that's good news.
So no, they asked the guy. They're like the it's not a murder, right? It was just a doll in the bag,
Yeah.
and the guy's like,
You're kidding. Oh, that's good news. Didn't want that to be in our area.
bit of a. Yeah, I definitely had no clue.
Yeah.
That's great news.
Give me a few minutes with that.
Let's take it off your hands. Sorry, this is evidence.
Good point from the Twitch chat with Pizza Train. Jones's raccoon might have won this.
Oh,
Raccoon
yes.
would have just done a number on this thing.
Has he been back? Was he back last night?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
I didn't witness
We're gonna
it.
set up the little outdoor cameras, little motion cameras.
Yeah, maybe get a motion camera. Maybe
yeah.
stick a stuffed animal out there for bait.
Little trap.
Yeah,
That's smart.
Yeah.
A waste of time, really.
It took investigators 20 hours to uncover the truth. In a statement to media last night,
Yeah.
There's an investigation
dealing with
there.
amateurs?
No,
Not horror.
Yeah, no,
Couple of horn dogs.
There's some shocking details to that. What happened in those 20 hours? I'm not sure we
Probably
want
take
to
one
know.
more look. I probably should take one more look.
On it down, legs up for about an hour.
Yeah, I can't crack this case. Yeah.
in a statement to media last night, the body is yet to be formally identified. However, it is believed to be female.
No regret.
It's not a person. It's not a person. What do you mean it's female?
Well, it identifies, I think, as a female. I
That's
think it's what
fine.
they're able to confirm. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Took them 20 hours to be like, it's a female doll.
Yeah.
I can do that in 10 seconds.
Not a human being.
Nope. Not a real person.
Female.
At all.
Yeah.
No regrets at all. I mean, New South Wales Police have undertaken the processes that we do to maintain integrity of such serious crime to a T.
The revelation doesn't mean the mystery case of the suitcase has been closed. While there is no evidence at this stage that any crime has been committed, police investigations are continuing.
They're going to go past the 20-hour mark to try to figure out whose bag that was.
Yeah.
So really, it's just like a littering charge, I think, at this point.
Yeah,
If somebody left a doll in a bag, I don't think you need all the police officers in on
orders
it.
a bruised up doll, though.
I know that.
We
Put
might
them on
want
a
to put
list.
that one in some sort of database.
I agree.
Yeah.
Put 'em on a
It's
list.
not a crime per se, but it's your watch list in a crime.
Sketchy.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you were in Minority Report, we're going to arrest you.
Yeah,
we're taking you in.
Yeah.
The homicide squad is
Get
no
undressed.
Oh, not Marco.
The homicide squad is no longer involved. Emily Francis, 7 News.
Okay.
So
Good
there you go.
reporting there
There's-
by Emily Francis.
Yeah. That was, I think, pretty thorough investigation there down in Australia.
Size helps for sure down there.
Who was that?
That's our friend Hunter Henry.
Oh,
that was
good
from
pal
his,
Hunter Henry.
Yeah, his podium.
Oh, wow. His size helps down there, he said.
It's like Tanner Janot.
He is a little bit
Kinda
like
similar.
hard down low Tanner Janot.
right.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
Which I see Nick frantically searching for, but
It can be hard down low.
there he is. There he is.
Companion piece.
Yeah.
Those two.
Okay, yeah, put them in a folder somewhere.
Very good.
Well, that's the madness. Kiefer Madness every
Very
Tuesday,
good.
most Thursdays here on Jones and Keefe. We can get back to the Red Sox, who are on yet another winning streak with yet another come from behind victory. We'll do that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
This is Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
Final hour, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Elliot Wolf speaking later on this hour, perhaps with some news. People are whispering to Courtney.
Perhaps there's been some whispers happening. You're right.
You never know.
Well,
Christian Gonzalez also scheduled to speak later today. He was back out on the practice field yesterday. I mean, look, we're about to find out.
You think Robert Kraft's going to shell out $102 million guaranteed right now?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
All right.
No, in fact, if I had to predict, but no one whispers anything to me. I'll just
Smart.
I'll read the vibes.
Okay.
Vibes to me are not that a deal is imminent, although a texter said earlier today, Jones, I've never been more pleased with anything you've said. Now Christian Gonzalez is going to sign a giant contract to be a Patriot for life.
It might happen.
But I assume.
That does track.
It does.
I'm skeptical.
With the way
though.
I predict things, I don't think they're close on a deal. I mean, Rap Sheet's talking about Joey Porter being the highest paid corner, for God's sakes.
Joey Porter.
So I don't feel great about him getting that deal. I do think he'll play this season. I think he'll play on the contract, and then at the end of the year, he will go the way of Trent McDuffie, and he'll
when
play
Joey
someone.
Porter gets a new contract, he is going to be the highest paid corner in the NFL.
What the hell? Why?
I still am blown away by that comment.
Yeah, but you're right. If this goes into the season and it just doesn't seem like there's a future here, if you sort of read how other teams have done it, like the Jets reluctantly paid Sauce, but then when they had an opportunity, they traded him away, and now the Colts are paying him.
You're gonna
Trent McDuffie very clearly. We saw this firsthand.
You don't want to pay him the
else.
deal right now, which is just the McDuffie Witherspoon deal.
Now you got to top Joey Porter Jr. Good
yeah,
luck.
and whoever's in the cornerback class next year, I don't even know, but like the price isn't going down; it's going up. And if you don't want to pay it right now and the price is going up, what makes you think they're going to pay it in the future? They're not.
But it's also crazy to me that they wouldn't do this. Well, they haven't done it. I shouldn't say they wouldn't. They haven't done it yet. So, yeah, you're going to have to pay Drake May a lot of money. If A.J. Brown has a really good season, you're going to have to pay him a lot of money, but it's not going to be for a ton of years, right? Like, he's getting up there, so it'd be a smaller contract. Like, if you're not paying Gonzalez, it's just such a mess. Like, you're not paying anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Outside maybe the quarterback, right?
Yeah.
The quarterback's sort of a separate thing. As with every team, it's a separate thing. But if you have a top corner in his early to mid-20s and you're not signing him, then forget about it. Why do you even want the draft picks? You're not going to sign those guys.
Yeah.
You might be good for 3 or 4 years, but then you're not going to sign them.
We got to draft better. We got to develop better. We have no depth. And then they get a guy, and they're like, yeah, we're not going to pay him.
Well, you get 2 picks. Like, yeah, but how good are those picks going to be? This is the best pick besides Drake May that they've had in
It's true.
What, since like Chandler Jones?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. You're talking about first-round picks. He's probably as good as they've had in over a decade.
You said outside of May?
Yeah, outside of May. I'm saying the whole
yeah.
conversation, like contract year, all that's, I would put the quarterback in a different bucket.
Bill Simmons, the zone in the Twitch chat is incorrect. It says Jones originally hated the Gonzo draft pick. I did not hate the pick. I hated trading down.
Oh, there's actually a video, I think, still
you
somewhere
guys
out there. We
loved
were doing a live draft show, but we were the same way. We lost it. We wanted him originally, so credit to us.
So he got to pick 14.
We lost.
You guys were stoked that he was on the board.
It was like me, Scheim, Hart, and Fitzy. We lost our minds when they traded down, but then they still got him, and then we appropriately lost our minds in a good way.
Yeah,
we
so
absolutely wanted him then.
And my take at the time was just if Bill liked him so much, he wouldn't have traded down.
Yeah,
that was all. But I didn't hate that pick. I certainly didn't think he'd be as good as he is. I mean, I guarantee that.
We wasn't. We were everything short of the glitter guns. We were throwing energy drinks in the air.
That was. Yeah. I was listening live to that. That was a great draft show you
fun.
guys did.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I didn't believe the Red Sox would turn it around to the degree that they have. Tony Seagulls with the big RBI triple last night. Red Sox win at 4-2. They've won 4 in a row. As they are on yet another streak. They won 15 games in a row earlier this year. They won 9 in a row earlier this year. Now it's a 4-gamer. We'll see where that goes.
Mm-hmm.
They have now won 19 out of 20, Keith, against teams with 500 records or better. So if you want to dream on the Red Sox going somewhere, I mean, a bad AL, I think, already lets you dream they can at least get to a World Series. I don't know if I'd wager on it or not, but certainly you could dream on it.
Yeah, dream a little dream.
How can they beat any team in baseball? Well, they've won 19 out of 20 against the good teams. That would include a sweep of the Dodgers, who most regard as a team that can three-peat. Chief Pete.
They could Chief Pete.
3-Chief.
They might.
So I think that's what I would look into with last night. They continue to come back. Like forever, Keith, they couldn't string together 3 straight wins, and for forever they couldn't come back from a run or 2 down. And now they do it, as you said earlier today, basically every single night.
Yeah, and they have so many different guys all of a sudden in the lineup that you feel like could be the one to break through, right? Like it might be, the guys that you're used to, Wilson Contreras and Wilyer Abreu. It might be those guys. But then it's Seagulls and it's Sogard again. It's Durbin. Eli White is pinch running. He's the fastest guy on planet Earth. So like you're getting contributions from everybody besides Adley Rutschman. Separate conversation.
Yeah, no, you're not getting much from him.
But like these other guys are all coming through with big hits. Plus, they pitch their tails off. And even if the starter isn't great, and you throw in like some of the injuries they have in the bullpen, and they're still getting by, their bullpen, I don't want to say it's the best bullpen like of the last 25 years, but I think there's a conversation to be had because it's deeper than any of the other ones.
When they're fully healthy, if they're fully healthy.
Yeah.
Chapman, Whitlock, Slayton, Miller, Guerrero.
Okay, maybe it is the best one.
And by the way, I put Slayton way too early in that pecking order,
Yeah,
but whatever.
Guerrero
But
over him, but I know what you mean.
throw him as like a 6th or 7th inning guy, Bulk Hogan?
And then I'm saying this Bulk Hogan thing, which is insane. It's
Macaulay Bulkin? Like that's
Well,
like all of a sudden you have
the Incredible
like
Bulk.
You have like it is a really good bullpen. You're not wrong.
That's like 6 guys that you're like, if the starter leaves the game in whatever inning with the lead, they're going to win.
You know who else is probably going to be in the bullpen? Crochet.
Yeah.
And
right.
If you want to
if
weapon,
not Crochet, Bennett, like somebody, yeah.
if you want a weapon against the Yankees, who they're ticketed to play right now, if the season ended today, that's your 3-game playoff. They have a bunch of lefties. He dominates them, including in a playoff game last. That's another bullpen weapon that they have.
Yeah, like that's why you can start to talk kind of crazy as it relates to the Red Sox. And then, you're like, oh, well, you mentioned the Dodgers. Like, how they kind of handled the Dodgers last time they faced them. Now, I know it was regular season. I know it was a little bit different. And, they I think the Dodgers had an opener in one of the games. So, yeah, come playoff time or World Series time, it would look a little bit different. But, no, the team, they had the 2 crazy winning streaks, and then they lost a few series in a row. And you're like, all right, what's this going to be? How are they going to respond to this? And they've responded great. They beat a good Diamondbacks team in a series. Then they sweep Rafael Devers, and now they start this after losing in the game. They come back and they beat the Marlins, and you kind of looked at it, you're like, well, Sandy Alcantara, like if you're going to lose one of the games to the Marlins, it's probably the Sandy Alcantara game. Well, it took them a little while, but they finally got through, and then they got through the bullpen, and they win the game.
They did. Now,
and then tonight you have Tolley.
Tolley night tonight.
Yeah.
The Marlins are, again, believe it or not, a team with an actual winning record. They might not be by the end of the series, the way the Red Sox are going. And you overcame not only Alcantara, but Suarez didn't have his best stuff.
No.
So he's walking guys, he's hitting guys. He has not pitched beyond 5 innings or up to 6 innings.
He was just like grinding.
In
he was
a
like
long
putting
time.
guys on. He threw 1 million pitches through
So
5.
if you want to nitpick, you mentioned Rutschman. We can get more into that. I mean, Suarez, I've been believing, especially since Crochet seems like he won't be back pitching anything more than 2 innings tops in an outing. I've been thinking I want Suarez in game 1 of the postseason. You've been on the Sonny Gray side of that. I'm starting to rethink it the way Suarez has now
The
looked.
last time he hit 6 innings was June 29th.
Yeah, and so
5
like
1/3 against Arizona's last, but that's the last time.
I was
Even,
willing
like,
to look
great-
the other way for a little bit,
Yeah.
but it's really starting to drag on. Where now I don't know that you can ticket him into game 1 the way he's been going,
No.
even despite his incredible October track record.
They just seem like they win all the Sonny Gray starts. So like, just keep that going. Somehow, some way they win. Because even with Suarez, even if he is 5 innings in the playoffs, it's not like the most ideal thing. But how many great starters even get pulled early in the playoffs? It's like such a different game.
ton.
in the
Well,
playoffs.
last night he tap danced, or else he would not have gotten to 5 innings.
Oh, I mean, the bases were loaded, and it was pretty dicey there for a little bit, but got out of it.
617-779-7937. You can jump in on the Red Sox, their win streak. Another come-from-behind victory last night with, as Keith said, a bunch of unheralded guys. It's Tony Seagull's coming through. They tie it up on a wild pitch. Sogard gets a big hit in extra innings last night. The guy they traded Marcelo Meyer for, Eric Miller,
Hoss of the
awesome
week.
when he comes on. So you guys can jump in on that. And we'll get to Chad Tracy and his future, which I think the Red Sox seem lukewarm on, in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith.
Catches log. Red Sox win it 4-2. Ninth inning heroics. Gasper and Siegler after Ranger was great. Bayo really kept him in it, and the Red Sox will just keep on going. 4-2, the final in Miami.
I hate to do this to Will, but real quick. Suarez wasn't great. And what did he say? Bayo kept him in it?
Yeah. Bayo was not his best game. I mean, he normally goes like 5 scoreless out of the pen. He gave up a run.
Blew the lead. Well, not the lead. He gave the Marlins the lead.
Well, he shouldn't have played with the defense in. That would have been a routine ground ball.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean, that is a fair point. If you want to get on Tracy for that,
No,
that's true. Because that was a real routine
Ranger
ground ball.
worked himself in and out of jams. I think
He gave up a rocket to Otto Lopez before that, but it was a routine ground ball. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's the best hitter in the National League.
Yeah, I don't like him, but he had a good night last night.
It was 3 innings of like over 20 pitches for Suarez.
Yeah.
Like he was like teetering there. It could have been real ugly, but he was able to get out of it. He ended up with 93 pitches or something like that through 5.
Suarez finished at 93 through 5, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, it was like 50 through 2.
Yeah, no, right. So like it was not pretty, but got out of it. And even though it wasn't everybody's best performance, my takeaway still is you got a lot of arms that you can throw in the bullpen that you feel really comfortable in. And like, let's hope Whitlock comes back, and now you even add that to the equation. And Chapman, even though it's funny with Chapman sometimes, whether he's like limping around or whatever it might be, or sweating like crazy, it's like he's 30 saves, good ERA.
Yeah.
Slightly worse than last year, but he was insanely good last year.
I feel like, and like last night wasn't a shutdown inning per se, but I do feel like he's looked a little more dominant of late, right? Because it's
less
been
base runners.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's been 5 straight scoreless outings, and in those outings, it's been 3 base runners.
Right.
And last night was the first hit he gave up. Other than that, it was just walks. And he's been punching guys out again, which he wasn't doing, like multiple strikeouts in 2 of those 5 outings, including striking out the side against the Giants in that Friday night game. So I feel like he's looked a little more dominant. He's not quite the, get it to Chapman and the game's over that I felt last year, but I am starting to feel better about him since he had those back-to-back hiccups, White Sox, A's, and even prior to that, all those games out in Sacramento where he looked real shaky and barely tiptoed out of a couple of those. You're right to point out Rutschman and your concerns there, though, Keith. And for all the credit we're giving Chad Tracy for his moves, Eli White and Jahmai Jones.
Oh, you mean Breslow?
What'd I say?
You said Tracy.
I'm sorry. We'll get to Tracy in a moment. Breslow, Eli White, Jahmai Jones, Eric Miller, who we were just talking about.
Really good.
Like some of these even minor moves. Never mind bigger ticket ones like Contreras and Gray. Go back to a year ago, Chapman. Even the Durbin trade is looking better and better by the day. If you look at some of these moves, the Rutschman one is terrible to this point in time.
He's been so bad, and it's just bad at bat after bad at bat. He showed a little sign of light. Like he started real slow, and then there was like a brief little sign of life, and now it's like back into nothing. He was 0 for 5 last night, strikeout, and you thought he was going to be at the very least. You're like, people were overhyping him. They're like, oh, he's an all-star. It's like, yeah, I guess he was an all-star, but he's not a power hitter. He never has been a power hitter, but he was good. He was like a really good hitter. His first 2 years in the league, he was really good.
Mm-hmm.
And he hasn't been that player in a long time. But even with all that said, he was going to be better than Connor Wong, right?
We thought.
No, he's not. He's
so
not better than Connor Wong, at least right now.
It's only been 12 games with the Red Sox, 41 at-bats. He has hits in 4 of the 12 games. Okay? He has 6 total hits, but they only came in 4 of the games.
Yeah, so he's 8 hitless games.
Correct.
Another way of looking at it.
He at no point has been hitting 200 in a Red Sox uniform.
No. So it's
He
well below his weight.
He at no point has an OPS in the 700s. At no point.
It's not in the 500s right now.
Well, no, it's at 499 right now. But I'm saying at
overall.
any
I
point.
know.
And that peaked out at 690 after he had back-to-back 2-hit games, those first 2 games against Arizona, where he had his only home run and all 4 of his RBIs came in 2 games.
Yeah.
So, look, I didn't like the trade based on what they gave up for a player that I didn't think was as good as the hype, and he's been even worse than I thought. Like, I was expecting more than this.
Carlos Narvaez was atrocious this season.
He, by the
Red
way,
Sox.
Twitch chat pointed this out to me. He's been even worse than Rutschman in
I was going to
Baltimore.
say, but Narvaez's numbers for the Red Sox this season are better than Rutschman's numbers. Now, it's in way more games.
I believe
it's worse, but it's like he was horrible where he was just like a throwing in a trade, but hitting a $187 with a 535 OPS is somehow better than what Rutschman's brought to the table. Now, it is only 12 games. You have another month plus until the playoffs. So hopefully he can dig himself out of it. But it was when they acquired him, you're thinking, all right, he's going to be the number 5 hitter. He's a switch hitter. He's going to help, protect Wilson Contreras, maybe get him a few more pitches to see. And now you're like, he's the easiest guy to pitch to in the whole lineup.
It's a good point about Narvaez. So, like, as
He's
bad
a
as
disaster.
Narvaez was,
Yeah.
and you just gave the numbers, 187 and 535 OPS, Rutschman's worse than that.
Right.
Wong's
way better.
Connor Wong's 257, 729 OPS. Like, honestly, that's fine for a catcher. It's not good, but it's fine.
It's whatever.
Mickey Gasper has caught games for the team this year. He's 270, 770 OPS.
He's a good at bat right now, but yeah, you can't have him catch is the problem.
And Jake Rogers only played 3 games, but we read you these numbers earlier. He hit 500 with a 1389 OPS. I mean, statistically, offensively, they've had 5 guys catch games this year. He's been the worst.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a ridiculous way to think about it, and he's not actually the worst, I don't think. But that's the production through 12 games.
And it also shows you the expectation that they had for him by both what they gave up for him and how they used him right away. So for a lot of listeners that were yelling at us about how great he is, I think the Red Sox felt the same way. He was hitting 3rd in the
Right
lineup.
away.
They bumped Wilyer Abreu out of there to get. You're like, wait a minute, he's been there all year. He's having a really good year. Just because Rutschman was hitting 3rd on a bad Orioles team doesn't mean he should be hitting 3rd on this team. And so they shoehorn him into 3rd, let alone giving up all these top prospects for him. So, yeah, that's been pretty underwhelming. I mean, they're still winning in spite of it.
Texter says, please, guys, you're basically saying the same stuff about Durbin earlier this year. You got to give Rutschman 20 games. All right, you want us to give him 20 games? We can give him 20 games, I guess. We gave Durbin way more than 20 games, and he turned it around. So guys can turn it around. That's possible.
But Rutschman's also had a whole season.
Yeah.
And multiple seasons in the majors.
And Rutschman, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but when the Red Sox acquired him, Red Sox stats had this at the time. We read it almost the second they traded for him. He was hitting 218 since early May. And it's only gone down since he's come to the Red Sox. So it's been a long stretch of him not hitting in a big league season.
But you also mentioned Liam Hicks, who we highlighted at the time, a catcher for the Marlins, who was also on our list when we were talking about different guys that they could go out there and acquire.
And I don't want to say I was crazy about him either, but he went for a fraction of the cost at the same position.
He has played in 16 games, so Rutschman's played in 12. And Hicks has 3 home runs and a 975 OPS.
Yeah. He's walked more than Rutschman. Rutschman, you could at least say has had some good at-bats beyond the hits. He's taken 6 walks. This guy took 10.
He's killing it.
So, look, I don't know what the book is on him defensively. I don't know what the book is overall. But he's had a better season with the bat all year, including since he got to Tampa, than this guy.
So, Jones, from that May stat, just to circle back to that, he's hitting since May 9th, 200. That's up until last night.
Since May 9th.
It's worse than Duran.
Yeah. That is
623 OPS.
That is not good.
Hey,
meanwhile, we read this to you earlier. I teased it, so just to close the loop. Cotillo said that it's more likely than not that Chad Tracy is the manager beyond this season. More likely than not.
Yeah, the phrasing is interesting because that could mean 51% chance or 99, right? So it's not guaranteed. It's not a lock. And I feel
I'd say based on the way he phrased it, it's closer to 51 than 99.
Right, exactly. It's not like barring a miracle or something like that.
I'm not handing him the job. I'm not removing the interim tag yet, but I'm planning on doing it. Saying it's more likely than not to me is, just much more lukewarm on him than I would have expected.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, though, as far as let's see what this regular season looks like. Let's see what the playoff run looks like. And then does Breslow have anybody else that he's really interested in? I would think Chad Tracy should deserve either like the tiebreaker, benefit of the doubt, however you want to phrase it. But it doesn't mean he shouldn't be allowed to at least look around a little bit, see what's out there.
Okay. You guys can jump in 617-779-7937. Rich and Ken with Ted come your way at 2. So jump in line for them. We'll get you the clip du jour, relay some of what Elliot Wolf has to say later on this hour. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
Grab bag.
Cruel world, I'm leaving you today.
Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag.
It's time for Grab Bag. Yes, it is. Time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Red Sox winners again yesterday are right back on the field tonight at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida.
Lowercase L.
Yep.
Lowercase D.
No, uppercase D.
Oh.
Big D.
Wait, I thought you said yesterday they were both lowercase.
No, the P in Park is lowercase.
Oh, that's what it is.
Which is outrageous.
No, you're right. It's the P in Park. I'm sorry.
I don't care for this at all.
Size helps for sure down there.
Giant D, small P.
Correct.
That's what it is. There we go. Yeah.
Trying to make heads or tails of that.
Yeah.
That park stinks just from looking at it. Like when they show the different angles of it, it does not seem very cool.
No.
I don't like it.
No.
Didn't they have an aquarium behind home plate until it broke? Or is that still there?
I didn't notice it if it's
okay,
because
I think somebody fouled the ball off and it like delayed a game because the tank broke.
Hit the tank?
Yeah.
There's fish
I mean,
everywhere.
that sounds like a Marlins kind of thing to do, but I'm unaware of that.
6:40 once again, first pitch. That means 5:40 pregame right here on WEEI. Our guy, Peyton Tolley, on the mound. He's 8-6 with a 3.08 ERA. He will be opposed by big right-hander Tyler Phillips.
How big?
6'5", 225.
Oh, not a Haas. Not Haas big.
I mean, approaching Haas levels.
Yeah, approaching Haas levels.
Yeah, he's at like 50 pounds.
I mean, it's kind of a Haas off,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Peyton Tolley, Tyler Phillips.
No,
He's
Eric
no tugboat.
No, he's no Eric Miller. He's
Well,
no
he's
tugboat.
not a tugboat. No, nobody said
I
he's
didn't
a
realize
tugboat.
that guy's gut until watching that game over the weekend. He's awesome.
We got a couple.
He's the man.
We got a
He's just
couple
like
of
us.
Haas candidates for later on this week.
Yeah,
I
we
think.
do.
Yeah, we're scouting a few.
All right, very good. Anyway, 6:40 first pitch.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, and Jones is never right.
Oh.
I hope you grab the bag of your life.
All right. That wasn't bad.
That's good.
That was okay.
Emotional.
An update on the Jed York story.
Oh.
So he was arrested for seeking out a moderately priced hooker, $140. He got arrested for that in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Just could have just gotten that really realistic doll.
He could have.
Oh,
could have
man.
saved himself a lot of hassle.
Well, hassle probably a lot more than $140.
He
though.
is a billionaire, though.
Yeah, true.
The price really shouldn't be an object.
Well,
It was. Do you think he haggled her down from 150?
Probably.
He's like, maybe 140. She's like, fine.
whatever.
Well, the owner of the trailer park where he was arrested.
Oh yeah, this guy was hot.
He was real big mad.
Yeah.
He went and talked to the police, and he wants people to know it is not a hub for prostitutes. This is not where prostitutes go.
No.
It just so happened to be where Jed York got pulled over, and then they took him to the place and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So he was in his car, I guess, committing these acts.
It's not chock full of prostitutes.
No.
In that trailer
I
park.
don't think so.
No, it's upstanding citizens only.
Right.
And yeah, Jed York, don't you dare accuse him of getting trailer park prostitutes. It was just a prostitute.
It's a regular prostitute.
Yeah, not one from the trailer park. How dare you?
No.
Yeah.
It's 1:30 on Jones and Keefe. It must be time for grab bag. Brian Bayo still stinks. He's now grabbing his bags. My kids forgot what it's like to eat for free at 99.
Yeah, this is outdated.
Can't
That's old.
talk
Yeah.
about sports anymore with feeling like Kegel after a road show.
That still applies.
Let's move on to the random baseball player of the day, so Jones can show us all he doesn't know baseball.
This still applies
Continue
too.
to talk about boobs on Twitch and hope LJ don't ban me.
There's a lot in there. So that just shows you. I mean, that's a dated
Is that
one.
what they're talking about on Twitch all the time? That makes sense.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago when the Red Sox were
losing.
Brian Bale was no good. So he wrote a song about it.
Children were starving.
He wrote a song about it.
Now the children are overfed.
Yeah.
Let's get to, they're huge now.
Straight up obese.
Kids are enormous. All right, let's get to some fashion police.
Did you ever think that maybe there's more to life than being really, really, really ridiculously good looking?
It's Jones and Keefe, Fashion Police.
All right, Jones. So for the second year in a row, the NFL has come out with rivalry jerseys. Last year they did 2 divisions, and the Patriots were one of them. They have the nor'easter ones.
Yep.
Which I love.
I'll tell you what.
I think they're really good.
I didn't love them initially, but I'll tell you, once you actually saw them in action, they grew on me quite a bit.
Grew on you.
Yeah, they didn't look great on socials, but yeah, they actually popped once they got on the screen.
All right, Brian's going to pop these up on Twitch and on YouTube if you're watching along on the show. And so 8 more this year, and it is the NFC North, who the Patriots face this year, and the AFC South.
Okay.
So looking at it right now, Lions, Bears, Packers, Vikings. Let's start with the NFC North.
Okay.
I think the Lions isn't bad. They're going with like a lighter blue helmet. Looks like a black lion on there, white jerseys.
Yeah, I mean, picture them almost like, I feel like Carolina wears a jersey just like this.
Good point.
I don't think they're very creative.
No.
But I don't think they look terrible.
Minnesota's is hard to, at least the picture I'm looking at is kind of hard to tell. It looks like it's all purple though, and I don't really like, they've kind of changed some of the logos around a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't care for it.
I don't care for the Vikings one. I think the Bears look like Illinois.
They look exactly
like
Illinois.
University of Illinois, which I can't get on board with.
Nope.
And then
Packers is kind of lame. They changed their helmet to a white helmet with the same old G.
They also look like North Dakota State or something. Who do they look like?
They do look like Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Back
so,
at North.
I
So
mean,
they're all bad.
I think they're all bad. If I personally had to pick one in the NFC North, I would pick the Vikings. That doesn't make it good.
No.
But if I had to pick one, that's the one I would pick.
I'd go Lions, but like all scores under 30.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say under 50, but yeah, probably under 30. Yeah, they're nothing good. Vikings maybe like a 42.
NFC South, I don't hate the Titans. It says Music City on the front. They got 2 different color blues. The Colts are wearing like an all black, and the helmet is blue. Don't like it. The numbers are blue.
Yeah, the Colts is terrible.
Texans, looks like it's an all white,
So
with blue numbers.
That's
maybe the best one?
Out of all 8, I think it's my favorite.
And then Jaguars have like the teal helmet, but the regular Jaguars. They didn't really do anything crazy with the helmets.
I think the Jaguars had real potential. The pants are a mess.
Yeah.
Which don't clip that. Okay. But that's what screws up the uniform. I think if they went like all whites with the teal helmet, the Jaguars would look great, which is kind of why I like the Houston ones best out of all of them.
They just drag up like the old David Garrard jerseys and call it a rivalry jersey?
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit.
Looks like.
So
maybe.
best and worst out of all of them, I would say the best might be the Titans, and the worst.
I would say best is Houston, worst is Colts.
Colts is just Colts and Bears.
The Bears.
Bears is bad.
Bears is rough. Right.
Yeah. What would you put for a score on your best?
Oh, still low. I would say like a 47.
Oh, okay. I go a little higher.
I don't like any of them really.
50, 55 on the Texans, like nothing special.
Last year's crop, if you remember us talking about it, was a lot better.
Much better.
Overall, it was a lot better.
Yeah.
Where do bad takes go when they die? They don't go to heaven where the angels fly. They go to grab bag on Jones and Keefe. See them again at 1:30. People cry and people moan in the healthy Twitch chat. Ain't that right, Jones? One day you'll remember what the clip du jour is, while Vrabel and Rossini try to make it on their own. Where do bad takes go when they die? They don't go to heaven where the angels fly. They go to grab bag on Jones and Keefe. See them again at 1:30.
All right, we were talking about college football the other day, how LSU is getting really NFL players that were in camp this year, and now they're getting them. The Big Ten made an announcement that they are not going to allow it. Big Ten's like, if you go to the NFL, you're not allowed in the Big Ten.
How about that?
Yeah.
Big Ten's winning national titles now.
Yeah, they don't need
SEC's taking in ex-NFL, but SEC kind of down bad these days.
desperate.
Yeah, very desperate.
Grab bag.
Good news for you Angel Reese fans, as she has set a new WNBA record.
Rebounds.
26 rebounds.
Oh.
I don't know how many of them are rebounds.
How
I'm
many
guessing quite a
rebounds?
few.
26, probably 15.
I'm guessing quite a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 26 boards.
So I'll relate
Grab bag.
Okay. Has the great and talented Tracy Bingham from Baywatch.
Save us some time.
You don't even sound sure.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't sure because I was looking up something else, but double checking. See, maybe it was like a late push for her to follow me on Instagram at Rich Keefe WEEI, but she
it's a good follow.
does not. It's a great follow.
She doesn't
great
follow, but you can. Yeah.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, so I was super confused by this tweet. So I'm already kind of giving it away. The answer, yes, he has tweeted.
Okay.
He has a few here. So Green Machine.
Oh, Green Machine.
Tweeted out, here's my Mount Rushmore of NBA player individual seasons ever.
Oh,
is how he writes it.
Got to have Wilt on there, probably the big O. Who's he got on there?
He says no player duplications. He has 1986 Larry Bird.
Okay.
1993 Michael Jordan.
Okay.
1994 Hakeem Olajuwon.
Okay.
2013 LeBron James.
Okay. I'd probably have Wilt on there somewhere, average 50 points a game, but keep going, yeah.
Bob's response?
Yeah.
I double-checked this. This is the response to that tweet. Blasphemy.
Yep.
Get Shaq out of there.
Shaq's not even in there.
No, he's not.
Wow. So he's just
hates Shaq so much.
Well, he did 8 eye tests before, so maybe
that's true. I skipped over all the eye tests.
He's
he did
so fired up about Shaq.
I was like, is he responding to somebody else or is he responding to that guy who does not have Shaq on the Rushmore?
No, he's got LeBron and Bird and Jordan and Olajuwon.
But once again, it's Bob not even answering the question.
No,
The guy was like, who is on your
Not
floor?
Shaq! Okay, I didn't say Shaq.
Wow, a bunch of people in the comments told him to get some glasses. Very mean.
Oh, did they? Are they mad at him?
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
time
like,
for some glasses, Bob. Put on your glasses, Bob.
Shaq's not there.
Well, it's got to be why he's doing all this.
He's mad about
That's
it.
why he does the eye test.
Yeah, but he passes the eye test.
Well, we don't.
All right.
The names
speaking
are red underneath it, bro.
Zara or Zara, ZARA, 12781.
Real person.
A tattoo-less one?
Definitely a real person. No tattoos.
Probably doesn't smoke.
Cleavage.
Yeah, nice.
Painted fingernails. Holding up a sign that says, everyone is getting this wrong. When I was 6, my sister was half my age. Now I am 40. How old is she?
37.
Bob's response? 37.
Nice.
Let's see. Another tweet. Which 1960s band had the best catalog? The options were A, the Beatles, B, the Rolling Stones, C, the Beach Boys, or D, the Doors. Bob's response, stupid question.
Not the Beatles?
There was only one answer.
Probably Beatles.
I guess.
Probably meant Beatles.
Beach Boys, though, maybe.
Maybe.
Speaking of, I think because he responded to that, this one popped up on his algorithm.
Yeah.
Ronster89, actually.
Ronster89?
He tweeted out, name a famous Paul other than Paul McCartney.
Okay.
Which I would steer him towards our top 5 Pauls from a couple of weeks ago, but
for sure.
Yeah. All right, so what did...
PJ13? He's gone.
Top Pauls.
Top Pauls.
Probably went Bunyan.
Anna
Paul.
Pollyanna?
Pollyanna?
Jones and Keith, right about 1:30. On my way to where the bags are crowded. Can you tell me how to get to Krabby Bag Street?
All right, Jones, let's find out who the best baseball performer was from yesterday. Was it Michael Conforto, 3 for 3 homer, 2 RBI, 2 runs? Dalen Lyle, 3 for 5, 1 home run, 5 RBI, 2 runs and a steal.
Oh, wow.
The big dumper, Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, it probably was.
Figured out how to hit for yesterday only.
Yeah.
3 for 3, 3 home runs, 4 RBI. Was it Zebby Matthews, 7 innings, 1 earn, 7 Ks? Or was it Kevin Gausman, 7 scoreless with 6 Ks?
That's the big dumper. Welcome back.
3 homers. I know. Welcome to the season, dumper.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, real quick before we get to the random ball player, it sounds like we're getting some intel that Bob Ryan may have mistweeted on his famous Paul.
You wanted Paul Anka?
Yeah, he was 85 years old. I feel like that's more in line.
guy.
Because I looked up Paul Anna because I
Paul
wasn't
Anna.
sure, and Anna Paul. Neither exist.
Paul
Well,
Anka.
isn't? Oh yeah, I'm thinking of Aaron Paul.
Aaron Paul for
Aaron
sure.
Paul from
Could have
Breaking
been.
Bad.
Yeah.
All right, Jones, we have a former big league outfielder who would throw it in from the right side, but he'd swing it on either side of the plate.
Okay.
Switch hitter. He is celebrating a birthday today.
Oh, happy.
He is a one-time All-Star in the year which he finished 30th in the MVP vote.
Okay.
He had a cup of coffee, 1999, hung up the spikes after the 2010 season.
Almost a hint.
Played for the following teams: Angels, Rangers, Cubs, Orioles, Padres, Mets, Pirates.
Jeez.
He could flash the leather a little bit.
Okay.
He was a 06 All-Star with Texas, where he had 19 home runs, hit .313 that year, and had an OPS of 866. 19 homers is his season high.
Catalanato?
No. Most steals in a season, 18. Career 257 hitter. And he was able to, in his playing days, take home $54.4 million.
Oh, good for him. So not like that's actually a worthwhile player.
Not nothing.
Not nothing.
Not
One-time
nothing.
All-Star with the Rangers, 2006, came up with the Angels,
Led the
30th
league.
in the MVP,
Yeah.
switch hitter, outfielder.
Led the league in errors in center field twice.
Oh. Bit of a roller coaster out there.
A little bit, but I'm telling you, he made some web gems
I'm
as
still
well.
hung up on 30th in the MVP.
Yeah.
Finished 30th that year. He was one of the 30 best players in the American League.
I'm cheating and looking. In the AL.
Yeah, right.
Is it David DeLucci?
Is not. It is
People are
not
saying
David
Hank
DeLucci.
Blaylock. It's definitely not Hank Blaylock.
Oh, looking
What?
at his nickname, I feel like we may have had him before.
Uh-oh. What is
Nickname
it?
was Little Sarge or Sarge Jr.
I don't remember who
I
that
think
is.
that nickname kind of gives it away.
Gary Matthews?
He got it.
Gary Matthews Jr.
Got it.
Gary Matthews Jr. I didn't think we had him before. I feel like we've said that nickname.
Yeah, he must have had some good range. He made all the errors, but he also made some web gems. Must have had some good range.
He giveth and he taketh, like many
Okay.
players do. There you go, random player.
Random player of the day, each and every day, in the grab bag here on Jones and Keefe. I can relay, Keefe, a couple of comments here.
Oh.
From Elliot Wolf, if you want to hear him.
Wolfpack, what's he got?
He has no updates on Christian Gonzalez.
Did he get any whispers?
I'm just reading relayed here
Okay.
that
well,
he has no updates.
well.
That's from Andrew Callahan. He also claims that he wanted to draft this safety from Houston, Jaden Reed.
Oh.
He wanted to draft him,
Just
but
missed.
they just missed
Jalen.
him. Sorry, Jaden Reed is the wide receiver. Jalen. In the 6th round.
Maybe next time.
They had a few opportunities, I would point out to him.
Well.
But so far, that's what's going on at the press conference
All
with
right.
Elliot Wolf.
Very good.
617-779-7937. You can jump in line. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. We'll get to the clip du jour next.
FanDuel Sportsbook.
just to know your name.
Back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Normally time for our clip du jour, Jones, but Elliot Wolf speaking over at Gillette right now to the media, and we have a snippet of it. Plus, we have a few more quotes to sort of
he's
give
still
you.
talking, yeah. So.
Talking about Gonzo. Here's a little bit of that.
Is there any concern at all that if he doesn't have a new contract for the season, you'll get something less than the full version of Christian, whether he's protecting himself or mentally he's just not fully there? Is there any concern on the team's end that if he doesn't have a deal, he might be a different type of player?
No, he's a tremendous competitor. He wants to be the best at his position, so there's no concerns like that.
You said you're making momentum with those negotiations. What does that mean?
Again, I'm not going to get into the negotiations here today. We are working with Christian's representative to try to get something done, and that's what we're doing.
I'm just saying, me personally, from whispers, I think that a deal's been done.
Okay, so the insider.
Let's get this on the internet.
Well, it's not quite how it went.
Doesn't sound done.
Courtney
per
did
se.
Courtney did tweet out golf swing and a miss right after these comments from Elliot Wolf.
Tough.
However, I want to focus less on that for a moment and more on the follow-up. He said he didn't want to get into details.
However,
but then he dropped this doozy, which I'm sure Rich and Ken with Ted will have fun with. He was asked about Drake May's contract and the future it holds with the Gonzo conversations. And he says, it's about a cash budget and things like that.
Oh, boy.
We're very aware of the timing of these things. And, we're cognizant of having a plan for that, working with Jonathan and Robert.
Man.
So they have a cash budget for Gonzo/Drake May, already busting Drake May's balls. Never mind Gonzo. When it comes to their quote-unquote cash budget.
Is Christian Gonzalez on the Patriots in 2027?
I've already said no before those comments.
No. I mean,
is Drake May on the Patriots in 2028? That might be the one to start asking after that comment. All right.
Well, speaking of, Cutlets will be on with Rich and Ken with Ted today.
Yep.
And
Cutlets
Marcus Jones.
Thank you very much. So stay tuned for that. We'll have more on those comments tomorrow.
Wow.
I am sure. Jones and Keefe wrapping it up. Brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. You can visit the Nines the day after the Red Sox win and get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchased at the 99 Restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. We're back tomorrow with more on these comments. Ooh. We also have Would You Rather Wednesday and the hashtag Dork Minute. Starts tomorrow at 10. Stay tuned. Rich and Ken with Ted come your way in just 2 minutes here on WEEI.
Here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Cars for Kids. The latest Red Sox winning streak keeps rolling 4 in a row after last night's comeback. 4-2, the final in Miami. 2-run Sox ninth breaks the 2-2 tie. And Aroldis Chapman finished it off with his 30 save, as heard right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ready. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball to first. Contreras has it. He'll take it himself. Over to first. Ball game over. The Red Sox win it 4-2. Ninth inning heroics. Gasper and Siegler after Ranger was great. Bayo really kept him in it, and the Red Sox will just keep on going. 4-2, the final in Miami.
Will Fleming on the call. Red Sox 16th come-from-behind win since the All-Star break. The feed brought to you by Cars for Kids. It's the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. 877 for Kids. Or donate online at carsforkids.com. And remember, that's cars with a K. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Two hosts and an enforcer. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
Well, good afternoon, Boston, surrounding areas, every donkey nut hole in New England. How the hell are you doing? It is Rich Schurtenlieb, Ken Laird, and 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson.
Does that include Bradford? He's intercepted Ted in the hallway, and Ted is late because of it. So.
Oh, well, I mean, I would say that is definitely the work of a donkey nut hole.
Donkey nut hole. And you, my friend, have to be nervous about Christian Gonzalez. I just saw a phrase from Elliot Wolf, cash spending? Is that what it was? Cash. I want to hear the clip, but my God, this ain't getting done, Rich. Time to wave the white flag.
I put my clankers out there this morning via our group text chat. I said, I have no inside information. I am not a Tom Pelissero, and I have not been texting and bothering and going up the butt of a guy like Adam Schefter or anything like that. I just said today just feels like the day.
Boy, you and Courtney just put the clankers on the table. Wow.
I'm telling you, this morning, and I don't know, it was before anybody said anything. I woke up feeling this was the day Christian Gonzalez signs his contract. And I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. All I know is you're right. Elliot Wolf talked and said a few things, which definitely didn't feel so great. But either way, we'll see. We'll see. The day is still young.
But the day is still young. When you start talking cash budget, it's over, unfortunately. And at least we read into things all the time, maybe too often. That's what we do, I guess.
I will laugh at you, Ken, when before 6 p.m. on our show, the news gets broken. You know what? Save this tape, Jackson. We're going to come back and I can stick it in your face because I will have been right. I even preface that by saying there's a 99.9% chance I'm going to look stupid, but there you go.
If you're wrong, I'll rush rejoins tomorrow.
Sure. Hey, I got no problem with that. Listen, if that's being wrong, I want to be wrong all the time, baby. Let's roll the bones. All right, 617-779-7937 is the number you can call. Big show today.
Yeah.
We got Tommy Cutlets, Tommy Two Chains, Mr. Tommy DeVito is going to be on the show with us, the backup quarterback for your New England Patriots. Also, we're going to have Marcus Jones as well. On top of that, I'll go ahead and plug it. Tomorrow's a big show. We got Chad Tracy on at 2:15 and Mike Florio at 4 p.m. And speaking of Chad Tracy, let's talk about them comeback kids, shall we? What happened last night there, Jackson? Let's let that sucker roll.
What just happened?
Sports happened. Nice job, Jackson. Only a brief bit of dead air. Already off to a good start.
Right on top of it, Jackson. Well done.
All right, yeah, I'm 1 day in, so I'm good now. The rust is taking off.
Jeffrey Glassman, that's who brought you the Sports Happen. Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. Like Richard Gere's gerbil, the Sox always find a way out of the darkness. Jackson.
Eli, medium-sized lead at first. Tie game in the ninth. The pitch is ripped into right field. That's extra bases for Siegler. White runs so well. He's around second. He's going to be wigged home. Tony Seagulls puts the Red Sox ahead with an RBI triple. It is 3-2 in the ninth.
All right, as Ted just sits in here, and the first text I see is 207. Hey, Ted, how about that Siegler guy? 8 exclamation points, 8 question marks.
It's true, man. Dude, we said this, as I said yesterday. I mean, first of all, how about these effing socks? Like, don't ever turn the game off with these guys.
Nope.
I mean, it's an absurd 33rd comeback as they beat up, the Marlins. We said it yesterday. It's not the superstars making the difference. Remember yesterday when I was reading that lineup and I went, Siegler, Sogard, Mickey Gasper?
It's the Worcester lineup from the start of the year. I mean, these are the guys I called games for, where they're only missing Sung Chae Cheng. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Well, each one of them stepped the hell up yesterday, and that Siegler clip we just played, it scored the winning run in his first ever triple. That was awesome. Sogard followed with an RBI single to make it 4-2. And Jackson, what about that Mickey Gasper, huh? Let it roll, baby.
Nothing Marlins top 5. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and driven high into center field. This ball is cranked. It is back at the wall. It's off the wall. Duran held at second. Big Karam, they're going to wave him home. Relay throw is not going to be in time. Duran head first slide. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine.
No.
Oh, did they play that at the Yacht Rock Review, Ted?
I like that reference right there.
Oh, no.
I like that one.
I don't know if that goes.
Mickey, that was not on the playlist.
That doesn't go with Motorhead. I mean,
I don't think so.
No, it does not.
Hey Hooters, that's what it sounds like.
Oh, I like
It
that. Kind of did.
Oh, hey Hooters.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Ted, I did some brainstorming here. How about this for your Red Sox?
Let's
The
hear it.
hard hat Sox.
Yep.
The blue collar boys.
Lunch pail guys.
The utility men. The minimum wage mafia. The no-namers. The island of misfit Sox. The Boston B-sides. Come on, embrace the little guys.
Those are good. I like all
Embrace
those.
the no-names.
Kind of like the island of Misfits toys. that
Yes,
one.
thank you.
Boy, those are good. Those are all actually very, very good. Sorry I was late. Bradful got me. Just
That's
wouldn't let me go.
What is he doing?
Hey, bro, I want to work out. Give me some tips.
I want to work out.
It's like, dude,
Bradful?
Yeah, well, then, baseball isn't boring. He tried to sell you. He wants me to get a tat. It's like, I don't have, you don't see one tattoo, whatever Destiny
No,
created.
you're the glistening god. Yeah,
this
you don't-
flesh. No
you
way.
don't touch
So,
that skin.
but after that, after I told him I was out on tattoos, if I want to get my bench up, what do I do, man? So
You're
just
not
giving
gonna
him
get a
tips. Sorry
baseball
about
isn't boring tramp stamp over there? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That would look good.
But for the guy that wrote in about Anthony Siegler, hey, I'm a big fan of Anthony. He's talking about working out. Dude, we met him at the Radiothon last week, and we hit it off talking about working out.
Yeah.
Dude, great stuff. Great stuff. In the regular season. Let's see what
so
we can do in
don't you
postseason.
not
That's
a little
all.
magic? I mean,
Yeah, the Marlins. Boy, that's a team we're going to face
they're
in the,
over
in
500.
the playoffs.
That's 19 of 20 against teams with a 500 record or better. I heard Jones drop that stat, and it's a good one.
Let me tell you two things that I've noticed with this team that are going good that I think are going to be very different when they make the playoffs. One is a lot of teams have a lot of errors against the Red Sox. There's just, if you look at a lot of these games that they've won based on the other team being complicit in it.
Not last night, although the first baseman didn't bend for a ground ball, which was a little probably should have been an error.
Yeah.
Can I just butt in and say, isn't that what the Patriots did for years? Like they were so good, and other teams would find a way to screw up when they played them.
I would say at that 01 season, obviously you can maybe pick a couple games and make that argument. But look, you need a little bit of luck here and there sometimes to get to the the Super Bowl. So I mean, the 01 team I think had some luck. Maybe even the 03 team a little bit in the playoffs, but it takes a little bit of luck. But I'm just so much of the baseball is analytics and kind of looking at data over long periods of time, and so But when the playoffs come, the pitching is going to be so much more superior. So they've been hitting the ball. Like no one's hitting the ball better than the Red Sox in the last month. They're going to face a lot stiffer pitching.
But this happened last night.
They're not going to play the bad defenses like they've been playing too.
But Sandy Alcantara, very good pitcher, shut him down. But what Rich is telling you is look, this magic, the comeback, the late comeback magic, that can still be there in the playoffs. What they did last night is what you're going to see. A low-scoring game, and you got to win it in late innings.
I disagree. Clutch hitting in the playoffs is much different than clutch hitting in the middle of August.
But
it just isn't the same. It isn't the same game.
Well, he was Pete Fairbanks on the mound. It was a good closer we used to see with Tampa. I mean, it's not like the Marlins have a bad bullpen, and they still managed to get 2 runs in the ninth when it matters. I don't know. It matters to me, Rich, what I'm seeing. I think this ability to win in clutch situations is totally different from what we saw in May and June.
I think I heard that they have 31 come from behind victories this year.
33.
Okay, sorry. And how many of them have been in the last 2 months?
A lot.
Yeah. 16 since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, think of it. This is why I think this is turning into a special team. Is that you take a look at the lineup, you go like 1 through 9, and there's not a guy that's on there where you go, all right, well, this guy can't do something. Like, it's almost like you've got a shot with every single guy. And I'm talking whether it's a star like Caleb Durbin or Contreras, or it's Sogard, Siegler, Mickey Gasper. But every time someone, even Duran, like, has had his moments where you're like, this guy could do something here. And you know what? He makes up for a lot of the crap at the plate once he's on the bases. The guy's fast as hell. He makes things happen out there. I just, when you have a team where you've got the stars playing like stars, and you've got the exteriors, the guys you bring up, the non-stars also playing like stars, and consistently, by the way. This isn't just like a 1 or 2 like out of nowhere.
Right.
These guys have been consistently good. That's when you know you have a good team.
This is the 2001 New England Patriots introduced as a team. This is in your DNA.
I gotta
These
see
are the Jermaine Wiggins of the world.
I gotta see that final out in the World Series before I'm willing to go there. What about maybe it's the 2026? I don't know, Boston Celtics. Oh, great regular season.
No. That's not. Yeah, because if that was the case, then Baylor Shireman would just be killing it. Like you know what I mean? Like because you're having these guys, coming up out of nowhere, like Mickey Gasper, and just. I mean, Mickey Gasper's numbers are nuts when you take a look at it. Like, I believe he is 8 for 19 with 10 RBI in 6 games since he came back from AAA.
On fire.
He's absolutely on fire. On top of that, how about the dump truck, baby?
Again.
I mean, Eric Miller, got out of that 8th inning jam. He is not allowed a run in 9 1/3 innings since coming from San Francisco.
Chad Tracy called him the godsend. I love that. The godsend, Eric Miller.
That's not bad. The godsend's good. I just like the dump truck because he just looks kind of dumpy when he gets out there.
I would love a coach to call me the godsend.
Can you imagine that? We got to ask Tracy about that tomorrow.
That's badass.
That is.
The godsend.
Wow. That is a good one. I mean, we there's a lot more to talk about with this team. I mean, one thing that I did look at, and briefly, and we could talk about later on, is you got to understand they are 2.5 games behind the Yankees right now for that first AL wild card spot, and I'm looking at both of the remaining schedules. They're pretty close. I think like if you really wanted to parse it as far as like winning percentage and stuff, the Yankees have a tiny edge, but not much. So this is going to get really interesting over the last several weeks, especially when you've got the whole question mark about Roman Anthony, Trevor Story. I mean, you cannot turn a game off at any point with these guys. They are never out of it, and you're getting help from everywhere. And that's what makes this team feel like it's someone that's destined to do something in the postseason. Because there's not a glaring hole that I can see.
Well, one hole. Manager still has an interim tag.
Now we're talking.
Cannot win, Ted.
Now we are talking.
Pivot.
All right. We got a lot to talk about today. As I said, we got Tommy Cutlets is going to be on with us around 3 o'clock. And then, of course, Marcus Jones as well. But there's, 2 other big stories we want to talk about. Elliot Wolf just spoke about Gonzalez. That did not feel very good, despite my prediction that it was going to happen today. Today would be the day they would sign him. But we have to talk about Jason Tatum's dad crapping on the Celtics. I watched way more of this old dad's podcast than I should have. It's awesome. And that's not the only thing he said about the Celtics, too. Man... how many times, Ted, have we said that when a family member says something, it more than likely means exactly what the player is afraid to say in public?
Exactly, yes.
So Tatum's dad just crapped all over the Celtics roster. Let's get to that. 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
Ted Johnson on WEEI.
7 WEEI, Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. This is awful news. Dolly Parton just died. They just announced it. She passed away. She's 80 years old. Legit. I've seen her in concert 3 times. And
Really? Wow.
Matter of fact, she was doing a residency. She was supposed to do a residency out in Vegas. And my wife and I were like, well, we have to go. Like, I'm a massive old school country fan, but Dolly
me too,
Parton
man.
is as real as it gets. Like, she came from absolute
Nothing.
dirt. Just
Nothing.
dirt. And what she has been able to do, not just obviously with her career, but
Businesswoman.
One of the most charitable people that you know. The amount of books that she's donated to the people around the country, her hometown of Pigeon Forge in that area. She built that giant amusement park, which by the way is legit. But she is also known as just obviously one of the most charitable people. On top of that, her concerts were one of the biggest things. It was one of the most hopeful places I've ever been. And I know it sounds crazy, and I know I'm blowing it up. It's not just because she's dying, but I've said this before. I went to a show in Texas one time to go see Dolly Parton.
Really? Wow.
And sitting to my left was this old school cowboy with his wife. Might have been in his 70s, and he was this was a big night out, and his wife had the big hair, and this cowboy showed up. He had the boots, and he was dressed to the nines, and to my left were 2 drag queens. And for one night, nobody gave a rat's ass who they were sitting next to, what your beliefs were, what your prejudices were. Everyone was there for one thing, because they all think that Dolly Parton is the freaking greatest.
Yeah.
And it was such a cool thing to see, and how she was just so positive. I mean, I don't know. This is a bummer. This one's a bummer.
Yeah.
So
to your point, no matter who you talk to, they're like Dolly Parton, legend, absolute legend.
Oh, I mean, she was such a, besides being charitable, just one of the more talented people. I mean, she was she was a young little girl. She was entertaining for her family, so that's how it all started. I think I've seen some documentaries on her where she was just for fun, they didn't have a lot of money, so they just do little concerts, in their house, and that's where it kind of started. And then she had range. She could do everything. I mean, I thought she was. 9 to 5 is one of the classic movies.
Yeah,
Dabney Coleman's freaking great.
Oh, it's a great movie, man. I think it still kind of holds up today a little bit.
She wrote 3,000 songs. Wow.
And she's a writer, which is you find out in that industry, people almost respect writers as much as they do the artists that sing the songs.
11 Grammys.
If you take a look at a modern country song, if a modern country song is nominated for a Grammy, for best song of the year, whatever, which is a songwriters award, there's 15 people writing one song nowadays. Dolly Parton says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write I Will Always Love You, one of the greatest songs of since she's been born. And not only did she kill it, she gave it to Whitney Houston, who then killed it. She just writes. Yeah. She wrote on her own. She performed on her own. She came from dirt and built an empire. So I can't say enough great things about Dolly Parton. As I said, this is one of the rare ones where I'm like, geez, man, this sucks that she's gone.
Yeah, we got to honor Dolly today. Just bump back song after bump back song. There, Jackson, if you wouldn't mind. She's a legend, absolute legend, and just one of the. I think she was a force of nature, and she's one of the sweetest, most humble, hardworking, people that in the industry. So I'm bummed, man.
Can we get a little Islands in the Stream next?
That is what we are. No one in between.
Oh, that's the song. Okay, Rich was trying to explain that to me, and I didn't get it.
There were a million. I remember when I was in
Duet
elementary
with Kenny
school.
Rogers,
Oh, yeah. There were so many Dolly Parton jokes, and I remember one was what do you call Dolly Parton lying in a bathtub? Islands in the Stream.
Hey. I mean, ahead of her time when it comes to breast augmentation.
Those were natural?
Oh, they were?
I always thought they were natural. I didn't think that she went clownish. I think she was just born
they weren't
like
clownish.
That.
No, not clownish at all.
No, absolutely not at all.
Very well put together lady, and especially even at 80 too. Wow.
Thank you,
Jackson. Yeah, she's great. And she's the first one to say that she's had a million different plastic surgeries and stuff just to keep herself looking young. But 80 years old, man, God bless her, man. That's a tough one. All right, 617-779-7937. I find this to be so great. And this is the Rich Shirtley pivot. But there is this new podcast, and it's the very first one. I have a weird feeling after hearing this first one, there aren't going to be many more of these. I think this is one of those situations where 4 dudes are just like, let's do it, man.
It'll keep going, but it'll just be LeVar Ball by himself, you know?
Right. It's called the Ultimate Dads Unplugged. And it's basically the dads of a bunch of basketball players. And it's in this episode, the first one, the inaugural episode, LeVar Ball, Dwayne Wade Sr., Quentin Brown Sr., and Justin Tatum. So it's Jason Tatum's dad is on this. All right. And it's like an hour long. I watched a good 30 minutes of it, and it was totally worth my time. First of all, they're like, damn, you sexy. No, you're the sexiest. Oh, who's the... No, why don't we have the
it's like our show.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they basically stole our transcript and then just read it. But this was wild. So Jason Tatum, his father, was asked, what does he think of this new Celtics roster? And his answer is just awesome. Let's take a listen.
But this is going to bring some controversy. Who you think going to win the NBA championship this year? Tatum, talk to him.
Realistically, I might say New York might run it back.
I'll snap the hell out of
him. No.
If you don't say, hey, the team your son on, you got to be crazy. You see, he said his son.
I said
you
right,
got to say your son.
Right now, roster
who cares about the roster?
I do.
He just straight up called the roster the S word.
There was a lot to pick through there. Great job. Jones and Keefe are all over this, too. It's amazing that LeVar Ball would say, who gives a bleep about the roster? Like, what are you talking about? If you're trying to pick who's going to win, obviously it matters what the roster is. But obviously the bigger takeaway is you've got Jason Tatum's father, a la Tom Brady Sr., stepping in things to make it uncomfortable for their son, right? Doesn't this put Jason in an awkward spot? I mean,
yeah, you would think, but what did Tom say about Tom Sr. after he said what he said? He said, my dad does not represent my thoughts or feelings. That's his own thoughts.
Did that work?
Damn rights.
Damn right.
Damn rights.
And I found it, I mean, at least he didn't say the Sixers. I mean, and that's kind of revealing that he omitted the Sixers as maybe winning the East. I wonder.
So did JB's dad say the Sixers? He kind of alluded to that, Rich. I know you.
Yeah. So he did. No. He didn't say the Sixers. He said the Knicks. He thinks the Knicks are going to run it back.
Not Tatum's dad, but Brown's dad.
Oh, you know what? I didn't hear that.
Okay.
I don't know. All I know is that at one point. So there's that, which, and Ted, we have talked about whether if a family member says something, there's a pretty good chance that's what the player thinks.
Yep.
And, if I was ever like in a position like them, like if I was, or like Jason Tatum, I would tell everyone in my family just to shut up. Don't say anything, please. You're making my life tough if you do that. Just please do not do that. But this was kind of interesting. At one point, LeVar Ball was asking who's the most developed player in the league right now. And Dwayne Wade Sr. looks right at Jason Tatum's dad and goes, Jaylen Brown.
Wow. Damn. And to which Justin Tatum responded how?
He just kind of like shook his head, and then they started talking about like something else. But it kind of went like back and forth because LeVar Ball jumped in and goes, my sons, all three put on a team together, and man, they'll kill anybody. But it was just so great. Like Dwayne Wade Sr. just looked right at Jason Tatum's dad. He goes, the most developed player in the league, Jaylen Brown. Which is just so fantastic. And like Tatum was talking about, I took some notes down. It's really worth listening to. As a matter of fact, I might go through this thing and pull a bunch of clips because there's a lot of like little nuggets that are there. Tatum was saying that I guess Jason Tatum's dad wanted to do a podcast, and Jason's only ask about the podcast was that he not talk about him. And so look what he's doing now.
I think Tatum's going to have a very difficult time this year with stuff like this now that there's no Brown shield. They had 2 stars to put out to answer stuff, and they could rotate him.
Yeah.
And now all the pressure's on him, all the spotlight's on him.
You feel bad for him?
He doesn't want to do media. He doesn't want to do podcasts. He doesn't want people to talk about him. I don't feel bad for him, but it's another challenge in his progression. He's got to learn how to handle this stuff.
This is his biggest challenge because I think the spotlight is on him now more than it's ever been.
Yep.
And I think people are going to, what are you? Tatum, are you the real deal? Are you kind of what a lot of people think you are, which is a top 5 player, and just with elite skills and a winner? Then you got to go prove it.
And I don't feel great about his dad not having confidence in his team because what's that come from? Is that conversations they've had off the record? Do they think the roster's bleep? I mean, I don't know.
Do you think the roster's crap? To me, I don't at all. I think it's a good roster.
It is compared to their title team. I mean, if that's what you're judging it off of. We all rated the last 8 title winners, and that Celtics team was as good or better than any that have won recently.
Yeah, I mean, this team is, I think, maybe the the least talented roster they've had in a long time.
They still don't have a big man. I mean, was a list that just came out of the top 30 big men in the NBA. There was not a Celtic on the list. I mean, so even though you got Mitchell Robinson, he's a rotational big, and you just have
18 minutes a game.
It's Tatum and a bunch of guys. Old guys, Conley and George, and so it's not a real good roster.
I mean, apparently Jason Tatum's dad thinks it's blank.
Right.
So
right.
I thought that was just odd because Tatum's going to get asked about it.
Right.
Like that's the thing is like your dad starts talking or your mom starts talking or calls like listen. I love it when they do it because it gets you a little like inside look at what these players are most likely afraid to say. But, man, I'm telling my mom and dad, shut the hell up, please. You're making my life a million times more difficult by doing this. Oh, jeez. All right, let's get to Elliot Wolf. Elliot Wolf over there at the Gillette Stadium was answering questions about the Christian Gonzalez contract, and it's not good news. Like, it really does not sound like they are ready to roll like I thought. I woke up this morning thinking that this contract was going to get signed today. I may or may not be wrong. We'll find out by the end of the show, but we will play his stuff. And, Ted, I got to get your take on some of the things he said because you have been in the middle of negotiations before in an NFL deal, and I'm hearing words that if I was a player, at least to me, I would not like hearing, and I want to know whether that rings true with you. We'll get to that right after this.
It's original WEEI.
Now they're both gone. Kenny and Dolly.
Oh, man.
If you haven't heard, Dolly Parton just passed away at the age of 80. No one like her. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, Ted. Ken, you might know this. I'm not sure, Ted, if you know this. You know Mike Thomas, who obviously we all
he just
work
told
with?
us.
Yeah, we just talked to our boss.
Yeah, he was the morning guy and PD on Dolly's radio station in Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Crazy.
So one of his first big gigs was working for Dolly Parton herself. And I've heard him talk about Dolly before, and she's obviously just, everything that you think she is. She's one of the few people that what you see in front of you is what you get.
I asked Mike that exact question. He said she was exactly what she portrayed herself to be.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, we might need to pop him on here.
I think that's when he was Michael J. Fox on the air.
That was his name, his radio name?
Yes,
Michael
it was.
J. Fox. I think that name's already been taken. It's fairly interesting.
Might have been before Michael J. Fox. That song, by the way, was a Bee Gees song. I did not know that they wrote that, but anyway.
No, didn't know
according
that
to the texters.
That was from the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, I believe.
Great movie, man. Was that,
There you
was that
go.
Burt Reynolds? Was that Burt Reynolds?
Burt Reynolds,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
I
yeah.
believe it was Burt Reynolds. And he sang it in the movie, but I believe it was Kenny who sang it out there. All right. It is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson on 937 WEEI. We'll take your calls, 617-779-7937. We're in the Catch Us Lost studios. No fee unless you win. And I was saying earlier, I woke up this morning and I texted the group text. I just think that today's the day Gonzalez gets done. And then Elliot Wolf spoke, and now I don't feel so confident.
Your confidence is just awesome on some topics.
He is so optimistic. You're like Sedon Rafaela.
It's going to happen today. I mean, if you don't think it's going to happen today, then you're an idiot.
If Rich could challenge a pitch in baseball, he'd tap his head every time. He'd be like, "Yes, I was right."
And I'd be right at least 10% of the time. So it's about my batting average.
I do appreciate that about you, though, Rich. When you do, miss, you will own up to it.
Yeah, you do.
Oh yeah, because I miss a lot. There's no question.
Yep.
But damn it, if I'm right, you won't hear the end of it.
Shoot your shot.
So Elliot Wolf was being asked about the whole Christian Gonzalez situation. And if this is the question that I think it is, this is a good one. Let's go ahead and let this roll, Jackson. This is Elliot Wolf just about like an hour ago.
Minus the injury, what have you taken from Christian being out there throughout camp practicing with his teammates?
Christian Gonzalez. He's been great. I mean, he came back yesterday and looked like he hadn't missed a beat. He had some productive one-on-one reps, and then he was making plays in the red zone. So again, he's a competitor. He's talented. He's elite, and again, hopefully we can get something done there.
Okay, that's not the question I was thinking of. Is there the one about like
There's a couple more? Yes, just keep it rolling, Jackson.
Yeah, we'll just keep it rolling. Let's hear the next one. Let's let it roll.
To make Christian the highest paid corner ever, is that still true a month later?
Yes.
Okay. A year from now, Drake will be eligible to sign a new contract. How much does planning for a new deal for Drake impact how you consider a new deal for Christian now?
It's about a cash budget and things like that. So we're very aware of the timing of these things, and we're cognizant of having a plan for that, and working with Jonathan and Robert, and thankful for their support that they're open and willing for us to be able to sign these great players.
Ted, tell me about the cash budget. Those are words you want to hear, but at least to me, what do you think?
That's interesting. That's an interesting answer. Cash budget, and good call. Way to thank the owners for paying for these players. Does anybody know what the Patriots have been ranked in the cash spending the last 10 years?
I'm going to guess last.
Dead
just
last.
The way you phrased it that way.
Dead last.
Yep.
So 10 years, cash spending, lowest of any team in the NFL. Does anybody know where they rank right now this year? This year, after winning or going to the Super Bowl last year, what do you think they rank in cash spending? Any ideas?
It's not last anymore, right?
It's not last. Nope.
Yeah, no, they've spent some money.
It's 25.
Oh, 25th.
They're
That's pretty
25th in cash. So, I mean, guys, come on. It is. This is fast. What I have not heard in the last couple of times Elliot Wolf has been talking about this topic was I haven't heard him say Christian Gonzalez is under contract, because that is kind of a ooh. That's one of those. So he's kind of been he's managed to avoid saying that. But there's also, I don't know. I mean, when he was asked point blank, is he still going to be the highest paid? See, to me, and I think you feel differently, Rich. I think if I'm Christian Gonzalez and they're on the record saying that they are going to make him the highest paid corner, I would feel more comfortable going out there and risking and playing, because that, to me, is going to hold true till the end of the season. And it's only going to go up the more games he plays.
See, Ted, you and I agree on certain aspects of it, but I do not agree that if he gets hurt, they're going to offer him the same contract that they would have given him if he wasn't hurt.
They would.
They would put qualifiers in there, something about his injury. There's no possible way. Let's say he tears an ACL. They're not going to give him the same deal. They're just not. I mean, and you know what? To be quite honest, if you're the team, that would be dumb to give him the same deal. You don't know if you're going to get the same player back. Ooh. And I think that if you're Christian Gonzalez, you're aware of that. But there was one question that I thought this might be it. Jackson, can you play that next one you were just telling me about? Let's let it roll.
Is there any concern at all that if he doesn't have a new contract for the season, you'll get something less than the full version of Christian, whether he's protecting himself or mentally he's just not fully there? Is there any concern on the team's end that if he doesn't have a deal, he might be a different type of player?
No, he's a tremendous competitor. He wants to be the best at his position, so there's no concerns like that.
You said you're making momentum with those negotiations. What does that mean?
Again, I'm not going to get into the negotiations here today. We are working with Christian's representative to try to get something done, and that's what we're doing.
I love that question. If you don't sign him and he goes in without a contract, are you going to get the full version of Christian Gonzalez? And he's like, oh, no, he wants to play hard. Sure he does. But if he gets a little sore in a game and feels like, you know what, maybe I don't want to risk getting injured for this, I might just sit out and say that, you know what, I got a hamstring thing and I can't play today. That is absolutely something that a player could do. Now, whether Christian Gonzalez would do it or not, I don't know, but it's not dumb, and it's a good thing to kind of have hanging out there as leverage that the player would do that, because what you're doing right now is you're pissing off the player. You're pissing off the player by not giving them, and I once again, I do not believe his agent is going rogue and asking for $1 zillion more than what the market just said. If you had to ask me, it's more about the track record of the Patriots being cheap, and you just said it, Ted.
Okay, but if you don't think he's trying to go a lot more, then why is there not a deal done?
Because they don't want to give him what a little bit more than what the market dictates.
You think he just said that they were going to make them the highest. They're going to make him the highest paid quarterback. So what do you mean? How can they go lower than what the last guy got?
Because that doesn't mean guaranteed money. There's a lot of things that can make that contract different than Witherspoon. Okay, there's a lot of claimers, provisions they could put inside the contract that take away money if for some reason he gets injured or he doesn't play a certain amount of games. These are the kind of things that he's pushing for.
What somebody needs to ask is specifically, do you mean you'll make him the highest paid in guarantees? That's.
And they wouldn't answer that.
I'm assuming that to me that's part of it when they say they're making them the highest paid, is that it's going to be the highest in guarantees too. But maybe not.
A lot of ways to slice that cake.
And,
and for him to say bring up cash budget, that leads me to believe exactly what you were saying the last 2 weeks, Ted. It's about that upfront first 2 year $59 million that Witherspoon got. And when Elliott Wolf says we have a cash budget, the timing we're aware of, we're planning it out, mention the owners, they can't give him $59+ million or $65 or whatever he's asking for right now because they need it for Drake May next year.
And that's the interesting thing, is that that's how it works sometimes. Timing is everything in life. You get paid based on all these different variables. I'm curious what you guys think of. Do you think Vrabel's comments after the game the other night saying we lack depth was to kind of send a message to Christian Gonzalez?
I don't think so. I've heard this. Explain why.
Well, because the Patriots in the past, how they used to negotiate, at least when I was playing, was to put a good team out there, we can't we can't pay everybody top dollar, else we wouldn't have any depth. We couldn't pay guys quality backups, and so you just wonder. And so they did that with Tom all the time. Tom, if we sign you to the biggest deal, then we can't put good receivers around you.
It'd be weird for Vrabel to say that though about his defense and his guy. He's a former player. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I just think he's pissed at Elliott Wolf's roster. I think it goes back to his drafts and what he inherited. But
Wow. I mean, he's been here 2 years. His guy stretches in all the meetings. I think to maybe take shots at Elliott, pretty much every Elliott Wolf draftee is gone.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the point. Like,
but okay, yeah. I just to
especially the 2024 draft, the Gerard Mayo year. It's just after Drake, there's nobody here, and he's got to build a team without that supporting cast.
I almost feel like him and Elliott are more on the same page. I mean, Elliott's comments at halftime were kind of in line with Vrabel's. I think they both see it the same way. I think if anything, they're kind of venting towards the lack of spending. 25th in cash spending, and how about buy some depth? Use that money to go get some better players.
And that's why, Ted, every single time I will believe it's the Crafts being cheap and it's not Gonzalez's agent being a maniac. Because because the 25th, you're right. The numbers speak for themselves. Their track record speaks for themselves. They are a cheap team until they prove otherwise with this contract. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely, I think it's the Patriots holding this up. And also, I think the reason that they've been so aggressive in getting a message out that we're going to spend more money than ever is because they know that everyone knows they're cheap. So back it up. Get the guy signed. Put your money into action and actually get him on this, get a brand new extension done, and let's take a look at the guaranteed money, and then we could go, you know what? You aren't so cheap after all. Way to go, because right now it's just words, and the words don't mean anything until you get a contract signed, Robert Kraft. All right, 617.
Cash budget. Those are the two words, the takeaways of this media veil. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, exactly what you're saying, Rich. People think they're cheap, and then this GM brings up cash budget. Not good.
Makes it even worse. It just drives home what everybody believes, and they believe it because there is a track record of the Patriots being cheap. I will always believe that's what's holding it up right now. Until it happens, until I see that contract, the Patriots are cheap, and they are holding up Christian Gonzalez getting a deal. All right, 617-779-7937. By the way, they did make a move yesterday. Kayshon Boutte is gone. Jalen Reed, the safety, is coming back. And Teddy J, you said you had a buddy of yours down in Houston say that, this guy seems to be a good dude, and he sent you a video of Jalen Reed that I want to hear. I have not watched this. I wanted to make sure I got it first. I wanted my fresh reaction while you were here. So we will play that next. This is the new member of your New England Patriots, who apparently is a pretty good dude. Whether he can play or not, we're going to find out. Or maybe we won't if he even plays. But we will get to that right after this.
WEEI.
2-1, swinging the ground ball into right field. That's a base hit. Siegler will score. Sogard does it again, and the Red Sox lead it 4-2. Are you kidding me with this group right now?
I can't say I'm surprised anymore. They've been doing this for 2 months now. It just doesn't matter, right? How many comeback wins now? If they can pull this off, that's 33 comeback wins. And a lot of those have come over the last 8 weeks.
And I stumbled to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition, yawn and stretch and try to come alive. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping.
Oh, why did you have to die, Dolly Parton?
Folks like me on the job.
9 to 5.
Needle drop, here we go.
Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living.
You didn't hear it, Dolly Parton passed away today, age of 80, one of the greats. Oh, it's a dark day, but at least we have the Red Sox game from last night to make us smile.
And Jalen Reed.
And Jalen Reed, of course. So, by the way, real quick, I wanted to just talk about something real quick, and I know we'll talk about Jalen Reed in a little bit. But that right there, last night, we were talking about this earlier. By the way, it's Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI, and we'll take your calls, 617-779-7937. And we've been talking about how this team, you can't turn the game off no matter what. The 33rd comeback of the season. And Ken, I think you said since the All-Star break, there's been 16 of these. All right. Listen, they if anything, they make it dramatic. These are games that just, 8th and 9th inning, these guys are able to come back and rally, and it's just a gene. Sometimes there's isn't there sometimes I know there's a class you can take at some colleges that study sports and stuff about the clutch gene. You can actually study what makes somebody better.
The David Ortiz school.
Yeah, the Paul Pierce school, the David Ortiz school. What makes you a better athlete when time's almost up and everything's on the line? Because whatever that is, this Red Sox team has it, and it's right down the line too. It's the stars, it's the lunch pail guys. I don't know what name you came up with for the Siegler, Sogard, Mickey Gasper crew that's out there. I just call them lunch pail guys.
Yeah, we had some text suggestions for that. Let me scroll down here.
The best one's already been used for the Red Sox.
What's that?
04. What was the
idiots?
Oh, I thought it was the Dirt Dogs. No.
No, the idiots.
Idiots.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, but you've got something here where it seems like you could look at 1 through 9, no matter who they put out there, and someone's going to make a big play. Whether it's Yoshida before he got hurt, or it's Sogard. There doesn't seem to be a lot of holes in it. And even Duran, you got to give his guys flowers because he's made some big plays when it mattered in the clutch as well. So I just. When you see a team like that, where you've got the stars delivering, and then you've got these young guys coming up and taking every advantage of this opportunity that they've got without Roman Anthony or Trevor Story there, it's a weird thing because you love what you're seeing, and it scares you when these superstars come back that maybe this chemistry, this thing that they've created, could get rocked somehow.
Especially if they have to send one of these guys down. You cannot send Tony Siegel's down to the minors right now. When Trevor Story comes back, they better have a plan for that. But Alex Spear wrote this long thing today in the Globe about the runs, and the facts are the facts. Right now in August, they're averaging 6 runs a game. They're up since the big streak started in June to 5.4 runs a game. You remember when we were bitching about them every day? It was in the mid-3s.
I think their low point was 3.7 per.
Or something like that. It's unbelievable. So then you get the quote from the new hitting coach, John Soteropoulos, and talking about what they've done differently and how they've leveraged messaging and the training and the swinging at the right pitches. Did not mention our guy Lorenzo. They should have worked him in there somehow. But everybody now is dying to take credit for how they turned it around in late June. And they're just a better hitting team right now. Somebody deserves credit.
Careful, boys. I wouldn't start, smelling your farts too soon, man.
But those are facts. 6 runs per game in August. Pretty good against a lot of good teams in there.
I think isn't it okay to smell your farts when you've got a decent enough track record where it doesn't seem like this is a fluke?
That's fair. I mean, the fact after they won 15 games in a row, they've won 20 out of the last 25. So
40 and 13 in their last 53.
That is impressive. No, that is impressive. I just I'd like. I want to see how does Chad Tracy handle now. Isn't this crazy? He's going to have more options than he's ever had.
Yeah.
How does he react to those options now? What decisions does he make? Are they going to be the right decisions? Trevor Story, to me, that's a very interesting decision.
No
what
doubt.
you do with him, because he basically, I think, power played him last week. At the beginning of last week, at the beginning of the week, he basically called a shot and said, "Yeah, I'll be back on Friday."
Yeah.
What?
Not back Friday.
He wasn't back Friday. And you see how he's playing down in AAA. He
In
sucks.
fact, he's working out at shortstop today. I
So
just got a
how
video
does
of
he
him out there.
handle
Mhm.
that guy coming back thinking he should be playing when Anthony Siegler, to me, has earned the start job? And Ted, somebody will text in, Ted, you don't lose your job to injury.
Mm-hmm.
No, you do. And if Belichick held that
Tell that
hard
to
and
Drew
fast,
Bledsoe, right?
thank you, right? So I mean that's not true. I mean, Wally Pipp is an expression for a reason.
Well, Siegler's fine as a bench guy. He hasn't started a lot lately, but I think what you've seen with Monasterio at short is the one where it's a tough call to move him off of short if he keeps hitting this well.
Yeah,
It's a big if. And then, but they have so many good role players now. You mentioned Rich, Eli White. I was nervous. Tracy, your guy, Rich, brought the infield in.
Yeah.
It backfired on him at first, and then it sort of paid off on the next
It did
sequence
pay
in the
off.
seventh.
It absolutely paid off. You're right. I mean, and you're right. I mean, it's not always going to work, but it's weird. You were talking about Trevor Story. Why am I wrong in my belief that I have no worry about having Anthony back? Like Roman Anthony, I don't have a big worry there. For some reason, I think that's going to go smoother than we think. The Trevor Story one worries me.
Well,
like that,
because he's displacing a guy. Like you have it open
Yes.
at DH, I think more often, more so with.
But the biggest thing I think is if he's going to go right into that leadoff spot. They have one of the worst leadoff numbers.
Who,
in
Roman or Trevor?
No, I'm talking Roman.
Roman, oh.
I don't
know
their
about
leadoff
Wright in
has
there.
been
It's
not
been bad.
productive at all.
Sogard's been okay. Last night was not his best night, but he's been okay there.
And then you saw Jaron Duran an error out in the field. Jaron Duran, he makes great plays out there, and he makes some plays in the outfield where you're like, what the hell was that? Not that I think Roman is all that, but I don't know. You're right. I think Roman Anthony coming back it's just easier to fit him in than I think Trevor Story.
Yeah, we agree.
No question. The Story thing makes me nervous because I'm starting to wonder whether it's just going to be a better team if you don't even consider putting Story back. I know that's obviously not their plan. If he's healthy, they're going to want him to get back. And it's probably the right plan to at least try him out there. But I have no worries about Roman Anthony for some weird reason. But Story, actually, that I'm about, like, at a scale of 1 to 10, it's got me at about a 6. I don't like that. It just seems like it's a little too much of a different beast when you put him back. All right, we have Tommy Cutlets, Tommy Two Chains, Tommy DeVito from your New England Patriots. Had one hell of a bomb that he threw, that 63-yarder. Is that what it was?
Couple nice runs, too. 69-yard TD pass, yeah.
Not bad. Great story. We will talk to Tommy DeVito right here. It's Patriots Monday on a Tuesday here on Rich, Ken, and Ted, and we will get to that in 2 minutes.
Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Practice at Gillette today, number 22 of training camp for the Patriots. And VP of Player Personnel Elliot Wolf spoke to the media just over an hour ago, fielded plenty of questions about the Christian Gonzalez extension negotiations. Here's a little bit of that.
Confident that a deal will get done with Christian?
I'm confident that we're continuing to work on it, and we're positive that we're making momentum.
And now at the 99 Restaurant, kids eat free the day after the Red Sox win. Get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchased. It's a win-win. The 99 Restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's in our feed at WEEI.
Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Okay.
Hey, Tommy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sound good? Super Bowl champion guy, Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and Tommy DeVito is joining us now on a Patriots Monday, which is on a Tuesday this time, and that is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com. Tommy DeVito, first of all, thanks for coming out with us. We really appreciate it, Tommy.
For sure. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks, man. I love your story. So Sean Stellato, your agent, I've had him in studio before. He's a great guy and an awesome interview. By the way, did you know that he's Italian by any chance?
I saw somebody post that somewhere. I have to do more homework on it. See if it's the thing.
Yeah, he's a good dude, and he's a local guy from here. So we've had him in studio, and we talked a lot about your story, and I love the fact that when you became this big star with the Giants, when you became the starting quarterback, at that time, you, for very good reasons, were living in your childhood bedroom and your parents were there. Like, what was that like being this massive star in the biggest city in America, and you were living at home? Were you able to bring girls home to like your mom's house, or like what was that like?
Think about being in high school again, but on steroids. I was going to school, I was playing football, I was coming back and hanging out and doing all the normal things I would with all my friends that I grew up with, and my family being there in the same circle of people in the same area that I did all the stuff in high school with, just at a different level. So it was a lot of fun, but it's going to be any better.
That's got to be a dream come true, because you are doing, anytime you become a star in the same city and in front of the people you went to high school with, that makes it 10 times, like girls that didn't date you, or like guys that maybe you didn't get along with. Right now, you're the biggest thing in the world. That's got to feel extra cool, right?
Oh, for sure. It was a surreal experience, for sure. It was storybook.
Now, that was the Tommy Cutlets era. I see Mike Vrabel has started the 2 Chainz campaign. Has that stuck, and how do you feel about it?
That has stuck in the building for sure. He was on the Cutlets wave for probably 2 weeks when I first got here, and then he saw me wearing the same 2 necklaces I did every day, so then we started going with 2 Chainz, and that's what it is.
And you're okay with it?
Yeah, it's great.
Wait, tell me about the 2 Chainz. Do you wear 2 chains around your neck? Is that where it comes from? I actually don't know the story behind why he calls you 2 Chainz.
Yeah, I have 2 necklaces that I wear always consistently. I don't take them off, so that's kind of just a thing. I always have them out, and that's kind of what he picked up on, and it's a good thing.
Vrabel's the best. We were talking earlier with Marcus Jones, and he's a Vrabel has a gift of being a good coach but a ball buster at the same time. In a funny way, he can kind of bust on you and motivate you. And have you seen that in person? His gift of being able to be just a great ball buster?
Oh, 100%. I think I noticed it when I first got here, because in team meetings when he's breaking balls, half the time he's like, you guys can laugh, right? Sometimes you don't know when he's being serious and when he's not, and I think that's the funny part of it, because that's just how he is. That's his personality. There's definitely times to lock in, but a lot of the time he's breaking balls, and that's just what it is. It's fun.
But he got into the team a little bit during that game Saturday. But just on your game and your performance, a couple things to pick from. One, you had a couple of tremendous runs. Did you just see man coverage and decide to go, or how do you decide when in your brain it's time to take off?
It's just a feeling. Definitely not something that I plan or try to do. I'd like to say that I'm able to run. I think I got a little bit of juice behind me when I get running, but just sometimes when certain movements happen in the pocket and you kind of just feel that space, just like your instincts kick in and you go. And that's just what it was.
Did you ever have you ever raced Drake? Who's the faster of the two?
I have not raced Drake yet. Nope, I have not.
Have you learned anything from Drake? Because especially with this system here, was there ever a time where like you saw him do something and maybe he took you aside and it was like what have you learned from being around Drake May about how he plays?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of conversations. I think with him last year, learning the offense for himself, and then me being here last year and learning it in a classroom, but not getting any reps in it. And then this year, getting reps in OTAs and training camp, physically doing some of these things and some things that, I haven't seen because I haven't really faced our defense in this offense before until OTAs and training camp. So kind of giving me tidbits as to what to look for. Oh, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, because he's seen it for a while. So little tidbits like that have been great for myself and my growth throughout OTAs and training camp, and thankful for it.
What do you? How does the McDaniels offense compare to others you've run? Is it? It appears from the outside like it's so important to get the ball out quick, and there are obviously some things we've watched through the years. But what is it to you now that you started to run it a little bit?
Yeah, it's very similar to the offense that I came from with Brian Daboll. A lot of the terminology is the same. A lot of concepts, protections, like that. All that stuff is very similar to me. So it's kind of like refreshing to have that when I got here. Now it is that, but just on another level. And as far as the ask of the quarterback, there's definitely a lot more on our plate than I had been asked of before. So that was kind of a learning curve for me, and kind of the growth between me and Josh, learning what he's looking for and what his intents are with the play, and kind of growing from there.
Were you a Brady guy growing up? Like was he your quarterback, or was there another guy that you liked more than Brady?
Everybody loves Brady, but my guy was Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you like the Aaron Rodgers style of play over Tom Brady, and why was that? Why was he your guy?
I don't know if I would say style of play. I would say more just like the ability to throw the ball. I think Aaron Rodgers is the best thrower of the football ever around the planet. He's one of a kind, one of one, and he'll never be duplicated. I think he's just a tremendous talent, and there's so many plays and clips that you can go up there like, how did this dude even make this throw? And it's only him.
Speaking of
real quick, who got weirder, Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady?
I have no answer for that. I don't know them on that kind of level, but each their own.
Well, back on throwing the football, Tommy, the 69-yard touchdown pass to Kyle. It's like perfect. It looks to me like perfect mechanics. I don't know what I'm talking about. But do you hit that 10 out of 10 times because you had a clean pocket, or even after that throw, are you like, oh yeah, I nailed that? That doesn't happen all the time.
No, it was great. It was honestly something that we had hit 2 days before in the joint practice against them. The same exact thing, just on the other. Kyle was on my left at that point. So it's something that just, right play call, right defense. The way they kind of played it was great. I had a tremendous pocket, and anybody could have thrown that ball from back there. So it was a lot of fun just to go score with the guys.
We're talking to Tommy DeVito. It was announced that Kayshon Boutte got traded, and I know he had a great camp, and I know that you guys have obviously had your time together. Like, what can you say about Kayshon and his time here, and now the trade?
Yeah, he's awesome. Like I said, when I got here in September, his locker was 2 over from mine, so we spent a good amount of time together, just getting to know each other, just kind of just hanging out, shooting the regular stuff, and then his growth from then until now, you just see how he was as a player on and off the field. He was tremendous support to everybody that was around him. I hope the best for him, and I look forward to seeing him play because he's an exciting player to watch.
How are you liking the area? What have you learned about New England since coming up here, and how have you adapted?
Yeah, it's not too different from where I grew up, not too different from back home. It's only 3.5 hours away, so it's not like a complete cultural shock, if you will. I do happen to hang out in Boston a good amount, especially in the North End. I might be biased to say that, but I'm definitely up that way. But it's fun. It's good.
Yeah, the Italian thing is like a big deal. Like there was a video of your agent He made this video of him and Big Dom from the Philadelphia Eagles. I guess he's one of the security guys, and they were eating cannolis on the field. Do you ever just want to say to him, I get it, you're Italian. We understand this now. Maybe a different video that's not about being Italian.
Listen, we're prideful, okay, and that's what people love, and that's what people want. So that's just what it is.
Where do you eat? There's so many good places in the North End. Like, where, as a true Italian, like, where do you eat?
I'm not going to stick my neck out and put it on one or two places. I'm not going to do that. I did not do that when I was in Jersey. I'm not going to do that here. But I do like a restaurant called Mare in the North End.
Oh, Mari's great. That's a good one. That's a good. Limoncello's another good one. That's a great one to check out as well.
Coach Braves sent me over there last year, Limoncello, because I know he said that was his spot. So I had to go check that one out.
Does it hold up to Jersey? I mean, does it compete?
Listen, I can't compare anything to what I grew up with because that's biased. But for this area, that's some of the better stuff that I found.
Yeah. They got that lasagna with like the pink sauce on it. Oh, so good.
Oh yeah,
man.
I'll do it.
So have you, Tommy? Have you had much FaceTime with Robert Kraft since you've been here?
Yeah, decent amount. He's always walking through the locker room or hanging out, always around the guys, always smiling. So it's always good to see him.
Is he like the coolest old dude that you've ever met? Like with his like super cool sneaker collection and his being friends with all the rappers?
By far, he's second to none. He honestly is second to none. He's always got a smile on his face, and we talk about because obviously I was in New York and he's got a lot of friends in New York. So it was always a little joke we had going on, but he just. He's awesome. He's very personable. One of the most personable people, of that stature that I've ever been around. So grateful to be able to share some time with him.
The best is when he calls you sweetheart. That's how you know he's a good fan. He loves calling people he likes sweetheart. That's when you know you're in, Tommy.
All right, I haven't gotten to that point yet, but I'll make sure I try to get that out.
All right, the quarterback question of the week is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com. And this question has really nothing to do with football, but I just want to know, did you see The Odyssey by any chance?
I did not. That's on my list. I had one off day where I decided to go to the movies, and it was The Odyssey or Spider-Man, and I ended up going to see Spider-Man.
Ooh, how was Spider-Man?
Spider-Man was very good. Very good.
Yeah.
The Odyssey, I've heard so many things. It's more about just making sure that I find the IMAX, the 70, whatever the heck you have to go see it. And then everybody's saying, I feel like I have to see it. And so I'll have to plan it out.
So the thing is, Tommy, I work with 2 people on the show. There are only 2 people that I know who saw The Odyssey and went,
Yeah, just a little overrated.
For some reason, they don't like it, Tommy.
But how is their taste with everything else? Can you trust them?
Excellent, yes. Impeccable.
Well, he likes Rush, so I give him a little bit of credit. But Tommy, has there ever been a movie that you saw that everyone else thought was great, and you were just like, eh?
Yeah, there's definitely been a ton. I don't know if I'd be able to tell you one off the bat just thinking about it, but I don't know. I'm a tough critic, but I'm also like an old school kind of movie guy. I feel like movies nowadays they just don't hit the same as they used to.
Well, before I let you go, Tommy, speaking of movies, you're obviously very good with the camera. You had the commercials for major brands last year. Anything else coming up that we should look for here this football season?
Yeah, got a YouTube show coming out soon with a dude named Nicky Cass. So that'll be on the upcoming soon. Making pizzas, hanging out, shooting the it'll be a good time.
Hang on. You're doing something Italian in this?
Yeah, I got talked into it. Somebody sent me some AI thing saying I was Italian, and I was like, let's just run with that thought. So
that's right. Listen, give the people what works. Absolutely, Tommy. Well, listen. Congrats on your success here in the preseason. It was awesome, and that bomb that you threw was just that was fun to watch. And hopefully here's to a great season with you. Hope everyone stays healthy, and hope everything works out. Tommy, thanks for coming on this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you again.
See you around the North End.
Yes, sir.
All right, Tommy, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That is Tommy DeVito on a Patriots Monday on a Tuesday, brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts at treating men's sexual health with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com. We will be right back.
WEEI.
Here you come again.
This song sounds like the opening of an 80s sitcom.
Just when I've begun to get myself
doubt.
to
Everyone's like
doubt.
turning to the camera.
You
Oh,
walked
it's
right
me. I
in the door.
spilled the
Hey.
coffee
Just like
over
you've
myself.
done
Hey, one of the more
and wrap my
iconic,
round your
I think,
lips.
sitcom intros, and they played it at the Yacht Rock Review, and they played the commercial or the intro to the sitcom while they went in and took a break, right, for a little bit, and it was to the Brady Bunch.
No.
Like the Brady Bunch, it's a classic kind of intro.
There are a lot of great intros back.
Oh,
then.
yeah.
There's a lot of them. You're
Yeah.
right. I mean, I don't know. Just Three's Company is a classic, but that was certainly the Brady Bunch. We got no. Okay.
There was a period of time where like show intros, like the theme song, would be like 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
It would tell you the
Yep.
story of it. There is, if
Golden
you Google
Girls.
it. Oh yeah, Golden Girls. But there is, if you Google it, there was a TV show that lasted like 7 episodes that starred Joe Pesci and like Dick Butkus, and it was called Half Nelson, where he was like this guy from Jersey who was a private detective. And there is like the intro's so great. It's the most 80s thing you've ever seen. And he's driving around Los Angeles, Joe Pesci just looking from left to right. And it might be a 3-minute, like they wrote a song and they did the full song for the intro. And it's like, and starring Bud the dog. Like they introduced 14 people, including the dog. And by the time the intro's over, the show is indeed over. All right. If you did not hear, unfortunately, Dolly Parton has passed away at the age of 80. It stinks. I mean, I guess over the past year, she's been kind of like dealing with some health stuff. She canceled a lot of things. You know, she was supposed to do this residency in Vegas, which actually my wife and I were going to go out to, and then they canceled it. But I think a lot of people knew that she might not be in the best of health, but unfortunately, she has passed. An absolute legend. And what's awesome is that the man behind the station here, the guy who really is all about the ways and means and everything that has to do with WEEI, Mike Thomas, who I've obviously known for years, he got his start. I believe it was your start, or it was one of your earlier jobs, working for Dolly Parton at her radio station in her hometown of Gatlinburg, Tennessee. And Mike Thomas joins us here in studio. Close personal friend of Dolly Parton, isn't that right, Mike Thomas?
Well, that might be a stretch, but yes, it was my first program director's job. Was at Dolly's station.
Wow.
Oh wow! How did you get the job?
So it was my dad was the general manager because I come from a radio family, and so I think I was working nights at some other radio station before that. I don't know. It was like 33 years ago. And
what was your name?
it was not Michael J. Fox. I heard you say that.
Really? Oh, I thought you told me that.
You are right, Jackson. Jackson and I have known each other for a long time too. He knows too much about me. I was Michael J. Fox when I did nights on a top 40 station in the Fox River Valley. And I got around the legal stuff because, you know, Rich, it was Fox with 2 X's.
Oh yeah, that made you extra naughty. That's so great. All right. So Michael J. Fox, and now that's your new nickname.
Yeah.
So
I think I was Mike St. John when I was at Dolly's.
That sounds kind of like another industry name right there.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
No question. All right.
Yeah.
So when you started working for Dolly Station, tell me about the first time you met Dolly, because this is her baby, right? This station's her, she's the one who launched this, right? What was it like when you first met Dolly?
Yeah, so it was the early 90s. So she bought the AM and FM radio station, which were the only 2 local radio stations down there by her Dollywood theme park, and she owned them for 10 years, from 1990 until 2000. And it was Dolly Station was the name of it, and obviously country music. And we had a fishbowl studio at Dollywood. So all the people that are coming to visit Dollywood, they would, come by and look.
You were part of the tour.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was like animatronics. Yeah. And they would come by, and that's the first time I met her, Rich, was we were doing the morning show, and she was doing a parade or something that day. And she was in the park early, and she popped in, and typical Dolly fashion, She was like, "Boy, you guys sound frisky today."
I am now that you're here.
Yeah, exactly. But she was exactly. I mean, I didn't spend a whole lot of time with her because obviously, she wasn't running the radio stations, but they were her brand, and she was the owner and all that stuff. But I mean, she was still out on tour, and Kenny Rogers would come to the park, and they would perform together,
Nice.
and I mean this was still like, even though it was the early '90s, it was still kind of the heyday. And you think about country music at that time, there was a lot of huge artists that came out. Charlie Daniels was big, Skill was big,
George
Rogers.
Strait, I'm sure that was kind of his era. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Willie Nelson.
Yep, exactly. So
when you hear about people like this, like it's sometimes she's got to be one of those people who has the highest Q rating in history. Like there's not anybody who does not like Dolly Parton, and you sometimes wonder when someone is like that whether that is a very well crafted persona or whether that's legitimately who they are. And in this case, what do you believe it is?
Oh, she's absolutely genuine. I mean, she's the most genuine person ever. I think that how people feel about her, and then obviously once social media came along and her popularity just continued to grow and grow and grow with a whole new generation, or maybe a couple generations of people that didn't know her from when she was putting out all these hit songs in the 70s and 80s, and so she became like this mega star because of her personality and how much everybody loved her. I mean, I don't think anybody can think of any person or any article where they've ever said anything bad about Dolly Parton.
Yeah,
like it's
a
always
good question. You wonder if she was like lighting people up behind the scenes if they screwed up, but like just out of character.
Never heard that.
I don't think so, and I think that we would have heard about that behind the scenes, like if she was if she was just a terror behind the scenes and just ripping people apart and all that stuff. But I think that was just her. She was just down to earth and sweet.
Did she smoke cigarettes like over in the corner, just like just sneaking dragon?
Just a chimney over there. She comes from humble beginnings, though, right, Mike?
Oh, very, very humble, and she has, I think, I don't know how many of them are still alive, but she has like a bunch of brothers and sisters.
Big family.
And I remember one interview that she was doing. Somebody asked her if she came from a Catholic family because she has so many brothers and sisters. She says, "No, just horny Baptists."
That's awesome.
You know what's so great about Dolly Parton is that she's one of those people that I've run into, like old school Western fans. I've run into metalheads, like people who just like love metal, and it seems like everyone agrees that Dolly Parton's awesome. Like, and her music's good. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, there was something that went viral, is that somebody took Jolene and played it at like half speed, and it got like a whole new life of its own, and it became like really creepy and goth. But it just goes to show like her songwriting was amazing, and in an era where 15 people write country songs, she was just as real as it got. And you're talking about humble beginnings. My God, you're walking around her hometown. You know that Pigeon Forge area is a fairly humble beginnings.
Oh, absolutely. And look, Burt Reynolds would be coming to the theme park. I mean, he was still. He was still coming and doing shows. And
did you meet Burt? Did you meet Burt?
I never did.
That'd
meet
be cool
Burt.
to meet Burt.
Yeah, no, I never
man.
did. But you think about some of the movies too. Like some of those movies are still like obviously some movies don't last the test of time, but some of those movies you were talking about
9 to 5,
9 to 5, and then The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas.
Oh, okay. Do not dismiss Rhinestone, the movie where Sylvester Stallone tried to become a country western star, and it had the great song "Stay Out of My Bedroom." If you ever want to hear Sylvester Stallone sing country, that's the movie to do it. She was also like my mom's favorite movie, Steel Magnolias. So there you go.
Yep.
But that's awesome. It's always good to hear, because I'm right now trying to think if there's anybody who has a higher Q rating and just like a universal praise and acceptance of
as a musician.
No, I'm talking anywhere.
There's one. We were talking about him last week, and you were trying to get him on the show.
Keanu.
Oh, Keanu.
That's the one guy.
Maybe Morgan Freeman.
I hadn't heard that about Morgan.
Morgan Freeman just seems like a guy who's a good actor.
Tom Hanks.
Oh, Tom Hanks.
Yeah, but maybe it's not Dolly. Like Dolly was out of all the people. I mean, outside of like Mother Teresa, you know what I mean? I mean, like she might have the highest Q rating and
Well, you mentioned
likability.
Willie Nelson. Everybody loves Willie Nelson.
Well, I love Willie Nelson. He's and Mike's known this. He's number one on my I want to interview list of all the people out there. Willie Nelson's and I've gotten close so many times. And he's one of the few guys that I don't care what he gave me, I would take it if I got on his bus. And I heard it's like it would mess you up for days, but it's Willie Nelson, and damn it, I'll go along for the ride with you. But
Rich,
listen,
I just saw Willie Nelson in concert Friday night.
you did?
Yeah.
Wow. And he still has Trigger, his same beat up guitar, right?
He does.
That he's used for years.
He does.
All right, Keith's got to pull sick brags out of this segment. I mean, you
Where
worked at
was
Dollywood.
this at? Where's this?
This was at Alpine Valley in Wisconsin.
No
way. Yeah.
Oh,
So the
man.
Outlaw Festival was there this past weekend, and we went on Friday. And he's great. He's 93 years old.
Sick brag, bro.
and yeah, I mean he's out there with two of his sons. And he's
His son's really good, by the way.
Yeah, Lucas.
Yeah,
Lucas
is great.
Yeah. And he's got some good songs too. And he's out there, playing that old guitar and singing. And it's funny because before he comes out on stage, you've seen him before, haven't you, Ken?
I have not seen Willie Nelson.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought you did.
Dylan, but not.
Well, kind of like Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Like they turn all the lights off.
Yeah.
So before they bring him out, they put this curtain up. But then usually when they do that, like you can still see people shuffling around in the background as they're getting stuff. They shut everything off, so it is pitch dark because they don't want anybody to see. I mean, I'm assuming he's probably in a wheelchair, and they wheel him out there, and they don't want anybody to have any photos or any video of that. But who cares? Because they get him out there, that curtain drops, and
Whiskey River comes on.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah,
that's cool.
Don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Oh man, it's good.
It's so great. He's probably one of he's probably the last living legend right now as far as that like country music's concerned. Like he is a truly just like Dolly was. Like I mean, there's very few people you could say are living legends. Dolly was one of them, and you still got Willie. At least Willie's still here.
There we go.
Yep.
Obviously that weed is keeping him youthful. All right. Well, Mike, that's great. As I said, I love stories about hearing how people who seem to be good people are legitimately good people. And there we go. Dolly Parton, gone too soon. Yep. At 80 years old. We appreciate it, Mike. Thank you.
Mike.
Thank you. For coming in. Coming on next with us. I'm excited about this. Matt Hamachek. He is the director of. Do you remember how much controversy was behind the dynasty, the New England Patriots?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when that documentary was made? There was like a whole bunch of controversy and behind the scenes stuff. It was basically, hang on, was it too mean to Belichick? And then there was all this behind the scenes stuff crap that we learned. Well, this guy, Matt Hamachek, just made a new dynasty, and it's about the Yukon Huskies. And I want to talk to him first about like the New England Patriots and all of that, and his time he got to spend really in the vault with all of these guys, interviewing them. And then how he went on to talk to Gino Auriemma and everybody else with the Yukon Huskies. We will talk to Matt Hamachek right after this. It is 93.7 WEEI, Rich Shirtenlieb, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and you. 617-779-7937. Rest in peace, Dolly Parton.
Make people
Passed
cry
on
with
today.
this one there, Jackson.
I know. This is I Will Always Love You, which
Yeah,
a lot of people
some
thought that
consider
was
her biggest song.
it definitely made her the most money, man. I read something about how she donated all the money from the remake to charity or something like that. I wouldn't doubt it. She's just that kind of person. Okay, joining us this next guest, Matt Hamachek. The one thing I can say about him is that he is very good at his job, because Matt Hamachek is a documentarian, and he made his past projects include The Dynasty, The New England Patriots, which I know when that came out, we couldn't stop talking about it for a long time. There was so much awesome stuff that he was able to get out of Bill and Robert and Brady that none of us had heard before. Well, he's back with another documentary, The Dynasty, except this time it's The Dynasty Yukon Huskies, and it is on Apple TV. Matt, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you coming on with us.
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Hey, Matt.
I want to talk to you about the Yukon Huskies things, because there's a lot of great stuff out of that. But before we do that, I just want to ask you really quick about your time doing The Dynasty, because obviously this is, we're up here, Patriots are everything. And the one thing that was so amazing is that for the first time, your documentary showed that Brady-Belichick relationship was way more broken than we knew at the time. Like, what was the first moment where you're sitting there going, okay, though I don't know if the world's ready for what we're about to put out there?
Well, I don't know if I can say that the world wasn't ready. I know that it definitely made ripples in the Boston sort of sports scene. But, I go into all of these projects, whether it's the Yukon project, the Patriots, or the Tiger story that I did for HBO a number of years back, not really knowing all that much about these stories. And what's great is you get to sit across from the people who lived them and let them tell you what happened. And then after that, those words that those people said get sort of put out into the universe, and everybody can kind of interpret them how they like. But, whether it was what, the state of Bill and Tom's relationship, or what Gino Auriemma is like as a coach, or what it was like to witness the sort of assassin-like qualities of Diana Taurasi on the court. All of this stuff is endlessly interesting.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, did any of the criticism from that first one, the Dynasty, the Patriots one, change the way you sort of approached this one, or not really?
Not really, because like I said, I get a chance to talk to all of these people. And in the case of, whether it was the Patriots or the UConn, a lot of these people haven't been given a chance to really talk about these stories before. And so you ask one thing and it leads to another, and you just get to sit there and be curious. Because like I said, I really don't know the answer to these stories. And the thing that I always try to focus on is not like the football of it all or the basketball of it all. It's more, what are the things that these people are trying to overcome to accomplish their goals? At UConn, it's winning a national championship. At the Patriots, it's winning Super Bowls, and trying to figure out like what the thing is that's getting in the way of each of these people to obtaining their goal. What do they have to overcome to get there? And trying to find these sort of human emotions that I know these people are operating on a level that we can't possibly fathom, but they're dealing with things like ego and self-doubt and all of these sort of ordinary human emotions while doing these extraordinary things. So I guess I just keep trying to focus on that and let that be the thing that guides the kind of questions I'm asking.
Matt, is there something, because I got to watch the first episode of the UConn Huskies.
Yeah.
Once again, it's excellent, of course. But I mean,
Thank you.
I'm watching between, you're around these teams that just achieve levels of greatness that most people can't comprehend. Is there something inherently dysfunctional about a dynasty and the price that you pay to get to that point?
I don't think so. I mean, look, I go back, I think it was Tony Dungy or I can't remember who it was, who said, we play to win the game. And I think that's the point of what they're setting out to do, right? And I think the thing that I wanted to show people above anything else is that if you want to obtain greatness, even close to this level of greatness, it's not easy. It's not a walk in the park. And, this reminds me, I was talking to Paige Beckers, who's, obviously, as all of your listeners know, I'm sure, one of the stars of the WNBA now, but she was on the team that we followed in episode 3. We were embedded with her while they went on the championship run, and she went through sort of hell and back emotionally and physically. She she had knee injuries that kept her out. She had panic attacks at night. The weight of the world was sort of on her shoulders because UConn had a drought for a number of years after the 111-game win streak. And she went through all of this and sort of, got emotional, but showed her just, everything she was willing to put to get to that point. And at the end of the interview, I said, Paige, why were you so sort of raw and honest with us, today? Like, why were you willing to talk about all this stuff? And she just said, I want the kids that look up to me to realize that it's not just about hoisting trophies and, confetti falling. There's a lot that goes into getting to this point. So, look, that's what they're there to do. I don't look at any of it as dysfunctional in the sense of, they're trying to obtain their goal. I think that's what you need to do in order to obtain those goals.
You know what? I think when it comes to dysfunctional, I guess I phrased it wrong, but there is, a little bit that I've seen from Gino. We had Gino on last week, by the way, and he was great.
Oh, great.
And he's obviously one of the best to do it. But there is a little bit of that whiplash. You see the movie Whiplash, where you had the the teacher. Yeah, it's when you hear these stories about how, whether it was Rebecca Lobo or any of the other, I think it was the Brianna Stewart story where she just kept getting this drill wrong. And he's like, go, and just kept making her do it over and over again. There's a thin line between being a great motivator and an a-hole, isn't there? And where is that? Because it was wild watching this.
Yeah. I mean, first off, he said it on the record, and I think this is a somewhat known thing. So they actually watched Whiplash at UConn as an example of what they go through, as a way for people to understand the players, the coaches, everybody. They watched it collectively as a group. And I don't think that comparison is all that far off. I didn't know anything going into this program. What I will say is this: I have two sons who are, 6 and 10. If if obviously they can't play for the UConn women's basketball program, but if they could, and if my wife would allow me, and that's a big if, I would gladly send them to Gino, because I just think that I think that what he's doing there is incredible. And yeah, it's hard to look at, especially in today's world with, all of the sort of permissive parenting and all of this stuff that's going on. But I think if you want to obtain that level of greatness, I understand that that's what it takes to get there.
All right. Well, Matt Hamachek, director from the Dynasty UConn Huskies. It's very good. As I said, I've only seen episode 1 of the 3. It's on Apple TV right now, but it's the same maker of the Dynasty. Before I let you go, I have to ask you one thing, because this is the biggest question that I may still have about not only your documentary, but the Patriots. After your time that you spent with all of those people involved with it, what do you think happened with the benching of Malcolm Butler?
If I had that answer, I would have found a way to somehow get it in the get it into the cut of episode, what was it, 9, I think. I think Devin McCourty said it best. This is one of the great New England mysteries, and sometimes the best mysteries are left mysteries forever. But someday somebody might be able to figure it out. But that's going to have to come from. There's only 2 people that know the answer to that question. One is Malcolm Butler, and the other is Bill Belichick. So someday we'll hopefully find out.
I would have thought one of them by now would have cracked. Man, I'm telling you, if I had truth serum and I could inject it into Bill Belichick and sit down with him and I had one question, that's literally the number one question that I want to ask him is what the hell happened during that Super Bowl?
Matt didn't offer enough cash. I mean, you should have raised the price there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Matt. Well, great stuff. Once again, congrats on the documentary, The Dynasty, UConn Huskies. It's on Apple TV right now. I've seen the first episode. It's great. And appreciate you coming on with us, Matt. Thanks a bunch for spending the time.
Thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, thanks. And we'll be right back.
WEEI.
Back through the years, I go wandering once again.
Oh, this song.
Back to the seasons of my youth.
Is this the coat of many colors?
I recall a
Nailed it.
box of rags that someone gave us.
She got sent to school with this like crappy coat that her mom gave her because she had no money, and then she realized it was stitched with love, and everything changed. Oh, Dolly.
Rich was so cultured. 3 Dolly shows and Les Mis fan. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes you just can't judge a book by its cover. Just when you think a guy's all wearing black, you know.
Well, listen, like Ted, I'm a huge old school country fan.
Yeah.
I love old school country.
I love country when country wasn't cool.
Like
man.
Hank Sr.?
Love Hank Sr., yeah. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Hank Sr.'s good. I got to see Merle before he died.
Earl Haggard,
which
Charlie
was
Daniels band I loved. I mean, I grew up in Houston, so, you know, when Urban Cowboy came out, that whole soundtrack is just.
Are you more Houston or California? Just
I
split your views.
So I would say I have more Texan in me than I do California.
Okay.
So I would say Texan. There's more Texan in my blood than there's SoCal.
Yeah.
Dude, there's nothing more Texan than having a dad that had a barbecue place
Right.
in the middle of Texas.
Right.
Like, that's about as Texas as it gets.
And if you ever meet Ted Sr., you I mean, he's all Texan. I mean, the way he talks, this is my favorite. So I love movies like Hell or High Water.
Oh,
you know,
great movie.
Movies
Great movie.
about West Texas. They just
High Plains Drifter.
The writing. Yeah, exactly. Right.
We should get
Friday
you down
Night
on
Lights.
It's the way guys bust on each other up here. They do it down there, but the term they use is good natured ribbing, and it's funny. I think it's wittier. I just think it's just a fun way to banter with your buddies down there. So I
should
just
get him on a podcast with LeVar Ball and Tatum.
Oh man, Senior, he would.
Did
love
Senior
that.
ever comment on your play or the franchise while you were playing on the record to anybody in Houston?
Not on the record. You know, but he had thoughts. If he could, he'd have words for Barry Switzer. He probably why would he have an issue? Barry Switzer. We played the Dallas Cowboys in '96, and probably one of my best games as a pro. And Barry Switzer the next day came out. We couldn't block that number 52. Well, you couldn't learn your name, just son. Barry Switzer. I'm like, he's got a lot going on there, Dad. I would. You got my number right at least.
That's right. I mean, that's a sign of respect. Oh man, but these parents, you're right. With Tatum's dad talking, I do love it when the parents talk. It is good stuff, man.
And you know what? I don't know what the term is for this. It's not succubus, all right. So, but I keep seeing. Jaden Daniels. I'm a big fan of his. But he fired his agent, and his mom's his agent now. And I'm like, eesh. So I'm kind of like, take the under, whatever the commanders are. Mom's.
Although things worked out for, what's his name, with the Ravens, Lamar Jackson, and he didn't have an agent, and I think things worked out with him, right?
Did they win a Super Bowl? Are they?
I'm talking money.
Money.
I'm talking
Gotcha.
cash.
But Caleb and Jaden Daniels and Drake should collude. They honestly should get together and set the market for themselves because they're all coming up next year.
That's true. That's true, man.
No question. By the way, we are going to have Marcus Jones from your New England Patriots on with us in just about maybe 7 or 8 minutes. Also, Chad Tracy tomorrow at 2:15. Mike Florio as well, right about this time. Tomorrow is going to join us. Look, it's all the stars come here to the Rich, Ken, and Ted show. Ted, the New England Patriots, right now on theathletic.com, they came up with this list of the win totals, and then their experts all basically decided whether or not Vegas is right, whether it's too low or too high. The New England Patriots right now, the betting markets have them at 9.5 wins. They projected 10.3 wins. I don't know how they came up with 0.3, but they said that plenty of betting markets have them at 9.5, a number that seemed too low all offseason. The offense was already one of the best in the league, and at least on paper, got significantly better with the additions of A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs. With a tougher schedule, the Patriots probably won't match last season's 14 wins, but I've waffled between predicting 10 or 11.
Yeah.
Where were you? You were like around 9, right?
Yeah,
like you had them at 9.
I'm at 10. I'm at 10 right now.
Okay.
10 feels pretty good. I just can't. You can't have less than 10 wins if you consider your quarterback to be one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL, and I think Drake May is a top 3, top 4 quarterback in this league. So regardless of how hard the schedule is, and the schedule is a major upgrade from last year. I mean, the first 4 teams they play this year, all playoff teams. I don't think a team is open with 4 playoff teams and to start a season in 30 years. And they probably play 9 or 10 top 15 quarterbacks in this year schedule compared to maybe 2 last year.
Yeah.
So obviously it's a huge difference, but I'm a little bit worried about the defense. I'll be honest. I'm worried about the front 7, the depth, but the offense is going to put up points. And so with that quarterback that they have and the coach, I think it's a 10-win team, which I think maybe is a 5, kind of a 4 or 5 seed in the AFC.
Not only has nobody played in the preseason, and Gonzalez has the contract thing, Harold Landry's still on the PUP list. I haven't even seen the new guy, Draymond Jones. Like you don't get to watch the team. Is he any good? It is scary. Their front 7.
Yeah, it's hardly
in a bad way.
Like, in Gabe Akis, he's out there.
He's out there.
He's out there killing grass.
That's like calling Tracy a nice guy.
Yeah, a little bit. So you're right. I don't know. Sometimes I used to read into preseason training camp. A lot of times, some of the best players that come out of training camp, they get cut. So it's hard to kind of see exactly what they're thinking this far in advance for the season.
And one of the beat writers put out a list of like their top coverage guys, their special teams guys that turnover last year. They're missing like 5 or 6 of them, including Schooler, who's on PUP list as well. And it's pretty obvious they made this trade with Booty. This guy can probably play special teams. I think Vrabel's kind of looking around like, man, we need some help on the edges. We made the depth comment. Let's get rid of Booty. We can afford it, and hopefully this guy Reed comes in and can at least be a special teams guy.
Special teams, and I think situationally, certain things. You watch some of his tape. I was just watching some of his plays in this last break. He's in the box, kind of a blitzer off the edge. Kind of like what Devin Witherspoon did to the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I think is what this guy can do. So although the safety wasn't like high on my radar of needs, there's depth issues that they had. So I think this guy fills a need. Again, 6th rounder from last year. I'm not getting crazy, but I think there's a role for him and a role that was missing before he got here.
Later on, I want to get your take on what the Patriots got for Kayshon Boutte, because sometimes when you have a day to sit on it and really think it through, I know all of us, when we found out that it was, just a guy who hardly played from the 6th round and a 7th round pick in 2028. We're all like, geez, really? Is this what they're getting? Because there'd been talk of 3rd or 4th rounder they're going to get. But I want to get your take, Ted, on it now that you've kind of had a day to think on it. But in the meantime, Marcus Jones from your New England Patriots, he is about to join us, and we will talk to him about all things Patriots and otherwise right after this in 2 minutes.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Patriots back at practice at Gillette today, number 22 of training camp. And Elliot Wolf spoke today, the VP of Player Personnel, with the media just a couple hours ago. Fielded a lot of questions about the Christian Gonzalez extension negotiations. Was asked if he's concerned that Gonzo would not play without a contract.
Is there any concern at all that if he doesn't have a new contract for the season, you'll get something less than the full version of Christian, whether he's protecting himself or mentally he's just not fully there? Is there any concern on the team's end that if he doesn't have a deal, he might be a different type of player?
No, he's a tremendous competitor. He wants to be the best at his position, so there's no concerns like that.
You said you're making momentum with those negotiations. What does that mean?
Again, I'm not going to get into the negotiations here today. We are working with Christian's representative to try to get something done, and that's what we're doing.
Summer is the easiest season for weight loss. Warm weather, lighter meals, being outside. Your body is primed to succeed, and Awaken 180 has your game plan. Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson, Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And joining us right now, cornerback for your New England Patriots, Mr. Marcus Jones on a Patriots Monday. And he's brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov, search and claim your unclaimed funds, and by Jeanne d'Arc Credit Union, tackling financial wellness since 1912. Stronger members, stronger communities. Learn more at jdcu.org. Marcus, this is our inaugural visit on our show. We appreciate you coming on with us, buddy.
For sure, and I appreciate you guys as well for having me.
All right, by the way, I just want to congratulate you because the nerds who do the stats over at Pro Football Focus just gave you and the rest of your secondary the #1 position, the National League Football's best defensive secondary. When you hear that, are you like, hell yeah, or like, oh no, the pressure's on, here we go?
Nah, first off, man, I'm definitely, we're definitely blessed when it comes down to seeing that, people are recognizing us and everything. But at the end of the day, we understand that we have a high standard for each other in our group in general. So we always take pride in the situation of getting turnovers and everything like that. It's a new year. That's based off last year. So we got to make sure that we do what we need to do in order to get the turnovers and make sure that we get the recognition that we deserve as well.
We're going to talk to your partner every other week, I think, in the secondary, Kevin Byard, as well. What's he been like, and how are you guys getting along? Or do the corners and safeties stay separate?
Nah, we meet in the back as DBs and cornerbacks and safeties as well. So, no, he's been a great addition to the group. Just from the being a vet and everything, he's seen way more football than all of us in the room, you could basically say, and been a part of different schemes and everything. So that's been great. But just being able to pick his brain, understanding the situation of how he looks at things, and also the knowledge that he brings to the DB room just helps out so much.
I've heard about how tight position groups can be, and I'm sure it's probably the same with the secondary. I'm assuming so. Does Christian Gonzalez keep you updated on everything that's going on right now with him and his situation? Does he keep you guys up to date on everything that's happened?
I mean, from our perspective, one thing that we always pride ourselves in is being healthy. So that's the main thing, is making sure that whoever's on the field, we want to make sure that their health is first and everything, and we want to make sure that they take their time when it comes down. Every injury or, certain situations are different when it comes down to it, so that's not really our say-so when it comes to that. But like I said, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that he's healthy whenever he comes out to the field and everything like that.
I mean with his contract situation, like, has he kind of told you like what the deal is? Because I know that it's obviously something that I'm sure you guys are rooting him on during this. Does he keep you updated on all of that?
Nah, that ain't got nothing to do with us and everything. That's between him and his agent. We just want to make sure, when it comes down to it, that he's out there, and when it comes down to, like I said, his health and everything like that, and everything like that is well taken care of. But we're kind of in the sense of, like, if it doesn't involve us, then we play our part,
At least from afar, Marcus, are you impressed with how he's handled the situation?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, when it comes down to it, we know him as a person and everything. He wants to play ball. He wants to be out there. So we're always happy to have him out there and, always putting the team first.
Can I ask you this? Because it was kind of cool when Christian got his, he just got the highest Madden rating at his position. And I know you got a pretty good ranking too. How important is Madden ratings to players in the NFL? Is it a bigger deal than we think it is?
I think it's a big deal for everyone else. Well, I don't really play Madden that much anymore and everything, but it's cool to be recognized. That's a hard thing to end up accomplishing when it comes down to him in that position as well. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
That's great for him. But at the end of the day, we don't really worry too much about that.
You've never seen anyone get legitimately pissed at a low Madden rating, because they certainly do on social media.
Oh, I've seen the situation of people, being upset with the Madden rating, but at the end of the day, the only way that people can control that is making plays. But at the end of the day, it's out of our hands. So we just try to make sure to control what we can control.
Marcus, were you glad to not have to play Saturday in that preseason game? And also, during that first quarter timeout, were you kind of stunned that you saw your coach laying into the guys a little bit, or does he do that often?
Oh, he's always, hands-on when it comes down to teaching us and letting us know the situation and everything, and letting us know what the offense is trying to do and be on the lookout for this and that. I don't really think of it as being excited that I'm not playing. I think of it as whenever we do get the opportunity to be on the field, we take advantage of any opportunity that we can. I've been a guy when it comes down to playing in the preseason and everything, so I understand the importance of it. And we're just happy to be able to support those guys that's out there on the field, because we've seen the hard work and the dedication that they've been putting in the whole training camp. So seeing those guys doing that and being able to do that at that stage and make plays, man, we're just excited to be there to support them.
We're talking to Marcus Jones here on 93.7 WEEI, and so it was just announced that Kayshon Boutte has been traded. And what was it? What was your relationship like with him? And what kind of player was he when you had to cover him in practice?
Yeah, first off, man, me and Kayshon, we were pretty close whenever it came down to it. He's from Louisiana. I was born in Louisiana, so we always talked about that part. But him as a player, man, he was hardworking when it comes down to it. He made a lot of big plays being here and everything like that. And then I've seen him grow over the years as a person and also as a player. That's been great. But, man, he was an unbelievable talent when it comes down to him. And he's been great whenever it came down to being part of this organization. And we wish him all the best and everything. And we know that he's a great player.
How talented is this group of receivers? You have to cover them there most days when you're over at training camp practice.
Oh, yeah, no, man. We have a real talented group when it comes down to it. We love the resiliency of, whenever they are having a bad play or something doesn't go their way, of how they respond with it. That's so important when it comes down to being in the National Football League, so the response aspect of the receiving group. And then also when it comes down to the hard work, there's a lot of guys that's in the receiving group doing extra film when it comes down to it, or extra drills in order to make sure, catching the ball right, different things like that.
So Marcus Jones, there was a story that went around a couple of months ago where the coach of the Seattle Seahawks was saying that he got help scheming against the Patriots from somebody that I guess has a conflict of interest. And throughout some discovery, there was a assumption that it could have been Tom Brady that ended up helping. And I think when we talked to Mike Vrabel, is that right? Ken Vrabel kind of basically said that he thought it was Tom Brady?
Right, probably, he said, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of the fact that Tom Brady could have possibly helped the Seattle Seahawks scheme against you guys in the Super Bowl?
Oh, I mean, that doesn't really, I would say, move me in the situation of that. At the end of the day, it's all about the plays that got to be made on the field. Schemes and everything like that are what they are, but when it comes down to it, the players that have to make the plays that come to life and everything, like I said, that's out of my control and out of our control, so we don't really look too much into that.
Well, talking about you for a second, Marcus, 2 weeks away here from the opener, what part of your game personally do you feel like has taken the biggest jump this summer?
I feel like the knowledge of the game when it comes down to the aspect of, the more years that you play, the game slows down even more. The communication aspect. This is my second year being a part of this defensive scheme when it comes down to it, too, as well. So knowing way more, and then I always pride myself in versatility.
All right, so Marcus Jones, Mike Vrabel has a reputation of being an elite-tier ball buster. As a matter of fact, Ted Johnson, who played with Bill Belichick, said that Mike Vrabel was the only person he ever knew that could come in and rip on Bill Belichick in front of everybody, and Bill just took it because Vrabel was so good at it. Have you seen this gift that he has for ball busting in person? Have you been able to witness Vrabel at his best?
I just see it as constructive criticism. I had a military dad whenever I grew up and everything, so I'm not saying it was crazy strict, but it just comes down to the discipline aspect of knowing the details, knowing the technique and the fundamentals that you need to do, not just as a football player, but also in life and everything like that too as well. So I think of it as constructive criticism, but some people, may think of it as the way he talks or he yells and does all this, but I listen more to the message, not the tone.
But his is legitimately funny, right? When he does it, it's almost like it's in a way that kind of makes you laugh at the same time, but you're getting the message, right?
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. It's all love when it comes down to it as well.
And he's a defensive guy. Can you, go to him and say, look, give me a blitz? Can you curry a little bit, call your own play a little bit with Mike?
When it comes down to it, I'm pretty cool with the plays that they call and everything. We'll always come back and be like, hey, we could look out for this and kind of go from there. But, I mean, I'm kind of a guy that, whatever works for the team and what's best for the team, that's me. So.
All right, well, Marcus Jones, thank you for coming on with us. We really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to talking to you all season long. And here's to getting this preseason over with and start playing some real football, right?
For sure, no, appreciate it so much. Thank you.
All right, thanks. That's Marcus Jones on a Patriots Monday and now on a Tuesday, brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov and Search and Claim Your Unclaimed Funds, and by Jean d'Arc Credit Union, tackling financial wellness since 1912. Stronger members, stronger communities. Learn more at jdcu.org, and we'll be right back.
Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainleave, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. We're going to have Chad Tracy on tomorrow at 2:15. Mike Florio on at 4 p.m. And this is actually, this is somewhat breaking news, which has to do with the Patriots in a way, but to me, it's even bigger than that. So, first game of the season, the big NFL kickoff game, Super Bowl rematch. You got your Patriots, you've got your Seahawks, and it was just announced no less than 30 minutes ago that there is actually going to be a halftime show at that. And the halftime show is the reunion of Soundgarden.
Whoa.
It's the first show Soundgarden has played since Chris Cornell died.
Who's singing?
As a matter of fact, they've announced it now. They did one thing for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction last year, but that's it. But this is under the name Soundgarden. It's all of the surviving members plus Mike McCready of Pearl Jam will be playing guitar for the parts that Chris Cornell played, and on vocals will be Taylor Momsen from The Pretty Reckless. Now, if you don't know who The Pretty Reckless is and who is Taylor Momsen, remember the Jim Carrey movie The Grinch? Mm-hmm. Do you remember Cindy Lou Who?
Yeah.
That's Taylor Momsen.
Wow.
The little girl from The Grinch is going to, and by the way, she's an excellent vocalist. Her band just went on tour with AC/DC. But yes, the reunion of Soundgarden. This is the first show that they have played as Soundgarden out and about, which means that they may indeed be reuniting. I'd heard stuff that they were going to release stuff that Chris Cornell had recorded before he died as Soundgarden. But that's kind of badass. On your Patriots' first game of the season, the reunion of Soundgarden.
Flexing their obvious grunge roots up in Seattle. We had that debate Super Bowl week, better musical history in the New England area, Boston or Seattle.
Is that even a debate?
Really?
It's tough.
Not close.
It's tough. Yes.
Not close.
Yes, it's close.
An entire genre of music was born there. Okay, tell me this. Give me the three best New England musical artists. Give me the three best ones.
Okay, Boston,
James
Aerosmith,
Taylor,
and the Cars.
Okay, Boston, Aerosmith, the Cars, three worthy bands.
What do you mean worthy? I mean, those are all iconic Hall of Fame bands.
None of them had as big, Aerosmith. You could say Aerosmith might be the best of all of these ones I'm going to name, as far as they're big and how big they were. But Nirvana completely changed the musical landscape. And Alice in Chains, in my opinion, is the best of all of them. And obviously you can go down the Pearl Jam, blah, 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 blah. Aerosmith does skew things a little bit.
Yeah,
but but you can't even throw the Cars in there with Nirvana. You can't. The Cars
What do you
are a
mean
good
you
band.
can't throw the Cars? Were a good band.
Fun fact, the first Boston album came out 50 years ago today.
Ooh.
Ah, very nice. And by the way, I will say this, that this was really crazy to learn. Did you know that Nine Inch Nails' Pretty Hate Machine, the first album, was recorded on Newberry Street?
I did not know that.
There used to be, I learned that just recently. There was a music studio that was there, but that's kind of cool. So there you go. For the first game of the season, whether you're with your New England Patriots, they better damn well show that on TV. Because you know what? I don't, at that point, I don't care about the analysis. Show me the reunion of Soundgarden. That would be nice. All right. Kayshon Boutte, no longer a member of this team. No longer on here. He ended up getting traded for really next to nothing, a safety that kind of just was like a sixth rounder, hardly played, and a pick that is just way down in the bottom of the barrel. Ted, you are can you kind of put in perspective what this team, what it means to get rid of a guy like Kayshon Boutte, who really seemed to be the trapdoor, almost a guy that Drake May had built this nice chemistry with, who kind of was like just a dude that you could always get the ball to. He just seemed to always know where he was. But there's just so many receivers, and there's only enough ball to go around. Have you had time to process this?
It was yes. I've thought about it a little bit more. How do you explain it so that people understand? I don't know if this makes sense, but I'll give it my best shot. It's kind of like you look at the Celtics. They have an overabundance of sometimes of wing players. Okay, but they were deficient in big guys. So you need, if you have a lot of wings. There's a redundancy there. So you know what? You trade one to get back a position of need, which is like a center. The Patriots.
Can the Patriots shoot a lot of threes this year? Is that what you're saying?
I should have gone to basketball, metaphor. But the thing is, people go, "Oh, he's your third best receiver." It's like, okay, he is, but there's what he does really the best is run 9 routes, which is streak routes. You know who does it better than him on this team is A.J. Brown.
Okay.
And so if you have both of those guys out there, it's kind of like it's a waste. So to have Kayshon Boutte, it just from a schematic standpoint doesn't make as much sense. So their top 3 receivers in their 11 personnel packages are going to be A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, and DeMario Douglas. That makes sense. Each one of those guys do different things. They run different route trees, different routes on the route tree. And so it makes sense that those 3 guys would be out there on the field together. Having A.J. Brown as well as Kayshon Boutte out there, it just from a schematic standpoint, it doesn't make as much sense because there's a redundancy there. So I hope people look. Do you
think, like Tony Siegel's better than Kayshon Boutte?
No, stop. You know who I like? Matt. I'm more I'm confident in Matt Collins. Kid is going to be A.J. Brown is your deep threat. No more Kayshon Boutte. So we got that. But who's going to work the short to intermediate? Matt Collins to me is a guy that is way better than Kayshon Boutte doing in routes, comebacks, curl routes, dig routes, and those types of routes. And so to me, it's not going to be as much of a loss as people I think.
I have a positive and a negative thought about this, Rich. Positive thought is they must be very confident A.J. Brown is healthy. They must have watched him and waited and looked at all the medical. Because remember, we had our guy on Elliott from WIP, and he was talking about the knee and all the potential danger there. They must feel, because if A.J. Brown goes out, people will want Kayshon Boutte back. The negative thought is they looked at Kyle Williams and said, "This guy's cheaper. He's kind of as good as Boutte, and he's just cheaper."
See, I don't think that that's negative. I think that if you have 2 guys that are essentially the same, and it's going to free up money that you can spend somewhere else, I don't have a problem with it. That's what a good GM does. As long as you end up spending that freaking money on guys that matter, like Christian Gonzalez.
Cash budget.
Yeah, oh, God, that pissed me off. That really did. When Elliot Wolf's talking about cash budget, we don't want to hear that. Let's go to John online, too. John, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Rich, first and foremost, that Boston album sold 9 million copies in a calendar year when you had to go buy the album.
Yeah, tell him.
It's a great album. John. It's a great, great album. There's no question.
It is an iconic album.
Yep.
And every grunge guy couldn't have put together an album like that if they all got together in the same room.
Well, John, I will tell you this. As a matter of fact, to your point, I believe Kurt Cobain said that when he wrote "Smells Like Teen Spirit," it was a riff on More Than a Feeling, like that guitar riff. It's almost the same riff if you listen to it. So if it wasn't for Boston, maybe there wouldn't have been a Nirvana.
Ted, your former boss drives me nuts because they traded Kayshon Boutte for one reason only, because they saved $2 million on their cash budget. And do they go and take the $2 million and spend it on the quarterback? No movement. Why? Because suddenly the cash budget matters. All the years they've been telling me how the salary cap matters. Giles said, we can't go on with the salary cap. Fans of New England, we're going to bring the best possible roster with the best possible quarterback. And if it wasn't for that quarterback, they'd be the worst franchise in the history of sports. They'd be with the Jets and the Browns. I am over it with Kraft and his financial knowledge, where we're all dummies and he's the professor.
Thank you,
John, sing it, baby.
Dude, I got a great call from John. I got to follow this up with it's you. I would think as a general manager, like one thing you should never say if you can help it, and I'm Elliot Wolf's not the general manager, but he's pseudo general manager.
Sure,
is budget. Don't ever say budget. Don't even say that word. We don't want to.
Can we hear that whole Elliot Wolf clip again? The cash budget clip, because it is something. I'm telling you, this is like the story of the day in Boston sports. That Elliot Wolf trotted this out.
How much does planning for a new deal for Drake impact how you consider a new deal for Christian now?
It's about a cash budget and things like that. So we're very aware of the timing of these things, and we're cognizant of having a plan for that and working with Jonathan and Robert, and thankful for their support. That they're open and willing for us to be able to sign these great players.
Hey,
that's the worst thing he could have said.
25th in cash spending.
Don't bring up cash at all. If you're the Pats GM, why would you do that?
I think Elliott's maybe going a little rogue. I think he's kind of him and Mike are kind of maybe teaming up
I think
against
Vrabel spanked
RKK.
him in the back office as soon as he was done with that press conference.
Yeah. I don't know. That's Elliott's a smart guy. I mean, cash budget.
That's not a smart thing to say.
That wasn't.
No. And you know what? And I just don't want to hear about that.
No fan does. No fan wants to hear that the billionaires have a budget. No.
Exactly. And on top of that, there's so many better ways you could have answered that. Like you could have answered it. Although the one thing you didn't say, you're right. What it seems to be code red is when they start saying he's under contract.
Yeah. Oh yeah. To me. That's they didn't say it. But think about this, guys. For 23 years, Robert Kraft thought, you know what? As long as we have the quarterback, we can skimp everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he still thinks that?
Yes. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Of course. Dude, these guys get off to getting telling all their friends, we won all those Super Bowls, being the lowest cash spending team in the NFL.
He probably did brag about that quite a bit.
Oh, I bet you all the time.
He pulled Jerry Jones aside. You might be in the Hall of Fame.
Right. I got all these trophies spending the least amount of all you guys. I mean, you don't think those guys get off to that?
Boy, Ted is, because you're right. I mean, he might be looking at Drake May the way that he looked at Tom Brady and said, baby, we got our quarterback.
Yep.
We know that he can take us to the promised land, and we don't need to spend in all of these other places.
But they did spend the last 2 years. That's the thing. $100 million on Milt Williams, $60 million on Carlton Davis, $45 million on Harold Landry. This year, they spent on Dobbs $80 more million. $40 million on Draymond Jones. There were some big money deals they've thrown out.
Okay, but why do they rank 25th in cash spending?
I mean,
so there's still there's a big salary. The salary cap's $300 million.
But that's over 10 years. Like if you did it the last 2 years, where do they rank? Do that math for tomorrow.
This year, I just know they're 25th this year.
Okay, but the last 2 years, do the combo because I feel like over the last 2 years they've caught up a little bit.
Well, I mean, then show it. Then put your money where the mouth is and get Gonzalez signed. Then sign Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to repeat myself 1,000 times. It's to me, I believe way more that it's not his agent going rogue and that it's the Patriots being cheap because they got the track record. So come on, I agree with our caller before. He's absolutely right. I don't want to hear any bitching about this, like cash budgets and crap like that. Get this guy signed. He's a star. And Mike Vrabel knows that this is a better team when Christian Gonzalez is on it. And damn it, I want to be right that he got signed today. When I sent that text out this morning saying today is the day. Make me look right. It doesn't happen often, but damn it, I deserve one. All right, 617-779-7937. We'll take your calls next.
How much does planning for a new deal for Drake impact how you consider a new deal for Christian now?
It's about a cash budget and things like that. So we're very aware of the timing of these things, and we're cognizant of having a plan for that and working with Jonathan and Robert, and thankful for their support that they're open and willing for us to be able to sign these great players.
How much does
Such a good song, man.
Hey, Rich, this song brought the house down at my Yacht Rock review concert.
No, this is not Yacht Rock.
I'm telling you,
don't tell me that.
They played this. I mean, you're in Boston, right? I mean, you got to. But
All
this
right,
song
it's an homage to
brought
Boston.
the house down, man.
You know what? I went and saw Boston years ago when Brad Delp, rest in peace, was still alive. And I remember I went with the pure curiosity just to see if he could hit that note live. Let's step away. Like when he gets and that SOB killed it.
Really?
He just absolutely nailed it. It sounded just like the album. And you can tell when they're singing over a track that they were so good live. And you're right, that first album's fantastic.
Was that when Joan Jett opened up for them at the Garden?
No. I didn't see it here. I saw it like years ago. It was probably around the late 90s. I saw them, and they killed it. Absolutely killed it. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI 617-779-7937. I want to take Dave in the car because we were just playing this
real
thing.
quick before we do that. Can I give you a little Gonzalez update?
Yeah, please. Oh God.
So Christian Gonzalez, no news in that sense.
Oh,
You're not right. You're wrong.
Okay.
But Gonzalez is speaking. As expected, he's avoiding most of his contract talk, and whether he would miss practices or he says he's not getting into that. He does say, and hopefully you'll have the audio here shortly, there are certain things that go into a contract that my team wants. I'm focused on this day, this practice. We'll see where we go from here. But here's the quote I think that stands out. Mike Cadlick put this on social. My team has made it known what we feel I'm worth. The right people know what I'm worth.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah,
that's kind of a cool way to put it.
Yeah, that just says to me,
if you're in the know, for your football, you know what he's worth, kind of thing. You know?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a number, they got a number.
Not today, Rich. Wrong again.
Wrong.
Damn it. Hey, the day's not over yet. Who knows? Maybe it's all
true.
front.
That's true.
Let's go to David in the car right now. David on line 3. What's happening, buddy? How you doing?
So how you doing? Good afternoon, guys. So great topic you guys are touching base about how Mr. Kraft or whoever might have said how New England, not Mr. Kraft, but whoever said New England won all those games with less money. Yeah, they did, but they're forgetting one thing. That Mr. Tom Brady, and let's call him Mr. Tom Brady because that's what he deserves, kept negotiating his contract, taking less money to keep certain guys here so they could win. So that's a page that Drake May needs to learn. Christian Gonzalez needs to learn.
Oh, boy.
Anybody comes in, A.J. Brown coming in now needs to learn for the future if he sticks around, if he has a good year. They need to
Mr.
learn
Kraft loves
that
you,
this
David.
is what Mr. Brady, this is what he did. He took less money over and over and over again until he left because at that point he was fed up. He had given them 6 championships and got nothing in return. Mr. Drake May went to the Super Bowl. He didn't win it. If he won it, it would be a different
What are you, Tiny
mindset
Tim,
and
David?
Jeez, Jackson.
David.
No, it's funny. No, that's what Tiny Tim did. He always calls anybody
Mister.
he talked to by Mister. I love David.
Let's let Ted go on this one. Ted, the floor.
I mean, do you guys know what I'm going to say?
We got a TED take.
No, I'm
You
ready.
don't know what I'm
Give me it off the top of your TED.
I just can't believe that David thinks that we won those championships because Tom Brady took less money. That's what you're saying? Like that Gonzalez needs to follow the Patriot way in the old days when you take less money so that you can build a team. Even though the team that's asking you to take less money so they can build a better team around you is dead last in cash spending. Dead last. Right? So the money that they save by not paying you, they don't use on anybody else like they tell you they're going to. I just can't believe fans are falling for that.
Oh, that is Robert's dream fan right there, David.
Oh, my God. I mean,
Check the number. Are we sure that didn't come from Stacey James?
Wow.
617 texter. Get Bobby's nephew off the air.
That's amazing to me. that fans side with billionaire owners more than they do.
Well, not only that. So now Curran, we're going to have Curran on Thursday or Friday this week. He was on last week, and remember, he stunned us by saying, "Are we sure Witherspoon's not better?" And I think, they're very informed by the team. So now Phil Perry was on Early Edition yesterday. Some of the same stuff starting to come out. So, Jackson, you have this clip? Let me hear this.
Christian Gonzalez is looking at this thinking he's the best corner in football and that he should be paid as the best corner in football across the board, really, when it comes to every single metric. And that happens a lot of times when the guy is the latest to come up in terms of at his position group, and he's this caliber player. I'm not sure the Patriots are eager to do that. And I think there's an argument there to be made. Hey, Devin Witherspoon has made 3 Pro Bowls. You've made 1. He won a Super Bowl. He's played 11 more games than you or 9 more games than you over the course of the last 3 years. So can we get you closer to what Witherspoon's range is? And I think that's probably where the impasse is.
See, there it is. That's how the Patriots feel about it. They think they're making the case Witherspoon's a better player, and he should not make $1 more.
Devin Witherspoon's got like a bunch of good defensive players around him, and right now, Christian Gonzalez has to be the man. He holds that defense together.
You're right.
I take a look at what's on Seattle, the talent that is on the other side of the ball in Seattle. I mean, who has to do more work? Honestly, who has to put more on his shoulders every single game? Christian Gonzalez. This is crazy if that's what they're trying to do. If they're trying to compare him and listen, they're both extremely good. And would Devin Witherspoon be able to be as Christian Gonzalez here? I don't know. But one thing stands out. Christian Gonzalez has to do more with less than Devin Witherspoon.
If the Crafts think that he's not as good as Devin Witherspoon, why did they wait for the Devin Witherspoon deal to come out? And then
now they want that to set the market.
And he said, Robert Kraft said that they're going to make Christian Gonzalez the highest paid corner.
So maybe they're offering him the same deal. Because Elliot Wolf was asked today, do you still want to make Gonzalez the highest paid corner?
You realize
said,
that's
yes.
not how it works. Like even if you think Devin Witherspoon's a better cornerback, the guy, even if was Christian Gonzalez like the 3rd best or the 4th best, it's like Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown wasn't the best basketball player in the NBA, but he got the highest contract because of the timing of it.
Yes.
It's about timing. It's not about even if he's not better than Devin Witherspoon, he's pretty damn close. So that would warrant a better contract just because he's the next guy in line to get paid.
Ted, unfortunately, there is a mentality that's out there now because they know that Brady took less money, obviously. I mean, but then again, he wanted more. We know why he left. He didn't get that 2-year goodbye deal. But the thing is, he took less money, and then there's this whole thing with Jalen Brunson, taking less money, and all of a sudden the Knicks win a championship.
That's true.
So
good luck, Mike Vrabel, because Vrabel's got to sell culture and hey, this is where you want to come. Dude, guys won't want to come here if this is how they treat their star players. I'm telling you, it runs counter to what Vrabes is trying to build here.
Let's go to Steve in the truck on line 2. Steve, love having you call. You got 30 seconds, my man, before we got a break. What's up, buddy?
Oh, well, good enough, gentlemen. Dave always comes on and talks about how much of a businessman he is. Well, Dave, you're a moron. I'm sorry. If you're a businessman and that's how you run your business, you're an idiot because you're as good as the people around you. And to say Brady took less money, he may have made money, taking less on his annual average, and they didn't. How come he didn't have great receivers around until he had Randy Moss?
Yeah.
How come he didn't have all that?
I mean, listen, Steve, I think that is a crazy thing to do, to ask these athletes to take less money when they're still not spending as much as they should anyway.
That Brunson, you're right about the Brunson deal. That's another bad comp. A lot of owners are going to sink their teeth into that. Look what this guy did.
I think in basketball, the star player taking less money is the most impact of any
huge
sport.
now. They keep talking second apron and betterment of the team.
Ted, we said this like a couple months ago. We said when Drake finally next season sits down and talks about an extension, don't think for a second that the Crafts aren't going to go, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, my other son, he took less money. Why don't you be like the GOAT? We'll be there around you. You know that's what he's going to do. Would you put it past Robert Kraft to try to at least pull that with Drake May and invoke Tom Brady's name?
Yep, I'd say no. But then you say, okay, well then, where do you guys rank cash spending? Like if you're not going to spend it on me, then who are you spending it on?
Yeah.
That's what I would come back with.
All right, we got good calls. 617-779-7937. Keep them coming, baby. I love it. Get Christian Gonzalez signed. Enough jacking around. I hate what I'm hearing, and I've said it for a while. This is theater. It's going to get done, but I don't like what I'm hearing at all from the Patriots side of things. We'll take your calls next.
Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. This is the sound of Soundgarden with Taylor Momsen singing at the, I believe, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction.
Cool.
Soundgarden is reuniting to play the halftime of the Patriots Seahawks show. That is freaking awesome.
It is cool.
And this is going to be who's going to be singing, and also Mike McCready of Pearl Jam is going to be joining us. A cool story there.
Yeah,
All
well,
right.
Aerosmith's doing halftime of the Steelers home opener here, so.
Oh, that would be nice. I'll
No, they're
take
not.
that.
They're not actually. That would be cool though. That would be awesome.
That'd be cool.
That'd be breaking news.
It would be the greatest thing ever. I just wish that, man, they're one of the few bands that I never got to see. I've seen a million bands and I've never gotten to see Aerosmith.
Yeah.
And then I probably never will now. All right. I have to play this. Ted, I don't know if you've seen this yet. Ken just sent this to us. Terp is, I'm so glad he captured this moment. So Christian Gonzalez was just out on the field at Gillette. He's got a horde of reporters around him. All right. Obviously, we know everything that's going on with the contract stuff. It is like a butting of heads between Christian Gonzalez and his people and the Patriots. And meanwhile, while Christian Gonzalez is starting to speak to the press, in the background on the video, you can go to WEEI.com or the WEEI Facebook page or Instagram and see this. While he's getting ready to talk, all of a sudden in the background, Robert Kraft's chopper starts to land right behind him. So here's how the press conference sounds when Christian Gonzalez starts to speak. Let it roll. He's literally talking.
That sounds fake, but it's actually the video.
Wow.
Awesome.
Wow. That is so great. Oh, man.
Almost as if, oh no, is he going to speak? Get the chopper, baby. And just, he's like, at one point he's speaking, and you see him just kind of stop and smile like, you've got to be kidding me. Right?
It's like a Naked Gun skit.
It totally is. I mean, I'm playing one more time. This is him literally speaking, and even the reporters are starting to laugh at just how either it's ironic or who knows what it is. But I mean, just how convenient. Oh,
classic.
God.
I mean, he had some. I thought his comments were kind of revealing a little bit. You know, I like. You can always, as a player, hide behind your agent. And, you know, hey, I don't know, it's my team. Hey, this is what they want. That's when really, I think in more than any other sport, football players are more involved in their contract negotiations than I think people realize.
Let's go to Big Al on line 3. Big Al, what's happening, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, good, fellas. You know, as a 25-year veteran of the United States Air Force, I want to say that I love helicopters. I love them.
Yep.
I love the fixed-wing aircraft more, but helicopters are pretty good, too.
Everyone's Robert Kraft is getting better. I have to say I'm proud of all of our callers. All of the Robert Krafts are getting better, Big Al.
Listen, guys, as the saying goes, two things can be true at the same time, okay? Number one, are the Patriots cheap? 100%. I get it. Number two, and I haven't heard this brought up yet, Ted Johnson, please help me out here, but if I'm not mistaken, it's very rare, considered kind of bad form for any ball player in the NFL to hold out or threaten, need new money with 2 years to go on their deal. They usually wait until 1 year to go. That's what Deion Branch did. They couldn't work it out. He got traded to Seattle for a number one pick. Richard Seymour, they worked it out with him. He didn't show up to OTAs and minicamp, and eventually they traded him to the Raiders. But at first, he re-signed with the Patriots after it was 1 year to go. Down here, I'm about 2 hours from Jacksonville. Maurice Jones-Drew, I think, was the first player in the NFL to try to hold out with 2 years to go, and that did not go well. The owners just don't like that. And I don't know if it's fair or unfair, Ted, but that seems to be the pattern that I have noticed, unless I've been missing something here lately. But help me out. Have a good day, fellas.
Thank you,
Thanks, you too, buddy.
So he's played 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's
3 years into now a 5-year deal because they picked up the extension, the 5th year.
Yep. It is. Well, so most deals are 4 years, right? So essentially, this is the year before, your last year is usually when you negotiate a big deal, right? So being a first rounder, they can put a 5th year on you. So it technically, yes, it's still with 2 years remaining, but the average contract outside of the first round is 4 years for a 4-year deal. So these first rounders, they are like, what? I mean, I got to wait an extra year before everyone else to get an extension. That doesn't seem fair. So I see Al's point, but technically, it's the way these first rounders look at it is they're 4-year deals, and so they want, if they can, negotiate new extensions going before they go into their 4th year. And another thing I would say is there's a lot of great players that have come from Christian Gonzalez's draft class that have signed extensions, and so he's going to point to that as like, well, these other teams believed in their guys. Why don't you believe in me?
All right, I want to play this real quick because after Robert Kraft's helicopter ended up quieting down, you actually did get some good sound bites from Christian Gonzalez. And Jackson, you have one, correct?
Yes, sir. Here we go.
I mean, it's frustrating, but I mean, it's I'm focused on the season. I'm focused on here now and doing what I got to do, and I'm out here to compete and get better.
Okay, well, hard to hear, but I think so. He said he's frustrated, Rich, but I think the quote is the one him talking about my team has made it known what I feel I'm worth, and the right people know what I'm worth. That plus the cash spending clip from Elliott Wolf will define the day. You know what I mean?
That helicopter. But play that one more time when Christian Gonzalez is just trying to talk, and then here comes Robert Kraft's helicopter. Like just screwing up the entire thing.
Hey, look at all those people stuck on Route 1. Jonathan, buy me another lane. Can we fly over Bill's house? I don't want to land. I just want to hover.
207 text. Kraft is just arriving for work at 4:30. What's going on?
That's right. I mean, he's been out all night. All right, let's go to Jake on line 2. Jake, what is up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Teddy, long time no talk.
What's up, bud?
I want to get to the Niners situation in a second, but first, Teddy, to your favorite subject. Do you know what went wrong with stupid Steve Belichick at Carolina? And if Carolina does beat TCU, does the angelic Jordan Hudson, who's been very well behaved lately, deserve more credit in that situation? So that's number one. And then number two with Jed York, you are worth billions of dollars, and you need some greasy you-know-what for $140. But the Niners, like the Patriots, seem to get into these Christian Gonzalez situations often. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams. Now, like York, who's worth billions and can't wine and dine a girl, Robert Kraft has had a similar incident. Meanwhile, I don't know, there's 30 other owners who will spend money on dates and players. What's up with that?
Yeah, the Jed York thing's wild. That is it was like he ended up getting caught in a prostitution sting, right? The owner of the
I think he
49ers.
pled down to a misdemeanor or some kind, 1 day in jail, whatnot. But yes.
Oh, all right. Because originally I saw it was a misdemeanor. I'm like, why is anyone reporting on that? And they said, oh, it's prostitutes. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes it a little, little more
and the reports I'm reading is that he pulled over in a trailer where there's a trailer park, so it's
he was coming to meet the alleged.
But no, I don't think. I think it's being misled as that's where the prostitute lived.
Oh, I thought that's where it was.
And
That's just where he got pulled over.
That's where he got.
Oh, really?
Nabbed, I think. Yes.
Okay. All right.
We'll back into those details.
But dude, the 49ers are kind of, I don't know. It's kind of, we had some stuff with Kyle Shanahan in the offseason, right? I mean, with his
get on that, Tony Farmer.
Yeah, exactly. Where you at, Tony?
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness going on there, and like the way that like nobody reported it. I guess the 49ers press knew about it, but nobody reported about it for like several weeks, which was definitely strange. Yeah, it's odd.
How weird is this whole situation, though? The next year, when Drake May's giving a press conference, will Robert Kraft be coming in on the helicopter?
Oh, Pilot, you're doing a great job. You're like the son I never had.
Just see him jiggling up.
Hey, why didn't we take this thing to Vinatieri's Hall of Fame induction?
That drives me crazy. The fact that he said he was stuck on the runway and couldn't get to Vinatieri's, and here he comes in his own helicopter.
That's a long flight, though, to Canton.
Yes. There's no possible way a billionaire could find alternate transportation when he knew about it months ahead of time. Okay. That video, if you have not seen it, Justin Turpin, you are the best for capturing it. You can go to the WEEI Facebook page, their Instagram. It's Christian Gonzalez literally trying to speak about how things are effed up with his contract, and Robert Kraft's helicopter seems to enter the picture. Well, that's him. He's actually speaking at this moment. You can see his mouth moving, but you can't hear him.
It's time to wave the white flag. He is not getting a new deal. It's over. I mean, this is the nail in the coffin. Ted, do you think they're going to get an extension done this year?
I'm worried. I don't think it's going to get done this year. Maybe
he's going to play on the fourth year.
You know what? You guys are just your worry warts. It's going to happen. It's all theater, baby. Just get ready for the season. He's going to be out there, and he's going to be paid. Oh, by the way, we have Tommy DeVito, the Tommy Cutlets, Tommy 2 Chainz, who had one hell of an impressive, I thought it was impressive, preseason game. You know, it's good to have a good backup, and Tommy DeVito seems to be a pretty damn good backup. So we will talk to him next. 2 minutes. We'll be right back with Tommy DeVito from your New England Patriots.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. The Red Sox winners of 4 in a row, 6 out of 7. Game 2 coming up tonight, 6:40 first pitch across the Shaw's Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. Arcan with the Mass Mutual pregame show at 5:40. Here's your lineup tonight. No Caleb Durbin, no Adley Rutschman on a Peyton Tolley night. It'll be Sogard at third base, Rafael Abreu, Wilson Contreras, Mickey Gasper, DH, Monasterio at short, Duran, Siegler, and Wong tonight. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in our feed at WEEI.
Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson on WEEI.
I got the I can't have you, I can't have you blues. I can't have you, I can't have you blues.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and Tommy DeVito is joining us now on a Patriots Monday, which is on a Tuesday this time, and that is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com. Tommy DeVito, first of all, thanks for coming on with us. We really appreciate it, Tommy.
For sure. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks, man. I love your story. So Sean Stellato, your agent, I've had him in studio before. He's a great guy and an awesome interview. By the way, did you know that he's Italian by any chance?
I saw somebody post that somewhere. I have to do more homework on it. See if it's the thing.
Yeah, he's a good dude, and he's a local guy from here. So we've had him in studio, and we talked a lot about your story, and I love the fact that when you became this big star with the Giants, when you became the starting quarterback, at that time, you, for very good reasons, were living in your childhood bedroom and your parents were there. Like, what was that like being this massive star in the biggest city in America, and you were living at home? Were you able to bring girls home to like your mom's house, or like what was that like?
Think about being in high school again, but on steroids. I was going to school, I was playing football, I was coming back and hanging out and doing all the normal things I would with all my friends that I grew up with, and my family being there in the same circle of people in the same area that I did all the stuff in high school with, just at a different level. So it was a lot of fun, but couldn't be any better.
That's got to be a dream come true, because like you are doing, anytime you become a star in the same city and in front of the people you went to high school with, like that makes it 10 times like girls that didn't date you, or like guys that maybe you didn't get along with. Right now, you're the biggest thing in the world. That's got to feel extra cool, right?
Oh, for sure. It was a surreal experience, for sure. It was storybook.
Now, that was the Tommy Cutlets era. I see Mike Vrabel has started the 2 Chainz campaign. Has that stuck, and how do you feel about it?
That has stuck in the building for sure. He was on the Cutlets wave for probably 2 weeks when I first got here, and then he saw me wearing the same 2 necklaces I did every day, so then we started going with 2 Chainz, and that's what it is.
And you're okay with it?
Yeah, it's great.
Wait, tell me about the 2 Chainz. Like, do you wear like 2 chains around your neck? Is that where it comes from? I actually don't know the story behind why he calls you 2 Chainz.
Yeah, I have 2 necklaces that I wear always consistently. I don't take them off, so that's kind of just a thing. I always have them out, and that's kind of what he picked up on, and it's a good thing.
Vrabel's the best. We were talking earlier with Marcus Jones, and like he's Vrabel has a gift of being a good coach, but a ball buster at the same time. Like in a funny way, he can kind of bust on you and motivate you. And have you seen that in person? Like his gift of being able to be just a great ball buster?
Oh, 100%. I think I noticed it when I first got here, because in team meetings when he's breaking balls, like half the time he's like, you guys can laugh, right? Like sometimes you don't know when he's being like serious and when he's not, and I think that's the funny part of it, because that's just how he is. That's his personality. There's definitely times to lock in, but a lot of the time he's breaking balls, and that's just what it is. It's fun.
But he got into the team a little bit during that game Saturday. But just on your game and your performance, a couple things to pick from. One, you had a couple of tremendous runs. Did you just see man coverage and decide to go, or how do you decide when in your brain it's time to take off?
It's just a feeling. Definitely not something that I plan or try to do. I'd like to say that I'm able to run. I think I got a little bit of juice behind me when I get running, but just sometimes when certain movements happen in the pocket and you kind of just feel that space, just like your instincts kick in and you go. And that's just what it was.
Did you ever have you ever raced Drake? Who's the faster of the two?
I have not raced Drake yet. Nope, I have not.
Have you learned anything from Drake? Because especially with this system here, was there ever a time where like you saw him do something and maybe he took you aside and it was like what have you learned from being around Drake May about how he plays?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of conversations. I think with him last year, learning the offense for himself, and then me being here last year and learning it in a classroom but not getting any reps in it, and then this year, getting reps in OTAs and training camp, physically doing some of these things and some things that, I haven't seen because I haven't really faced our defense in this offense before until OTAs and training camp. So kind of giving me tidbits as to what to look for. Oh, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, because he's seen it for a while. So little tidbits like that have been great for myself and my growth throughout OTAs and training camp, and thankful for it.
What do you? How does the McDaniels offense compare to others you've run? Is it? It appears from the outside like it's so important to get the ball out quick, and there are obviously some things we've watched through the years. But what is it to you now that you've started to run it a little bit?
Yeah, it's very similar to the offense that I came from with Brian Daboll. A lot of the terminology is the same. A lot of concepts, protections, like that. All that stuff is very similar to me. So it's kind of like refreshing to have that when I got here. Now it is that, but just on another level. And as far as the ask of the quarterback, there's definitely a lot more on our plate than I had been asked of before. So that was kind of the learning curve for me and kind of the growth between me and Josh, learning what he's looking for and what his intents are with the play and kind of growing from there.
Were you a Brady guy growing up? Like was he your quarterback, or was there another guy that you liked more than Brady?
I mean, everybody loves Brady, but my guy was Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you liked the Aaron Rodgers style of play over Tom Brady, and why was that? Why was he your guy?
I don't know if I would say style of play. I would say more just like the ability to throw the ball. I think Aaron Rodgers is the best thrower of the football ever around the planet. He's one of a kind, one of one, and will never be duplicated. I think he's just a tremendous talent, and there's so many plays and clips that you can go up there like, how did this dude even make this throw? It's only him.
Speaking of
real quick, who got weirder, Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady?
I have no answer for that. I don't know them on that kind of level, but hey, each their own.
Well, back on throwing the football, Tommy, the 69-yard touchdown pass to Kyle. It's like perfect. It looks to me like perfect mechanics. I don't know what I'm talking about. But do you hit that 10 out of 10 times because you had a clean pocket, or even after that throw, are you like, oh yeah, I nailed that? That doesn't happen all the time.
No, it was great. I mean, it was honestly something that we had hit 2 days before in the joint practice against them. The same exact thing, just on the other. Kyle was on my left at that point. So it's something that just, right play call, right defense. The way they kind of played it was great. I had a tremendous pocket, and, I mean, anybody could have thrown that ball from back there. So it was a lot of fun just to go score with the guys.
We're talking to Tommy DeVito. It was announced that Kayshon Boutte got traded, and I know he had a great camp, and I know that you guys have obviously had your time together. Like, what can you say about Kayshon and his time here and now the trade?
Yeah, he's awesome. I mean, like I said, when I got here in September, his locker was 2 over from mine, so we spent a good amount of time together just, getting to know each other, just kind of just hanging out, shooting the regular stuff, and then, his growth from then till now, you just see how he was as a player on and off the field. He was tremendous support to everybody that was around him. I hope the best for him, and I look forward to seeing him play because he's an exciting player to watch.
How are you liking the area? What have you learned about New England since coming up here, and how have you adapted?
Yeah, I mean, it's not too different from where I grew up, not too different from back home. It's only 3.5 hours away, so it's not like a complete cultural shock, if you will. I do happen to hang out in Boston a good amount, especially in the North End. I might be biased to say that, but I'm definitely up that way. But it's fun. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, the Italian thing is like a big deal. Like, there was a video of your agent. He made this video of him and Big Dom from the Philadelphia Eagles. I guess he's one of the security guys, and they were eating cannolis on the field. Do you ever just want to say to him, I get it, you're Italian. We understand this now. Maybe a different video that's not about being Italian.
Listen, we're prideful, okay? And that's what people love, and that's what people want. So that's just what it is.
Where do you eat? There's so many good places in the North End. Like, where, as a true Italian, like, where do you eat?
I'm not going to stick my neck out and put it on 1 or 2 places. I'm not going to do that. I did not do that when I was in Jersey. I'm not going to do that here. But I do like a restaurant called Mari in the North End.
Oh, Mari's great. That's a good one. That's a good. Limoncello's another good one. That's a great one to check out as well.
Coach Brave sent me over there last year, Limoncello, because I know he said that was his spot. So I had to go check that one out.
Does it hold up to Jersey? I mean, does it compete?
Listen, I can't compare anything to what I grew up with because that's biased. But for this area, that's some of the better stuff that I found.
Yeah. They got that lasagna with like the pink sauce on it. Oh, so good.
Oh yeah,
man.
I'll do it.
So have you, Tommy? Have you had much FaceTime with Robert Kraft since you've been here?
Yeah, decent amount. He's always walking through the locker room or hanging out, always around the guys, always smiling. So it's always good to see him.
Is he like the coolest old dude that you've ever met? Like with his like super cool sneaker collection and his being friends with all the rappers?
By far, he's second to none. He honestly is second to none. He's always got a smile on his face, and we talk about because obviously I was in New York and he's got a lot of friends in New York, so it was always a little joke we had going on. But he just. He's awesome. He's very personable. One of the most personable people, of that stature that I've ever been around. So grateful to be able to share some time with him.
The best is when he calls you sweetheart. That's how you know he's a good fan. He loves calling people he likes sweetheart. That's when you know you're in, Tommy.
All right, I haven't gotten to that point yet, but I'll make sure I try to get that out.
All right, the quarterback question of the week is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com. And this question has really nothing to do with football, but I just want to know, did you see The Odyssey by any chance?
I did not. That's on my list. I had one off day where I decided to go to the movies, and it was The Odyssey or Spider-Man, and I ended up going to see Spider-Man.
Ooh, how was Spider-Man?
Spider-Man was very good. Very good.
Yeah.
The Odyssey, I've heard so many things. It's more about just making sure that I find the IMAX, the 70, whatever the heck you have to go see it, and then everybody's saying I feel like I have to see it, so I'll have to plan it out.
So the thing is, Tommy, I work with 2 people on the show. There are only 2 people that I know who saw The Odyssey and went,
Yeah, just a little overrated. Overrated.
For some reason they don't like it, Tommy.
But how is their taste with everything else? Can you trust them?
Excellent, yes. Impeccable.
Well, he likes Rush, so I give him a little bit of credit. But Tommy, has there ever been a movie that you saw that everyone else thought was great, and you were just like, eh?
Yeah, there's definitely been a ton. I don't know if I'd be able to tell you one off the bat just thinking about it, but I don't know. I'm a tough critic, but I'm also like an old school kind of movie guy. I feel like movies nowadays they just don't hit the same as they used to.
Well, before I let you go, Tommy, speaking of movies, you're obviously very good with the camera. You had the commercials for major brands last year. Anything else coming up that we should look for here this football season?
Yeah, got a YouTube show coming out soon. Nikki Cass, so that'll be on the upcoming soon. Making pizzas, hanging out, shooting the it'll be a good time.
Hang on, you're doing something Italian in this?
Yeah, I got talked into it. Somebody sent me some AI thing saying that I was Italian, and I was like, let's just run with that thought. So
that's right. Listen, give the people what works. Absolutely, Tommy. Well, listen. Congrats on your success here in the preseason. It was awesome, and that bomb that you threw was just that was fun to watch. And hopefully here's to a great season with you. Hope everyone stays healthy, and hope everything works out. Tommy, thanks for coming on this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you again.
See you around the north end.
Yes, sir.
All right, man.
Tommy, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That is Tommy DeVito on a Patriots Monday on a Tuesday, brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com. We will be right back. WEEI, Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. By the way, Chad Tracy joins us tomorrow at 2:15. Also, Mike Florio returns to the show at 4 p.m. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. By the way, very controversial take from Tommy DeVito. He is a Aaron Rodgers over Tom Brady guy.
But despite that, the Twitch chat very much approved of the Tommy DeVito vibe. They were liking it, like Tommy 2 Bill. Thought it was a good interview. So I kind of agree. I thought he was very likable. Came off very, very well.
You know what? This is going to sound crazy because I'm not encouraging this from our callers, but I love it when people are comfortable enough talking with us, they just start swearing, even though they know they're on the radio.
Twice.
There's something endearing about that. And Tommy 2 Chainz, Tommy Cutlet, did an excellent job. I liked him a lot.
More shocking was Jackson bleeping it twice effectively, I think. So it's,
Thank you. Not all heroes wear capes, but I do anyway.
Good job.
Well done, Jackson. All right. So you have been calling us and you have been leaving messages right there. If you go to the Odyssey app, you can press the microphone button and leaving messages for the show. And we launch them sons of bitches right here with our take grenades. You got the opening there, Jackson?
Incoming!
That's right, and we're doing it all in the Catch Law Studios. No fee unless you win. What do you say, Jackson? Let's go ahead and we'll rip through a few of these. Ready? Pull.
Yeah, I'm calling about that whole booty situation. So, Rich, I'm going to need you to stand up, do a 180, and let me see if those exercises have got that gluteus-looking Maximus.
That's right. You gotta get on your back and put the weight on your stomach and just thrust. And hopefully do it when no one's in the gym. That's what keeps the old apples nice and gives me old apple ass.
Apples.
All right, let's launch the next one, baby.
Well, it's 3:05, and Rich just said to Tommy 2 Chainz, Mike Vrabel can bust on you. Ew, Rich, ew.
You were feeling so comfortable.
Listen, everyone's obsessed with below the waist. I don't know if I approve of that. My goodness.
I wonder if he's pissed about 2 Chainz because he said it stuck. But he can't. I mean, Tommy Cutlets is a legendary nickname that just got ripped away.
I wouldn't like either of those names.
Really?
No. I've never been a jewelry guy anyway. I've got no.
There was a whole story behind the Cutlets. 2 Chainz is just he wears 2 chains. There was nothing very creative about it.
You want to be named after a piece of meat. Yeah. You know what? The name you want is what Mickey Gasper. No. It was Mickey Gasper. It's what the dump truck Eric Miller just got from Chad Tracy. What was that?
The Godsend. We got to ask Tracy about that tomorrow.
Is there a better nickname than the Godsend?
No.
Except for the dump truck, because we thought of it. He just looks like a dump truck when he gets out there. But he has been, man, you want to talk about a trade that worked. Holy crap. A 0 ERA and 9 1/3 innings, I believe, since they got him here. He's been
15
awesome.
whiffs in 9 1/3. Pretty good.
Woo. Not bad. He's part of the lunch pail guys, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's like Sogard,
part
Siegler.
of the utility men.
Yes. The utility. You had 18 names for
did.
him. I just like lunch pail guy. All right. Let's pull.
So during the interview with Tommy Cutlets, Tommy said, I had these 2 chains that I wore, and the guy called me Tommy 2 Chainz, and it stuck. Rich Shirtleaf stopped everything. Oh, stop. You mean you had 2 chains that you wore around your neck?
You were
no,
shocked.
Rich.
You were shocked.
You wore them around his balls, you goober.
Once again, below the waist. Everyone's obsessed with balls and butts.
Great take grenade. I was shocked you followed up on that.
I don't know. Sometimes your brain turns off for 4 seconds and you miss something.
I just love the way he calls you a goober.
Well, I mean, listen, goober's a good word. It's a good word. I'll take it. I've been called way worse. And I deserve to be called a goober for that. There's no question. All right, let's go to the next one. Pull.
Boston versus Seattle music. 2 words for you. Billy Squire. End of debate. I don't care about those hippie flannel-wearing idiots moping around all over rainy Seattle. Billy Squire blows them all out of the water, baby.
These are good takes, by the way.
That's very good takes. Now, unfortunately, they have Jimi Hendrix they can claim, but I leave him out of this. But if you go with just the top 5 Seattle bands, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, throw in Heart. You can throw in Heart if you want. Versus Aerosmith Boston, The Cars, New Edition, and Jay Giles Band. More albums sold Boston by 25 million albums.
It's not about albums. Listen,
that's part of it.
That's an impressive back and forth. The New England one is impressive. I'm talking personally, and I think it might be because Alice in Chains is there. And you know what? Throw in Temple of the Dog. Like, if you want to, Okay, what is the best single album from both of them? Like, I would say from New England, I would say the best album, in my opinion, is Toys in the Attic.
Well, the Boston debut album is untouchable.
Yeah, that might be better than Toys in the Attic by Aerosmith. And that might be sacrilege me saying that, but I would rather listen to Boston's first album. But I would then to that I would say Alice in Chains, Dirt, and Temple of the Dog is better than the Boston album. Like, there's no question. I think Alice in Chains, Dirt is one of the greatest albums that's ever been recorded. But that's just my personal opinion. It is definitely a worthy head-to-head battle.
Good debate.
Yes, good debate. Got no problem with that debate
And
at
actually,
all.
Nevermind is probably the most commercially successful album of the bunch, right?
Has Nevermind sold more than Boston?
I
Because
think it might have.
Boston's debut was just like, it's a phenomenon. To this
Yeah.
day, whenever you see like best-selling albums of all time, Boston's debut is always up there.
I'll check on it.
All right. I bet Boston still has the edge. All right, let's say pull.
Who wears the most bracelets? Greg Hill, Johnny Depp, Lenny Kravitz.
And we're going to add Ted Johnson into that, too.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about Ted. Ted wears the stack on the right wrist.
You know, and he wears the same one as Greg. And, you know, and the thing I've noticed that everybody that has those style of bracelets is very, very successful.
I didn't. Well, I mean, because you're only looking at successful people that have them.
That's true. I mean, I don't wear them.
So, I mean, does Greg have like the tons
Oh,
of
yeah.
bracelets?
Yeah, Greg, Ernie Buck, Teddy.
But not the stack like that. Like Teddy.
Teddy's got the
is
Johnny
unique.
Depp
There's,
style.
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
All right. Yeah, no. Ted seemed like they're like cloth, or not cloth, like rope, right? That's not like the bangles. Like Johnny Depp, when he walks, it's like he's like, who's the guy from the Marvel Shang Li and the Eight Rings? It's like he's a giant thing.
Shang Li.
Yeah, whatever his name is. But he is like they clank when he walks.
Clankers.
Johnny Depp.
You can't listen to an interview with Keith Richards anymore because his clank, it's like he's wearing chains all over the place.
I've once again, I've never been a jewelry guy, whether it's bracelets. I don't even wear a watch.
Yeah,
It's
me
very
either.
strange. It's my eczema, I guess, talking. All right, let's go to how many do we have? We have one more?
Yep, one more.
Can we do one more? Okay, let's fire. Woo, go.
Jonathan, if you can hear me in the front seat of the helicopter, let's play helicopter bingo. Okay? I see Massachusetts. I see.
Is that the end of it?
What happened? Oh, no.
It just got cut.
I see another Massachusetts.
All right.
I see a lot of red and white ants down there. Wonder what's going on. Let's head home for Dinton.
It's my favorite video. Justin Turpin should be. He's like Scorsese.
He is.
Like the way he captured Christian Gonzalez getting ready to speak, and then like in the upper left corner of the screen, you see Robert Kraft's helicopter coming, and it's just hijacked the entire thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, listen, baby. Is that Foxborough, beloved? Stop at Cumberland Farms on the way home. I want a
Oh, he's a Cumbies guy.
Slim
I didn't know
Jim.
that. Yeah.
I want a Slim Jim or 8.
That video is so great. If you've not seen it, go to WEEI.com, go to the Facebook page, whatever. And he's just completely hijacked Christian Gonzalez's press conference. That sound we played is literally him trying to talk. All right. We will be back. Not long. We will be right back.
Want to know to Durbin. He squares again. The pitch is way outside to the backstop. Abreu comes home. He scores standing on a wild pitch. The Red Sox tie the game at 2.
Isn't it amazing that even just showing the bunt gets in the pitcher's head of thinking, I don't want him to put this down. So he tries to make an even nastier pitch to miss the bat, and he yanks it to the backstop. Tie ball game.
It's 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. This effing team, man. These Red Sox don't ever turn these games off. You're going to, I mean, listen, whatever ends up happening in the postseason, you're always going to remember this summer and how they went from one of the worst teams to one of the best.
The impossible summer. I'm hoping that nickname sticks. That's a good one.
Is that what you're branding it? Is that a Ken Laird special?
Ties in the impossible dream season, you know. It just is crazy. How has this happened? How?
I don't know. Well, I mean, you know me. I'm giving Chad Tracy a lot of credit on that. But, I mean, that's the 33rd comeback this season. I think the 16th you said since the All-Star break. And I said this yesterday when I was reading the lineup card. I was like, whoa, you got Siegler, Sogard, and Mickey Gasper? And I was just like, these guys are, you know, it's one thing if your stars are doing well and then the rest of people just kind of every once in a while show up. That's what makes this team special, if you ask me. That's what makes it feel like they're kind of on this road to something. I don't know. It just seems like something is happening here.
The Island of Misfit Sox, they all keep showing up. And by the way, some good news, Curtis Mead is getting the cast off. He's going to be in a splint.
Okay.
So, who knows? Just throw him into the kettle. Never know. He might be available.
Right. I don't know how long you can, after that you can play. I just think I totally just dismissed it, But, man, this team, I'm telling you, when you got guys like Mickey Gasper or W.B. Mason out there just making things happen, he's been unbelievable since he's been back from AAA.
Fleming, by the way, texted me. He said, I can't believe I did the Hey Mickey song, which sounds like Jackson's Hey Hooters song. He's regretting his decision.
I did laugh when I heard it. I did. I was like, when I heard it first, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the highlight of my week so far, for sure.
All right, well, everybody enjoy your Red Sox as they once again are in Miami.
Tolley night.
Yeah, by the way, Tolley is for real. Like I saw something on Nesson where he walks out on the field before every start in bare feet. There's a video of him walking out bare feet. All right, everybody enjoy it. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Chad Tracy joins us and Mike Florio. Thank you very much for listening to us. We love you. Bye.